You were undeniably born with a divine physique, yet unable to cultivate, which led your family to regard you as a discarded pawn, marrying you off to a female demon from the borderlands. The counterpart not only bears a disfigured visage. Moreover, he was regarded as a thorn in the side by the reigning emperor. However, you have not shown the slightest reluctance. On the contrary, I am immensely delighted, only because you are aware that the seemingly grotesque goddess of war has become bound to a system of 1,000-fold return, a feature that can only be activated by a woman of unparalleled beauty, as you remain entranced in your reverie of her visage. However, to your surprise, upon the very first glance, the other party promptly proposed to annul the engagement. Witnessing this, you could not help but express your discontent eloquently, exclaiming, "You could have stated your refusal earlier. After all, I have already committed to the system." Consequently, your refusal came as a shock. Meanwhile, your father, the Northern King, wore a stern expression and spoke in a low, commanding tone. "This engagement is a decree bestowed by His Majesty. Do you dare to defy it?" Unexpectedly, Ning Hongye remains resolute. The emperor was originally set to provide a personal explanation. Moreover, I, Ning Hongye, have served in the military since childhood. There are countless individuals. Even if I were willing to marry, her gaze swept across Mu Ge and the other princes. Several young lords could hardly contain their shock, feeling a chill run down their spines. Seeing this, the king of the north felt it unwise to utter further words, just as he was about to speak and annul the marriage. Yet you resolutely spoke out. "My father, I dare to wed her." Suddenly, Ning Hong strides towards you. Pastoral melody. "Are you truly unafraid of this general?" You shake your head. "Miss Ning, you were born into the Great Xia. Though the city has been slaughtered in the southern wasteland, the elderly, women, and children were spared, as the strong and able-bodied were the ones taken. As a woman, you are willing to bear the brunt of slander to safeguard our vast mountains and rivers. Why is it that such merit goes unrecognized in marriage?" As these words were spoken, everyone around, be they generals or commoners, erupted in applause. Upon witnessing this scene, Ning Hong felt an unprecedented sense of clarity blossom within her heart. For the first time, she sensed that there existed someone in this world who truly understood her. A pastoral song. "Since you dare to wed, then this betrothal shall indeed be accepted." The affection level for Ning Hongye has increased. You secretly rejoiced at the system's reminder, realizing that your earlier words had indeed struck a chord with her. The Kirin golden armor, gifted by several brothers, would surely be accepted by her without hesitation, just as you were about to offer your gift. Yet, he was interrupted by the Grand Prince, Xiao Junlin. "General Ning, it has come to my attention that during your recent endeavors beyond the borders, you have suffered both a notable loss of weight and the unfortunate impairment of your left eye." Upon hearing these words, Ning Hongye remained silent, yet a hint of menace seeped through the armor. The sovereign reigned supreme. One must not show disrespect. The king of the north also spoke, commanding the hall. Ning Hongye had already been disfigured, and now she bears the wounds of blindness. To mention it before her is akin to tearing open an old scar. "Father, you have misunderstood. The reason I say this is that I have a proposal, one that could assist General Ning in restoring his left eye. My ninth brother possesses a naturally gifted spiritual eye, and among the 3,000 retainers in my household, there happens to be an individual skilled in the art of transplantation, who could transfer the spiritual eye to General Ning." Suddenly, Ning Hongye drew her weapon, the battle knife, and the onlookers were momentarily blinded by the swift motion. Before they could comprehend the situation, her blade was already poised against Xiao Junlin's throat. "What are you doing, Ning Hongye? This young master extends his goodwill to assist you, yet you dare to confront me with hostility." Even though Xiao Junlin has cultivated to the 5th rank of the martial path, the Diamond Realm, he is still far from being a match for Ning Hongye. "Today, I grant you a favor. However, should there be a next time, the blade that once drew blood shall return to its sheath only after witnessing the snow." Ning Hongye cast a glance at the king of the north. As the tempest appeared to be drawing to a close, you unexpectedly stepped forward. "I find the elder brother's suggestion quite commendable. I am willing to offer my spiritual eye to Miss Ning." Upon uttering these words, the crowd was rendered perplexed. You, the 9th son, who is neither thin nor favored, burdened by the early demise of your mother, and lacking the support of a powerful maternal clan, are indeed a figure of stark clarity and simplicity. The sole asset of value you possess is your innate spiritual vision. Why do you wish to assist me? Ning Hongya also found it somewhat astonishing. Certainly, it is due to the system. You secretly chuckle within, yet outwardly you maintain an air of righteousness. Miss Ning, the spiritual insight bestowed upon me is but a pearl dulled by dust, whereas in your possession it could soar 100 miles to strike the eagle, peering into the enemy's camp. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, it would suffice to slay several foes on the battlefield in the future. Upon hearing these words, Ning Hongye remained silent for a considerable time before ultimately nodding in agreement. Very well, I shall grant your request. Ning Hong's affinity level has increased. Before long, you arrive at the residence of Xiao Junlin. Even during the surgery, Ning Hongye remained clad in armor, still donning that mask of Azura. Half an hour later, your success was marked by the donning of an eye mask. Ding! The host bestows a high-grade spiritual treasure, the spiritual eye, triggering the initial reward. A 10,000-fold return of the invincible heavy pupil of the Celestial King. Shall it be extracted immediately? Though you are filled with excitement, you have not lost your reason. Once the dual pupils manifest in this world, they will undoubtedly provoke celestial phenomena and even attract the attention of many ancient powers. The transplant surgery for Ning Hongye has been successfully completed. Others have eagerly come forward to offer their congratulations, while no one pays any attention to your insignificant presence. Ning Hongye approached you, her eyes concealed beneath the mask revealing a tapestry of intricate emotions. The pastoral song, which once held no affection for indebtedness, now took a different turn. You bestow upon me the spiritual eye, and in return, I shall grant you the golden seal of the Tiger Talisman, which allows you to command the soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army. Moreover, I pledge to fulfill 3 of your requests, whatever they may be. As she spoke, she retrieved the talisman from her bosom. You seem somewhat astonished, Miss Ning. We are on the verge of becoming husband and wife. It is only fitting that I bestow upon you the gift of spiritual insight. There is no need for such a grand gesture in return. What was meant to be given shall not be retracted. If it does not please you, then cast it aside. Having spoken, Ning Hongye turned away and strode towards the entrance of the estate. This woman is indeed quite proud and capricious. You shook your head as you watched her retreating figure. Meanwhile, Xiao Junlin gazed at the tiger talisman in your hand with intense envy, striving to force a smile, projecting an air of concern for your well-being. Ninth brother, you cannot fully grasp the significance of this talisman. The depths it conceals are profound. Perhaps it would be wise to entrust it to your elder brother for safekeeping. Since it is a bother, there is no need to trouble you any further, dear brother. Allow me to bear the burden instead. You may roll your eyes 7 times and take your leave. What they do not realize is that, in truth, what truly captivates your attention is not the tiger talisman, but rather the 3 conditions promised by Ning Hongye. She stated that anything would suffice, which implies that you could act at will towards her. Upon your return to your own estate, a figure approached with a graceful demeanor. Young master, you have returned. It is said that your spiritual eye has been taken. It is all the fault of that wicked enchantress who has caused you such distress. Huang Li, your devoted maid, though still quite young, undeniably possesses the beauty of a blossoming flower. Upon learning of your misfortune, she nearly fainted from grief. Miss Ning is my fiancée, and she shall be your future mistress. Henceforth, do not speak of her in such a manner. I shall retreat to cultivate my skills. Do not allow anyone to disturb me. With a single command, you proceeded towards the bedroom. Huang Peng, however, found herself somewhat perplexed. She was aware that you were not cut out for martial arts. Despite having practiced for over 70 years, you remained at the first level of physical realm. What has prompted such a change today? Upon entering the bedroom, you silently invoke the system. I wish to obtain the invincible Zhong Tong. At that moment, a tremendous force surged from your left eye. Within the once vacant socket, a profound pupil is taking shape. At the same time, a magnificent purple dragon emerged in the sky, gracefully coiling above the Northern King's mansion. Upon witnessing this, the King of the North was filled with immense joy. The purple aura emerged from the east. Such a celestial phenomenon. Could it be that my Xiao family has produced a dragon? Following this, he continued to observe in astonishment. his face betraying an expression of disbelief. For the arrival of the purple aura from the east is not an end, but merely a beginning. The Qilin bestows auspicious omens. The radiance of the five absolutes. Golden lotus everywhere. The crane heralds auspicious tidings, while the Racier mushroom blossoms forth. A total of 9 extraordinary celestial phenomena unfolded in succession. It was not merely the Great Xia Dynasty that took notice. Even the numerous celestial realms housing the immortal sects were keenly aware of the remarkable occurrences taking place. In the sacred realm of Yaowang, the Lord of Yaowang faces a profound darkness. In the northern territories of the Great Xia, a future emperor is destined to emerge. Ziyue, this time, it is you who shall be born into this world. At any cost, we must ensure that he submits himself under the auspices of our Yaowang sacred ground. Among the throng, an ethereal fairy swiftly carved a radiant arc, soaring towards the direction of the Great Xia Dynasty. Meanwhile, a maiden clad in a crimson dress emerged from the boundless realm of flames, making her way directly towards the Great Xia. The extraordinary phenomena provoked by the invincible dual pupil had summoned forth numerous scions and daughters of celestial sects, each one stepping into the world. Yet you, as the instigator, have yet to realize this fact. Congratulations to the host for merging with the invincible dual pupils, unlocking the first 2 divine abilities. Breaking illusion, which transcends the disparity in cultivation levels, allowing for the insight into the weaknesses of all living beings. Regardless of the martial arts or battle techniques one practices, a mere glance will suffice to discern their essence, enabling the refinement and enhancement of these techniques to achieve a state of flawless perfection. No, is this what they call heterochromia? It seems rather overwhelming. Even though Mu Ge was mentally prepared, he was still utterly astonished. Nevertheless, he chose to cover his left eye with an eye patch. After all, it is not yet the time to reveal his true strength. On the other side, Xiao Junlin simultaneously ascended to the 2nd level of the 5th grade Vajra realm. Before any response could be given, a flurry of footsteps echoed from outside. The Northern King, Shunju, felt a surge of excitement. For moments ago, you were immersed in the process of cultivating a breakthrough. Indeed, Xiao Junlin replied, Father, with the aid of the bone-breaking realm level 7, I have now attained the 2nd layer of the Diamond Realm. Upon the utterance of these words, the crowd erupted in delight. Truly, he embodies the noble demeanor of the crown prince, a true dragon among men. At the moment of his breakthrough, he summoned the auspicious purple qi from the east, accompanied by 9 extraordinary phenomena. Xiao Junlin felt somewhat bewildered. He had just secluded himself for cultivation and was entirely oblivious to the extraordinary phenomena occurring outside. However, amidst the flattery of the crowd, he too began to feel a sense of elation. Though you remain within the confines of your home, you have nonetheless learned from the Oriole the news that your elder brother has been designated as the true dragon of the Xiao family. At that moment, a servant entered. The prince has a meeting and requests your presence tonight at Miss Ning's residence for the wedding night. Upon hearing these words, you sense something amiss. However, this presented a perfect opportunity to bestow upon her the treasured Kirin golden armor, a bridal gift from the king. You approached a bedroom door and gently knocked. Miss Ning, it is I, Mu Ge. A chilling voice emanated from within. Ning Hongye remained clad in battle armor, seated upon a grand couch. A guard beside the royal carriage is scrutinizing you with a discerning gaze, and you cast a glance at her. On the wedding night, she is indeed present. Could she be the maidservant accompanying Ning Hongye as part of her dowry? What are you looking at? As soon as Qingwan spoke, her tone was quite forceful. Do not presume that mere flattery towards General Ning entitles you to her favor. As long as I am present today, you shall not lay a finger on the general. At this moment, Ning Hongye interjected. Please do not take offense. Though I have consented to the betrothal, I have just returned from my expedition and am in poor health. It would be most inconvenient for me to partake in the marital chamber. I kindly ask for your understanding. You shook your head. This matter should rightfully be addressed after the engagement. Upon hearing this, Ning Hongye and Qing Jia both secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, before I depart, there is one matter I must attend to. With that, you stride directly to her side, placing your hand upon the armor at her collar. In an instant, even Ning Hongye who was accustomed to grand spectacles, found herself momentarily stunned. Suddenly, beneath her Shura mask, it was evident that she was seething with rage. The audacious scoundrel dares to show such disrespect towards General Ning. Qingwan also realizes the situation and draws her weapon, prepared to engage in battle. You, startled, quickly clarify that you are not a frivolous individual. The reason for your actions stems from your discovery of the grievous damage inflicted upon your armor. As I assess the situation, it appears that with just a few more strikes from a skilled martial artist, it would shatter completely. Coincidentally, my father bestowed upon me yesterday the treasured Kirin golden light armor he had long safeguarded. Since this armor would serve me no purpose, I would rather present it to you as a gift. You spoke, and then produced a magnificent suit of golden armor. When Juning Hong, you was somewhat taken aback. After all, the Qilin golden light armor was a superior spiritual treasure, far surpassing the armor she currently wore. First, he bestowed upon her the spirit eye, and now he presented such a magnificent gift. This unexpected generosity made her feel a hint of skepticism. Of course, it is genuine affection. You are my betrothed. If I do not treat you well, to whom shall I extend my kindness? You ponder in silence. Ah, it seems you are indeed the cherished one bound by fate. Ning Hong nodded slightly. Host grandchild. Superior grade, spiritual treasure. Qilin golden armor. Trigger reward. 100-fold return of the royal grade treasure. Xianlin Wenilong armor. Would you like to extract it immediately? The pastoral song was graced by the sound of the system's notification, stirring a wave of excitement within. It is likely that the entire Northern King's Manor does not possess a treasure of such royal caliber. It is a rarity reserved solely for the imperial family of Great Xia. Yet, a sense of perplexity lingered, for this time, the gift bestowed did not enhance Ning Hongye's favorability. Ah, yes, the system Ning Hongye is indeed my bound counterpart. May I then inquire into her profile? Ning Hong, at the tender age of 18, is the daughter of the Grand General of the southern town. She holds the esteemed position of the leader of the Zhuge army and has attained the 7th rank of the Law Manifestation realm. Currently gravely injured, she can only unleash 30% of her true potential. Destined as a solitary phoenix, she is fated to experience loneliness. Although she possesses the capability to establish a formidable empire, finding a kindred spirit proves to be a daunting challenge. Within her lies the dormant essence of a female, celestial emperor who has transcended calamity and rebirth, her weaknesses remaining unknown. Having perused the information on Ning Hongye, you are utterly astounded. She is the child of destiny, possessing qualities so profound that even the system is unable to discern her vulnerabilities. The sudden call of the Azure Phoenix issues a decree to expel guests. Why do you linger and refuse to depart? My esteemed general requires rest. You nodded slightly, yet before departing, you could not resist speaking. Since we are about to become spouses, we ought to be sincere with one another. Why not remove the facade and reveal your true self to me? Hearing this, Ning Hong let out a light laugh. The last person who dared to unmask me lies with their bones nailed to the city gate of the southern wilderness. You still harbor a sense of reluctance. Miss Ning is unwilling. I recall you previously mentioned your willingness to agree to 3 conditions. Regardless of what they may be, I shall accept them. Ning Hongye felt a slight tremor within her. The armored figure of Xing effortlessly detached itself, and with a graceful motion, extended a delicate hand to gently unveil the Azura mask. In the next moment, you caught a glimpse, gazing upon that extraordinary visage, feeling as though your heart skipped a beat. The perfect oval face, a beauty growing in grace. Your heart dances with joy. Whispers from the outside world claim that Ning Hongye is ugly and disfigured. Yet these rumors are indeed unfounded. The system proves to be reliable. Next, she dons her mask once more, returning to her former icy demeanor. Miss, you possess unparalleled beauty. Why do you choose to wear the mask of Shuri year after year? You cannot withstand the inquiries that arise. My appearance renders me unremarkable in the military, only inviting misfortune. Furthermore, rumors circulate within the palace that the foolish Emperor Xia has taken an interest in me, wishing to make me his concubine. Thus, I implore you to spread word of my disfigurement. I kindly ask you to keep this matter confidential. You nodded in agreement, assuring me of your discretion. I shall not trouble you further today. With that, I turned and departed from the room. As I gazed upon your silhouette, Qingwan could not help but speak. General Ning, this pastoral melody is indeed quite peculiar. He had never seen my visage before, yet he bestowed upon me generous gifts time and again, and he consistently considered my well-being. It is indeed peculiar. You should discreetly follow him for a few days and conduct some inquiries. Upon your return to the estate, you eagerly set about extracting the Xianlin Wanzhong armor. A golden ray shimmered, as a formidable dragon's stomach materialized before my eyes. This was the culmination of the collective might of the dragon clan from the four seas, crafted from the scales of 3,000 dragon tribes. The skill, Dragon's Fury Resonance, absorbs the adversary's onslaught, transforming it into a spectral dragon to retaliate. This treasure possesses remarkable capabilities. Judging by its effects, it should be able to deflect the opponent's attacks. Currently, you are merely a first-grade body refining martial artist with a fragile physique. However, with this treasure, it is akin to donning a resurrection armor, granting you the strength to stride with confidence. Moreover, it is an inner armor that can be worn discreetly beneath your clothing, evading attention. Alas, it remains uncertain how much force this armor can withstand. The following morning, you set forth to the residence of Xiao Junlin. Just yesterday, Xiao Junlin was proclaimed the true dragon of the Xiao family, brimming with exuberance and perhaps a touch of hubris. It is indeed the ninth brother. You must be aware that I have transcended my limits, invoking 9 extraordinary phenomena. By the way, did you not spend the night in the bridal chamber with Miss Ning? What prompted you to rise so early? Could it be that you were startled awake by that peculiar fellow? Brother, I have come today to claim the divine treasure you promised to bestow upon me, the 9 turns Great Rejuvenation Pill. You once vowed to take Ning Hongya as your bride. Although your 8 elder brothers pledged to present gifts, they have yet to fulfill their promises. Xiao Junlin's expression darkened significantly. The 9 Revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill is a superior grade spiritual elixir. He intended to consume it when he was ready to break through to a new realm. However, having made a promise before his father, he could not easily go back on his word. Suddenly, 7 ideas sprang to his mind. Ninth brother, as your elder brother, it has been quite some time since I last offered you guidance in your martial arts. Why not engage in a friendly duel? If you can demonstrate your prowess, I shall bestow upon you the 9-fold Great Returning Pill. I will limit my cultivation to the first tier of the body realm. If you can merely touch my form, I shall concede your victory. Alas, this despicable creature is utterly detestable. You silently curse within your heart, for this individual speaks with grandiloquent eloquence, yet conceals 100 ulterior motives. In the realm of martial arts, each of the 9 stages is further divided into 9 tiers. The original protagonist occupies the 5th tier of the first grade of body refinement, while Xiao Junlin merely claims to have reached the first grade of body refinement. On the surface, it appears to be a level playing field, however. In reality, he has undoubtedly ascended to the 9th tier of body refinement, surpassing you by a significant 4 minor realms. Nevertheless, you shall not be deterred by this disparity. I shall meet your challenge, Hedon. Since we are to engage in a friendly contest, it would be remiss not to have an audience. I will dispatch someone to summon the other disciples. A mischievous smile played upon Xiao Junlin's lips. Moments later, the other 7 princes arrived, accompanied by numerous subordinates, and among the crowd, Qingwan blended in seamlessly. Brother, everyone is gathered. It is time to commence the competition, is it not? Your impatience is palpable, as you are eager to retrieve the 9 transformations elixir, to present it to Ning Hongya. Ninth brother, what is your haste? Since this is a duel, how could there be no wager? Xiao Junlin smirked, spitting a mouthful of saliva onto the ground. If you triumph, you shall claim the 9 transformations elixir. However, should you falter, you must cleanse this ground thoroughly with your garments. The other young masters present discerned his intent to deliberately humiliate you, yet none chose to speak, all waiting to witness the unfolding spectacle. Brother, I trust one have not offended you in any way before. Weakness is a sin. Xiao Junlin brimmed with confidence. He believed himself to be the true dragon of the Xiao family. Yesterday, during his cultivation, he even evoked 9 extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth. Observing his pretentious demeanor, you let out a cold chuckle. Brother, I believe the rules of this competition are rather unjust. You are at a disadvantage. How about this? I shall remain stationary, allowing you to strike me once. Should I move even the slightest inch, it shall be deemed my defeat. Upon the utterance of these words, a hearty laughter erupted from numerous individuals within the venue. This young man certainly knows how to stir up trouble. Is General Ning truly considering marrying such a person? Among the crowd, Qingwan's impression of Mugo has diminished somewhat, yet she remains poised to take action at any moment. Xiao Junlin narrowed his eyes, delivering a powerful punch with his right arm. Although he had reached the 7th rank of the body refinement realm, he secretly activated the strength of his innate bones. Not good. The 9th prince must hide quickly. In the distance, Qing Jia has sensed the change in expression, her face turning pale with alarm. At such a great distance, even if she were to act, it would be too late. Yet you stand your ground, not retreating instead. You brace yourself to meet the oncoming force, precisely when you yearn for an opportunity to test the might of the dragon armor. Dragon resonance. Your path has awakened the innate powers of the 10,000 dragons armor, absorbing the opponent's assaults and transforming them into a true dragon's phantom for counterattack. In an instant, golden light erupted, and a dragon-shaped illusion soared forth, carrying with it the might to shatter and obliterate. Striking fiercely upon Xiao Junlin. Accompanied by a piercing scream, Xiao Junlin fell heavily to the ground. Remarkably, the point of impact was precisely where he had just spat. Brother, are you all right? I did not intend for this to happen. I never anticipated that you, the esteemed scion of the Xiao family, would be so easily faltered. Though your voice is soft, it brims with derision. Xiao Junlin, humiliated before such a multitude, felt an overwhelming surge of anger within. He resolutely elevated his cultivation to the 5th rank of the Diamond Realm, poised to strike down his adversary. Yet you wear a smile, unperturbed in the slightest. The outcome is already determined. That precious 9-turn elixir of life was my betrothal gift to Miss Ning, a promise made in the presence of my father. Should you breach this agreement, the consequences shall be amusing. Rubbish. Do not bring that female demon before me. Xiao Junlin was overwhelmed by rage. This is the residence of the Prince of the North. Before this young master, what significance does that woman hold? Suddenly, the Azure Luan emerged from the crowd. I, General Ning, battle for the nation. Bathe in the snow and blood of the battlefield, unwilling to allow others to slander my name. If you, the first prince, remain obstinately unyielding, I shall promptly report to General Ning. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Junlin's countenance turned a deep shade of iron gray. Ultimately, he reigned in his imposing aura, for at this moment, he still dared not confront Ning Hongye openly. De Yang, with a flourish, cast forth a spirit elixir that soared into your hand. What, pray tell, does this elixir mean for you? Achieving the objective, you uttered no further words and simply turned away. Upon returning to the mansion, Qing Wan reported to Ning Hongye the recent events. That scoundrel, Magida, is far from a virtuous man. While he speaks sweetly, requesting elixirs as a bridal gift, his true intention is to exploit your name to amass wealth and collect gifts, aiming to monopolize those treasures for himself. Speculations regarding her actions lingered in the air. Ning Hongye remained silent for several seconds, choosing not to utter a word. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded at the door. You entered and presented the 9 Revolutions elixir. Miss Ning, this elixir is bestowed upon you as a token of betrothal. Upon hearing these words, Qing Jia was momentarily taken aback, followed by a twinge of guilt in his heart. Yet within Ning Hongye's eyes lingered a complexity. She had just assumed you to be a covetous individual, but it appears she has underestimated you. Mugo, the Qilin golden armor you bestowed upon me last night, is already considered a betrothal gift. No further offerings are required. Miss Ning, you are unaware that prior to your arrival, I had already made a pact with my father and 8 elder brothers to procure a treasured artifact from each of them, to present to you as a token of my commitment. A man of honor must not speak lightly. His word is his bond. Your words are impeccable, yet in my heart, I silently ponder, what a jest. If you do not accept this, how shall I trigger the system's return? Ning Hongye was somewhat taken aback, for your demeanor truly exceeded her expectations. She is the goddess of the battlefield, revered by her subordinates, feared by her foes, and dreaded by the populace. Yet, in this world, no one has ever loved her. In matters of affection, she remains an empty canvas. Very well, since it is your heartfelt intention, I shall accept it. The host bestows a supreme grade 9 revolutions Great Rejuvenation Pill. Triggered reward. 100-fold return of a superior grade treasure, the Yin Yang Transformation Pill. Upon consumption, it can reverse the dualities of Yin and Yang, alter one's constitution, and equate to a century of arduous cultivation. Shall it be extracted immediately? You have, as per usual, chosen to decline. It is currently inconvenient to extract the information. I shall thoroughly examine it upon my return. Miss Ning, you have lost weight. Nevertheless, do continue to take the elixir. As the words fell from her lips, Ning Hong's gaze suddenly sharpened with vigilance. How do you know I am injured and weakened? She had grown frail and sustained serious wounds in the outer realms, her strength now diminished to a mere 30%. Yet, this was a closely guarded secret, known only to her loyal guards by her side. Yet you were taken aback, realizing your words had faltered. Immediately, you sought an excuse. This time, as you ventured into the outer realms, nearly everyone appeared gaunt and weary. When you removed your mask yesterday, I noticed your face was strikingly pale, a clear indication of your frailty. Concern for your well-being compelled me to seek out the elixir from our elder brother today. Upon hearing this explanation, Ning Hongye reigned in his fierce demeanor, feeling a surge of emotion within. He had actually risked offending Xiao Junlin for my sake. Observing her expression shift, she instantly felt a sense of relief. Then I shall take my leave, she said. Wait a moment. Unexpectedly, Ning Hongye called out to you, and then said to Qingwan, Qingwan, please step outside. I have some matters to discuss privately with Muge. In an instant, only 2 souls remained within the confines of the room. You have bestowed upon me treasures of unparalleled worth. I yearn to comprehend the reasons behind your extraordinary kindness towards me. She has always been clear in her affections, and grievances a drop of kindness shall surely be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. You're my fiancé, soon to become one. Why must we remain apart? You stepped forward, reaching out to remove the mask from her face. Ning Hongye felt an overwhelming tension coursing through her entire being. Yet, after a fleeting moment of hesitation, she refrained from declining. Soon, the breathtaking beauty of her exquisite visage reemerged once more. She has been a soldier since her youth. Her father told her that she is the sword of humanity, destined to endure the passions of men and women. She has never faltered in her resolve, and this time, she has never taken the marriage proposal to heart. Yet, in this moment, her feelings towards you have transformed into something uniquely profound. Allow me to share a secret with you. A profound agony flickered in Ning Hongye's beautiful eyes. Indeed, I did harm my father, but it was an act born out of necessity. The emperor, devoted to seeking immortality, has commanded the Zhuge army to venture beyond the realm, not for the purpose of expanding territories or recruiting talents. Instead, one should seek the fabled Isle of Penglai, where malevolent spirits roam and chaos reigns. My father was possessed by a malevolent spirit, losing his sanity. In desperation, I resorted to secret methods to subdue him. At this point, Ning Hongye's voice trembled slightly. You never anticipated such a reason. Unable to contain your curiosity, you inquired, then why do you not reveal the truth to vindicate your reputation? Firstly, it is to uphold my father's honor. Secondly, it is to seek matters that should remain undisclosed. Only the emperor, my father, and I are privy to this knowledge. All other soldiers are entirely unaware. Should this information be divulged? Upon hearing these words, one immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. The emperor, in his folly and tyranny, sacrificed the lives of countless innocent soldiers for his own selfish gain. Yet, should this information leak, it would undoubtedly be traced back to Ning Hongye, who would certainly face dire consequences for such a betrayal. She continued, to be with me will only bring you calamity. For once I have healed, I shall rise and rebel. She believes that you are either filled with trepidation or that you might reveal your true self to the king of the north. Little did you know, not only do you show no fear, but you burst into laughter instead. Miss Ning, if you intend to rise in rebellion, why not say so earlier? I, a humble shepherd, seek not for fame, yet I am willing to lend you a helping hand. Who dares to claim that a woman cannot ascend to the throne? Your words resonate with a thunderous clarity. Ning Hong smiled softly, a mere fleeting smile. Yet in that ephemeral moment of beauty, it surpasses countless joys of the mortal realm. Should I ascend to the throne as empress in years to come, I shall bestow upon you a title, side by side as kings, Ning and Mu, sharing dominion over the world. Ning Hong's affinity level has increased. You did not anticipate that your actions would directly earn you a favorability rating of 710. At this moment, Ning Hongye retrieved a tome from within his bosom. Your current combat prowess has considerably diminished. This is the ancestral treasure of the Ning family, the thunderous whisper technique of the spirit level, mid-grade. Take it back to contemplate. Should you encounter any perplexities, feel free to seek me out at any time. You discreetly conceal the secret and take your leave. As Ning Hong gazed upon his retreating figure, a flicker of light seemed to dance in her eyes. Who says a woman cannot ascend to the throne? How intriguing. I never anticipated he would utter such words. Could you be the person spoken of by my master? In her youth, she harbored within her the essence of a reincarnated celestial empress. Although the empress remained in a deep slumber for most of the time, prophecies foretold that she would encounter a fated benefactor. On the other side, you returned to your mansion, gazing at the yin-yang transformation pill in your hand, and promptly ingested it. Consequently, your cultivation ascended to the level of a third-tier warrior. Ding! The host ingests the elixir, transforming their physique into the innate yin-yang sacred body. A peculiar allure towards the extraordinary is enhanced by ninefold. The more exquisite the beauty of a woman, the more effortlessly she becomes captivated by the host. Should they unite, their cultivation can advance at an astonishing pace. Upon witnessing this, you are momentarily taken aback. Might as well abandon the title Yin-Yang Sacred Body and instead adopt the name Innate Dual Cultivation Sacred Body. Since your strength has been enhanced, it is now time to cultivate your techniques. You retrieved the thunderous whisper technique bestowed upon you by Ning Hongye and began to peruse its contents. Your left eye's dual pupils activated spontaneously, granting you an epiphany of divine insight, automatically deducing techniques for the host, compensating for deficiencies. Spirit Grade Superior Technique, Thunderclap Method. To the King Grade Superior Technique, Thunder Abyss Annihilation. You are currently limited to the foundational technique, the Celestial Thunder Flash, which enables you to traverse a distance of 100 zhang in the blink of an eye, wielding an immense offensive power. Do you possess the confidence to confront Xiao Junlin once more, even if the opponent is on par with the realm of mastery, thus possessing formidable strength? System. May I bestow the Thunder Prison's Annihilation upon Ning Hongye to trigger a return once again? Any treasures bestowed upon the host by the system are strictly forbidden to be activated. It seems that one cannot exploit the Bug 7. At that moment, Huang Peng entered the room, carrying a food tray for Jing Ji, yet she remained preoccupied with arranging her hair. You perceive a discrepancy. What troubles you? You lift your head in curiosity. Huang Peng hesitated for several seconds, yet ultimately proceeded as instructed. Before her, her delicately beautiful face was already swollen and bruised. What is happening? Who is responsible? You are enraged. You grasp your weapon and prepare to venture outside. It is the fourth master's concubine who has deliberately sought trouble, alleging that a gold hairpin worth 7 taels has gone missing, suspecting me of theft. She insists on searching my person, which I vehemently refuse. Consequently, she orders her servants to resort to violence. Fortunately, at a crucial moment, the guard Zhao Chongkong stepped forward to defend me. I consider myself fortunate, having only received a slap. However, the guard Zhao has suffered a broken arm and is currently recuperating in the rear courtyard. Your expression darkened, and you realize that the beating of Huang Li and Zhao Chongkong was not a mere coincidence, but rather a consequence of your own actions. The fourth young master was the illegitimate child of Xiao Junlin. Thus he commanded his concubine to torment Huang Li. You and Huang Li made your way to the back courtyard. A young man, around 20 years of age, lay upon a building, unable to cease his relentless coughing. Not only had he suffered a broken arm, but he also bore the grievous marks of considerable emaciation. Zhao Chongkong, having lost both parents in his childhood, was taken in by the royal manor and chosen to serve as a guard for the pastoral songs. Previously, the original master paid little heed to Zhao Chongkong. However, now that you possess the unparalleled you have suddenly discerned his remarkable qualities. Zhao Changkong's brow is sharp as a sword's edge, indicative of a sword-bone visage. Given the current lack of capable subordinates, he indeed presents a promising candidate for cultivation. Zhao, the guard, who exactly is it that has inflicted harm upon you? The one who inflicted harm upon me is Cato, the captain of the guards of the fourth prince, Xiao Chushan. He is a warrior of the fourth rank, and I am no match for him. Zhao Changkong, having suffered defeat, wears an expression of shame and self-reproach. Knowing who the other party is makes things much easier. You are certainly not one of those ninja turtles, who, despite their extraordinary abilities, choose to remain low-key and endure humiliation. Having just mastered the devastating technique of Thunder Abyss, you are in need of a living target. Zhao Changkong suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. He had believed that you were still a first-grade martial artist. At that moment, an abrupt and domineering female voice echoed from outside. That is the gold hairpin bestowed upon me by His Highness, worth 500 taels of silver. Today, I shall unearth the truth, even if it means stripping that little wretch of her garments. As soon as the words fell, the door was forcefully flung open, and a throng of people surged in. Leading the group was Qian Hezi, the concubine of the fourth young master, followed closely by a dozen or so bodyguards. Such audacity! You never anticipated that the other party would come knocking at your door. This is the territory of a young master. When did it become permissible for a mere maid to act so recklessly here? The ninth prince, Qian Hezi, was utterly astonished. She had never anticipated encountering you in the servants' quarters. At that moment, she found you remarkably handsome, far surpassing the fourth prince she had been attending to. A peculiar sentiment began to stir within her heart. Amidst the throngs, Kat slowly emerged. I only heeded the command of the fourth prince. He instructed me to search for the stolen gold hairpin. No one could obstruct my pursuit. You beheld, your gaze sharpening, drawing a line upon the ground. What do you call this existence? This is the residence of the prince. A transgression most unforgivable. Should anyone dare to cross this line, they shall face dire consequences. Upon hearing these words, Kat and his entourage of samurai appeared to have encountered the most absurd jest, their faces adorned with scornful expressions. In their eyes, although you had fortuitously triumphed over the crown prince yesterday, it was merely due to the crown prince's deliberate restraint of his own prowess. I have made my decision. What can you do about it? Cato charged straight forward. The prowess of a fourth-tier warrior swept across the arena. Zhao Changkong promptly raised his voice to offer a reminder. The capricious jester, struck down with a single blow, your divine essence remains unchanged, drawing forth the battle cry of destiny. The first move of the Thunder Abyss, Celestial Thunderbolt. In the next moment, a crimson line appeared on Kat's neck, followed by the sudden fall of his head. His body collapsed to the ground with a thunderous impact. Even I am unable to catch a single fly. The guard of the fourth brother is undeniably inept. You remain utterly indifferent, as if swatting away a mere fly. The guards of the fourth young master were left utterly speechless. Even Zhao Changkong and Huang Peng were taken aback. Shizuko suddenly sensed something amiss, and just as she contemplated making her escape, you swiftly obstruct her path, commanding her to halt. Who has granted you permission to leave? You have wronged the Oriole, accusing her of pilfering 7 golden hairpins, and you have struck her several times. If you wish to preserve your life, then kneel down and deliver 100 slaps to your own face. Shizuko never anticipated that the seemingly feeble ninth prince would possess such a resolute side. Ninth prince, I am but your fourth brother's concubine. How dare you treat me in this manner? She believed that invoking her powerful connections would prove effective. Who would have thought you would interrupt with such boldness, pointing a sharp finger at the ground where Cato lies? I dare to confront the shark. What else is there to fear? The words convey a piercing intent, rivaling that of seasoned warriors who have battled through countless years on the battlefield. Shizuko, terrified, fell to her knees, her strength giving way. In a moment of desperation, she began to disrobe, attempting to employ the allure of her beauty. Seeing this, you raise your right hand and slap down. Since you are unwilling to strike a blow, this young lord shall not hesitate to take your place. 100 slaps, not one less. Half an hour later, Qian Hezi's face had swollen to the size of Pig's head, leaving him no choice but to flee in disgrace. You wiped your hands and instructed, Huang Peng, gather some essentials for Guard Zhao. I shall make a visit to the residence of the fourth brother. Upon returning to her residence, Qianhezi promptly sought out the fourth young master to lodge her grievances. The guards, too, joined in the chorus of complaints, embellishing their tales with exaggerations and personal agendas. Does the ninth brother truly believe that marrying a female shark deity grants him the freedom to act as he pleases within the royal palace? Summon all my personal guards. I shall go and teach him a lesson. The fourth master is filled with fury. At that moment, a resounding shout echoed from outside. Fourth brother, there is no need for such formality. I have arrived. Your gaze swept across the assembly, ultimately resting upon the figure of fourth young master Xiao Chusheng. At this moment, the illusory divine power has revealed its vulnerabilities. Arrogance, gluttony, kidney deficiency, and the inadequacy of its stature. You find yourself at a loss for words, as your fourth brother seems to possess not a single virtue, while his shortcomings are so numerous that they could fill an entire panel. The fourth prince spoke first. In light of our brotherhood, I shall grant you an opportunity to acknowledge your wrongdoing. Immediately apologize to Qianhezi and surrender the Kirin golden armor bestowed upon you by our father, as well as the 9 revolutions elixir given to you by our elder brother as an act of contrition towards me. It seems as though you have heard an extraordinarily amusing jest. Fourth brother, you are mistaken. I am not here to offer apologies or seek forgiveness. Rather, I have come to administer your punishment. Upon the utterance of these words, all present were rendered speechless. On the abstract visage of Xiao Chusheng, there was an unmistakable expression of utter bewilderment. Ninth brother, have you lost your mind? It is you who has committed the act of violence. Yet why should I bear any blame? I do not instruct. The transgressions of my husband, the scheming of Qianhezi, is indeed a crime. Had it not been for your instigation, she would not have dared to act so audaciously in my residence. There is none. It was not my directive. Xiao Chusheng immediately felt a sense of joy. The root of the matter, indeed, lies in Xiao Junlin harboring resentment, seeking an opportunity to deal with Mu Ge. However, such affairs cannot be brought to light, and, coupled with his own culpability, he finds himself unable to openly discuss it. You adjusted your brows? Since it was not your command, it must be that Shihoko, in her role as a concubine, took matters into her own hands. Today she can claim that the Oriole has stolen a golden hairpin. Tomorrow she could just as easily accuse your mother of consorting with a rogue. Dare you insult my mother? Xiao Chusheng swung his fist towards you. He is a third-tier martial artist, having consumed rare herbs since childhood. Yet he has long been indulged in superficial beauty, ranking second to last among the 9 young lords in cultivation, surpassing only the former owner of this body. You do not flinch as he rushes towards you. Instead, you lift your foot and strike it forcefully against his face. Xiao Chusheng's corpulent body flew backward like a ball, bursting into tears uncontrollably. Throughout my life, no one had ever struck me. Ninth brother, how dare you? This is not over between us. In the next moment, 7 figures clad in black robes appeared within the mansion. Meanwhile, atop the courtyard wall 100 meters away, Ning Hongye and Qingjia were observing this scene from a distance. General, the pastoral song has encountered significant trouble. Should we intervene? Wait a moment. Ning Hong shook his head. Yet beneath the Azura mask, his eyes reflected an intense, uncontainable desire. He likely remains unaware of our presence here. Since he is so audacious, he ought to have a contingency plan. Then what if he lawns 7? Qing Wan inquired. Within the arena, tension crackled like a drawn sword. With but a single command from the fourth young master, 330 warriors would surge forth in unison. In such terrain, even a martial artist of the 5th rank, the Diamond Realm, would find it exceedingly difficult to escape unscathed. Such a possibility does not exist. Ning Hongye gazes at your silhouette with unwavering determination. I, Ning Hongye, shall ensure that my husband is a true dragon among men. How could he possibly meet such a premature fate? At this moment, you stand alone against 330 warriors, yet your expression remains unyielding. Slowly, you retrieve a tiger talisman from within your bosom. The Prince of the North has fathered 9 sons, yet the rightful heir remains unconfirmed. The competition among the 9 princes extends beyond their innate talents and prowess. It also encompasses the influence of their maternal clans. For instance, The mother of the Grand Prince Xiao Junlin is the daughter of the esteemed Wang Gu, who has bestowed countless elixirs. Xiao Chuxing's mother is the princess of Dongji Island, who brought with her numerous warriors from the island. The identity of the original protagonist's mother remains an enigma, her origins shrouded in mystery. Tragically, she passed away during childbirth, and her maternal family did not send anyone to attend to the matter. Consequently, in the eyes of the other princes, the original protagonist appears to be a vulnerable target, akin to a soft persimmon easily bullied. The moment you reveal the tiger talisman, everyone believes that your formidable backing is about to make its appearance. However, upon witnessing the scene, Xiao Chuxing appeared to have seized a significant advantage. Ninth brother, he exclaimed, you possess audacity beyond measure to dare pilfer the royal father's golden seal. You exclaimed, behold, this is not the imperial token of my father, but rather a gift from Miss Ning. Wielding this artifact is akin to having the commander-in-chief present, empowering me to summon the valiant soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army. Should you dare to lay a hand on me today, the 300,000 warriors of the Vermilion Bird shall march north, first to vanquish you, and then to lay waste to the eastern extremity isle. Xiao Chuxing was utterly frightened by your words, causing his legs to weaken and tremble. In the distance, the Azure Phoenix could not help but voice its complaints. General Ning, this pastoral song is indeed rather cunning. He must have long anticipated using the harmonious cards you provided to uphold the occasion. However, Ning Hongya merely shook his head. You underestimate him. Even with the sword at his side, he remains unwavering and composed throughout. The ancients would deem this as divine bravery. Upon hearing these words, Qingjia felt an overwhelming shock within. Could it be that he had been concealing the truth all along? Ning Hongye could discern her bewilderment. Regardless of the intentions behind Yugo, he stands with us for the time being. Within the mansion, you are seen holding the imperial talisman, and none dare to speak further. Previously, in the presence of Father, my fourth brother had promised to present me with a treasure of spiritual grade. It is now time for him to fulfill that promise. The fourth young master felt a wave of frustration within him as he summoned the luminous, night-illuminating Jade Lion. Soon, the subordinate brought forth a magnificent steed, a prized offering from the royal court. This horse possesses the ability to traverse 1,000 miles in a single day. It's worth being akin to a treasure of immense value. You exhibit no reservations, harboring a flicker of anticipation within. Should this steed be bestowed upon Ning Hongye, one wonders what recompense the system might bestow in return. Subsequently, you lead the Zhao Yusher away from the estate. The fourth young master gazed at your retreating figure with an intensity that was nothing short of ruthless. He immediately dispatched someone to contact Xiao Junlin, seeking a collaborative scheme to bring you down. Moments later, you arrive at the secluded residence of Ning Hongye. Ning Hong still wore her mask in the night. However, she seemed to be aware of your intentions. You have come to present me with a steed. Yet, I already possess a swift horse and require no other noble steeds. You are somewhat taken aback, not expecting her to be so well informed. If the treasure is not accepted, how then shall the system's return be activated? At that moment, Qing Jiachong 7 burst in, exclaiming, General, it is dire news. Your swift steed has been slaughtered. In the night, Ning Hong's phoenix eyes gleamed with intensity. The northern stronghold, the Golden Mansion, stood guarded with unwavering vigilance. As impregnable as a fortress, who would dare to intrude? Yet, it turned out to be merely a lone horse. It is said that several centurions within the Vermilion Bird Army were responsible for this. Ning Hongye promptly set off. You have also followed suit. Under the guidance of the enchanting Qingwan, you enter a tent adorned with the essence of camaraderie. Several centurions, indulging in wine and savoring succulent chicken, create an atmosphere brimming with exuberance. Upon witnessing this, Qing Jiao was filled with indignation. What audacity do you possess? Not only have you stolen General Ning's steed, the Wind Chaser, but you have also dared to partake in its spoils. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, those centurions rose to their feet. This steed, swift as the wind, is a gift bestowed upon you by General Ning. Yet, you have committed the heinous deeds of the Shark Father, a crime of utmost gravity. You are utterly unworthy to ride this noble creature. In an instant, the crowd was filled with righteous indignation. Upon hearing these words, Ning Hong chose silence, offering no explanations. Yet beneath her armor, her body trembled slightly. Despite the multitude of grievances and sorrows within her heart, at this moment, she found herself rendered speechless. With a resounding voice, I shout, and with a swift motion, I strike the leading centurion. Even the mightiest of kings cannot dare to bully the women of my pastoral realm. Do you believe yourselves worthy of such audacity? In an instant, the centurions were left in a state of astonishment. How could this be so different from the rumored inept ninth young master? Ning Hong's affection level, 25 in total. At that moment, the sound of the system notification echoed in your ears, and a sense of secret delight blossomed within you. Regarding the proud and haughty Ning Hongye, it seemed that no matter what precious gift was bestowed upon her, it would likely fail to touch her heart. The last time you garnered her favor was when you promised to assist her in raising an army for rebellion. Now, with your grandiose declarations, you have once again earned a commendable 75 points of affection. Yet, the group of disgruntled centurions remained unconvinced, hurling insults at one another. You have harmed our brethren. How shall we settle this score? You speak so much. Is it merely to provoke me into a confrontation? Come at me together, then. Upon uttering these words, the crowd surged forward, each one eager to engage. To become a centurion in the Zhuge army, one must possess the prowess of a third-tier warrior. Ning Hongye furrowed her brow, preparing to take action, but you preemptively plunged into the throng, unleashing the might of your indomitable dual pupils. With each strike, a foe was struck down with precision. In mere moments, the adversaries lay defeated upon ground. In the enchanting gaze of Pang Ning Hongye, a unique radiance blossomed. It appeared that you were even more profound than she had anticipated. At that moment, a round of applause resonated from behind the crowd. A middle-aged man stepped forth. "You are Mu Gu," he declared. "Indeed, you do not disappoint. However, this is the Zhuge army, and we cannot allow a mere junior to act recklessly." In the next instant, a formidable aura erupted from his being, revealing his mastery of the fifth rank of the Diamond Realm. You frowned slightly. Such prowess was indeed remarkable within the vast expanse of the Daxia, placing him among the ranks of the strong. Xiao Junlin, despite possessing a natural supreme bone and enduring over 2 decades of arduous cultivation, had only attained the 5th rank. Commander Hua, those centurions who lay prostrate on the ground regarded the newcomer as if they had encountered a savior. However, Ning Hongye addressed him with 7 honorifics. "Uncle Hua, what brings you here?" This individual, known as Hua, serves as a commander within the Zhuge army and is a trusted aide to the esteemed General Ning Xiong. Even the valiant Ning Hongye holds him in high regard. "General Ning, I am but an old soldier, unworthy of being addressed as uncle by you. However, a nation has its laws, and an army has its regulations. He has injured my subordinate, and today, an explanation must be provided." His words were articulated with such precision that they left Ning Hongye utterly unable to refute them. Yet you display not a shred of fear. "Commander Hua, you must stand up for your subordinates. I seek to avenge my fiancé. Then pray tell, how shall we resolve the matters of today? Why not adhere to the rules of the military? Since grievances cannot be resolved, ascend to the stage of life. Do you dare?" Upon uttering these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Once one steps onto the stage of life, it is inevitable that monumental grievances must be resolved, leading to a confrontation where only one shall prevail. The true intention of Hua Gang is not to eliminate you on the Shenglan platform, but rather to compel you to relinquish the Tiger Tally. In his perspective, it is utterly foolish for Ning Hongye to entrust such a precious token to you. "Very well, this young master has consented." You respond with a frosty smile. Hua Gang indeed serves as a whetstone, a means to test one's own limits. You ascended to the stage of life. As Hua Gang unsheathed his battle spear, the speed at which he struck was astonishing. Yet you had already perfected the art of Thunder Prison. Familiar with every nuance of Hua Gang's techniques, you discerned all transformations and vulnerabilities. In the face of the overwhelming shadows, you effortlessly evaded each assault. In contrast, Hua Gang, after a series of relentless assaults, found himself breathless and panting. "Why do you only know how to evade? Are you too afraid to confront me, Heaton?" Despite his years of experience in the field, This was the first time he encountered such an eccentric opponent, who seemed to evade him with perfect timing each time. At that very moment, he grasped the battle cry, and his entire demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. It was as though he had merged with the surrounding world, exuding an overwhelming force that swept toward you with the unstoppable might of a tempest. You no longer evade. Drawing forth your battle horn, you unleash the celestial thunderbolt. The lightning flickers, rending the heavens asunder. Before the spectacle, Huagang's momentum shatters in an instant. You pressed against Huagang's neck, merely grazing the skin without claiming his life. Why do you not strike me? Huagang's face was as pale as ash. According to the customs of the lawn stage, there was no reason for him to leave alive. Unexpectedly, you spoke. You are a warrior. Even if you were Lan, you should not linger here. The battlefield is your ultimate abode. Upon hearing these words, Huagang trembled all over. He knelt on one knee, expressing his respect. Ninth young master, it was I, Hua, who acted disrespectfully and offended both you and the young lady. Since you have spared my life, from this day forth, I am willing to atone for my sins by serving valiantly on the battlefield. Seeing this, the several hundred captains who had previously caused a disturbance found themselves momentarily speechless. After a prolonged hesitation, they ultimately approached Ning Hongye, their words laden with deceit. After Ning Hongye allowed them to descend and receive their lean punishment, she turned her gaze towards you. Have you previously studied the art of thunderous roar? Moreover, the technique you just executed appears to have undergone some refinement. She surmises that you must have acquired the martial arts and enlisted the formidable experts of the Wang residence to dissect and enhance it, never considering the possibility that it was solely your own creation. However, you have not elucidated the origins of my technique. Indeed, my method is undoubtedly more formidable than yours. Would you like to learn it? You are willing to teach me. Ning Hongye was astonished. You smiled softly, calling me my lord. Upon hearing these words, Ning Hongye remained silent and coldly turned away. This woman is indeed quite capricious. You shake your head in resignation. Just now, you merely wish to gauge her response, but since she has declined, so be it. Little did one know that Ning Hongye turned away, fearing that you might glimpse the blush upon her cheeks and the shyness reflected in her eyes. Even if you are unwilling to call him your lord, you might as well accept that radiant, night-illuminating jade lion. After all, you no longer possess a steed of war. Ning Hong nodded in the night. The host bestows upon the child the luminous jade lion of the night, triggering rewards. 100-fold return. Royal grade, superior, spiritual beast. Cloud-treading dragon steed, possessing the ancient fire dragon's snow veins. Able to traverse the void, breathing forth flames that scorch the heavens. Traveling 3,000 miles in a single day. Shall it be extracted immediately? You feel a surge of excitement within. The spiritual beast possesses consciousness, and once subdued, it can assist in battle. Its combat prowess may rival that of a 7th-tier master warrior. Immediately, you contemplate returning to capture the spiritual beast. After exchanging a brief farewell, you prepare to depart. At that moment, a celestial and ethereal female voice suddenly resonated within Ning Hongye's consciousness. Chapter 15. Not even the supreme deity can bully the woman of Xiao Yang. With a resounding slap, the centurion, caught completely off guard, was sent flying several meters. Blood seeping from the corner of his mouth and several teeth shattered. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The remaining few quickly became wary. They had not anticipated Xiao Yang's sudden aggression. Despicable. You wretched brat. How dare you resort to a sneak attack? I was careless. Just now the beaten centurion protested defiantly. Are you ready now? Xiao Yang advanced step by step, raising his right hand once more. What? Do you still wish to? Before the man could finish his sentence, Xiao Yang struck him again, sending him into unconsciousness with a violent twist of his head. Oomph. What elite troops of the Vermilion Bird Army. They are nothing but this. Xiao Yang remarked incisively. This declaration incited the ire of the remaining individuals present. What are you trying to portray, brat? He is the weakest among us. I could easily subdue you with just one hand. Moreover, this is our Vermilion Bird Army-S camp. How dare you, an outsider, run rampant here? If you wish to live, leave immediately. The centurions drew their swords. blades glinting ominously. They were all hot-headed soldiers, and regardless of Xiao Yang's identity, their anger would not spare even a prince. A bunch of fools. Xiao Yang retorted angrily. Let me make it clear. Not only is this camp mine, but this entire city belongs to the Xiao family. Furthermore, the woman you just insulted is not only the general of the Vermilion Bird Army, but also my fiancée. Not even the supreme deity can bully the woman of Xiao Yang. His words resonated powerfully throughout the space, leaving the centurions momentarily dumbfounded. They had not expected Xiao Yang to possess such courage and fierce protectiveness over his beloved, so starkly contrasting the rumors of the useless ninth young master. Ding! Ning Hongya's favorability 5, total 25. At that moment, Xiao Yang heard the system's notification chime in his ear. Another gamble won, he thought, filled with quiet delight. For a proud individual like Ning Hongya, no precious gift could likely sway her heart. The last time he gained favorability was by agreeing to assist her in rebellion. Now, with his bold declarations, he had garnered an additional 5 points. However, the centurions remained obstinate, cursing in frustration. Ninth young master, even so, you've injured our brother. How will you account for this? You shall not leave the camp without an explanation today. Xiao Yang regarded them coldly, proudly declaring, "You've said so much merely to provoke me into a fight. Then come forth. Let me have a taste of your strength." A muscular man stepped forward. "Gotsi, you just went to indulge in the pleasures of the night yesterday, and are now drained. You should spare yourself the embarrassment. Let me take this one." Another interjected. "Pansy, you may lead troops well, but when it comes to fighting, you are but a novice." In that moment, they began bickering over who would take the chance to battle. Enough of this bickering. Xiao Yang furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping across the arena, and spoke, "I am pressed for time. You may all come at me together." What? Upon hearing this, the centurions were infuriated. To be appointed as centurions in the Zhuge army, they were all third-tier martial artists. Having braved life and death on the battlefield, their combat prowess far surpassing that of ordinary warriors. At this moment, Xiao Yang's challenge to face many at once was a tremendous affront, utterly disregarding their capabilities. "You insolent fool! How dare you underestimate us? Let us unite and defend the honor of the Zhuge army." The centurions, incensed, drew their swords and charged at Xiao Yang from all directions. Not far away, Ning Hongya's brows knitted tightly, ready to intervene. Yet, Xiao Yang acted first, plunging into the crowd while simultaneously activating the power of invincible heavy eyes. In an instant, the speed of his adversaries appeared excruciatingly slow, akin to a tortoise's crawl, revealing vulnerabilities everywhere. Bang! 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 With each punch, one adversary after another was struck down. Within mere breaths, all opponents lay defeated, wailing in agony, stripped of their fighting spirit. Is this the power of the heavy eyes? How monstrous! Xiao Yang marveled inwardly. This was his first time utilizing the ability in actual combat. In a realm of equals, he was truly invincible. No wonder this talent belonged to one of imperial lineage. Beside him, Ning Hongya's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. If she were to intervene, subduing these centurions would be trivial. Yet, Xiao Yang, merely a third-tier martial artist, triumphed with such ease. It seems her fiancé concealed far more than she had anticipated. Clap, clap, clap. Just then, applause erupted from behind the crowd. A middle-aged man in armor, exuding an imposing presence without a trace of anger, stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Yang. "You are Xiao Yang? Truly remarkable. However, this is the Zhuge army, and we shall not allow a mere youth to run amok here." Boom! In the next instant, he unleashed a formidable aura from within, his skin radiating brilliance, resembling a golden Buddha. Fifth-tier diamond realm. Xiao Yang's bro furoet. This level of strength was indeed among the elite in the entire Great Xia. His physique, tempered through countless trials, his bones refined like fine iron, impervious to blade or spear. This was the essence of diamond. His elder brother, Xiao Junlin, possessed innate supreme bones, and after over 20 years of arduous training, he had only reached 5th tier. This middle-aged man before him must be of considerable stature. Commander Hua, the centurions, who had been knocked down, looked upon him as a savior. "Uncle Hua, what brings you here?" Ning Hongye addressed him with respect. This man, named Hua Gang, was the commander of the Zhuge army. Though not the most formidable in cultivation, he had once been a loyal soldier to General Ning Xiong in his youth, earning immense respect. Even Ning Hongye held him in high regard. "General Ning, I am but an old soldier and do not deserve the title of uncle from you. However, even if Xiao Yang is the 9th son of the northern border king and your fiancé, the nation has its laws and the army has its regulations. He has injured my subordinate, and I must demand an explanation today. If the old general were still alive, he would surely agree with me." This statement from Hua Gang was impeccably articulated, leaving Ning Hongye with no room for rebuttal. "Captain Hua, you must stand up for your subordinate, and I must seek vengeance for my fiancé, Xiao Yang inquired. Perhaps we should adhere to the military's regulations. If the grievances cannot be resolved, let us ascend the life and death platform. Do you dare?" Hua Gang's voice was stern. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The life and death platform, it not only determines superiority, but also seals fates. Once one steps onto the life and death platform, it is certain that the enmity is profound, and one must fight to the death. "Captain Hua, you are a 5th-rank martial artist. This is exceedingly excessive," Qing Wan protested. Yet Hua Gang retorted, "I am not forcing Xiao Yang to accept. If he is afraid, he may choose to retreat, but from this day forth, he shall never set foot in the Zhuge army camp again and must surrender the tiger tally and golden seal. The Zhuge army venerates the strong and will not heed the commands of the weak." This was Hua Gang's true intention. He did not aim to kill Xiao Yang on the life and death platform. Rather, he sought to compel him to relinquish the tiger tally. After all, in his view, it was utterly frivolous for Ning Hongye to entrust such a precious token to Xiao Yang. Was it merely a matter of ascending the life and death platform? However, in the next moment, Xiao Yang not only displayed no fear, but also ignited a fierce fighting spirit within his eyes. Very well, this young master agrees. Chapter 16. Could he truly be a genius? Upon witnessing Xiao Yang accept the challenge, astonishment spread across the faces of all present. What a jest! Even if his cultivation was remarkable enough to defeat those centurions. Vanquishing the formidable commander Hua Gang of the 5th rank in the Golden Body realm was nothing short of a fantasy. "Xiao Yang, do not be overconfident. It would be wise to surrender the tiger tally and retreat," Qing Wan urged earnestly. Though Ning Hongye remained silent, his sentiments echoed the same. Should he ascend the life and death stage, while survival was not entirely impossible, it was indeed exceedingly bleak. Throughout history, there has been no first among scholars and no second among warriors. The distinction of strength can only be established through combat. Filled with unwavering confidence and exuding an air of superiority, Xiao Yang appeared to regard everyone with disdain. In truth, his acceptance of this life and death battle stemmed from careful contemplation rather than a mere impulse. Previously, when he dispatched Cato and effortlessly bested the centurions, he had faced opponents too feeble, winning with ease. Yet Hua Gang was a true powerhouse. Xiao Yang intended to use Hua Gang as a sharpening stone to hone his own abilities. "Young Master Jiao, do you speak with sincerity?" Hua Gang inquired once more. "Indeed. Come, let us engage." Xiao Yang beckoned him with a gesture of his hand. Such audacity, a young calf unafraid of the tiger. "Then let us ascend the life and death stage together." Hua Gang strode out of the tent with resolute steps, traversing several hundred meters until he arrived at an ancient arena. The ground was expansive, scarred with the marks of blades and axes, stained with mottled blood. For countless generations, innumerable warriors had shed their blood upon this ground. "Look, Commander Hua is about to engage in a life and death battle. Who possesses such boldness to challenge Commander Hua?" It is said to be the fiancé of General Ning, the young master from the northern town prince's residence. A young gentleman, untouched by the battlefield, dares to duel Commander Hua? Is he not akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly unaware of his own limitations? Many soldiers of the Zhuge army gathered to witness the spectacle, chattering amongst themselves. Yet public sentiment overwhelmingly favored Hua Gang. "Young Master Jiao." At that moment, Hua Gang stood upon the life and death stage, gazing towards Xiao Yang from afar. I'm a 5th-rank martial artist proficient in the Thunderblade technique, which I have mastered to perfection. I shall not take advantage of you. I will grant you 3 moves. No need. Xiao Yang shook his head, speaking with utmost seriousness. Commander Hua, you may strike first. Otherwise, I fear that should I make my move, you may fall before me. He was not exaggerating. Previously, Ning Hong Yi had gifted him the Thunder Blade technique, which had transformed into the royal-level martial art, the Thunder Prison Annihilation Blade, under the influence of his twin pupils. And he had also mastered the first move, the Heavenly Thunder Flash. However, the power of the Heavenly Thunder Flash was so immense that it could be deemed a finishing move. Yet, to the ears of others, this statement sounded like mere mockery. Arrogant wretch. Hua Gang's fury ignited in an instant. His eyes bloodshot as an overwhelming aura erupted from within him. I joined the military at the age of 16, fighting alongside General Ning across the lands, my blade stained with blood, having slain countless foes. And you, a mere child, dare to look down upon me. No sooner had he finished speaking, Clang, Hua Gang unsheathed his battle blade, striking forth with a swing that sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards Xiao Yang with astonishing speed. So swift, Xiao Yang was secretly astonished. This Hua Gang was indeed worthy of being a 5th-tier martial artist, far exceeding the strength of those 100-man commanders, even leaving afterimages in midair. However, having perfected the Thunder Prison Annihilation Blade, he was intimately familiar with Hua Gang's techniques, easily discerning every change and weakness. With a slight shift of his body, Xiao Yang effortlessly evaded the attack. Consider yourself fortunate. Come, receive another strike from me. Hua Gang, having missed his initial blow, launched a renewed assault, his strikes coming faster than the last. In that moment, the death arena was filled with a flurry of blade shadows. Truly, Hua Gang was formidable. Such an onslaught could have dismembered that young man into pieces, leaving him to an agonizing fate. The onlookers from his UK army were filled with exhilaration. Yet to everyone's surprise, confronted with the overwhelming barrage of blade shadows, Xiao Yang employed the same tactics, deftly dodging as agile as an eel. Not only did he avoid injury, but even the hem of his clothing remained unscathed. In stark contrast, Hua Gang, after his relentless attacks, was indeed left panting, seemingly the one at a disadvantage. Why do you only know how to evade, young man? Do you dare not confront me head-on? Hua Gang felt utterly frustrated, as if his techniques had been completely deciphered by his opponent, rendering him powerless. After so many years in his line of work, it was the first time he encountered such an unusual adversary. Commander Hua, your strikes are lacking in force. Your footwork sluggish, and none of your techniques are commendable. You have greatly disappointed me. Do you have any hidden skills left? Do not hesitate to show them. Xiao Yang Bichladed, his mastery of the royal-level Thunder Prison Annihilation Blade, an upgraded version of the Thunder Blade technique, was nearing perfection. Observing Hua Gang's swordplay felt akin to a university professor watching an elementary student tackle advanced math problems, with flaws aplenty. Hua Gang was enraged, feeling as though his dignity as a martial artist had been trampled upon. You insolent brat, since you're courting death, let me show you my true prowess. In the next moment, he grasped his battle blade, and his entire demeanor transformed, as if he had fused with the very essence of the world around him. Thunder Blade technique. He bellowed, unleashing a force capable of shattering all in its path, sweeping toward Xiao Yang. Heavens, if the blade's might! Commander Hua had indeed comprehended such profundity. It seemed a breakthrough into the 6th tier was imminent. Even if that young man possessed 10 lives, it would not suffice. The elite members of the UK army watched with eager eyes, electrified with excitement, convinced that Xiao Yang was doomed. Yet, far from feeling fear, Xiao Yang's fighting spirit soared. Commander Hua, allow me to teach you what true Thunderblade technique is. In the next instant, he drew his battle blade and directly executed the Heavenly Thunder Flash. With a crackle, lightning flickered, tearing through the sky. Before this strike, Hua Gang's formidable blade force-shattered instantaneously, collapsing under the pressure of their respective tiers. How could he possibly be this strong? It's over. My life is forfeit. Hua Gang instantly perceived the vast chasm between them, feeling as though he had wasted decades of his life, and he lost all will to resist, closing his eyes to accept his fate. In the next moment, the cold blade pressed against Hua Gang's neck. At the crucial moment, however, Xiao Yang withdrew his force, merely grazing the skin of the neck without claiming his life. Good heavens! Commander Hua has actually been defeated? Someone pinch me. Surely this cannot be an illusion. The elite troops of the Zhuge army present were all incredulous. Why? Did you not kill me? Hua Gang's face turned ashen, his lips quivering as he could not help but gaze at Xiao Yang. According to the rules of the life and death platform, there was no reason for him to leave alive. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yang spoke. The Green Mountains are forever the resting place of loyal souls. Why should one be wrapped in horsehide for burial? Commander Hua, you are a warrior. Even in death, you should not perish here. The battlefield is your ultimate destiny. Upon hearing these words, Hua Gang trembled all over. The notion of loyal souls buried in Green Mountains and being wrapped in horsehide. He had never encountered such exquisite poetry before, and yet it emanated from the lips of a princely scion. Suddenly, with a thud, Commander Hua knelt on one knee, respectfully proclaiming, "Ninth young master, I was indeed disrespectful earlier, having offended you and the young lady. Since you have spared my life, I am willing to atone for my sins and die valiantly on the battlefield from this day forth. Commander Hua, there is no need for such formality. Rise." Xiao Yang assisted him to his feet, and together they descended from the life and death platform. Commander, the several centurions who had previously caused the disturbance hurriedly gathered around, their expressions a mixture of complexity, momentarily at a loss for words. "You'll owe General Ning an apology," Hua Gang stated gravely. They hesitated for a moment, but ultimately approached Ning Hongye. "General Ning, we apologize. We were wrong to harm your horse. Please, feel free to punish us. 100 strokes of the rod and demotion to foot soldiers." Ning Hongye coldly declared. "Yes, we are willing to accept the punishment." The centurions nodded in agreement as they were escorted away by the guards. Subsequently, Ning Hongye turned her gaze toward Xiao Yang, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a unique brilliance. She had imparted the Thunderblade technique to Xiao Yang, and in no time he had mastered it, seemingly even improving upon the final move. Could it be that he is truly a genius? Chapter 17. The Evaluation of the Female Immortal Emperor. 100-fold return, the Black Dragon Steed of Cloud Treading. Impossible. Ning Hongye shook her head once more, casting that thought from her mind. The Thunderblade technique is a family heirloom of the Ning clan, refined through countless masters. Classified as a superior spirit-level martial art, a rarity even in the Great Xia. Yet, how could Xiao Yang, merely a third-grade warrior, have the qualifications to refine it? But how then did he manage to defeat Commander Hua? Why did you show mercy to Commander Hua just now? Ninth young master. Qing Wan, Ning Hongye's loyal guard, could not restrain her curiosity. Witnessing Ning Hongye's humiliation, she was filled with indignation, wishing to eliminate those troublemakers. Xiao Yang explained, "Though the actions of those 100-man captains and Commander Hua were excessive, they are not irredeemably guilty. They have been deceived by that treacherous emperor. Their unrest stems from their unwavering loyalty to General Ning. In the future, once they learn the truth, they will only pledge even greater loyalty to us." Upon hearing this, Qing Wan suddenly understood, silently lamenting that the ninth young master was indeed quite astute. Xiao Yang. At this moment, Ning Hongye could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Have you learned the Thunderblade technique before? The moves you just executed seem to have undergone some refinement." To her, there existed a possibility that the Northern King S. Manor had already acquired the manual of the Thunderblade technique, and perhaps a powerful figure from the manor had personally refined it for the young masteress study. Only thus could all that had transpired be explained. "Indeed, my blade techniques are superior. Would you care to learn?" Xiao Yang did not divulge the origins of his technique, but instead posed a rhetorical question. "Would you be willing to teach me?" Ning Hongye was astonished. Naturally, she desired to learn, but if it were a refinement from the royal manor, it was unlikely to be shared. "Call me husband, and I shall teach you," Xiao Yang replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ning Hongye did not respond and coldly turned away. This woman is truly proud. Xiao Yang shook his head in exasperation. His words had merely been a test, and since she did not agree, he let it be. Little did he know, Ning Hongye turned away out of fear that he might catch sight of the blush on her cheeks and the shyness in her eyes. Even if you refuse to call me husband, surely you will accept the Xiao Jade Lion, for you currently have no steed. Xiao Yang continued. Very well. Ning Hongye noted. Ding. The host grants the Xiao Jade Lion, triggering a reward. 100-fold return. A royal grade superior spirit beast. The Black Dragon Steed of Cloud Treading. Also known as the Heavenly River Patrol, possessing the bloodline of an ancient fire dragon. Able to traverse the void as if walking on level ground, capable of spewing flames that scorch the heavens, traveling 3,000 miles in a day. Shall it be extracted immediately? A royal grade spirit beast. What a treasure! Xiao Yang felt a surge of excitement within. Previously, he had acquired the royal grade divine weapon, the Xianlin Wanlong armor. Yet that was merely a defensive treasure. In contrast, spirit beasts possess consciousness. Once tamed, they can assist in battle, their combat power likely rivaling that of a 7th grade master warrior. Miss Ning, now that the troubles here have been resolved, I shall take my leave. Xiao Yang, unable to contain his eagerness to return and extract the spirit beast, turned and departed. At that moment, a transcendent and ethereal female voice resonated within Ning Hongye's consciousness. Disciple, this young man is extraordinary. Ning Hongye was taken aback. Master, have you awakened? 3 years prior, she had inadvertently wandered into a battlefield of deities and demons, where she encountered the lingering soul of an ancient female immortal emperor, who subsequently resided within her, leading her to take her as a mentor. However, a month ago, her father, Ning Xiong, succumbed to madness and unleashed a reign of terror. In a critical moment, the immortal emperor intervened, vanquishing Ning Xiong, but subsequently fell into slumber. Despite her fervent calls, there had been no response. Yet today, she had unexpectedly awakened. Disciple, your betrothed possesses an elusive aura, transcending the 3 realms and unbound by the 5 elements. Even I cannot fathom it. Yet that strike he executed moments ago was intriguing. The immortal emperor remarked. What do you mean by that? Ning Hongye inquired, intrigued. He is like a dragon, and his blade bears the weight of judgment. The immortal emperor assessed, adding, I will need to slumber for an extended period. I had some concerns. However, now that you have found such a husband, I can rest easy. Master you. The mention of the word husband stirred ripples within Ning Hongye's heart. Meanwhile, on another front, Xiao Yang returned to his estate, ensuring no one was around. System, I wish to summon the Cloudstrider Black Dragon Steed. With a flash of light, a magnificent black horse materialized before him. Its robust body and elongated limbs were adorned with a lustrous black coat, towering over the Xiao Jade Lion. What a splendid steed! Xiao Yang marveled, but the moment he beheld the horse's head, he could not suppress a chuckle. The imposing black stallion bore an uncanny resemblance to the famous artifact, known as the galloping horse treading on a flying swallow. Its expression comically distorted in mouth agape. It appeared exceptionally amusing, akin to a comedic character. What magnificent horse, yet it has such a peculiar head. Xiao Yang mused, then grasped the horse's back, attempting to mount it for a ride. However, the Cloudstrider Black Dragon Steed was decidedly unruly. With a mere shake, it dislodged Xiao Yang and even let out a snort. It cast a haughty glance at him, as if to say, you think you can ride me? Damn, this horse is quite the temperament. Xiao Yang undeteret continued his attempts to tame it, making repeated efforts to mount, only to face failure each time. Big Black, behave. Black brother, grant me a favor. Black Lord, I beseech you, just let me ride once. As the day wore on, Xiao Yang was drenched in sweat, having tried various methods, procuring the finest feed, and employing both coercion and persuasion. Yet he could not successfully mount the horse. Spiritual beasts possess awareness and obey the strong. Currently, Xiao Yang was merely a 3rd-tier martial artist, while this Cloudstrider Black Dragon Steed was a royal-grade spirit beast, fully matured. Although the system had granted it to Xiao Yang, it was reluctant to acknowledge him as its master. Ultimately, he had no choice but to concede and summon the maid, Huang Li. Young master, what a magnificent horse! Huang Li exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Upon noticing Huang Li, The previously lethargic Cloudstrider Black Dragon steed seemed to perk up slightly. This is my newly acquired horse. Please take it to the stable and ensure it is well cared for, Xiao Yang instructed. Yes, young master. Wang Li Nuda. In the depths of the night, within the grand estate of the eldest prince. Elder brother, the ninth prince has gone too far. The fourth prince burst in, seething with rage as he reported to the eldest prince, Xiao Junlin. The ninth prince has slain my guard, exiled my concubine, and even dared to strike my face with the golden seal of the Zhuke army. Who's he think he is? Merely a sycophant, offering his own eyes to curry favor with that female fiend, Ning Hongye, in exchange for these benefits. But I cannot endure this indignity. He must be dealt with severely and made to pay a bloody price. Chapter 18. The Heart-Piercing Blood Curse. Do you have any last words to convey? Look at you. So anxious. Xiao Junlin lifted a steaming cup of tea, savoring it leisurely, a serene smile gracing his lips. Elder brother, they're slapping my face right in front of me. How can I not be anxious? The fourth young master stamped his feet in frustration. Despite his numerous flaws, being lecherous and indolent, he was still the heir of the Northern Lord and had never endured such humiliation. That brat Xiao Yang merely relied on the formidable support of the female assassin Ning Hongye. He was indignant. Lu Shui summoned Ghost Hand. Xiao Junlin commanded his strategist, Lu Shui, who stood not far away. Moments later, the ominous figure clad in black robes, Ghost Hand, entered, performing a respectful bow. Greetings, your highnesses. Isn't this the one who helped Old Ninth with his eye? The fourth young master inquired, puzzled. He was aware that Xiao Junlin had gathered 3,000 retainers, each a unique individual. Among them were the Goom masters from Miaojiang, capable of casting curses from afar, and the puppet masters from the Hunter Refinement sect, who could craft puppets indistinguishable from real beings, with the most formidable puppets possessing the strength of a master. Ghost Hand, how have you executed the task I entrusted to you? Xiao Junlin suddenly inquired. Reporting to your highness, it was a resounding success. Ghost Hand replied, a sycophantic smile adorning his face. While extracting Xiao Yang's spirit eye, I seized the opportunity to cast the heart-piercing blood curse. Now, he is like a lamb waiting for slaughter, completely at my mercy. Upon hearing this, the fourth young master's eyes gleamed with excitement. The heart-piercing blood curse. That is indeed a forbidden technique of the witch sect. Once unleashed, the afflicted will endure excruciating pain, as if 1,000 needles were piercing through their bones and veins, leaving them in unbearable agony. If they forcefully exert their strength, their very flesh will shatter and their bones will crumble. Elder brother, you are truly remarkable. You had already ensnared that brat during the eye exchange. Quickly, let Ghost Hand unleash the blood curse. The fourth young master urged eagerly, desperate to witness Xiao Yang's torment as a means of venting his pent-up resentment. Proceed, Xiao Junlin commanded. No sooner had he spoken than Ghost Hand extended his withered hands, murmuring incantations as he began to cast the spell. Heart-piercing blood curse, swift. Soon, a dark crimson light surged forth from his brow, slicing through the air and hurtling toward Xiao Yang's residence. Your highnesses, now that the blood curse has been activated, Xiao Yang will endure the agony of having his bones extracted and his heart pierced. This curse has no remedy. After 81 days, he shall meet his demise. Moreover, it is shrouded in secrecy, so even if the Astronomical Bureau investigates the corpse, they will not trace it back to us. Ghost Hand elaborated his confidence evident. Excellent. A reward of 100 taels of gold. Xiao Junlin waved his hand generously. Ghost Hand accepted the reward and withdrew. Fourth brother, that Xiao Yang publicly humiliated me. I not only intend to eliminate him, but also to strip him of everything he possesses and expel him from the royal residence. Xiao Junlin gritted his teeth, his gaze filled with malice. Elder brother, he is currently a sycophant to Ning Hongye, backed by the Zhuke army. Moreover, unbeknownst to what arcane arts he has mastered, it appears that he has engaged in a dual cultivation with that grotesque Ning Hongye, resulting in an astonishing surge in his prowess, rendering even my guards incapable of matching him. The fourth young master wore a troubled expression. He yearned to deal with Xiao Yang. Yet he presently lacked the strength to do so. Fear not, for I have long devised a plan. Xiao Junlin revealed a sinister smile. Next month marks the annual Qingyun examination, an event in which all the young masters of the royal household must participate. Xiao Yang has languished at the bottom for 9 years. Should he find himself once again in last place, we shall petition our father to strip him of his title and banish him to the borders. Thus, he shall no longer be a young master, and his union with Ning Hongye will naturally be rendered void. Upon hearing this, the fourth young master felt a twitch in his eyelid, his heart racing. Such ruthless tactics. His elder brother intends to eradicate Xiao Yang, leaving him without a grave. He secretly felt fortunate to be aligned with Xiao Junlin, otherwise he would be unaware of how he might be ensnared. Meanwhile, within the residence of the ninth young master, Xiao Yang sat cross-legged, diligently cultivating. Though his strength had surged to the third grade Qi realm through the acquisition of the Yin-Yang creation pill, a feat equivalent to decades of arduous training for an average person, he understood that regular practice remained indispensable. Otherwise, an overly rapid ascent in realm would destabilize his foundation, leading to a mismatch between comprehension and power, ultimately proving detrimental. Suddenly, a beam of crimson light shot forth, seeking to penetrate his brow. With a start, Xiao Yang's eyes flew open. Ding! The system detects an intrusion by the witchcraft curse. The host possesses the sacred body of Yin-Yang creation, capable of purifying all malevolence. In the next instant, a radiant glow emanated from Xiao Yang, akin to the sun in the sky, instantly dissipating the bloodlight into nothingness. System, can you identify the source of the curse? Xiao Yang inquired silently. Affirmative. The adversary is located 2,000 meters to your southeast, currently moving towards the royal palace. Very well. Xiao Yang promptly rose, donned the dragon scale armor, and slipped away from the palace under the cover of night. A brief while later, within an unassuming courtyard, with 100 taels of gold, I can venture to the black market to procure the severed limbs of formidable warriors, allowing me to refine a flawless 5th-grade copper corpse. The ghost hand murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with delight. Bang! Suddenly, the courtyard door was thrust open. Who goes there? The ghost hand immediately turned alert, only to be met by the sight of a handsome young man entering, his elegant demeanor enhanced by the moonlight, exuding an air of mystique. What a splendidly beautiful youth in this murky world. Ninth young master, what brings you here? The ghost hand gasped in astonishment, his eyes narrowing into slits, radiating a cold glint. I have come to take your life. Xiao Yang did not conceal his intentions, gripping the blade at his waist and advancing step by step. Ha ha ha. The ghost hand, however, let out a raucous laugh. Ninth young master, you are truly deluded. I have practiced witchcraft for decades, my power equivalent to the 5th grade, and I have cast a curse upon you. How do you intend to kill me? As he spoke, he immediately began to chant, invoking the heart-piercing blood curse. The blood curse has taken effect within 3 seconds. You shall find yourself unable to seek life or death. With an air of arrogance, the ghost hand commenced a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Yet, to his astonishment, when the countdown concluded, Xiao Yang exhibited no signs of pain and continued to advance, now merely 10 steps away from him. This distance marked the lethal line for a martial artist. Impossible. The ghost hand's expression shifted drastically. Disbelief etched across his face, once afflicted by the blood curse. Even the most erudite scholar of the Confucian temple could not dispel it in such a brief span. How did you manage this, brat? Fool. Xiao Yang cast him a disdainful glance, drawing his blade from his waist, the edge poised menacingly at his throat. Speak. Do you have any final words to convey? Chapter 19. The Lanting Poetry Gathering, the most beautiful one. Even when confronted with a blade, the ghost hand remained unfazed. Ninth young master, you're merely a 3rd-tier warrior. Attempting to face me alone is a grave underestimation. Blood fiend, 9 abyss soul devour. Suddenly, the ghost hand bit his tongue, swiftly drawing a spell with his own essence. Boom! In the air, a crimson skeleton emerged, carrying with it a stench of blood and the wails of vengeful spirits. charging fiercely towards the nearby Xiao Yang. This technique was also a forbidden art of the shaman sect, requiring a sacrifice of 10 years of life. It was rumored that a shaman king had once unleashed this spell to annihilate an entire city. Ninth young master, your demise is imminent. The ghost hand exclaimed with excitement. He believed that at such close proximity, Xiao Yang could not possibly escape. Yet, Xiao Yang had no intention of fleeing. Instead, he stepped forward to meet the blood-red skeleton head-on. Dragon-S Fury Resonance. In the next moment, a golden light erupted from him, activating the divine power of the Xianlin 10,000 dragon armor, absorbing the attack and transforming it into an illusory, true dragon for retaliation. Boom! From the void, a dragon shadow shot forth, instantly shattering the crimson skeleton. With residual force, it struck the ghost hand. Bang! The ghost hand was sent flying, tracing a parabolic arc before collapsing to the ground like a lifeless dog, barely clinging to life. How? How is this possible? The ghost hand was incredulous. Was it said that the ninth young master of the Northern King S Mansion was a worthless failure? How could he conceal such strength? Meanwhile, Xiao Yang maintained an expression of calm, as if it were only natural. With my 6 divine garments and the resurrection armor, how could I possibly lose? In truth, he had his own strategy. The ghost hand, being a 5th-tier practitioner, could have easily escaped had he been intent on doing so. However, Xiao Yang deliberately feigned weakness to instill in the ghost hand a false sense of security, allowing him to believe he could kill Xiao Yang, and then use the Xianlin 10,000 dragon armor to counterattack, inflicting severe damage. Since you have no final words, prepare to meet your end. Xiao Yang readied his blade. Wait, ninth young master, spare my life. I am willing to be your dog. I can act as an informant for the great young master. The ghost hand quickly pleaded for mercy. Too late. Xiao Yang shook his head, unwilling to trust such a treacherous individual. Yet, he suddenly smiled and said, How about this? You toss a copper coin, and if it lands upright, I shall spare you. What? At these words, the ghost hand's expression turned more grotesque than if he had ingested excrement. Was he being toyed with? Yet, with no other options, he pulled out a copper coin and tossed it into the air. Clatter! The coin rolled on the ground, and to his astonishment, it truly embedded itself into a crevice, standing upright. It stands! It stands! The ghost hand exclaimed, his excitement surpassing that of a lottery winner. Bang! However, in the next moment, Xiao Yang stepped on the coin, crushing it flat. Apologies, but it has fallen again. It seems the heavens do not favor you. Following this, Xiao Yang slashed with his blade, the light glimmering. Whoosh! A red line appeared across the ghost hand's neck. Blood gushed forth, and his head fell to the ground. Xiao Yang sheathed his blade and departed into the night. The following morning, at the Great Young Master's residence. Your Highness, it is grave news. The strategist Lu Xiao hurriedly entered the hall, reporting. Last night, Ghost Hand was attacked at home, and the body was dismembered. Who could be responsible? Inquired Xiao Junlin. It remains unclear. There were no eyewitnesses at the scene, but the assailant employed the Thunder Blade technique, indicating a skilled individual from the Vermilion Bird Army. Lu Xiao responded. Oh, Xiao Junlin raised an eyebrow. He was not particularly concerned about losing a retainer, yet the involvement of the Vermilion Bird Army, combined with Ghost Hand's activation of the heart-piercing blood curse last night, clearly suggested that the intent was to protect Xiao Yang. Simultaneously, it served as a warning from afar. TSK, TSK. It appears my 9th brother has indeed secured the favor of Ning Hongya. Could it be that he does not mind the company of that ugly creature and has shared a chamber with her? Xiao Junlin murmured to himself. Your Highness, with Xiao Yang backed by the Vermilion Bird Army, it may not be wise to confront him with force. Lu Xiao cautioned. No matter, I possess my own means. Xiao Junlin replied with a cold smile. If brute force fails, then we shall resort to subtler tactics. Let my 2nd brother handle this. When it comes to killing without shedding blood, it is indeed the learned who excel. Your Highness is truly astute. Lu Xiao's eyes brightened, as if a thought had struck him, and he immediately offered a compliment. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang was diligently practicing in his residence, contemplating which brother to visit for some autumnal favors and to request spiritual treasures. Suddenly, Huangli knocked on the door. Young master. The maid Xiao from the second young master's residence has come to request an audience. Let her in. Xiao Yang instructed. Shortly thereafter, a tall maid entered. She was adorned in a pale yellow palace gown that accentuated her graceful figure, appearing a few years older than Huang Li, exuding an alluring femininity. In terms of beauty, she was undoubtedly a rare gem, with bright eyes and a charming smile. I pay my respects to the ninth young master. Chuya bowed respectfully, then gracefully presented a card with her delicate hand. Tonight, my lord will host the Lanting Poetry Gathering, having invited talented scholars from the 4 northern states. It promises to be a splendid affair, and we hope the ninth young master will grace us with his presence. Xiao Yang gazed at the invitation, its gilded edges and silk base signifying opulence. The mere material was worth dozens of taels of silver, equivalent to several years' earnings for an ordinary citizen, thus highlighting its extravagance. He reflected on his memories of the second young master. His mother hailed from a wealthy family in Jiangnan and was a disciple of the sage from the Confucian temple. It was said that when Xiao Ziwen was born, a meteor streaked across the sky and fell to the royal residence, earning him the title of the literary star descended to earth. Unlike martial practitioners, Xiao Ziwen dedicated himself to the study of classical texts from a young age. Following the Confucian path, with his extraordinary talent, he had now attained the 5th rank of cultivation. The 5th rank of Confucianism signifies the realm of the gentleman. Words can protect oneself, and poetry can shape the landscape. As the saying goes, a gentleman engages in discourse rather than resorting to violence. Martial practitioners often regard Confucians as mere talkers, while Confucians view martial artists as uncouth and pedestrian. Pursuing the Confucian path requires not only wealth and resources, but also social standing, making it quite rare. It is typically the elite who have the opportunity to study, with common folk seldom afforded such chances. Thank you for your kind invitation, second brother, but I have no interest in poetry gatherings. Xiao Yang politely declined, shaking his head. He recalled that the second prince, Xiao Ziwen, was fond of indulging in refined elegance, composing poetry and engaging in literary exchanges, particularly in the presence of charming ladies. However, in Xiao Yang's eyes, witnessing a group of literati flattering one another was far less entertaining than observing stray dogs brawl on the roadside. The ninth prince, His Highness has stated that if you are willing to attend the Lanting Poetry Gathering, he shall immediately bestow upon you the promised Yue Wu military treatise. Otherwise, you shall be left waiting for a year and a half, Chuya added. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow. The Yue Wu military treatise was a precious treasure of spiritual grade, left behind by the famed General Yu Wu 500 years ago. It was said that mastering the strategies within could enable one to dominate a region and hunt in the Central Plains. Although Xiao Yang had no use for it himself, it would undoubtedly be a boon for Ning Hongye, who was preparing to rebel. Its value far surpassed that of other divine weapons. Very well, I shall attend. Xiao Yang accepted the invitation. Just then, Chuya seemed to recall something and spoke again. By the way, ninth prince, the most beautiful woman from our 4 northern states will also be in attendance tonight. Chapter 20. Women only influence the speed at which I draw my sword. Who is the most beautiful woman in the 4 northern states? Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback. The original owner had spent years within the royal palace, oblivious to affairs beyond its walls, thus lacking any impression in this regard. It must be Yen Ruyu from the Jixia Academy. Hyuya, Somelhat astonishe baisil yang es ignoranje, began to elucidate. Yen Ryu was not only an unparalleled beauty, but also an accomplished master of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. At merely 20 years of age, she had already garnered fame across the realm. Furthermore, she was the first female sage in 1,000 years at the Jixia Academy, attracting suitors in droves. Yet, none of those admirers could compare to our prince. Recently, the prince lavishly spent to acquire the personal character of a 7th-grade sage to present to Miss Yen, who reciprocated with a fragrant sachet. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang's expression turned peculiar. It appeared that his younger brother was quite the romantic, utterly captivated. The personal character of a 7th-grade sage, imbued with profound principles, was a rare treasure beyond monetary value. In contrast, the sachet she gifted in return, though not particularly valuable, had left Xiao Ziwen enraptured. Was this not akin to modern-day gold diggers? Yet, Xiao Yang found himself intrigued by this female sage. What extraordinary allure did she possess? He wondered how her beauty compared to Ning Hongye's. As evening fell at Lanting, which lay several miles outside the city amidst a picturesque garden filled with rare trees and winding streams, the son of the Sword State's governor, Wei Wuji, arrived. The grandson of the Qing State's inspector, Gong Sun Ming, arrived. A disciple of the sage of letters, Wang Shiji, arrived. The idle scion of the Langia Academy arrived. The poet laureate, Liu Changqing, arrived. The second young master, Xiao Ziwen, hosted a poetry gathering, with esteemed guests filling the hall, illuminated by brilliant lights. Countless luxurious carriages approached from every direction. The four northern states, Jianzhou, Qingzhou, Sangzhou, and Jingzhou, though nominally under the jurisdiction of a northern king, were each governed by different powers. Among those invited today were the scions of nobility and renowned literary talents from these four states. Amidst the gathering, Xiao Yang entered Lanting alone, without any attendants, maintaining a low profile. As it was his first attendance at a poetry gathering, few recognized him. However, his striking features and graceful demeanor, enhanced by the transformative effects of the yin-yang creation elixir, made him stand out like a firefly in the night. What a handsome young man! Alas, he wears an eye patch. Could he be injured? The crowd buzzed with speculation, some unmarried ladies blushing and casting flirtatious glances his way. Nevertheless, Xiao Yang held little interest in them. Women only served to impede the speed at which I draw my sword. Brother, I have never encountered such a dashing figure. He is even more handsome than I am post-bath. Suddenly, a rotund man in splendid attire rushed to Xiao Yang's side. He wore a smile that, while affable, lacked any hint of insincerity, exuding a charmingly naive demeanor that made him seem exceptionally approachable. May I ask who you are? Great Xia Yang. I am Ma Wentai, hailing from the Ma family of Sangzhou. He introduced himself. Oh, Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow, taken aback. The Ma family was renowned as the wealthiest in Sangzhou, controlling the salt and iron trade, as well as shipping routes, amassing a fortune that was the envy of the region. It was said that half of Sangzhou's military funding was supplied by the Ma family. Although merchants in the Great Xia held a lowly status, the Ma family had risen to such prominence that they could be deemed the lords of half the province. As the son of Sangzhou's richest man, Ma Wentai was certainly no ordinary individual. Ah, so you're a brother, Ma. But considering Sangzhou is over 1,000 miles from Shuilong Pass, what brings you here? Xiao Yang asked. Buzlet. Ma Wentai suddenly lowered his voice, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Of course, I received a pigeon message from the second young master, summoning us to come and teach the ninth young master a good lesson. I set off before dawn, changing horses 3 times along the way. My rear end feels as if it might fall apart. I hurried as best I could and thankfully arrived on time. Xiao Yang maintained a calm fa while subtly probing. And what do you mean by that? Not only me, but a significant number of these distinguished guests have received the second young master's directive. It is said that the ninth young master has allied himself with that female fiend of the Zhuge army, showing utter disregard for his elder brothers, acting with impunity. Such a boorish individual surely knows nothing of poetry or the arts. Today, let us expose his shortcomings at the poetry gathering and bring him to shame. Ma Wentai laughed et artidi. Goodness, these literati are quite scheming. Xiao Yang thought to himself, realizing that this was a banquet aimed squarely at him. By the way, my friend, you carry yourself with such grace. Your lineage must be remarkable. Pray, what is your identity? Ma Wentai inquired. Well, Xiao Yang pondered for a moment before whimsically responding. You may call me Mr. Xiao, the ninth celestial star. Ma Wentai expressait de mille surprises. Coming from a family of merchants and being well-informed, he had never heard of this ninth celestial star and was unaware of the influence or following it might possess. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Look, Miss Yen has arrived. Miss? She is a renowned teacher from the Jixia Academy. She is so beautiful. To catch a glimpse of Miss Yen, even from far, makes our visit worthwhile. Xiao Yang followed the gazes of the crowd outside. In his line of sight appeared a woman of ethereal grace. She appeared to be in her early 20s, adorned in a celestial robe, her garments flowing without a breeze, embellished with intricate patterns of sages. She rode in on a white deer, her entrance far more spectacular than any Ferrari of the past. Her enchanting visage, with captivating eyes and a face like a peach blossom, radiated an alluring charm with every smile and frown, possessing both a sacred and seductive aura. She was the perfect embodiment of beauty. Beneath her flowing skirt, her delicate feet were revealed, the toes glistening like 10 exquisite grapes. So exquisite. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Instantly, the hall was filled with the sound of countless people swallowing in awe. Many pretentious literary figures could hardly resist a slight bow, suppressing their unease, fearful of losing composure in public. What could this be but a top-tier enchantress? Xiao Yang could not help but exclaim, "My dear fellow, you are unaware." Beside him, Ma Wentai wiped away his saliva and began to elucidate. It is said that Miss Yin possesses an innate charm, destined to be a consort in the imperial court. However, she entered the Confucian temple at a young age to study the classics, devoted to the path of virtue, and has never been embroiled in scandal. Yet, there are whispers that her unique constitution allows for a significant enhancement of one's cultivation upon union with her, which accounts for her immense popularity. Understanding this, Xiao Yang nodded and discreetly activated the divine ability of his heavy pupil, breaking illusions, directed towards the distant Yen Ryu. Target: Yen Ryu, innate yin-yang sacred body, in attractiveness to the opposite sex 100, born with seductive charm. A beauty that brings calamity. Weakness 1, clear voice. Weakness 2, delicate form. Weakness 3, easily overpowered. Chapter 21. The weakness of Yen Ryu, the infatuated second brother. Gentle voice. Supple form, easily toppled. This system seems rather frivolous, does it not? How can these be considered weaknesses? They're simply exhilarating to men. Weakness 4, seeking fame and reputation. Upon reading the last line, Xiao Yang felt a stir within. It appears that this female scholar, Yen Ryu, is not a celestial being untouched by the mundane. She, too, possesses the full spectrum of human emotions. At that moment, Yen Ryu had already mounted her white deer and entered the Lanting Pavilion. Her gaze, like a clear spring, swept across the gathering. The attendees, however, dared not meet her eyes, feeling shameful and fearing they might tarnish the beauty before them. In contrast, Xiao Yang remained unfazed, openly admiring her. He acknowledged that Yen Ryu was indeed a rare beauty. Yet when compared to his fiancée, Ning Hongye, she seemed to fall somewhat short. Suddenly, Yen Ryu noticed his gaze and turned to him, momentarily taken aback. What a handsome young man! As a female scholar of the Jixia Academy, she had encountered countless talented youths. Yet, the presence of Xiao Yang stirred feelings within her that were entirely novel, causing her steadfast heart to flutter. Even her alluring figure, coveted by many men, began to warm. Endowed with natural charm and a remarkable physique, she was a product of dual cultivation. Coincidentally, Xiao Yang had consumed the yin-yang transformation pill, granting him a unique constitution. Thus, he held an immense allure for her, akin to the attraction between yin and yang, instinctively drawing her closer. Tap, tap, tap. In the next moment, Yen Ryu dismounted from the white deer, gracefully advancing towards Xiao Yang with measured steps. "Xiao brother, look! Miss Yen is approaching me," Ma Wentai exclaimed, brimming with excitement, his plump face alight with joy. "Last time in Sangzhou, I had the fortune of gifting her a statue of the white jade guanyin. Could be that she remembers me?" He intended to greet her. However, Yen Ryu elegantly bypassed Ma Wentai, enveloped in a fragrant aura as she approached Xiao Yang, her eyes sparkling with allure. "Esteemed young sir, I am Yen Ryu. A pleasure to make your acquaintance." She performed a graceful bow, slightly inclining her waist. Xiao Yang then noticed that although her visage was pure and untouchable, her figure was undeniably enticing, with curves that resembled ripe peaches, almost tempting one to transgress. Even clad in loose white garments, her striking form could not be concealed. It would be more fitting to name her Yin Yurong. "Young sir, you seem rather unfamiliar. I have not seen you before. Which family do you belong to?" Yen Ryu inquired again, her enchanting eyes fixed on Xiao Yang, casting a subtle glance his way, exuding charm. Witnessing this scene, the multitude of literary scholars present felt a surge of envy and resentment, their eyes turning crimson. Who is this fellow that has captured the attention of the celestial beauty? Is it merely his handsome appearance? This is a poetry gathering hosted by the second young master, filled with esteemed scholars, and no place for the unworthy. They had never encountered such an individual before. Surely he must have sneaked in without an invitation. Many voices clamored for his expulsion, though they could never reach the goddess. At least they held onto a flicker of hope in their hearts. What if one day she were to lose her sight and find herself attracted to me? Yet, should rumors truly circulate about the goddess, their dreams would shatter. Miss Yin, I am, just as Xiao Yang was about to reveal his alias. Miss Yin, you have finally arrived. How is it that you are with my ninth brother? At that moment, the second young master, Xiao Ziwen, hurriedly approached, accompanied by several elegantly dressed youths, evidently of noble birth. Your ninth brother? Yin Ruyu expressed mild surprise and then turned to Xiao Yang, inquiring, could it be that you are the ninth son of the Northern Protector, Xiao Yang? Indeed, it is I, Xiao Yang nodded. Upon hearing this, the onlookers were taken aback. Was it not said that the ninth son was unruly, indifferent to his elders, having struck the eldest and the fourth sons? It was presumed he would be a fearsome and unattractive individual, yet he appeared remarkably handsome. You're the ninth son? Not far away. Ma Wentai stared at Xiao Yang, his voice trembling, unable to articulate his thoughts. Is this not Mr. Jiuyao Xiao? How has he transformed into the ninth son of the Northern Protector? Ironically, he had mistakenly regarded Xiao Yang as one of his own and inadvertently revealed the second young master's scheme. Xiao Yang noticed this and turned to him with a grin, which only heightened Ma Wentai's trepidation. This royal household is filled with intricate schemes. I yearn to return home. Fairy Yin, it has scarcely been a few days since our last meeting, yet you seem even more radiant. It is no wonder you are hailed as the most beautiful in the northern realm, and indeed, the most renowned in the Great Xia. The second young master, Xiao Ziwen, spoke with earnest admiration, his tone unreservedly revealing his intentions. Your Highness, you flatter me, Yin Ruyu replied with a gentle smile, though she made no overtures. She captivated Xiao Ziwen entirely. By the way, Fairy Yin, this is a protective talisman consecrated by the abbot of Tianlong Temple. It calms the mind, wards off malevolent spirits, and prevents the birth of inner demons. I specially sought it for you. I hope you will accept it. With that, Xiao Ziwen produced a yellow talisman from his sleeve, its surface shimmering with a solemn and grand aura. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their murmurs growing. The abbot of Tianlong Temple is an 8th-tier powerhouse, and for him to personally consecrate it, the second young master wields significant influence. Today, we have truly witnessed something remarkable. The second young master is utterly devoted. In his pursuit of Fairy Yin, he has spared no expense. Goodness, second brother, even the likes of Fei Yangyang and Haixiuhu cannot compare to your ability to flatter. Xiao Yang mused internally. Previously, the second brother presented a life character from 7th-tier scholar, and now he offers a protective talisman from the abbot of Tianlong Temple. A veritable fortune. No reward without effort. Second young master, this gift is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Yin Ryu politely declined. Yet, her demeanor and attire, both innocent and alluring, were enough to ensnare any man. Fairy Yin, you must accept it. It is a token of my sincere affection. If you refuse, I shall shatter this item. The second young master insisted. Then let us do it this way. Yin Ruyu's eyes sparkled as she suddenly picked up the talisman and glanced toward Xiao Yang. For many years, I have resided in the academy, finding no need for a talisman. Instead, since the 9th young master is stationed at the frontier, I shall graciously offer this charm to you as a token of goodwill. With that, she gently placed the talisman into Xiao Yang's palm. Her delicate jade-like fingers were exquisite, reminiscent of fine porcelain, stirring emotions within one's heart. Yet, while Xiao Yang wore a cheerful smile, turmoil brewed within him. My dear young lady, what game are you playing? Are you attempting to incite enmity and make me a thorn in the side of the second young master? Out of the corner of his eye, he furtively glanced at the second young master, Xiao Ziwen. As expected, Xiao Ziwen's eyes were aflame with rage, fixated on Xiao Yang. However, his ire did not stem from the loss of the precious talisman, but for another reason altogether. Damn it! That scoundrel ninth brother has had the audacity to touch Fairy Yan's delicate hand. I have pursued her for so long. Not even a single hair has graced my fingers. I cannot allow this to stand. I must find a way to grasp ninth brother's hand and inhale the fragrance of Fairy Yan. Chapter 22. 3 Steps to Poetry. With Fairy Yan's melodious performance, Xiao Yang was blissfully unaware of his elder brother's ulterior motives. At that moment, he felt somewhat awkward as Yen Ruyu, after bestowing upon him a jade pendant, did not withdraw her delicate hand but instead held it firmly. Her gaze was dreamy, her cheeks flushed, and her body swayed inadvertently, as if she were reveling in an exquisite experience. What on earth is making you blush? Xiao Yang found himself momentarily stunned. After all, they were amidst a crowd, with the second young master and numerous literary talents observing. Could it be that she possesses some peculiar trait that makes her more exhilarated in the presence of many? Oh, how delightful! Meanwhile, Yen Ruyu appeared utterly entranced, feeling a profound sense of comfort in her connection with Xiao Yang, as the latent energies within her stirred with anticipation. Ahem! Xiao Yang cleared his throat. Miss Yen, might you consider releasing my hand? Upon hearing this, Yen Ruyu realized her indiscretion. Like a startled creature, she withdrew her jade hand, yet her beautiful eyes remained steadfastly fixed upon Xiao Yang, almost shimmering with intensity. Fairy Yen, since everyone is gathered, shall we commence the poetry gathering? Xiao Ziwen hastily suggested. His intention behind this gathering was twofold: to curry favor with Fairy Yen and to humiliate Xiao Yang. Now that it seemed Fairy Yen had taken an interest in the ninth brother, he felt compelled to intensify his efforts. After all, the ninth brother was but a rough martial man, incapable of crafting poetry, certainly not the type to captivate someone like Fairy Yen. Let us adhere to the second young master as proposal. Yet, I wonder what the theme of today as poetry gathering will be. Yen Ruyu inquired. Xiao Ziwen, eager to flatter, replied, Fairy Yen, with your beauty that eclipses the moon and shames the flowers, why not have each of us compose a poem in your honor, celebrating your exquisite visage? As soon as he uttered these words, several of his companions immediately applauded in approval. Excellent. The second young master is indeed astute. It is our privilege to write poetry for Fairy Yen. Xiao Ziwen believed he had successfully ingratiated himself, yet Yen Ruyu slightly furrowed her brow, feeling displeased. In truth, Xiao Ziwen, with his refined demeanor and status as the second son of the Duke of Beibei, embodied the ideal suitor in the eyes of countless women. Alas, he was but a sycophant. Women often perceive that the more one fawns and flatters, the less they regard such individuals. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me, Ma Wentai, to break the ice. Suddenly, Ma Wentai stepped forward, swaying his head as he began to recite. The fairy is truly beautiful, her face like a blooming flower. Her eyes are large and bright, praised by all when she ventures out. Upon hearing these lines, many in attendance erupted in laughter, finding Ma Wentai's juvenile verse utterly lacking in finesse. Yet, Ma Wentai was unperturbed. Instead, he smiled broadly and bowed. I humbly present this. This rotund fellow was indeed amusing. Xiao Yang observed him discreetly. Though he was the son of the wealthiest man in Sangzhou, at this soir, he filled with nobility. He ranked among the lowest, taking the last seat. However, his willingness to cast aside shame and embrace the role of a jester revealed a character of considerable depth. Subsequently, the son of the governor of Jianzhou, the grandson of the inspector of Qingzhou, and the disciples of the sage of letters, all illustrious talents, began to compose poetry for Yen Ruyu. However, they were mere embellishments, meant to complement the second young master, Xiao Ziwen, and naturally, they dared not showcase their skills, resulting in verses that adhered strictly to convention. At last, it was Xiao Ziwen's turn. He inexplicably produced a folding fan, snapping it open with a flourish, seizing the initiative. Bright as the moon, glistening as autumn waters, with a smile that bewitches 100 charms, one grin can intoxicate 1,000 sorrows. Xiao Ziwen gazed at Yen Ruyu, reciting with deep affection. his fervent gaze almost overly sentimental, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Ori, the second young master, truly is a reincarnation of the literary star. Such eloquence befits a top scholar. A match made in heaven with the enchanting Yen. The audience erupted in applause, some even beginning to cheer. Yet, Yen Ryu remained indifferent to his poem, her beautiful eyes fixed on Xiao Yang, filled with tender affection, casting him meaningful glances. How infuriating! What does he possess that I lack? Xiao Ziwang's face twisted in fury, barely able to contain his rage. Mianwile, Xiao Yang, having heard his brother's poem, merely shook his head with a sigh. Is this it? To him, the poetry of this world was akin to trivial verses from his past life, utterly worthless. Brother, do you disdain my poetry? Xiao Ziwang, seeking confrontation, demanded an explanation. Not at all. Xiao Yang shook his head. After all, he had come tonight to seek spiritual treasures and was reluctant to confront his elder brother directly. However, Xiao Ziwang had other intentions and pressed on. Brother, everyone has composed verses for the enchanting Yen. It is now your turn. Brother, I am but a rough man, unversed in the art of poetry. Xiao Yang politely ditslined. His response took the crowd by surprise. Previously, they had heard of the ninth young master's arrogance, having brazenly slapped the faces of the first and fourth young masters. Yet now he was so humbly self-deprecating. Yet, Xiao Ziwang was not satisfied. If he could not publicly humiliate Xiao Yang, how could he vent his frustration? Brother, we made a pact. If you compose a poem at once, this ancient treatise, The Art of War by Yu Wu, shall be yours. Xiao Ziwang produced a time-worn volume from his bosom, a military treatise left by the renowned General Yu Wu centuries ago. Very well, since you insist, I shall comply. Xiao Yang nodded. He had intended to remain low-key, but since Xiao Ziwang was determined to provoke him, he would not hold back. Xiao Ziwang and the other talents exchanged knowing sneers. In their view, even if Xiao Yang could enhance his prowess with Ning Hongye's assistance in a short time, literary talent could not be faked. A person of mediocre aptitude, regardless of how many miraculous elixirs he consumed, could not produce exquisite verses. Once Xiao Yang spoke, he would surely embarrass himself and become a laughingstock, earning Yen Ryu's disdain. Ninth young master, since you wish to compose poetry for a lady, allow me to play the flute to accompany you. Yen Ryu suddenly interjected. Play the flute to accompany? Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback, initially believing he had misheard. Could the enchanting Yen Xianzi truly possess such playful talents? Yet in the next instant, he beheld Yen Ryu producing a vibrant green bamboo flute, her delicate lips parting as she began to play. The haunting melody resonated throughout the venue, weaving a tapestry of sound. It was said that Yen Xianzi excelled in both the Guqin and the Xiao, and today, we are indeed fortunate. Some attendees marveled at the performance. It was then that Xiao Yang realized he had misjudged the situation. God, do not dawdle. Delaying is not an option. I shall grant you no more than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, urged Xiao Ziwan. No need for such a lengthy wait. I have already composed my poem. Xiao Yang replied confidently. Upon hearing this, the assembly of talented scholars was taken aback. Even they required considerable time to craft their verses. How could one expect to produce poetry on a whim? However, Xiao Ziwen dismissed the notion, believing his younger brother's abilities to be so rudimentary that his poem would likely fall short of even Ma Wentai's standards. Suddenly, Xiao Yang stepped forward, reciting, clothes and fission garments. Flores imagine beauty. What? Upon hearing the opening line, the previously mocking scholars immediately silenced their laughter. With resolute determination, Xiao Yang stepped forward again, proclaiming, the spring breeze caresses the railing, the dew glistens thickly. As these words were spoken, the crowd's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. In Yen Ruyu's beautiful eyes, an unprecedented brilliance ignited, causing her heart to race. With another decisive step, Xiao Yang's presence surged, reminiscent of a poetic immortal from centuries past, his voice resonating through the heavens. Had we not met atop the Mount of Many Jewels, we might have encountered one another beneath the moonlight of the Yao Terrace. Chapter 23. This poem is dedicated to my fiancé. Silence. The entire venue was enveloped in profound stillness, a deathly quiet. Everyone was entranced, savoring the exquisite beauty of the poem. Splendid. Suddenly, a talented scholar slammed the table in admiration. The clouds yearn to become her garments. The flowers aspire to mirror her beauty, like the dewy peonies caressed by the gentle spring breeze by the pavilion of fragrant incense. If not for the celestial maidens of the Jade Mountain, one could only hope to encounter a goddess beneath the moonlit Yao Terrace. This poem is truly remarkable. Throughout the 8 centuries of the Great Xia Dynasty, there have been no verses that so profoundly praise a beauty. Once this poem emerged, it would reign supreme across the realm, echoing for a millennium. To think that the obscure ninth son possesses such poetic talent, leaving us all in awe. In that moment, the gathered literary talents expressed their astonishment. Although they had conspired to make Xiao Yang appear foolish tonight, his poetic genius utterly captivated them, compelling their admiration. The ninth son's literary prowess undoubtedly ranks him as the foremost in the 4 provinces of the Northern Territory. At this juncture, Yen Ruyu approached Xiao Yang, extending her delicate hand to entwine with his arm, her alluring form pressed closely against him. The allure in her gaze nearly overflowed, as her address for Xiao Yang shifted from ninth son to ninth young master. The softness and warmth of her presence evoked envy among the onlookers. Damn it! In that moment, Xiao Ziwen's eyes turned crimson, and his envy boiled over. He never anticipated that his meticulously planned Lanting poetry gathering would instead allow his younger brother to shine so brightly. Amidst the crowd, a general remarked, "This woman, this so-called female scholar, is nothing but a shameless seductress. With her flute playing and affectionate gestures, she clearly seeks to entice Xiao Yang." Qing Wan could not contain her disdain. Yet beside her, Ning Hongye remained silent. Despite hailing from a family renowned for martial prowess, Ning Hongye had nurtured a love for literature since childhood, and thus found herself intrigued by the Lanting poetry gathering. Disguised as middle-aged men, both she and Qing Wan blended seamlessly into the crowd, their ordinary appearances drawing no undue attention. Little did they expect to witness Xiao Yang composing poetry for Yen Ruyu. She had not anticipated that her fiancé was, in fact, a scholarly prodigy. Yet, at that moment, an indescribable feeling, akin to the sourness of unripe plums, began to stir within her heart. Am I feeling jealous? Just then, Yen Ruyu embraced Xiao Yang tightly, her face blooming like a peach blossom, and with a gentle smile, she said, "Thank you, ninth young master, for composing this poem for me." It was not that she lacked modesty, but rather that her excitement overtook her. Yen Ruyu's dream was to be remembered through the ages, to leave a mark on history, not only as the first female scholar, but also as the first female sage. However, the path was fraught with challenges. For centuries, the learned had been as numerous as the stars, yet only a select few could attain the status of sage, immortalized in the Confucian temple to receive the veneration of future generations. Now, a shortcut lay before her. This timeless masterpiece, penned by Xiao Yang for her, was destined to endure, ensuring that even a millennium hence, her beauty would still be remembered. How could she resist the allure of such everlasting fame? "Miss Yen, you misunderstand. This poem was not composed for you," Xiao Yang coldly asserted as he pushed her aside. "What?" Yen Ruyu exclaimed in astonishment, unable to restrain her curiosity. "Then for whom was it written?" "My fiancé, Ning Hongye." Xiao Yang's words were nothing short of shocking. Instantly, the crowd erupted in disbelief. Is this some kind of jest? Ning Hongye is a ruthless killer, known for her merciless deeds, slaughtering entire cities and even her own father. It is said she would use her enemies' heads as vessels for wine, consuming the flesh of 3 children in a single meal. Rumor has it she has disfigured herself, appearing utterly grotesque, forced to wear a mask to conceal her visage. Such an unsightly woman does not deserve to be associated with such an exquisite verse. It is a disgrace to literature. The literary elite lamented, their voices filled with anguish. From a distance, Qing Wan fumed with indignation. "General, how dare they tarnish your name? I shall go and silence their insolence." "There's no need," Ning Hongye interjected, It is unnecessary to waste breath on a host of petty scholars. At that moment, Yin Ruyu inquired once more, Xiao Yang, it seems you hold a deep affection for your fiancé, As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Ziwen interjected, Fairy Yin. You are unaware. Not long ago, Ning Hongya injured her left eye, and in an attempt to curry favor, Jiu Di even sacrificed his own spiritual eye. He believed this would lead Yin Ruyu to perceive Xiao Yang as a sycophant, thus diminishing her regard for him. However, to his astonishment, Yin Ruyu gazed at Xiao Yang with tender eyes. Xiao Yang, I had no idea that you possess not only remarkable literary talent, but also a heart so devoted. It is truly moving. I wish to chronicle your story for posterity to revere. By heavens! Hearing this, Xiao Ziwen could not contain his frustration. This was far from what he had anticipated. No, Fairy Yin was so reserved, so pure, like a pristine flower upon the lofty peaks. This could not be her true intent. Surely, Jiu Di had ensnared her with some enchantment. Jiu Di, you possess an audacity most brazen, daring to plagiarize my verses. Suddenly, Xiao Ziwen seemed to lose his composure, his eyes ablaze with fury as he bellowed. What are you doing? Why are you shouting so loudly? Xiao Yang was taken aback, then retorted, Second brother, have you lost your wits? You make baseless accusations. Do you possess any evidence? That poem is my creation, documented in the first volume of the Ziwen Poetry Collection, witnessed by many talented individuals present. Do you not agree? Xiao Ziwen countered, and, cowed by his status, several in attendance could only nod in acquiescence. Second brother, you truly surpass my expectations in your lack of shame. Xiao Yang shook his head in disbelief. Yu Long, I believe in you. Yin Ryu grasped his hand tightly, her gaze shimmering with unspoken allure. Damn it! Witnessing this scene, Xiao Ziwen's fury intensified, and he gritted his teeth, declaring, Jiu Di, if you wish to prove your innocence, then compose another poem on the spot, one that is no less remarkable than the last. He comprehended the profound significance of the timeless verse he had just composed. For an ordinary individual, crafting such a piece would be a lifetime source of pride. To aspire to create a second within a brief span of time was as arduous as scaling the heavens. Not just one, but 10 would be within his grasp. Xiao Yang brimmed with confidence. Was he jesting? His mind was a repository of cultural treasures from his past life, potent enough to revolutionize the poetic realm of this world. However, Xiao Ziwen felt a twinge of uncertainty and interjected, to prevent any further plagiarism of others' verses, I shall provide the theme. You must create on the spot. Very well. Xiao Yang replied, undeterred. On this night, with the moon shining brightly, let us choose the moon as our subject. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow. Xiao Ziwen mistakenly believed he was confounded, unaware that the abundance of choices left him at a loss for which poem to select. Bring forth the wine. Prepare the ink and brush. Xiao Yang declared with grandeur, Tonight, I shall dazzle you all. Chapter 24. A Feast of Wine and Poetry. All Saints resound. Upon hearing these words, none dared to act, fearful of drawing too close to Xiao Yang, lest the second young master harbor resentment. The ninth young master. At this moment, however, Ma Wenkai, despite the pressure, hurried over and filled a cup with exquisite wine. Let the young lady grind the ink. Yin Ryu stepped towards an inkstone, extending her delicate hand to commence the grinding process. With a brush of exceptional skill, she infused fragrance into the air with the elegance of her red sleeves. Subsequently, Xiao Yang began to write with a flourish, magnificent verses materializing instantaneously. When shall the bright moon appear? I raise my cup to inquire of the azure sky, unaware of the celestial palaces above. What year is it this evening? Human joy and sorrow, the moon's phases of fullness and emptiness. This has been difficult to achieve since ancient times. May we all enjoy longevity, sharing the beauty of the moon, even from afar. Upon witnessing this poem, the numerous literary talents present, despite having received benefits from the second young master, could not help but express their admiration. Another timeless masterpiece. What a splendid line. May we all enjoy longevity, sharing the beauty of the moon. Such verses are worthy of traversing the seas, making their mark upon the world. Yet, The second young master's expression twisted with fury, teeth clenched. No, it is impossible. Ninth brother, you are but a crude warrior, having never studied the sage's texts. How can you compose such verses? Second brother, still in disbelief? Then let me compose a few more and invite your guidance. Xiao Yang claimed it was guidance, yet his tone exuded remarkable confidence. He continued to grasp the brush, letting ink flow freely. One by one, the classic poems from his previous life emerged before the astonished audience. Do you not see the waters of the Yellow River come from the heavens, rushing to the sea, never to return? The sun sets behind the mountains. The Yellow River flows into the sea. To exhaust one's view of 1,000 miles, ascend one more floor. The beauty of grape wine in a luminous cup. Wishing to drink, the pipa urges from the horse. Drunk on the battlefield, do not laugh. How many return from ancient wars? In an instant, the entire assembly was astounded. Everyone held their breath, eyes wide, fixated on the verses crafted by Xiao Yang, fearful of missing a single line. These were all timeless masterpieces, now appearing as common as cabbages. How could they not be shaken? Drunk on the battlefield, do not laugh. How many return from ancient wars? In the distance, Ning Hongye pondered this line, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. Xiao Yang, how much more talent do you conceal? In the Central Plains, an ancient and unassuming temple. This place, seemingly inconspicuous, is revered as a sacred site by countless scholars. The Confucian Temple. On the walls hung portraits of ancient sages, and a small bronze statue adorned the table. 4 saints, 10 philosophers, 72 worthies. At this moment, a white-haired elder held an ancient tome, perusing its contents. He is the sub-sage, the spiritual leader of all scholars. A single word from him could elevate a nation's fortune. A single phrase could sustain the state. The history of the Confucian Temple predates that of the Great Xia Kingdom, having endured for 3 millennia, yet it has only given rise to 4 saints. Buzzing, buzzing, buzzing. Suddenly, the portraits on the walls stirred without wind. The small bronze statue on the table trembled, emitting a deafening roar. All saints resound. The sage set aside the scroll in his hands, his eyes gleaming with brilliance as he gazed toward the northern territories, his sight seemingly capable of transcending mountains and rivers. In the north, a sage has emerged. Which eminent scholar has spoken, inciting a chorus of the wise? Meanwhile, at Lanting, Xiao Yang sipped wine while composing poetry, having penned countless exquisite verses, finally laying down his brush. Now, who dares to claim I am a plagiarist? With a hint of drunken bravado, he defiantly faced the scorn of the masses. The literary talents present, overwhelmed with shame, hung their heads low. Brother, are you convinced now? Xiao Yang queried once more. I. Xiao Zuan opened his mouth, but suddenly faltered, unable to utter a single word. If it were only 1 or 2 verses, one could still accuse Xiao Yang of imitation. Yet he had recited dozens of timeless masterpieces in one breath, astonishing and transcendent, unparalleled in history. How infuriating! This lad can compose poetry. Why did he not reveal this sooner? Was it merely to strike me down before the fair yen? How cunning! I have been outwitted by this young man. Xiao Ziwen felt a wave of frustration nearly overwhelm him. At that moment, Yen Ryu gazed at Xiao Yang with admiration, her face blooming like a peach blossom. It turns out, Jiu Lang is indeed the incarnation of the literary star. In a realm where talents are but a stone's throw, Jiu Lang claims 8 parts for himself. After today, his name shall undoubtedly resonate throughout the poetic circles of Daxia. Yet, Xiao Yang shook his head, Miss Yin. It is not that I am extraordinary, but rather that they are woefully lacking. Your bodies and names shall soon vanish, while my verses will flow like the mighty rivers, eternal and unceasing. I shall scorn without the need for vulgarity. The pretentious literary figures present felt the sting of his words, as if he were declaring them all worthless. Yet, they found themselves unable to retort. Brother, since I have fulfilled our agreement, the Yue Wu Bing Shu should be given to me. Xiao Yang Urget, take it. Though Xiao Ziwen was reluctant, he had no choice but to surrender the military treatise. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Xiao Yang prepared to depart. Jiu Lang, wait. Suddenly, Yen Ruyu obstructed him, her eyes shimmering with affection. Xiao Yang, may I request the poem clouds conceive garments, flowers envision beauty as a gift? Of course. I shall not take it without recompense. I am a female master of the Jixia Academy, and I can grant you access to the ancient scripture repository for your perusal. Her words sent shockwaves through the assembly. The repository housed the works of ancient sages and was not meant for public dissemination. It was said that scholars who perused these texts could achieve enlightenment and break through their realms instantly. Previously, Xiao Ziwen had sought to visit, only to be denied. Yet now, she extended this invaluable opportunity to Xiao Yang. I'm afraid not. Xiao Yang shook his head, a hint of impatience in his tone. I have already stated that the poem was composed for my fiancé. Do you not comprehend? Yen Ruyu did not anticipate such a rejection, her heart swirling in a haze of disappointment. The sight of her, with pear blossoms drenched in rain, evokes an overwhelming sense of protectiveness. Ninth brother, do not be so arrogant. It is a tremendous honor that the illustrious Yen has taken an interest in your poetry and appreciates you. Should you fail to present this poem to her, I shall join forces with those present and ensure your complete ostracism from the literary world. Even if you possess an abundance of talent, it shall find no avenue for expression. Xiao Ziwen admonished sternly, believing such behavior would win Yen Ruyu's affection. Little did he realize that Yen Ruyu was inwardly cursing him fiercely. My heart is entwined with ninth brother S. We are fated to be together. How dare you, a mere specter, oppose us? Second brother, you overestimate your own worth. What significance does your so-called literary world hold for me? Xiao Yang. Laughing heartily, he strode out, proclaiming that they were not mere weeds of the earth. Ha ha! Having said this, Xiao Yang brandished the Yuwu military treatise and joyfully made his way outside. Ninth brother, wait for me, Yen Ruyu called out, chasing after him. Fairy Yen, seeing this, Xiao Ziwen could not help but follow closely behind with a group of his entourage. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Lanting, where an astonishing scene unfolded before their eyes. Xiao Yang's ebony steed, the cloud-footed black dragon, had somehow escaped from the royal stables. At that moment, the magnificent horse was exuberantly prancing around, playfully nudging the white deer brought by Yen Ruyu. Chapter 25. Do not despair, for there are friends along the road. Who in this world does not recognize you? What audacity lies in that wild steed, daring to desecrate the noble white deer of the enchanting Yen under the bright light of day? Such an act of indecency is utterly beastly. It is a most grievous sight. This day, I must slay this beast to avenge Yan's honor. No, to avenge the noble steed, the white deer. In an instant, the literati were stirred with fervor. Yet, upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Yang found himself at a loss for words. Previously, when he summoned the grand black horse, it was listless and lethargic. Who would have imagined it could now unleash such wildness? The nature of dragons is inherently lustful. This cloud-treading black dragon foal, possessing the bloodline of the ancient black dragon, naturally inherited formidable reproductive abilities. Wicked beast, perish! Several sycophants of the second young master brandished their swords and charged at the black horse. Disturbed, the black horse was incensed, kicking out its hind legs. Bang! 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 The assailants were sent flying as if struck by a speeding truck, their ribs shattered, blood spurting forth. How could this be? A wild horse capable of severely injuring scholars of the second and third ranks. Could it be a spiritual beast? The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Do not fret, Yen. I am of the 5th rank in the gentleman realm. I shall subdue this wicked beast. Xiao Ziwen sought to display his prowess before Yen Ruyu, hoping to win her heart. Wait. At that moment, Xiao Yang stepped forward, declaring, Elder brother, this black horse is my steed. What? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ziwen felt he had found a weakness, gritting his teeth. If a steed misbehaves, it is the master's fault. Ninth brother, your lack of discipline has led to this heinous act under broad daylight. It is a disgrace to scholarship and an affront to Yen. Such transgressions are utterly unforgivable. He cast a heavy accusation. Yet, Xiao Yang remained unfazed, retorting, the 4 provinces of the northern borders are surely royal territory. All living beings are subjects of a king. This horse is not merely my steed. It is also a subject of our father. Elder brother, are you questioning our father's governance? As a son, to rise against one's elder is a grave disrespect. According to the laws of the Great Xia, one should be punished with 100 strokes. I certainly did not mean it that way. Xiao Ziwen was momentarily dumbfounded. He had aimed to hold his ninth brother accountable, only to have the tables turned with a few words, now facing accusations of disrespecting their father. Second young master. At that moment, Yin Ruyu stepped forward, her lips parting gracefully. The propagation of life follows the will of heaven. I do not hold Ninth Lang accountable for this incident. Let us simply let it pass. Very well then. Though Xiao Ziwen felt a twinge of discontent, he could not refuse the goddess. Since Yin Ruyu, the master, bore no grudge, he, as her protector, had no grounds to object. Nintlang. At that moment, Yin Ruyu noticed the black horse, still attending to the white deer. A blush gracing her cheeks as she shyly gazed at Xiao Yang. I must take my leave. I kindly ask for your assistance. Of course. In truth, Xiao Yang felt quite embarrassed, never expecting the black horse to cause such a ruckus. He immediately approached and gave the horse a resounding slap on the rear. The steed snorted in displeasure, but having completed its task, galloped away, vanishing into the night like a heartless rogue. Alas for the little white deer. Jiulang. I shall remain at Shuilong Pass for a while longer, residing in the Academy's villa in the western city. Should you find the time, I will be delighted to discuss poetry with you. Yin Rui extended her invitation. If it were anyone else, receiving an invitation from such an exquisite beauty would surely leave them astonished. Yet, Xiao Yang exhibited an air of indifference, shaking his head. Miss Yin, I am already betrothed, and you remain unmarried. Our private interactions, even if innocent, are likely to stir rumors. Thus, it is best to refrain. What if I desire to spread scandal? Yin Rui nearly uttered this, but ultimately held her tongue, casting him a wistful glance before mounting her white deer and departing. Fairy Yin, allow me to escort you. Xiao Ziwen hurriedly followed. With her departure, the gathering at Lanting naturally concluded, and the other literary talents dispersed. Xiao Yang, too, prepared to return to the royal manor. Ninth young master, might I have the honor of accompanying you? Suddenly, the rotund Ma Wuntai rushed over, a broad smile on his face and an air of utmost respect in his tone. Very well, Xiao Yang nodded, not assuming any airs of nobility. After all, when he had just been composing poetry, Ma Wuntai was the only one present who had offered him a drink. Based solely on this, he deemed the man worthy of friendship. Young master, please, step in a carriage. Ma Wuntai ushered Xiao Yang into an opulent carriage adorned with exquisite carpet from the western regions and embellished with various jewels. Pulled by 4 superior steeds, which only centurions in the military were entitled to ride, it was evident that the Ma family of Zhangzhou was not to be underestimated. The mere value of this carriage must exceed 10,000 taels of silver. A twinge of envy stirred within Xiao Yang, though he was the heir to the royal mansion. His monthly stipend barely amounted to 500 taels of silver. Other heirs were not financially constrained due to the backing of their maternal clans, wealthy and powerful. Yet, he had previously been a mere shadow within the royal residence, fortunate to have only a single maid, Huang Li, and a bodyguard Zhao Chongkong. Otherwise, he would likely have found himself in dire straits. Even the betrothal gifts for Ning Hongye required him to seek assistance from several elder brothers. Thunderous sounds echoed as the carriage journeyed toward the royal manor. Your Highness. Ma Wuntai opened his mouth, appearing hesitant. Brother Ma, I am a straightforward person. There is no need for you to hold back. Speak freely. Xiao Yang encouraged. Suddenly, Ma Wuntai knelt on one knee, speaking in a solemn tone. If the young master does not mind, I wish to serve you as my lord at your command. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yang felt somewhat taken aback. He did not perceive himself as possessing any regal aura capable of inspiring such loyalty. Moreover, he had merely penned a few poems at Lanting. Poetry, being a minor pursuit, could not forge great achievements or offer any tangible benefits to Ma Wuntai. What purpose do you have in seeking my favor? Xiao Yang's gaze was piercing. Ma Wuntai, feeling the weight of his scrutiny, admitted candidly, I fear no mockery from the young master in speaking the truth. Though I am indeed the son of the wealthiest man in Sangzhou, I am burdened with numerous brothers. There are at least dozens of us. I'm not the eldest son, and, thus, hold little significance within my family. I once sought to ingratiate myself with the second son, but was met with indifference, relegated to the role of a jester. He smiled bitterly at this reflection. Xiao Yang recalled how, during the poetry gathering, Ma Wenkai had been the first to recite a poem, eliciting raucous laughter. Yet, despite my lowly status, I refused to be diminished. I yearned to serve a worthy sovereign. I wonder, Your Highness, would you accept this unworthy younger brother? Ma Wenkai remained kneeling, his gaze uplifted toward Xiao Yang, awaiting a response. Brother Ma, you have erred in your self-assessment. Xiao Yang shook his head. At this, Ma Wencai's heart sank, a bitter expression overtaking his features. Indeed, was the ninth son also disdainful of a merchant's progeny? Unexpectedly, Xiao Yang continued, You belittle yourself, claiming to be of lowly status and lacking merit. I shall not permit you to regard yourself so lightly. What merchants? Great merchants traverse the seas, their commerce enriching the five lords. The prosperity of the Xia, where every household enjoys a good life, is not solely due to the soldiers guarding the borders, but also to the contributions of merchants. Upon hearing these words, Ma Wenkai trembled, his heart swelling with emotion, and his eyes glistening with unshed tears. For the first time in his life, he heard such affirming words. He could hardly believe that the noble young master not only accepted him, but also praised him so highly. Brother Ma, since fate has brought us together today, allow me to gift you a poem, a mutual encouragement. Xiao Yang proclaimed. What poem? The anticipation was evident on Ma Wencai's face. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yang recited a line from a renowned poem of the past. Do not worry that there are no like-minded friends on your journey ahead. Who in the world does not recognize you? Chapter 26. Let Ning Hongye call her husband? Upon hearing these lines of poetry, Ma Wenkai felt a rush of excitement. His face flushed, and he could not suppress the tremors coursing through his body. Who in this world does not recognize you? He mulled over the phrase repeatedly, igniting a fervor within him. His eyes sparkled with fire, and his heart radiated light. Though his father was the wealthiest man in Sangzhou, only the local populace knew of his name. For a merchant to achieve fame across the land, what sort of formidable backing must he possess? The ninth prince's words suggested a desire to. A bold thought flashed through Ma Wencai's mind. So that's it. No wonder the ninth prince had remained inconspicuous. He harbored such grand ambitions, unwilling to remain beneath others, aspiring to seize the throne. Your Highness, I am astonished by your trust in me. I am willing to risk everything for your noble cause. Ma Wencai's eyes were bloodshot, embodying the spirit of a man ready to die for a kindred soul. Huh? Please do not speak recklessly. When have I ever claimed to aspire for the throne? Xiao Yang was taken aback and hurriedly denied it. Your Highness, it was my oversight. Until our grand endeavor is fulfilled, this matter must remain a secret. Ma Wenkai displayed an expression of understanding. This left Xiao Yang utterly bewildered. No, what on earth have you conjured up in your mind? Young master, we have arrived at the Wangfu. At that moment, the coachman's voice broke the tension. Ma brother, let us part ways here. I shall return. Xiao Yang disembarked. Ma Wenkai followed him out, bowing deeply until he entered the residence, not daring to straighten his back. In truth, Xiao Yang's decision to accept this junior was not made on a whim, but was the result of careful consideration. Firstly, he was in dire need of funds. The monthly salary from the royal residence was but a drop in the bucket. The treasures returned by the system were far too precious to sell, and thus Ma Wenkai could serve as his purse. Secondly, Ma Wenkai, born into a merchant family and not being the eldest son, was not favored. Thus, his loyalty was beyond question. He was surely not swayed by the other princes. Adding embellishments to a fine work cannot compare to offering timely assistance. A small favor from Xiao Yang might turn out to be a life-altering decision for Ma Wenkai. At the entrance of the Wangfu, the coachman inquired, Young master, His Highness has already returned. Why have you not risen? Hearing this, Ma Wenkai straightened up, feeling the flames of ambition ignite within him. Years later, Having become the wealthiest man in the Great Xia, a prominent merchant, and a distinguished noble, Ma Wankai would reminisce about that fateful night he first met the emperor. Still overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. One must remember the youthful ambition that once aspired to be the finest in the realm. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang returned to the Wangfu, not heading to his own residence, but instead to the villa where Ning Hongye resided, knocking gently on the door. "Miss Ning, are you resting?" Xiao Yang inquired. "So late, what brings you here?" A cool voice floated from within. "I chanced upon a copy of the Yu Wu military treatise. But as a mere civilian, unversed in warfare, I thought it best to present it to you." Xiao Yang replied. "Come in." Ning Hongye responded indifferently. Xiao Yang pushed the door open and was greeted by the sight of her unmasked face, a visage of unparalleled beauty, yet marred slightly by the dust of the journey. "Miss Ning, have you just returned?" Xiao Yang inquired with curiosity. At this late hour, where could she have ventured? Military secrets, Ning Hongye replied cryptically, unwilling to reveal that she had secretly attended the Lanting poetry meeting, where she witnessed Xiao Yang's astonishing talent, as he rebuffed Yin Ruyu and dedicated a timeless verse to her, his betrothed. At that moment, Xiao Yang noticed a peculiar expression on her face, but thought little of it, instead producing a military treatise from his robe and offering it to her. "Is this a rare edition?" Ning Hongye exclaimed, flipping through a few pages in astonishment. "This book is exceedingly precious. It must have been difficult to acquire." "Not at all. Not at all. It was merely a trivial effort," Xiao Yang hastily responded. On one hand, he had only recited a few dozen ancient poems from his past life, which required little more than a bit of effort. On the other hand, he feared that Ning Hongye might feel indebted and refuse to accept it, which would hinder the triggering of the system's return mechanism. However, Ning Hongye misunderstood the situation. She had witnessed Xiao Yang's impressive display of poetic prowess that very night and believed him to be a man of great intellect and ambition, who had concealed his talents for years, clearly with grand designs in mind. Yet for her sake he had willingly exposed his gifts. Had he truly gone to such lengths for me? An unfamiliar warmth blossomed within her heart. Yet being the proud and aloof individual she was, she would not easily express her feelings. Ding! Ning Hongye's affection level increased by 5, totaling 30. At that moment, Xiao Yang heard the system's notification in his ear. How curious. Previously, when she accepted gifts, her affection level had never risen. Why had it suddenly changed today? Intrigued, he decided to seize the moment. "Miss Ning, I have another treasure I wish to present to you." He retrieved the talisman that Yin Ruyu had given him and introduced it. "This is a protective talisman consecrated by the abbot of Tianlong Temple. It calms the spirit and wards off evil. It will be perfect for you," he said. To his surprise, Ning Hongye frowned slightly upon seeing the gift. She did not accept it, but instead changed the subject. "By the way, Xiao Yang, the prince sent word today that our engagement banquet is set for the 8th of next month. The royal family will also dispatch an envoy to attend. Miss Ning, we are soon to be wed. Why not forego formalities? You may call me husband or Xiao Lang." Xiao Yang asked eagerly, although he had previously encountered the ethereal beauty of Yin Ruyu. He still found Ning Hongye even more enchanting, particularly with her identity as a general enhancing her allure. He wondered what it would feel like if she sweetly called him husband. However, Ning Hongye's expression turned icy as she abruptly picked up the talisman and sniffed it. "Why does this talisman carry the scent of a woman's perfume?" she asked, feigning ignorance. Xiao Yang was taken aback and quickly denied it. "Surely not. You must be mistaken. It's getting late. I should take my leave." As he spoke, he hurriedly departed. Yet, just as he exited the courtyard, a notification sound from the system echoed in his ears. Ding! Ning Hongye's affection level -5. Total 25. What the hell? What is happening? This affection level can actually decrease. All my efforts were in vain. Come on, system. This is not how one should play. Xiao Yang felt somewhat speechless, unaware of where he had offended Ning Hongye. The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Her change of heart is swifter than the turning of a page. A man's words can be deceitful. Within the courtyard, Ning Hongye picked up the talisman and shook her head. However, she suddenly recalled how she had been so proactive at the poetry gathering, almost throwing herself at him. Yet Xiao Yang had repeatedly declined her advances. Ning Hongye could not help but feel her heart race as she called out softly. Her cheeks flushed. Xiao. Xiao Yang. Chapter 27. A Hundredfold Return. The Great Wilderness Capturing Heaven Technique. The 1,000-Mile Divine Movement Talisman. Who calls for me? As Xiao Yang traversed the path, he sensed an echo of voices, almost as if he were hallucinating. Soon, he returned to his residence, instructing the maid, Huang Li, to guard the entrance, for he intended to enter seclusion and cultivate this night. Ding! The host has bestowed a spirit-level superior item, Yu Wu's martial manuscript, triggering a reward. A hundredfold return, a royal-grade superior Great Wilderness Capturing Heaven Technique. Ding! The host has bestowed a spirit-level medium item, a protective talisman, triggering a reward. A hundredfold return, a royal-grade medium 1,000-mile divine movement talisman. Shall I extract them immediately? What a windfall! Xiao Yang felt an overwhelming excitement upon seeing the system's notifications. He had not anticipated that the protective talisman, consecrated by the abbot of the Tianlong Temple, would be classified as a spirit-level treasure, thus triggering a return. Extract immediately. In the next moment, a radiant light flickered, and before Xiao Yang appeared a martial technique book and a purple talisman. He first grasped the purple talisman, examining it closely. 1,000-Mile Divine Movement Talisman can be bound to the owner with a drop of blood, activated by will, and teleports to a designated location within 1,000 miles. Xiao Yang pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon it. Instantly, he felt an enigmatic connection between himself and the 1,000-Mile Divine Movement Talisman. Closing his eyes, he envisioned the entire Shuilong Pass and even farther landscapes. With a mere thought, he could traverse to any corner he desired. How extraordinary! Xiao Yang was astounded. This single-use royal-grade item was even more formidable than some divine weapons. It meant that in moments of peril, with just a thought, he could escape to safety, teleporting to his chosen destination. This was truly a miraculous artifact for both home and adventure, as well as for evading danger. Alas, it was a one-time use. Once activated, it would vanish. Next, Xiao Yang turned his attention to the martial technique manuscript, leafing through its pages. The Great Wilderness Capturing Heaven Technique, a supreme skill of the martial ancestor in his youth. With half a finger, one could tremble the heavens. With one finger, one could capture the world. With 2 fingers, one could shatter mountains and rivers. With 3 fingers, one could extinguish life. With 4 fingers, one could break the firmament. With 5 fingers, one could move the universe. This martial art was exceedingly domineering, specifically designed to subdue defiance, resembling the tactics of a rogue, akin to wielding a cudgel or smashing with bricks. Ding! The host is detected to be cultivating a martial technique, automatically triggering the sudden enlightenment ability of the heavy pupil. The Great Wilderness Capturing Heaven Technique has reached the pinnacle of perfection. Success! Xiao Yang felt an exhilarating thrill, as though he had trained for decades, executing countless moves until he finally perfected this martial skill. With half a finger, he could tremble the heavens. He suddenly raised his hand, pointing forward. Boom! A terrifying energy surged at his fingertips, tearing apart the surrounding air. The power of a single finger could cleave mountains and split stones, overturn rivers and seas. Regrettably, his current cultivation was too low, allowing him to only practice the half finger trembling the heavens. Yet he had at least gained the strength to fight. Xiao Yang was quite content with this formidable skill. He was a third-tier martial artist, possessing a strength of 1,000 jin. However, with the enhancement of the Great Wilderness Capturing Heaven Technique, a single strike would unleash a terrifying force of 10,000 jin, a tenfold increase. This was equivalent to the full force strike of a 4th-tier refining spirit realm martial artist. Such prowess could be considered commanding within the military. Xiao Yang possessed unwavering confidence, believing that with a little more time, he could cultivate himself to a point where he would command the admiration of all. He envisioned surpassing the so-called prodigy, Xiao Junlin, and standing above him. The following morning, a gentle knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. "Young master, have you risen? I have something to report." It was Huang Li, his devoted maid, speaking respectfully. Guoming, Xiao Yang replied. Huang Li entered, finding him seated cross-legged on the bed. His countenance was as refined as jade, with sharp brows and starry eyes, exuding an aura of a gentleman imbued with warmth and grace. Young master, you are truly perfect, Huang Li marveled inwardly, her cheeks flushing as her heart fluttered. As Xiao Yang's personal servant, she attended to him day and night, yet lately, she felt an inexplicable heat and racing heart whenever she beheld him. This was, in fact, a result of Xiao Yang's innate yin-yang sacred body, akin to a male allure demon, possessing a profound magnetism towards the opposite sex, which was especially pronounced with beautiful women. Previously, even the enchanting female scholar, Yan Ruyu, had been unable to conceal her affections. Huang Li, what do you hold in your hands? Xiao Yang suddenly noticed the numerous items she carried. Young master, I was just about to report. This morning, Master Ma Wenkai from the Ma family in Sangzhou unexpectedly sent over 100 silver notes, totaling a staggering 100,000 taels. Wan Li Kumbaya, 100,000 taels of silver? Even though Xiao Yang had mentally prepared himself for this figure, he was still taken aback. Having been in this world for several months, he had gained a rough understanding of the prices. The purchasing power of 1 tael of silver in the Great Xia Dynasty equated to 1,000 yuan in Blue Star. Thus, 100,000 taels of silver was equivalent to 100 million, a fortune capable of recruiting soldiers and undertaking numerous ventures. Moreover, having turned 18, it was customary for him to establish his own household and even possess a fief. Yet all of this would have to wait until the conclusion of the upcoming Qingyun Grand Examination next month. Huang Li, you shall manage these silver notes for now. Please venture into the city to find a suitable residence and seek out some household guards. Xiao Yang instructed. Such a vast sum of money. I am unworthy of such responsibility. Huang Li responda, visibly ansioso. Huang Li, there is no need for such modesty. You are the only one I trust. Xiao Yang acertet. Young master, tears glistened in Huang Li's eyes, overwhelmed with a desire to repay his trust with her utmost devotion. Xiao Yang, however, couldn't help but reflect that in his previous life on Blue Star, a beauty like Huang Li would undoubtedly have countless admirers. Yet, within the confines of the royal residence, she took pride in serving him. Suddenly, footsteps approached, and a woman entered. She appeared to be in her early 20s, adorned in silk and satin, with agate jewelry accentuating her striking features, exuding an enchanting beauty. Sister-in-law, what brings you here? Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow, taken aback. He instantly recognized her as Qiao Nianu, the concubine of his third brother, Xiao Li, and the daughter of a civil official from a northern province. Your Highness, you have garnered considerable fame at last night's Lanting poetry gathering, making quite the impression. It was then that your third brother sent me to inform you that he is hosting a grand banquet at Tianxiang Pavilion tonight, and he has specifically invited you to attend. Xiao Nianu conveyed the message. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow. If there is anyone in the entire royal residence he wishes to avoid, it is not the lofty prince of the north nor the arrogant elder brother Xiao Junlin, but rather the third brother, Xiao Li. It is said that the imperial astrologers once foretold of Xiao Li's fate, labeling him as the greedy wolf devouring the moon. This ominous sign foretells a reversal of destiny, a heart twisted against the heavens, and a malevolent aura that rises to the skies. As Xiao Li matured, he indeed embodied the prophecy. Ruthless and merciless, he takes lives with little provocation. He joined the military, commanding the 3,000 Blood Wolf Guards, wielding immense power, to the extent that even the eldest son, Xiao Junlin, regards him with caution. Now, the sudden invitation to a banquet raises suspicions. Could this be a trap akin to the infamous Hongmen banquet? Sister-in-law, I have prior commitments tonight and must respectfully decline the invitation. Xiao Yang sought to excuse himself. To his astonishment, the enchanting Qiao Nianu suddenly knelt before him, her delicate hands clutching his thigh, her eyes reddened with tears. Your Highness, if you refuse to attend, then I shall remain here in prostration until you acquiesce. Chapter 28. The Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, the Enchanting Banquet, and a Temptress of Wine. Sister-in-law, please rise. If others were to catch sight of you in this state, it would surely invite scandal. Xiao Yang was somewhat bewildered. Was it truly necessary to react so dramatically simply for declining an invitation? Your Highness, you may not be aware, but my third brother possesses a notoriously fiery temperament. Should I fail to complete my task, I would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Lightly, I might receive dozens of lashes. Grievously, as she spoke, Xiao Yang seemed to recall some horrific prospect, her eyes filled with trepidation, her delicate form trembling. It appeared that the ferocity of her brother, Xiao Li, was far more severe than she had anticipated. Very well, I shall acquiesce to attending. Xiao Yang nodded with resignation. Thank you. Xiao Nianu expressed her heartfelt gratitude, finally rising to depart. Once she had left, Huang Li, with a furrowed brow, voiced her concerns. My lord, the third young master is exceedingly cruel. Each year, he has been known to cause the deaths of numerous maidservants, while many others, unable to endure the torment, have taken their own lives. The banquet he is hosting tonight is likely to harbor ill intentions. It would be perilous for you to attend alone. It would be wiser to bring me and guard Zhao along for your protection. Indeed, Xiao Yang nodded in agreement. Although he was currently a third-grade warrior and possessed the life-saving talisman of a 1,000-mile journey, the notorious reputation of the third young master, Xiao Li, made it prudent to have additional companions. As dusk fell, Xiao Yang, accompanied by Zhao Changkong and Huang Li, departed from the royal residence, making their way to the heavenly fragrance pavilion. Despite his arm still healing, Zhao Changkong moved with relative ease, as he had no other attendants accompanying him. Xiao Yang donned a long azure robe crafted from silk, adorned with cloud patterns, unmistakably the attire of a noble scion. Beneath the robe, he had taken further precautions by wearing the Xianlin 10,000 dragon armor for added safety. Along the way, numerous young women were captivated by his presence, casting flirtatious glances in his direction. Guard Zhao, what delicacies does the heavenly fragrance pavilion offer? Xiao Yang inquired, having spent most of his time within the royal estate since arriving in this world. While the cuisine there was exquisite, it paled in comparison to the vast array of dishes he had once enjoyed, such as braised pork knuckles, spicy chicken wings, and barbecued lamb skewers. Your Highness, the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion is not a restaurant. It is located in the Flower Lane. Zhao Changkong scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Flower Lane? Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback before swiftly realizing that the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion was, in fact, a brothel. In his previous life, as a mere office worker, he could hardly afford such indulgences, having only heard tales from older colleagues about extravagant escapades during business trips. In the Great Xia Dynasty, venues of pleasure were plentiful and varied in distinction. The most disreputable establishments, known as Yao Zi, catered to aging and unattractive individuals, often lacking even proper beds, merely setting down straw mats for customers who were laborers. Next in rank were Go Lawn, where slightly more attractive women would perform arts for patrons, who could enjoy tea while listening to music. Above these was the brothel, where the women were not only beautiful but also well-versed in poetry, music, and the fine arts, offering not just companionship but also emotional fulfillment. However, indulging in such pleasures was no easy feat, requiring the average person to save for several months. Thus, the patrons are often bureaucrats, wealthy individuals, and members of the elite. Xiao Yang understands that above the brothel exists an institution known as the Jiafangxi, where most of the women are wives and daughters of traders, and even princesses and concubines from enemy nations. Here, it is a matter of status, beyond the measure of mere wealth. Your Highness, we have arrived at the Yanhua Alley, Zhao Changkong intoned solemnly. The trio turned into a narrow lane, revealing a lively scene before their eyes. On either side, there were numerous taverns and pavilions, resplendent with vibrant lights and decorations, wafting the alluring scent of cosmetics. At the entrance, there were touts and madams soliciting patrons, while upstairs, lovely ladies donned in sheer garments occasionally cast flirtatious glances, clutching handkerchiefs. Dear guests, come in and indulge. What a handsome young master. Let me attend to you, they called enticingly. With such a splendid ambience, why not step in and revel? Those young women were all fixated on Xiao Yang, each adorned in splendid attire, vying for his attention. A young man of his striking appearance, coupled with a talent for poetry, was exceedingly popular in such establishments, often enjoying the pleasures without the need to spend a penny. A bunch of seductresses. Huang Li could not help but clench her delicate fists, muttering under her breath. Meanwhile, Zhao Changkong appeared to be a novice. His face flushed with embarrassment as he longed to gaze at the alluring women, yet felt hesitant. Xiao Yang, however, walked with unwavering resolve, his head held high, heading straight for their destination, the Tianxiang Pavilion. This brothel was the most opulent, resplendent in gold and jade, embodying grandeur beyond compare. Apologies, gentlemen, but today the third young master has reserved the entire venue. Entry is strictly by invitation only, the doorman announced as the trio approached. Here you go. Xiao Yang produced an invitation, graciously gifted to him by his sister-in-law, Qiao Nianu. It turns out to be the 9th young master. The third young master has been awaiting your arrival. Please, come in. The doorman promptly bowed and ushered them inside. Soon, they ascended to the banquet hall on the top floor. Spanning over 1,000 square feet, it was adorned with gold and jade, flowing with fine wines. 9th brother, you have finally arrived. The third young master, Xiao Li, greeted them from the elevated platform. His gaze was sharp and piercing, reminiscent of a predatory wolf, evoking an unsettling feeling that made it difficult to meet his eyes. Alongside Xiao Li were several commanders of the Blood Wolf Guard, each bearing swords. Seasoned warriors who had claimed countless lives on the battlefield. With measured steps, Xiao Yang ascended the platform and took a seat opposite Xiao Li. Zhao Changkong and Huang Li closely followed, positioning themselves behind him. Now that everyone has arrived, let the Thousand Beauties banquet commence. Xiao Li waved his hand. Instantly, musicians struck up a captivating melody. A procession of women clad in sheer silk entered, each more beautiful than the last. Their slender waists and long legs making them exquisite treasures, a selection of the finest. There were hundreds of them, nearly all the ladies of Tianxiang Pavilion, dazzling the senses. The guards of the Blood Wolf, unable to contain themselves, swiftly plunged into the sea of flowers, embracing several beauties and returning to their seats to indulge in revelry. The air was filled with delightful laughter and exclamations. Seeing this chaotic scene, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow but chose to remain silent. Young 9th, have you found someone to your liking? Inquired the third prince, Xiao Li. Third brother, I have no interest in such matters, Xiao Yang replied, shaking his head. Indeed, it is said that our second brother has long harbored affections for the learned woman, Yin Ruyu, who seemingly holds a special fondness for you. Naturally, you would dismiss such commonplace beauties, commanded Xiao Li, bring forth the courtesans. No sooner had he spoken than 10 exquisite women entered, each a paragon of beauty and grace, akin to stars of the past era. Unlike the other maidens adorned in scant attire, these ladies were clad modestly, reminiscent of refined young ladies. Yet, their alluring glances exuded a tantalizing contrast. Servant Sure, greetings to the 9th prince. Servant Xiao Xian. Servant Wander. The 10 courtesans approached Xiao Yang, performing their greetings with an elegance that seemed meticulously choreographed. Good heavens, is this a test for the officials? Xiao Yang dog, as he could hear Zhao Changkong behind him swallowing hard, his trousers seemingly tightening. My 9th brother is visiting the Tianxiang Pavilion for the first time. You must serve him well. Why have you not poured the wine? Admonished the third prince, Xiao Li. Soon, one courtesan, holding a cup, approached Xiao Yang. 9th prince, might you grant the honor of a toast with this humble girl? I apologize, but I am currently devoted to martial training and abstain from alcohol. Xiao Yang gently declined. Shaking his head, realizing her lower status, the courtesan retreated, not daring to press further. Again, the third prince, Xiao Li, scolded sternly, his expression darkening. 9th prince. The second and third courtesans approached demurely, offering their respects and drinks, yet Xiao Yang remained unmoved. Since my 9th brother will not drink, then they hold no value in their existence. Suddenly, the third prince, Xiao Li, drew his dagger with a swift motion, his figure erupting into action. Not good. Zhao Changkong sensed the imminent danger and instinctively prepared to retaliate. However, Xiao Li, a 5th-tier martial artist, moved with such speed that it was beyond Zhao's capacity to counter. Clang! In the next moment, the flash of the blade illuminated the room, and blood sprayed forth. Xiao Yang reminded Sated, uns jathet. Yet thud, thud, thud. The heads of the 3 courtesans fell to the ground, their lifeless bodies collapsing. Chapter 29. On the proud sons of the Great Xia. Only you and I. The sudden scene struck the visual senses of all present. Just moments ago, 3 vibrant lives had existed, now extinguished in an instant. Ah, your highness, spare me. I know not what has angered you. The remaining 7 courtesans fell to their knees, trembling with fear, terrified of becoming the next victim. The other maidens present also shivered in apprehension. Only the leaders of the Blood Wolf Guards remained unfazed, continuing to feast and drink, evidently accustomed to such brutality. Brother, what do you mean by this? Xiao Yang furrowed his brow, anger flashing in his eyes. At that moment, the 3rd young master, Xiao Li, maintained his grip on his dagger, his demeanor unruffled. Since they are of no use, they shall be disposed of like refuse. 9th brother, these 3 courtesans have perished because of you. I shall continue to make them drink. If you refuse, I shall slay another. If we wipe out every last one in this fianc pavilion, we shall simply capture more from outside. Ha ha! His maniacal laughter echoed throughout the grand hall, filling the faces of the courtesans with despair. Xiao Li was not only the heir of the Northern King's estate, but also commanded 3,000 Blood Wolf Guards, wielding great military power. Even in the act of murder before the crowd, none dared to hold him accountable. Brother, is it merely a cup of wine? Surely you would not poison me. I shall drink. Xiao Yang raised his cup and downed its contents in one gulp. Though he felt disdain for associating with such a brutal character, he recognized that now was not the time to sever ties. That's the spirit. Continue the music, resume the dance. Xiao Li finally revealed a cruel smile, gesturing for the maidens to dance once more. The 3 corpses and severed heads on the ground were swiftly cleared away, as if the slaughter had never occurred. In the eyes of someone like Xiao Li, human life was as insignificant as weeds, let alone the deaths of 3 courtesans. Even a massacre within this fianc pavilion would elicit not a whisper of protest from the proprietor. Brother, you have mobilized such forces and invited me to this feast. Pray tell, what is your purpose? Xiao Yang inquired directly. Xiao Li did not respond immediately, but instead smiled enigmatically and suddenly asked, 9th brother, now that the Great Xia is powerful and brimming with talent, do you know how many prodigies there are in the 4 northern states and across the nation? It is said that the son of the Grand Marshal of Zhongzhou, Yang Xuanzi, has become a 6th-tier martial artist before reaching 30 and has even risen to lead the Imperial Guard. Does he not qualify as a prodigy? Xiao Yang questioned. Yet, Xiao Li shook his head. I have met that Yang Xuanzi. He is merely a man of empty reputation. Though his rank is high, it is all thanks to elixirs and potions. He has never set foot on a true battlefield, never witnessed bloodshed, much like a flower nurtured in a greenhouse. Such a person cannot achieve greatness. He does not qualify as a prodigy. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yang spoke again. I have heard of a talented scholar in the capital named Fangmeng Ru, whose intellect is unparalleled, well-versed in both ancient and modern knowledge, and who has been taken as a disciple by the sage of the Confucian Temple, praised for his potential to become a prime minister. Can he not be considered a prodigy? Not at all. Xiao Li shook his head once more, his voice resolute. It is said that Fangmeng Ru is an individual of remarkable integrity. When His Majesty sent eunuchs to invite him into officialdom, he not only rejected the overture, but even demanded that the chief eunuch remove his shoes. Such audacity from a mere impoverished scholar will inevitably lead to his downfall. After being repeatedly countered, Xiao Yang pondered for a long while before suddenly asking, 3rd brother, do you consider our eldest brother to be a prodigy? He is endowed with extraordinary talent and possesses the supreme bone. His future achievements are boundless. Upon hearing this, a sharp light ignited in Xiao Li's eyes. Indeed, the eldest brother is exceptional. It is said that during his recent breakthrough, he triggered 9 celestial phenomena. However, both his triumphs and failures stem from that very supreme bone. He relies too heavily on it and neglects the cultivation of his own character. Though he may appear formidable, he lacks decisiveness and fortitude, hardly the mark of a true prodigy. Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow at this assessment. It seems that this third brother is more formidable than he had previously imagined. Not only is he ruthless, but his intellect is also exceptional. At the very least, his evaluation of Xiao Junlin is astutely accurate. Third brother, your standards seem excessively lofty. Pray tell, in this current era of the Great Xia, who can truly be deemed a prodigy? Xiao Yang could not help but inquire. In response, the third young master, Xiao suddenly rose, exuding an astonishing aura. He fixed his gaze intently on Xiao Yang and proclaimed a shocking statement. As for the prodigies of the Great Xia, there are but two of us. What? Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yang maintained an outward composure, yet an internal tempest surged within him. Could it be that third brother possesses some insight to perceive my extraordinary qualities? I am merely the most unremarkable heir of the Wang family. How could I possibly be considered a prodigy? Xiao Yang quickly shook his head. Excessive humility can often be a form of pride. Xiao Li continued, Ninth brother, I had initially disregarded you, but your recent performances have indeed surpassed everyone's expectations. First, you decisively slaughtered the guard Kato, and then, at the Lanting Poetry Gathering, you astonished all with your talent. It is said that your poetry has already reached the capital. Xiao Yang shook his head and modestly replied, Third brother, poetry is a trivial pursuit, hardly worth mentioning. Indeed, poetry is a minor endeavor. Yet, your years of restraint and concealment suggest that you harbor grand ambitions, do they not? Xiao Li revealed a knowing smile. Curse it. Xiao Yang could not help but inwardly curse. This is truly a misunderstanding. The original host was merely an inconspicuous figure, but after my arrival and the system's enhancement, my abilities have been significantly amplified, unbeknownst to others. It seems as though I've been masquerading as a simpleton while secretly plotting something grand. Third brother, do not keep me in suspense. What is the purpose of your visit today? Xiao Yang could no longer contain his curiosity. Bring forth the Chuanyuan Bao. Xiao Li Kumandaludli. As soon as he finished speaking, a leader of the Blood Wolf Guard entered, bearing a large bow. The bow measured approximately 5 feet in length, crafted from meteorite iron. Its surface intricately adorned with fine cloud patterns. The bowstring was made from the tendons of ancient mythical beasts, producing a deafening hum whenever drawn. Xiao Li introduced, Ninth brother. This is the spiritual grade, superior, divine weapon I promised you. The piercing cloud bow. This bow boasts an impressive range of 1,000 yards and has felled numerous foreign generals. Only with a strength of 3,000 pounds can one draw it. Xiao Yang was secretly astonished. As a third-tier martial artist, his strength barely reached 1,000 pounds. He could not hope to draw this precious bow relying solely on his physical might, and would therefore need to employ the technique of the great desolate prison heaven finger. Then Xiao Li continued, Ninth brother, this bow and arrow are merely a token of our meeting. Today, I wish to offer you an opportunity for rapid ascent and unparalleled success. Do you wish to assist me in contesting with our elder brother? Once I claim the title and ascend to the throne of the Northern Protectorate, I assure you, you shall not be neglected. You may choose any of the 4 states in the northern region as your fief. Chapter 30, Carving a Bloody Path. What a grand vision! Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that tonight's banquet hosted by his third brother was an olive branch extended towards him, inviting him to embark on a venture together. However, having been accustomed to the grandiose promises made by superiors during his previous life as a corporate drone, he had long since developed immunity to such rhetoric. If that day were ever to come, Xiao Li would certainly not treat him with kindness, but rather betray him when he was no longer useful. Like a plucked chicken cast aside. In any case, Xiao Yang had no desire to board this treacherous ship. Third brother, I appreciate your goodwill, but I am not interested in such matters. Xiao Yang politely declined, shaking his head. Little brother, you must think this through. This is not merely an invitation. It is a matter of life and death. Xiaoli raturta kuldli. How so? You have already offended our eldest brother and exiled the fourth brother's concubine to the border. They harbor deep resentment towards you. If you do not quickly seek a powerful ally and join forces with me, once our eldest brother ascends to the throne, your retribution will be doubled. Xiao declared. His words were astutely analyzed, and indeed, it was true. The eldest and fourth sons viewed Xiao Yang as a thorn in their side, intent on removing him at all costs, even plotting to strip him of his title and expel him from the royal residence. From an outsider's perspective, aligning himself with Xiao Li, who sought the throne, appeared to be the wisest choice for Xiao Yang. Yet in the next moment, Xiao Yang shook his head defiantly and proclaimed, "Third brother, you underestimate me. I do not require a mountain to lean upon. I am the mountain." His assertion stemmed from a well-founded confidence. With the tenfold return system at his disposal and wisdom that transcended this era, he was certainly unwilling to be merely a subordinate to Xiao Li. However, his words incensed Xiao Li. "Little brother, you truly have grown wings. Do you believe that by befriending that female demon, Ning Hongye, you can act with impunity?" Xiao Yang laughed heartily in response. "Third brother, are you not also calculating your own interests? You wouldn't be seeking to recruit me solely for my martial prowess or my ability to pen a few poems, would you? What you truly covet is my fiancé, Ning Hongye, and the formidable power of the Zhuge army that stands behind her." Although the Northern King had 9 sons, he had yet to establish a clear heir. As a result, the princes were engaged in both overt and covert struggles for power, all of which the Northern King tacitly approved. Only through such conflict could the most exceptional candidate emerge to inherit the throne. The maternal factions behind each prince thus became pivotal. The eldest prince, Xiao Junlin, was backed by the medicinal powerhouse of Yaoang Valley, while the fourth prince, Xiao Chusheng, was supported by Dongji Island. The two had already forged an alliance, gaining a significant advantage. Meanwhile, the third prince, Xiao Li, drew strength from the most formidable force in the martial world, the Hongmeng, which included 4 esteemed elders, 10 guardians, and thousands of disciples. This was the foundation of his audacity to claim the throne. Now, with Xiao Yang betrothed to Ning Hongye, he had gained the backing of the Zhuge army, making him an attractive prospect for Xiao Li's ambitions. "Little brother, you are not mistaken. I have indeed set my sights on the power of the Zhuge army, with 300,000 elite soldiers at my disposal. How could I possibly fail to seize the throne?" Ha ha ha! Xiao Li laughed heartily, as if he had already claimed the throne as his own. "Third brother, I apologize, but I cannot acquiesce. I have grown accustomed to freedom and will not submit myself to serve another. I am no mere prodigy, unparalleled in my vision." Though Xiao Yang's voice was soft, it resonated throughout the hall. Such audacity! The third son, Xiao Li, darkened in countenance, contemplating the implications of those words. "Though I may not be a prodigy in the entire realm, I find no equal to myself. What immense confidence and pride. Could it be that 9th brother also harbors aspirations for the throne? Third brother, I am grateful for your hospitality, but I must take my leave. Huang Li, Zhao Guard, let us depart." Xiao Yang rose, preparing to escort the two away. "Stop!" Xiao Li bellowed furiously, his gaze fierce, akin to a ravenous wolf poised to pounce. Boom! 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 The blood wolf guards, who had been indulging in revelry, abruptly pushed aside the women beside them and rose to block the exit. The atmosphere in the hall became charged, teetering on the brink of violence. Clang! One of them unsheathed his battle blade, glaring menacingly at Xiao Yang. "You little brat, how dare you refuse His Highness? This is a case of disrespecting the wine and courting punishment. Do you believe you can leave this Tianxiang pavilion unscathed?" The murderous intent surged palpably, emanating from a 4th-tier, refining God realm warrior. "Third brother, do you intend to silence me?" Xiao Yang inquired. The third son, Xiao Li, replied with a sinister smile. "9th brother, we are bound by blood. I would never slay you. However, swords are blind, and my subordinates are overly impulsive. Should they inadvertently sever an arm or shatter a few bones, it would be regrettable." An unabashed threat. Suddenly, Zhao Chongkong rushed forward. He unsheathed his intact left arm sword, positioning it protectively before Xiao Yang, facing the dozen or so blood wolf guards alone. "Your Highness, flee. I shall cover your retreat. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure your safety." Zhao Chongkong's eyes reddened, ready to fight to the death. What man! Xiao Yang's appraisal of him soared to new heights. It is only in the face of life and death that one's true character is revealed. A cripple dares to flaunt his bravado before us. The Blood Wolf Guards, however, regarded him with disdain, dismissing him entirely. Step by step, Xiao Li advanced, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Ninth brother, I did not expect your guard to be so fiercely loyal. It has somewhat moved me. How about this? I shall offer you a choice. As long as you provide me with one item, I will allow you to leave and even bestow upon you the Chuan Yun Bao. What item? Xiao Yang inquired, though he remained wary, sensing the ill intentions behind this proposition. I want her. Suddenly, Xiao Li Puinta fingitu Wangli, who stood trembling in the corner. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, all eyes in the hall turned toward her. Huang Li was startled, instinctively shrinking her neck and trembling in fear. Brother San, what do you mean by this? Xiao Yang's expression darkened. It is quite simple. Xiao Li replied with a sinister smile, explaining, your maid possesses quite the charm, and I happen to require a beauty paper at this moment. Why not have her fulfill that role? Beauty paper? Upon hearing this, a tempest of fury ignited in Xiao Yang's eyes. In the Great Xia Dynasty, there existed no modern toilet paper, and the nobility deemed coarse paper too abrasive, thus relegating maids to serve as substitutes. The maids endured humiliation and torment, should they dare to resist. They would face severe repercussions. A dragon has its reverse scales. To touch them is to invite calamity. For Xiao Yang, those he cared for were his reverse scales. The actions of the third young master Xiao Li were akin to those of the most brazen figures from his past life, undoubtedly provoking his ire. Thud! Huang Li immediately knelt on the ground, crying out in desperation, Young master, I implore you. Do not send me away. I do not wish to be dishonored. Oomph. The third young master, Xiao Li, scoffed derisively, threatening, Ninth brother, you are left with two choices. Either resist and face the consequences of my wrath, or hand over this little beauty and return with your tail between your legs. His motives were not born of affection for Huang Li, but rather a desire to humiliate. If Xiao Yang could not protect even his maid, the cracks in his resolve would widen, and aspirations of seizing the throne would be nothing but a distant dream. Young master, I do not wish to become your burden, yet I also do not wish to be degraded by others. Suddenly, Huang Li rose from the ground, a glimmer of despair in her eyes. If there's a next life, I shall serve you again. With that, she charged toward the wall, intent on ending her life within the grand hall, a final act of defiance. However, in the next moment, she did not collide with the unforgiving wall, but instead found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. Young master? Huang Li lifted her gaze, only to find Xiao Yang's handsome visage before her. Silly girl, you will always be my maid in this lifetime. You shall not die without my command. Xiao Yang ordered. Young master, Huang Li, overwhelmed with emotion, began to weep. Ninth brother, exchanging a maid for a spiritual grade divine weapon is a tremendous bargain. Yet you refuse? Are you seeking your own demise? Xiao Li's eyes glinted with a ferocity as the Blood Wolf Guard commanders drew their blades, poised for action at a mere command. Oomph. Xiao Yang let out a cold laugh, surveying the scene with an imposing presence. What great talents of the Xia Dynasty! It is only you and I that matter. How dare you, a treacherous wretch, seek to be my equal? As for those two paths, I shall choose neither. I shall carve out a bloody path of my own. Xiao Yang's voice radiated an unparalleled aura of authority. In the realm of Blue Star, he was powerless, merely a cog in the machine of labor. However, the present circumstances were decidedly different. Given the opportunity bestowed upon him by fate to traverse to this era, he had no intention of enduring humiliation. Should he continue to retreat in the face of adversity, he would be no different from a timid turtle. He might as well return home to cultivate sweet potatoes. My destiny is mine to command, not dictated by heaven. If the path ahead is obstructed, I shall carve out a bloody trail with my blade. How audacious, daring to show disrespect to the third young master. A leader of the Blood Wolf Guards seized his battle blade and charged forth. Seeking death, Xiao Yang swiftly unsheathed his saber, unleashing the Thunder Prison Annihilation Blade. The blade shimmered, leaving phantoms in its wake. In an instant, the leader's right arm, clutching the blade, was severed, blood gushing forth. He emitted a chilling scream, racked with pain. This is bad. How could this scoundrel, a mere third-tier warrior, triumph over a stronger foe? Could he be concealing some hidden prowess? Remain vigilant. We must not underestimate him. The remaining leaders of the Blood Wolf Guards stood on edge, their apprehension palpable. Stand down, let me take this. At that moment, the third young master Xiao Li approached step by step, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Yang. Ninth brother, I must admit, I underestimated you. Your true strength is likely equivalent to that of a peak fourth-tier warrior, but alas, you have encountered me. I am at the fifth-tier diamond realm, the second level, rivaling our elder brother, Xiao Junlin. Moreover, I have mastered the unparalleled technique of the Hongming, the dragon's roar golden bell shield, immersing myself in a millennia-old dragon's blood medicinal bath to refine my body, enduring relentless blows from heavy weapons for 3 hours each day. After 10 years of arduous training, I have perfected this technique to absolute completion, unwavering and without flaw. Ninth brother, you are so confident. Why not engage me in a duel? If you emerge victorious, not only shall I allow you to leave, but I will willingly assist you in claiming the throne. Your Highness, you must not agree. Zhao Chongkong shouted urgently. He was acutely aware of the third young master's scheme. Should Xiao Yang acquiesce, it would likely spell his doom. Xiao Yang stood firm, appearing contemplative, yet secretly invoking the invincible eyes, void-shattering, divine ability. Soon, a series of information lines appeared on the system panel. Target, Xiao Li, 5th-tier Diamond Realm, greedy wolf devouring the moon fate. Weakness, although he has cultivated the dragon's roar golden bell shield. Its vulnerability lies at the 3-inch mark beneath the abdomen, at the Guan Yuan point. Once breached, his cultivation will be lost, rendering him powerless. Ninth brother, what is the matter? Are you afraid? Noticing Xiao Yang es prolonged silenge. Xiao Li intentionally employed profochatien. Ha! Xiao Yang chuckled. With his weakness in hand, the world is mine. Third brother, to defeat you, I need not even draw my sword. A mere finger shall suffice. Xiao Yang proclaimed with pride. Upon utterance of these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What jest is this? Is this young man out of his mind? A mere third-tier warrior dares to challenge a fifth-tier? Even in the face of impending doom, he remains defiant. The leaders of the Blood Wolf Guards could only perceive Xiao Yang's words as the ramblings of a madman. Ninth brother, it seems you have accepted my challenge. Rest assured, I shall not end your life directly. At most, I would render you incapacitated, leaving you to languish in bed for the remainder of your days. With that, the third prince, Xiao Li, lunged forward, activating the dragon's roar golden shield. Boom! A radiant golden light enveloped him as he drew his battle blade, resembling a humanoid dragon rampaging forward. Truly, he is the third prince. With a 5th-tier cultivation and the dragon's roar golden shield, he is unrivaled among his peers. That young man is doomed. The leaders of the Blood Wolf Guards displayed expressions of savage bloodlust, anticipating that Xiao Yang would soon pay a bloody price. Yet, in the face of this furious strike, Xiao Yang neither flinched nor retreated. Instead, he nonchalantly extended a single finger. The Great Wilderness Confinement Finger. This was a royal-level combat technique he had mastered, a supreme skill of the martial ancestors. Boom! With a single-pointed gesture, it possessed a might to shatter mountains, delivering a terrifying force exceeding 10,000 pounds, akin to the peak strike of a 4th-tier martial artist. Crack! 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 In the next moment, Xiao Yang's finger met the battle blade, which began to splinter and shatter into fragments. Impossible. Xiao Li's expression shifted drastically as he sensed an ominous premonition, instinctively attempting to evade. However, that finger continued its trajectory, striking at a particularly precise angle on his lower abdomen's Guanyuan point. Bang! Xiao Li trembled violently, his face paling to a deathly hue. He was sent flying backward, collapsing to the ground, as if all his vitality had been drained away. Your Highness? Boss, are you all right? The leaders of the Blood Wolf Guards rushed to his side, encircling Xiao Li in disbelief. It was well known that Xiao Li was a fearsome figure within the military, renowned for his formidable strength and ruthless tactics, having already achieved 1,000 kills. No one could have anticipated that Xiao Yang would defeat him with but a single finger. Spurt. At that moment, Xiao Li coughed up blood, his energy rapidly waning as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Yang. How did you know my weakness? You wretched scoundrel. You have ruined my entire cultivation. You shall pay dearly for this. Roaring with unbridled rage and resentment, Xiao Li's fury was palpable. Though the dragon's roar golden shield he practiced was indeed formidable, it bore a fatal flaw. Once its weakness was breached, all of his cultivation would be rendered null. Such deep-seated enmity left him unable to contain his wrath. Yet, to Xiao Yang, his furious roars sounded merely like the impotent barking of a stray dog. Brother, it was you who insisted on this duel. Moreover, I had not anticipated that you would be so easily vanquished. If I were in your position, I would rather find a block of tofu to dash myself against. Xiao Yang replied coldly. He had merely employed the great wilderness confinement finger. He had yet to unleash his other ultimate techniques, such as the Thunder Prison Annihilation Blade. This unknown bastard dares to insult me. Xiao Li, utterly humiliated, spat out another mouthful of blood, nearly driven to the brink of fury. Bastard? At these words, a glint of cold light flashed in Xiao Yang's eyes as he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. Smack! Xiao Li was left bloodied, with several teeth having been knocked out. Third brother, this slap was merely a show of restraint. Should you dare utter that word again, I shall snap your neck. Zhao the guard, Huang Li, let us depart. With that, Xiao Yang grasped the cloud-piercing bow and strode purposefully towards the exit. The leaders of the Blood Wolf Guards watched him intently, yet none dared to obstruct his path. What a farce! Even Xiao Li, possessing fifth-tier cultivation, was defeated in a single move. Together, they would still likely be no match for Xiao Yang's prowess. At that moment, in the eyes of the onlookers, Xiao Yang was enigmatic and formidable, cleverly concealing his strength. Only after Xiao Yang and his companions exited the fragrant pavilion did the crowd finally exhale in relief. To have my cultivation destroyed and my precious bough seized, this is a profound humiliation that I cannot endure. Xiao Li ground his teeth, his eyes filled with an indelible hatred. Quickly, take me back to the royal residence. I must sound the alarm and report to father. Chapter 32. I beseech my father for death. On the other side, Xiao Yang returned to his residence with Xiao Chongkong and Huang Li. Young master, I am deeply grateful for your salvation. Huang Li's eyes were red, and her heart was profoundly moved. She had genuinely contemplated ending her own life to preserve her innocence, but unexpectedly, Xiao Yang appeared like a celestial being, rescuing her from despair. You are my maid. If anyone bullies you, it is as if they have slapped my face. Xiao Yang remarked with a smile. Your Highness, the third young master is known for his vindictiveness. Having exposed his vulnerability today, he will not let this matter rest easily. Moreover, his maternal clan is none other than the formidable Hongmeng, the most powerful faction in the martial world. Zhao Chongkong interjected, his brows furrowed with concern. What is there to fear? My third brother is ruthless and has committed numerous wrongs. By incapacitating him, I am merely ridding the populace of a menace. Xiao Yang retorted dismissively. Suddenly, an insistent drumbeat echoed from outside, each thump louder than the last, reverberating like rolling thunder throughout the royal estate. The alert drum? Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow, taken aback. According to the customs of the Great Xia Kingdom, the alert drum is sounded only in the face of significant events, such as enemy invasions or royal deaths. The last time it was struck in the northern territories was over a decade ago, during the incursion of a northern barbarian horde. Wang Li, stay here and guard the house. I must go investigate. With a swift motion, Xiao Yang departed the residence and soon arrived at the city gate of Shuelong Pass. Alongside him, several other young masters had also mobilized, discussing the situation as they hurried along. The alert drum has sounded again. Could something grave be unfolding? Strange. Is it really the third young master striking the drum? What could possibly have transpired? He appears to be covered in blood. Could he have been ambushed by assassins? From a distance, the crowd beheld the third young master, Xiao Li, beating the drum with a bloodied visage, his face a mask of fury, yet exuding an aura of defeat. How shameless! Is he weeping for his mother because he cannot endure defeat? Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Yang discerned the young man's intentions. He clearly aimed to publicly denounce him. Suddenly, an overwhelming presence surged from afar, akin to an abyss or a prison. The onlookers blinked in astonishment as a towering figure materialized before them, clad in a majestic dragon robe, exuding an imposing authority. It was none other than the king of the north, Xiao Yang. Lier, there is no warfare at present. Why do you sound the drum? The king of the north inquired in a deep voice. The third young master, Xiao Li, was consumed with rage, gritting his teeth as he replied, Father, I have been attacked and rendered powerless, my very essence destroyed. What? At this revelation, not only the king of the north, but all present young masters were taken aback in disbelief. Which faction dared to conspire against the Xiao family in the northern territories? They were courting death. Lier. Suddenly, a beautifully adorned woman rushed forth from a distance. It was none other than Xiao Li's mother, concubine Hong. My lord, Lier was originally a fifth-grade warrior, but now he has fallen to a state of ruin. You must seek justice on his behalf. Concubine Hong cried out, her voice laced with desperation. Who is responsible for this? The Lord of the North, in a fit of rage, unleashed a terrifying pressure that enveloped the entire assembly, leaving everyone feeling as though a colossal stone were crushing their chests, nearly suffocating them. He was an 8th-rank martial general, his prowess unparalleled, hailed as the stabilizing pillar of the northern frontier. Throughout the vast realm of the Great Xia, he stood as a paragon of martial excellence. When a king is enraged, the heavens tremble and the earth quakes, mountains shatter and rivers fragment. Is it the 9th brother? Suddenly, Xiao Li extended his hand, pointing toward Xiao Yang, who had just arrived at the city gate. In an instant, all eyes turned towards him, thrusting Xiao Yang into the eye of the storm. Cursed be this treacherous third brother. Xiao Yang curset inwardly. The Lord of the North furrowed his brow and asked in a deep voice, What nonsense are you spouting? You are a 5th-rank warrior. How could the 9th brother possibly harm you? Your Majesty, the 9th brother has learned some nefarious arts from that female fiend, Ning Hongya, and with a single strike, he breached my defenses. He disregarded our brotherhood and acted with utmost cruelty. I implore you to punish him. Xiao Li's eyes were bloodshot, his expression a mask of sorrow and rage. Such remarkable theatrics. It was as if he truly believed himself to be the victim. 9th brother, did you indeed injure your 3rd brother? The Lord of the North inquired gravely. Indeed, Xiao Yang nodded. At this juncture, denial was futile. Moreover, he was not the sort to shirk responsibility for his actions. Seeing his admission, those in attendance who harbored grudges against him seized the opportunity to strike. The 4th young master, Xiao Chusheng, was the first to voice his objection. Father, the 9th brother has shown utter contempt and arrogance for far too long. Not long ago, he killed my attendant and exiled my concubine. I suggest you punish him severely. The 2nd young master, Xiao Ziwen, joined in. Indeed, the 9th brother, emboldened by Ning Hongya's backing, has run amok. I beseech you, Father, to bring him to justice. His previous attempts to win over Yin Ruyu had been thwarted by Xiao Yang's charm, leaving him with a bitter heart. At this moment, the 1st young master, Xiao Junlin, stepped forward as well. Fratricide is contrary to all that is righteous. Such news would bring disgrace upon the Xiao family. Father, this disloyal and unjust individual does not deserve to remain in the royal residence. Please demote Xiao Yang to a commoner and expel him from the palace. Upon hearing this, the assembly erupted in uproar. Such cruelty, while others merely sought to reprimand Xiao Yang. Xiao Junlin's words aimed to strip him of his title, a call for disinheritance. Just then, a battle blade sliced through the air, narrowly missing Xiao Junlin's neck before embedding itself into the city gate. The entire structure trembled violently, a testament to the blade's terrifying might. That was close. Xiao Junlin clutched his bloodied neck, feeling a shiver run down his spine, as though he had brushed against the Grim Reaper. In the next moment, a figure emerged in the gaze of the crowd, donning a Shura mask and clad in blood-red battle armor. Ning Hongya had arrived. According to the rules of the Zhuge army, even if the King of Hell came to claim a life, he must first seek permission from the commander of the blade, the eldest prince. Your supreme bone inlaid with gold and jade is regrettably met with my blade, which is adept at severing the ostentatious and hollow trinkets. The voice of Ning Hongya resonated throughout the air. Clearly, she had received word and arrived to support Xiao Yang. Though she possesses a proud demeanor, she proves reliable in critical moments. Xiao Yang felt a surge of joy within, It appears that the affinity he cultivated with her has finally borne fruit. Despite her injuries, Ning Hongye is still a 7th grade martial arts master, a rare talent in the martial world. With her presence, others would dare not act recklessly. General Ning, this is a matter concerning our royal household, and it does not pertain to you. Do not forget, you and Xiao Yang have yet to be wed. Everything remains in flux. Xiao Junlin gritted his teeth in frustration. At that moment, the king of the north turned his gaze toward Xiao Yang and inquired in a deep tone, "Ninth son, it was your 3rd brother who spoke earlier. Why did you not speak in your defense?" Xiao Yang pondered for a moment, then suddenly straightened his posture and proclaimed an astonishing and shocking statement that left the audience in awe. "Father, I am guilty. I beseech you, grant me a death sentence." Chapter 33. When will the caged sparrow fly? Upon hearing these words, all present were left in utter astonishment, even doubting their own ears. What was happening? Even Xiao Junlin had merely requested that Xiao Yang be demoted to a commoner and expelled from the royal residence. Yet, how could he seek his own demise? In that moment, Xiao Junlin was somewhat bewildered. Meanwhile, in Ning Hongye's enchanting eyes, a glimmer of intrigue sparkled as she pondered Xiao Yang's intentions. "Yu Long, do you speak the truth?" the northern king inquired coldly. "Indeed I do," Xiao Yang affirmed with a nod, continuing, "Father, I have committed a grave sin. But my transgression lies not in harming 3rd brother, but for another reason." "What reason? Pray tell," the northern king commanded. Xiao Yang's eyes brightened. "Now, I shall showcase my eloquence." He cleared his throat and spoke with pride. "Today, 3rd brother indeed hosted a banquet, yet during the festivities, he berated me, calling me a bastard. He was not insulting me, but rather you, father. My failure to uphold your dignity is my first crime." At this declaration, the assembly erupted in uproar, astonished that there were deeper implications to the matter. You speak nonsense. I was not insulting father, but Xiao Li, anxious, attempted to clarify. He had scorned Xiao Yang as a bastard due to the mysterious circumstances surrounding his mother's tragic death during childbirth. Never anticipating that Xiao Yang's words would twist the narrative to suggest he had insulted the king. "Silence!" the northern king roared, his anger palpable, his robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen tempest. "Xiao Lang, continue," the northern king commanded again. "Today, 3rd brother, at Tianxiang Pavilion, in a fit of rage, killed 3 maidens, declaring that even if he were to slaughter everyone present, the tavern owner would dare not utter a word. As I understand it, in recent years, 3rd brother has been rampaging and wantonly taking lives, inciting widespread discontent among the populace and tarnishing the Xiao family's reputation. As a member of the Xiao family, my inability to safeguard the honor of the royal residence constitutes my 2nd crime." Though his words appeared to be self-reproachful, they were, in truth, a sharp rebuke directed at the 3rd young master, Xiao Li. "Father, 9th brother is slandering me. You must not believe him." Xiao Li Shota Dasparateli, the northern king, with a grave countenance, inquired, "I ask you, did you, as Xiao Lang claims, kill 3 people at Tianxiang Pavilion today?" "Yes, but Xiao Li attempted to explain further. "Enough." The northern king's expression turned stern, his formidable presence commanding immediate attention. "It appears I have been remiss in my oversight of you. Should I continue to indulge your behavior, it will only lead to catastrophic consequences. You are to be confined for 3 months, reflecting upon your actions." "Father." Xiao Li was rendered speechless, unable to comprehend how, as the alleged victim, he was to bear the brunt of punishment. "Your Highness." At that moment, his mother, Consort Hong, could no longer contain herself and stepped forward to plead on his behalf. Lear has not only been stripped of his cultivation, but has also suffered irreparable harm. Shall this be overlooked? Is it not just that the perpetrator faces consequences? Upon hearing these words, the northern king furrowed his brow. "I beseech you, father, grant me the death penalty once more." Suddenly, Xiao Yang spoke again. "However, as a son of the Xiao family, I ought to perish on the battlefield with resounding valor, upholding the esteemed legacy of our ancestors. I implore you, my father, to send me back to the southern front with General Ning, where I shall lead the charge and join the death squad, shedding my blood for glory. It is better to endure hardship at the borders, even in death, The fragrance of chivalry lingers. The northern king was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his previously inconspicuous younger son could articulate such passionate verses. Rumors of his prowess at the Lanting poetry gathering, where he composed 100 poems while drinking, appear to be true. In reality, Xiao Yang's request for a death wish was a result of careful contemplation. The palace was rife with peril, and his brothers were no innocents, engaged in cutthroat struggles for the throne. But I shall not partake in your games. Once I depart from the northern territories, I shall roam freely, where the sea is vast for fish to leap and the sky is high for birds to soar. Would it not be delightful? He bowed respectfully, seeking his father's approval. Enough. The northern king replied sternly, Xiao Yang, do not mention this matter again. You have already been betrothed by the royal family. The priority now is to hasten your marriage to Miss Ning. Next month, I shall arrange your engagement banquet, and the royal family will dispatch an envoy to attend. For now, you shall remain in the palace to prepare for your wedding. With that, the northern king vanished from sight. The decree of the prince was absolute, and none dared to defy it. Soon after, guards escorted the third son, Xiao Li, back to reflect upon his misdeeds. Lear, wait for me. I will return to the Hongmeng and find a way to restore your powers. The consort, Lady Hong, gritted her teeth and turned towards the city gate. As Xiao Yang watched a retreating figure, he smirked inwardly. Seeking reinforcements, are we? While the Hongmeng is indeed the foremost power in the martial world, teeming with masters, I possess a system and an engagement with Ning Hongyi. No matter how powerful the Hongmeng, can it rival the iron cavalry of the Zhuge army? Miss Ning, I am grateful for your timely assistance. Xiao Yang approached Ning Hongyi with appreciation. I did not save you. I merely repaid a debt of gratitude for those gifts. Ning Hongyi retorted coldly, then turned away without a backward glance. Such pride. Is it so difficult to express concern for me? Xiao Yang sigit in resignation. It seemed that to completely win over this aloof female assassin, the time was not yet ripe. In the royal palace, within the study, an exclusive domain of the northern king, where no one was permitted entry without his consent, King Shao Qian Kuan entered and opened a concealed compartment, retrieving a painting. The artwork depicted an unparalleled beauty, ethereal and otherworldly. A closer inspection would reveal that her features bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Yang. At the bottom of the painting, her name was inscribed, Yi Qing Mei. King Mei, your son has grown. Not only is he both eloquent and martial, but he also possesses an extraordinary talent, compelling words that stun the audience into silence. Reminiscent of your glory days. When shall the caged bird take flight? If it does not soar, then let it ascend to the heavens. Will he truly be, as you have foretold, the one destined to rise? The king of the north gazed at the woman in the painting, letting out a deep sigh. Late at night, Xiao Yang, having undergone a series of tribulations, felt somewhat fatigued, yet did not seek rest. He had painstakingly acquired the ethereal-level cloud-piercing bow from Xiao Li, but had not yet had the opportunity to present it to Ning Hongyi. Soon, he arrived at the villa where Ning Hongyi resided, bow in hand. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Yang rapped on the door. The room was illuminated, yet no response echoed back. Puzzled, he could not resist the urge to push the door open and peer inside. In the next moment, a scene unfolded before his eyes that left him parched and his heart racing. Ning Hongyi lay in a wooden tub, having shed her garments, indulging in a bath. Chapter 34. Healing Ning Hongyi. A visit from Yan Ruyu. Within the chamber, vapor ascended, a mist lingering in the air. Yet, one could still discern the figure of Ning Hongyi, her skin as lustrous as jade, with her delicate arms casually resting upon the rim of the wooden tub. Though only her silhouette was visible, it was breathtakingly beautiful, stirring the imagination. Who? Ning Hongyi abruptly turned, and Xiao Yang beheld her flawless form, feeling an overwhelming heat course through him, nearly succumbing to the urge to bleed from his nose. Stunning, utterly exquisite, a true gift from the creator. Previously, he had encountered the renowned beauty of the northern territories, Yan Ryu, who was already a paragon of ethereal grace. Yet compared to Ning Hongyi before him, she seemed somewhat lacking. Her beauty defied description and eluded depiction, as if any man who glimpsed her would be utterly captivated, lost in her charm. Xiao Yang finally comprehended why she consistently wore a mask. Without it, she might incite calamity, provoking countless nobles to wage wars in her name. Gulp. He couldn't help but swallow hard, utterly entranced. Is it beautiful? Suddenly, Ning Hongya's crimson lips parted, her tone icy and piercing. Yes, Xiao Yang fervently nodded, but soon felt a sense of disquiet. After all, he had intruded upon such an intimate scene uninvited. Given Ning Hongya's temperament, it was plausible she might unleash her wrath upon him. With a swift motion, Ning Hongya summoned a sheer veil from afar, which gracefully enveloped her perfect form. If it were any other man, not only for such an affront, but even merely gazing upon my visage would have resulted in his eyes being plucked from their sockets. However, since you donated your spiritual sight to me, I shall let this transgression pass. Now be swift and depart. Ning Hongya's voice was frigid. My apologies. I was presumptuous. Xiao Yang stammered, feeling a wave of embarrassment as he prepared to retreat. Suddenly, Ning Hongya trembled violently, ejecting a mouthful of crimson blood that stained the water's surface in the wooden tub. Miss Ning, are you all right? Xiao Yang rushed forward, concern etched across his face. In that moment, they stood very close, able to see the reflections in each other's eyes. Although she was draped in a thin veil, her figure was tantalizingly elusive. You, Ning Hongya attempted to admonish him, but a wave of excruciating pain coursed through her, rendering her speechless. Sweat cascaded down her body, as if she were enduring tremendous torment. What has happened to you? Xiao Yang pressed, worry deepening in his tone. I sustained severe injuries beyond the realm, tainted by demonic energy. Although I have been suppressing it with my cultivation, it occasionally retaliates against me. Ning Hongya managed to explain, her voice faltering, revealing an unprecedented vulnerability upon her exquisite countenance. In that moment, she was no longer the fearsome female assassin, but rather a fragile girl in need of protection. What must be done to dispel the demonic energy? Xiao Yang inquired further. Only by finding the most yang and unyielding essence in the world can it be resolved. Xiao Yang, you need not concern yourself with me. I will manage the suppression myself, Ning Hongya stated. The most yang and unyielding essence? Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he promptly exclaimed, Very well, I shall assist you in healing. With that, he reached out and placed his hand gently upon Ning Hongya's exquisite back, fervently channeling his internal energy. There's no need to help me. It would be futile, Ning Hongya began, but her voice abruptly faltered. To her astonishment, she discovered that although Xiao Yang's internal energy paled in comparison to her own, it appeared to be a formidable adversary to the demonic essence afflicting her. The moment their energies met, it was as if ice and snow had encountered a blazing sun, instantly melting away. How can this be? Could he possibly be? Ning Hongya was taken aback. In truth, Xiao Yang had previously consumed the yin-yang transformation pill, undergoing a metamorphosis into a primordial yin-yang sacred body, yang. Thus, he embodied the essence of utmost brightness and resilience. It seems to be effective. He continued, Miss Ning, this is rather inconvenient. Perhaps I should join you in the wooden tub? Rest assured, I shall cover my eyes with a black cloth. And I would never presume upon you, Xiao Yang proposed earnestly. However, Ning Hongya fell silent. Despite her extraordinary beauty, she had never engaged in any intimate contact with the opposite sex, let alone bathed in a shared wooden tub. Yet, on one hand, Xiao Yang was her nominal fiancé. On the other, his repeated actions had endeared him to her. Now, he was even willing to heal her wounds, leaving her at a loss for words to refuse him. Noticing her lack of opposition, Xiao Yang blindfolded himself with the black cloth and then gracefully entered the wooden tub. Splash! In an instant, water splashed everywhere, some even spilling over the edges. The tub was small, and their bodies nearly touched within it. More critically, Ning Hongya had just been bathing, leaving her unclad. What a delightful fragrance! Xiao Yang immediately inhaled the subtle aroma that filled the air, invigorating his senses. It is said that the sweat of a beauty is sweet, yet he found Ning Hongya's bathing water to be exquisitely fragrant. My apologies, Miss Ning, he exclaimed, extending his hands to rest upon her alluring back, continuously infusing her with his internal energy. Ning Hongya felt a wave of comfort wash over her, unable to suppress a soft moan. Yet she quickly regained her composure, biting her lip and clenching her delicate fists to stifle any further sounds. The room fell into a profound silence, save for the sound of their breathing. Yet an ambiguous atmosphere began to permeate the space, subtly drawing them closer together. Thank you for today. Xiao Yang suddenly broke the silence. I have mentioned before that I am not concerned for you. I am merely repaying a debt of gratitude, Ning Hongye replied, maintaining her proud demeanor. Regardless, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Were it not for our engagement, my father would not have spared me. Xiao Yang remarked, alluding to a particular detail. Upon hearing this, Ning Hongye's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing. Curse it! How could he have discovered that? She had never experienced romantic feelings, and now she found herself flustered and uncertain of how to respond. Miss Ning, I believe we should conclude our session for today. Suddenly, Xiao Yang withdrew his hands and emerged from the wooden tub. After a few more treatments, I should be able to completely purge the demonic essence from your body. I shall take my leave for now, he announced, preparing to depart. At this moment, he was drenched in sweat, stooping as he walked. This was a consequence of his exuberance within the wooden tub, unable to restrain himself, thus he had to take his leave. However, to Ning Hongye's eyes, he appeared as though he had expended too much vitality in his efforts to treat her. For a fleeting moment, she felt a pang of sympathy. All right, this cloud-piercing bow, which I procured from Shaoli, is a divine weapon said to have a range of 1,000 zhang and capable of slaying dozens of enemy generals. Allow me to bestow it upon you. Xiao Yang left the cloud-piercing bow behind before exiting the room. Ning Hongye gazed at his departing figure, lost in thought for an extended period, ultimately murmuring to herself, Xiao Lang, you have treated me with sincerity. I shall never betray you in this lifetime. After a brief interlude, Xiao Yang returned to his residence, unable to suppress a smile as he relished the beautiful sight he had just witnessed in the wooden tub. Delightful. It was utterly delightful. Even a mere glimpse had left an indelible impression. Bang! Xiao Yang pushed open the door to his bedroom, preparing to wash up and rest. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon an unparalleled beauty. She was clad in flowing white garments, her face resembling a peach blossom, radiating charm. She possessed two distinctly different auras, at times resembling a pure celestial maiden, and at others, an enchanting fairy. Beneath her white skirt, two delicate feet were exposed, their toes glistening like exquisite porcelain, a sight one could admire for a year without growing weary. Miss Yin, what brings you here? Xiao Yang could not help but rub his eyes, convinced he was hallucinating. Wasn't she Yin Ruyu, the esteemed tutor from the Jixia Academy? Zhilong, you have finally returned. Upon seeing him, Yin Ruyu rose, warmly welcoming him, as if she were the true mistress of the house. Yet, in the next moment, her brow furrowed, her expression filled with suspicion. Why are you soaked? And why do you carry such a fragrant scent? Chapter 35. The most difficult to bear the affection of a beauty. This. Xiao Yang felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, as though he had been caught indulging in a secret affair. Miss Yin, I am practicing a unique technique that requires the essence of spring water, complemented by flower petals. Xiao Yang fabricated un exjuice. I see, Yin Ryu nodded, her expression free of suspicion. By the way, why are you here, Miss Yin? Xiao Yang inquired furter. Zhou Lang, during the Lanting poetry gathering. Did I not provide you with the address and invite you to compose poetry together? You did not arrive, so I came to find you. Yin Ryu smiled gently, her lips curving into charming dimples that captivated the heart. Xiao Yang, however, found himself at a loss for words. When did I ever agree to that? Miss Yin, please return. It is rather inappropriate for a man and woman to be alone together at this late hour, he urged. You are unmarried, and I am not wed either. What does it matter if rumors arise? Yin Ryu suddenly leaned closer to Xiao Yang, nearly pressing against him. The fragrance she exuded was intoxicating, even more potent than before. Miss Yin, I am preparing to rest. You ought to return. Xiao Yang reiterated his desire for her departure. It was not that he was entirely disinterested in women. Rather, he felt that Yin Ryu possessed an innate charm that could ensnare anyone with a mere smile or frown, reminiscent of the so-called green tea types from his past life. Furthermore, during the Lanting poetry gathering, she had deftly navigated amongst numerous talented scholars, drawing attention from all directions. In contrast, he preferred someone like Ning Hongye, aloof and proud, yet profoundly devoted. If she chose someone, she would commit wholeheartedly, sparing no effort. Suddenly, Yin Ryu appeared somewhat disheartened. Despite her overt advances, Xiao Yang remained unmoved. For the first time in her life, she questioned her allure. Yet, she did not relent. Instead, she produced a wine flask and poured 2 cups. Xiao Yang. This is a mortal's drunkenness, a fine brew exclusive to Zhongzhou, specially supplied to the royal family. I went to great lengths to procure this flask. I have been feeling rather low lately. If you do not wish to see me, I shall leave after consuming this wine. Yin Ryu implored, her expression one of feigned vulnerability. Then I shall oblige. Xiao Yang, with no other choice, raised his cup and drank it in one go. In an instant, warmth spread through him, an indescribable comfort. What a splendid wine! Xiao Yang couldn't help but exclaim. This drink was likely worth a fortune, imbued with extraordinary properties beneficial to martial artists, far surpassing the treasures of the northern king's estate. Xiao Yang, why do you not ask me why I am feeling down? Yin Ryu queried suddenly. Why should your mood concern me? Xiao Yang responded, somewhat baffled. Yet, having partaken in her exquisite wine, he felt compelled to ask, what troubles you? I have developed feelings for a man, yet he shows no interest in me. No matter how I express my affections, he remains cold and indifferent. What do you think I should do? Yin Ryu confessed boldly, her words bordering on a declaration of love. In truth, Yin Ryu was not the type to be merely a social butterfly. As the sole female scholar in the academy, she possessed her own sense of dignity and pride. Despite the relentless pursuit of the second young master, Xiao Ziwen, her heart remained unmoved. However, from the moment she encountered Xiao Yang, it felt as if her heart had been ensnared. Their unique compatibility extended beyond mere physicality. It was further accentuated by Xiao Yang's extraordinary talents displayed that fateful night, where he recited an astounding array of poetry, each piece a timeless masterpiece. The sheer volume of over 100 poems he recited captivated her utterly. In the days that followed, although Xiao Yang did not seek her out, she found herself haunted by his presence, often dreaming of him. When faced with her inquiry, Xiao Yang pondered for a moment before speaking. Perhaps the greatest distance in this world is that between the soaring bird and the fish. One ascends to the skies while the other sinks into the depths of the ocean. Miss Yin, matters of the heart cannot be forced. Yet, Yin Ryu fixed her gaze upon him, biting her lip defiantly, and declared, what if I insist on forcing it? Taken aback by her stubbornness, Xiao Yang replied, I am deeply grateful for your affections, but I am already betrothed to the eldest daughter of the Ning family. Our engagement banquet is set for next month. Yin Ryu, however, smiled mischievously. It is said that General Ning is ruthless, having ordered the slaughter of a city, and his appearance is fearsome. A gentleman as handsome as you, ninth young master, would surely be wasted on her. One cannot go against the commands of one's parents or the words of a matchmaker, especially when this union is a decree from the emperor. No one can alter it. Xiao Yang insisted, reiterating his dismissal. With a soft sigh, Yin Ryu stood to leave. Yet, in an unexpected boldness, she suddenly leapt into Xiao Yang's embrace, wrapping her delicate arms around his. They were so close that they could almost hear each other's heartbeats. Ninth young master, look at me properly. I refuse to believe your gaze is devoid of feeling, she implored earnestly, with the warmth of her presence enveloping him. Xiao Yang feared he might lose his composure, and thus turned his head away, unable to meet her eyes. You are not as heartless as you pretend. Yin Ryu beamed, her smile radiating beauty that could outshine a garden in bloom. Then, she produced a uniquely shaped jade pendant from her clothing. I was born with this jewel. It has been with me for 20 years, as my mother said that when I met my destined partner, I should present it to him. Today, I bestow it upon you. And with that, she placed the pendant into Xiao Yang's hand. Should the second young master, Xiao Ziwen, learn of this moment, he would likely be consumed by envy, his eyes burning with jealousy. Miss Yin, Xiao Yang began to protest. If you refuse it, I shall shatter this jade right here, she asserted resolutely. Very well, I shall temporarily keep it for you. Xiao Yang conceded and accepted the pendant. He understood her feelings completely, yet he was acutely aware that the more beautiful a woman was, the more trouble she tended to attract. She was renowned across the land as a learned woman, while Xiao Yang was already bound in a union with Ning Hongye. Should I once again receive the favor of the enchanting Yen Ryu, it would undoubtedly incite a battleground of suitors who would likely come seeking vengeance. Yet, with Yen Ryu having bestowed upon me her genuine affection, I find myself unable to refuse. Miss Yen, since you have gifted me this exquisite jade, may I offer you a poem in return? Xiao Yang proposed. Very well, I eagerly await your words, Yen Ryu replied, fully aware of his literary prowess. Her face aglow with anticipation. A wealthy family need not purchase fertile fields. Within the pages of books lie 1,000 measures of grain. A secure home requires no grand hall. Within the volumes of literature lies a mansion of gold. When seeking a wife, do not lament the lack of a capable matchmaker. For within the tomes resides the beauty of Yen Ryu. A man aspiring to fulfill his lifelong ambitions must diligently study the classics beside his window. Xiao Yang's voice rose and fell, weaving a captivating narrative. Within the pages of books resides the beauty of Yen Ryu. Upon hearing this line, a brilliant spark ignited in Yen Ryu's enchanting eyes. That day at the Lanting Poetry Gathering, Xiao Yang had composed verses for Ning Hongye, leaving her envious beyond measure. But tonight, he had crafted an unparalleled masterpiece tailored specifically for her. Zhulang, I knew you harbored feelings for me, Yen Ryu exclaimed, her joy illuminating her features. Suddenly, she rose on her toes and bestowed a gentle kiss upon Xiao Yang's cheek, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water surface. Chapter 36, A Hundredfold Return. The Sun Shooting Bow. The autumn hunt begins. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. It was unclear how long had passed when Yen Ryu, with a flushed face, finally pulled away. Zhulang, this is my heartfelt intention. Even though you bear the shackles of your family now, I shall wait for you eternally. With that, Yen Ryu stepped out of the room, vanishing into the night, leaving behind only a lingering fragrance. Ah, the most difficult to bear is the grace of beauty. Xiao Yang shook his head helplessly. At that instant, the familiar prompt of the system echoed in his ears. Ding! The host is granted the Spirit Grade Superior Cloud-Piercing Bow, triggering a reward. Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. It must be that Ning Hongye had finished her bath and accepted the Cloud-Piercing Bow. Hundredfold Return. Emperor Grade Superior Divine Weapon. Sun Shooting Bow. Falling Star Arrows. Sun Shooting Bow. Its string crafted from the tail feathers of the ancient golden crow can summon thunder and fire from the 9 heavens when an arrow is loosed, creating an earth-shattering impact with boundless power. Falling Star Arrows, capable of auto-charging. The number of arrows is determined by the host's strength. Shall you extract it immediately? Yes. Xiao Yang's heart raced with exhilaration. Swish! In the next moment, a radiant light flickered, and a grand bow materialized before him. The bow spanned 7 feet, far exceeding the specifications of ordinary bows. Its limbs crafted from the sacred Fusang wood, adorned with patterns burned by the true fire of the sun. So heavy, as Xiao Yang attempted to lift the sun-shooting bow, he felt his arms sink, nearly unable to bear its weight. It was worth noting that his single-arm strength had reached 1,000 pounds, showcasing the extraordinary nature of this divine weapon. He carried the sun-shooting bow to the backyard, eager to test its power. However, he found he could not draw the bowstring at all. Damn it! Today, I shall not be defeated. Great Desolation Prison Sky Finger. Open for me. Xiao Yang roared in fury, gritting his teeth and exerting all his strength, his muscles trembling. He unleashed the Great Desolation Prison Sky Finger, his power surging to over 10,000 pounds, barely managing to draw the bowstring inch by inch. Buzz! At the same time, a pale golden arrow began to coalesce at his fingertips, forming the Falling Star Arrow. This was not a physical arrow, but one conjured from vital energy. With the bow drawn like a crescent moon, facing northwest, I shall shoot the celestial wolf. Go! In that moment, Xiao Yang's spirit soared. As if possessed by the ancient hero Ho-E, he loosed an arrow towards the northwest, beyond the Snow Dragon Pass. Whoosh! The falling star arrow shot forth, radiating a brilliant white light that pierced the clouds and tore through the night sky. The entire night was illuminated, resembling broad daylight, dazzling and resplendent. Countless citizens gazed upwards, marveling in awe. Look, a shooting star from the heavens. Such a spectacle was indeed rare. In the depths of the royal residence, in the study, the prince of northern town suddenly opened his eyes, gazing towards the northwest night sky, his gaze sharp as lightning. This power, belonging to a seventh-grade master. Who could this be? Meanwhile, a concealed warehouse 100 miles northwest of the Snow Dragon Pass. Two shadowy figures lurked together, exchanging furtive glances. If Xiao Yang had been present, he would have recognized the two individuals as the first prince, Xiao Junlin, and the fourth prince, Xiao Chusheng. Brother, father is being excessively partial to the ninth prince. Xiao Chusheng could not help but express his grievances. The ninth prince is lawless, having incapacitated the third brother. Soon, he will likely attempt to dominate us. Xiao Junlin furrowed his brow, stating, Father is considering the broader picture. With the engagement ceremony approaching and the royal family dispatching envoys to attend, it is unwise to act against Xiao Yang, the groom. However, once the wedding is concluded, he will no longer hold any value. Xiao Yang is merely a caged bird, incapable of stirring up any significant turmoil, and his elimination of the third brother has effectively removed a rival for me. Moreover, once our supplies arrive tonight, bolstered by a strong army, we shall easily leave others far behind. What we have to fear about ascending the throne. Ha ha! Xiao Junlin burst into laughter. Soon, two well-trained groups, each comprising around 100 men, arrived at the warehouse. Guardians of the Medicine King Valley, we pay our respects to the first prince. We have brought 100 spirit-grade elixirs and 500 rare herbs. An elderly man in a blue robe knelt on one knee. Warriors of Dongji Island, we pay our respects to the fourth prince. We have brought 100 ninjas, all of the fourth rank. Another bearded warrior also knelt in greeting. Ha ha ha! Splendid! Both princes displayed expressions of satisfaction. The elixirs and warriors before them represented years of their maternal family's resources, painstakingly transported to assist Xiao Junlin in seizing the throne. Brother, once you become the new North Guardian King, do not forget me. The fourth prince implored. Rest assured, I shall not neglect you. Xiao Junlin promised with a pat on his chest. Furthermore, I shall exact a fierce revenge on the ninth prince. To simply kill him would be too merciful. I shall sever his limbs and imprison him in the dark dungeons, forcing him to endure excruciating agony day and night, unable to live or die. The fourth prince gritted his teeth. Agreed, and that Ning Hongye should be captured as well, to keep him company. Xiao Junlin's gaze turned malevolent. Having narrowly survived 2 encounters with Ning Hongye's battle blade, which nearly claimed his life, he harbored deep resentment and dreamed of vengeance. Just as the two were indulging in their lofty ambitions, a dreadful pressure suddenly descended from the heavens, tearing apart the clouds. An arrow shot forth like the wrath of a deity, heralding chaos and destruction, unstoppable in its course. This is perilous. What a terrifying force. It must be the might of a 7th-rank master. Xiao Junlin's complexion changed dramatically as he felt the looming threat of death, immediately fleeing into the distance. The fourth prince dared not linger either, fleeing like a frightened dog. In the next moment, boom, the arrow struck, and the entire warehouse exploded in an instant, flames raging as a terrifying shockwave spread outward. The two princes, possessing protective treasures, managed to evade this disaster, though they sustained severe injuries. The remaining warriors of Dongji Island were not so fortunate, meeting their demise without a single survivor left. As for those precious elixirs from the Medicine King Valley, along with the rare treasures of heaven and earth, all have been utterly destroyed. Alas, they're all gone. The fourth young master gazed at the charred remains of the warriors, his heart bleeding with grief. Who could have done this? The news of our clandestine meeting was supposed to be a closely guarded secret. Could it be the treacherous fifth brother, or perhaps the sixth? Xiao Junlin's countenance darkened, his mind racing with countless thoughts. Yet, he could never have imagined that the celestial arrow, akin to a divine being descending from the heavens, was merely Xiao Yang testing the might of the sun's shooting bow. The power of a single arrow was truly terrifying. Meanwhile, within the royal palace, Xiao Yang had only released 1 arrow, yet he felt utterly drained, devoid of any remaining energy. With his current cultivation level, shooting a falling star arrow was already pushing his limits. Nevertheless, its power was immense. Good heavens! The range of this arrow might well be 100 miles, which is equivalent to 50,000 meters. In contrast, the cloud-piercing bow had a range of merely 1,000 zhang, or 3,000 meters. Compared to the sun-shooting bow, even the sniper rifles of the Blue Star appeared woefully inadequate. It was akin to a long-range missile. Xiao Yang marveled inwardly, filled with exhilaration. The potency of this arrow far exceeded his expectations, likely comparable to a strike from a martial arts grandmaster. No wonder it was deemed a royal-grade divine weapon. Previously, he had acquired the Xianlin 10,000 dragon armor, which was purely defensive and only allowed for passive protection. However, the sun-shooting bow was an offensive divine artifact, brimming with boundless power. Yet, due to the great distance, he could not accurately gauge the target's position and could only aim broadly, but that was sufficient. Should anyone dare to provoke him again, he would simply obliterate them with a single shot. Subsequently, Xiao Yang stored away the sun-shooting bow and returned to his quarters, commencing his recuperation and cultivation. In the following days, he remained within the estate, diligently honing his skills. Although he possessed numerous treasures, his cultivation was still at the third-tier Qi realm, and he needed to enhance it. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. "Young master, are you awake? Today is the day of the autumn hunt. The prince has summoned all the young masters to go hunting in the western mountains." One li spuka respectfully. Autumn hunt? Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow, recalling the tradition. This was a custom of the royal family. Every autumn, the offspring would venture into the mountains for a hunt. The one who captured the most game would receive commendations from the emperor. If the guards performed admirably, they could even be promoted by 3 ranks. Very well, I shall prepare. After freshening up, Xiao Yang donned the Xianlin 10,000 dragon armor and strapped on his battle blade. He contemplated for a moment and ultimately decided against bringing the sun-shooting bow. Such a formidable weapon was too powerful to showcase publicly at this time. "I shall make my way to the stables," he instructed Huang Li as he stepped outside. Since it was the autumn hunt, riding was essential. Previously, he had acquired the royal-grade spirit beast, the cloud-treading black dragon steed, through the system. However, that stallion was quite willful and refused to heed his commands. In fact, it had even nudged Yen Ruyu's white deer during the poetry gathering at Lanting. Since then, Xiao Yang had neglected the stallion, and today seemed like the perfect opportunity to put it to use. However, upon his arrival at the stable, he was greeted by a gloomy servant clad in a gray robe. "Ninth young master, you have finally arrived. The black horse you raised is exceedingly difficult to manage. It only consumes the tenderest grass, and once it bites into a bundle, it refuses to eat further, discarding the remainder. As for water, it will only drink dew. Otherwise, it will starve itself. This alone would be tolerable, merely a matter of inconvenience. However, it has also been wreaking havoc, leaving our mares in disarray, unable to stand upright. Please, you must remove this divine beast. I am utterly incapable of tending to it." The servant lamented incessantly, akin to a bamboo tube pouring out beans. Listening to this, Xiao Yang felt somewhat speechless. He had not anticipated that the formidable black horse would not behave while confined. "Brother He, grant me a favor today. Let's take a stroll." Xiao Yang stepped into the stable, directly seizing the reins of the black horse and leading it away. At the Western Mountain hunting grounds, a throng of people surged. Except for the third young master Xiao Li, who was punished with confinement, all other young masters had arrived, accompanied by their respective subordinates. Additionally, Ning Hongye had brought Qingwan along. She rode a pure white horse named Xiao Yang, which Xiao Yang had acquired from the 4th young master. Among the crowd, the most striking figure was undoubtedly the 4th young master, Xiao Chuxing. He rode a magnificent steed, known for its speed and grace, with a slender head, long neck, and elegant limbs. "Fourth brother, what a splendid horse!" Xiao Yang could not help but exclaim. Indeed, the 4th young master sat proudly upon his mount, chest out, exuding arrogance. "Ninth brother, although I gifted you Xiao Yang, I have retained a treasure. This steed is my most prized possession. It runs like the wind, covering 1,000 miles in a day. Today, at the autumn hunt, you will not even catch a glimpse of my silhouette." The 4th young master boasted with great pride. "Oh, is that so?" Xiao Yang replied with a playful smirk, patting the rear of the black horse beside him. He called out, "Big Black, go!" No sooner had the words left his lips than the black horse spotted the magnificent steed, instantly invigorated, and galloped forth, heedlessly charging ahead. Oh no! The fourth young master, seated atop his horse, was struck as if by lightning, losing his balance and tumbling down in a most undignified manner. Chapter 37. She is indeed my beloved and cherished friend. More money is required. Thud! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the fourth young master, Xiao Yang, fell flat on his back, a picture of utter humiliation. The injury was negligible, yet the humiliation was profoundly intense. Infuriated, the fourth young master glared fiercely at the magnificent black horse, and, in a fit of rage, swung a punch, seeking to release his frustration upon the beast. However, being merely a third-tier martial artist, he was no match for the royal-grade spirit beast, whose prowess equaled that of a seventh-tier martial arts master. Bang! The black horse did not even flinch, casually flicking its hind leg and sending the fourth young master flying. Ha ha ha! What a disgrace for the fourth, to be kicked away by a mere horse. If word of this spread, the Xiao family would be regarded as a bunch of worthless fools. Mockery erupted from all sides. Roar! Clutching his chest in agony, the fourth young master felt as though he might vomit blood. Meanwhile, the black horse remained gallantly atop the spirited steed, exuding vigor. The steed, too, seemed to comply, for the black horse possessed the bloodline of an ancient black dragon, capable of exerting bloodline suppression. To be favored by it was, in fact, a privilege for the spirited steed. This black horse, with its audacity, was indeed akin to the teddy bear of horses. Witnessing this, Xiao Yang could not help but shake his head. Typically lazy, the black horse transformed into a whirlwind of energy upon sighting the mare. Ninth brother, you must give me an explanation for this. The fourth young master, unable to vent his frustrations on the black horse, sought out Xiao Yang instead. You beast! Little beast! Stop at once! Xiao Yang shouted. Ninth brother, why call my name when you do not tend to your horse? The fourth young master, Xiao Yang, was incensed. Fourth brother, do not misunderstand. I was addressing the little beast, not your name, Xiao Yang. After all, no matter how ridiculous you may be, you would never engage in such lewd behavior. Xiao Yang grinned. You, the fourth young master, turned crimson, trembling with rage. Enough. Fourth brother, cease embarrassing yourself. At this moment, the eldest young master, Xiao Junlin, interjected. As the fourth brother's attendant, he could not bear to see his subordinate humiliated publicly by Xiao Yang. For his own reputation was at stake. Ninth brother, you are ruthless. Just wait. During the autumn hunt, I shall make you pay. The fourth young master could only hurl threats before retreating dejectedly into the crowd. Before long, the black horse returned to Xiao Yang's side, brimming with vitality. The prince has arrived. Suddenly, the northern town king, Xiao Qinquan, made his entrance, flanked by numerous ironclad guards, at the entrance of the Shishan hunting grounds. Greetings, father. The young masters bowed in unison. Greetings, your highness. Ning Hongya, Qing Wan, and others also lowered their heads in respect. No need for formalities. The northern town king waved his hand dismissively. Father, I have urgent matters to report. Stepping forward, the eldest young master, Xiao Junlin, wore an expression of profound sorrow and indignation. Not long ago, fourth brother and I were gathering outside the city when suddenly divine arrows fell from the sky. Though we managed to escape, hundreds of our subordinates perished. I implore you, father, to investigate this matter and avenge our fallen comrades. What? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang was utterly bewildered. Divine arrows falling from the sky? ISNT, that akin to experimenting with the sun-shooting bow? To my astonishment, it appears to have yielded an unexpected result. This matter has long been perceived by this king, that formidable individual whose origins remain a mystery, vanished without a trace after releasing a single arrow. Nonetheless, the northern territory is under this king's dominion, and I shall not tolerate any transgressions. Should he reappear, I will show no mercy. The voice of the northern king resonated with overwhelming authority. Alas, a pang of dread struck Xiao Yang's heart. He had anticipated that his father would harbor resentment. It seems that next time he wishes to wield the sun-shooting bow, he must do so covertly, ensuring that no one discovers his intentions. Subsequently, the Northern King cast his gaze over the assembly and proclaimed, "This autumn hunt, like those of years past, will consist of 2 rounds. The first round will test equestrian skills. The one who reaches the opposite peak first and retrieves the banner I have placed in advance shall be deemed the victor. The second round will assess archery prowess. Whoever captures the most game in the hunting grounds shall claim the championship." Upon hearing this, many young lords present were filled with eager anticipation, bustling with excitement. Though winning the autumn hunt offers no tangible rewards, it provides an opportunity to shine before the king, thereby enhancing their chances of being selected as heirs. Prepare yourselves. In the span of an incense stick, the first round of competition shall commence, announced the Northern King. As soon as he finished speaking, the eldest son, Xiao Junlin, approached Xiao Yang with a feigned smile. "Ninth brother, it appears you've acquired a fine steed. Do you intend to vie for the top position this time?" "Indeed." Xiao Yang nodded affirmatively. "Why don't we place a wager?" Xiao Junlin suggested. "I recently spent a hefty sum of 100,000 taels of silver in the eastern city to construct a palace in the clouds for the heiress residence. Should you triumph, I shall bestow it upon you." "A wager of such magnitude?" Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow in surprise. He was aware that the palace was resplendent and lavishly constructed, and Xiao Junlin's proposal indicated he had significant ambitions. "Brother, I come from humble beginnings and possess nothing of value to wager." Xiao Yang replied. "Haha." Xiao Junlin's smile widened. "Ninth brother, should you lose, you need not offer me any treasures. Merely hand over the tiger seal and gold stamp of the Zhuge army." "Absolutely not." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang had yet to respond when Qingwan, not far away, grew agitated. She immediately stepped forward. "Ninth son, that tiger seal and gold stamp is a token bestowed upon you by the general, capable of commanding troops. Its significance is profound, and you must not allow it to fall into another's hands." "Indeed." Xiao Yang nodded. "Miss Qingwan is correct. The tiger seal and gold stamp is a token of affection from Miss Ning, for she is my beloved friend, thus." Xiao Yang elongated his tone and turned to Xiao Junlin, stating, "Therefore, 1 palace in the clouds is insufficient. You must increase the stakes." "What?" Hearing this, Xiao Junlin was momentarily taken aback, having expected Xiao Yang's outright refusal, yet was met with an unexpected demand for higher stakes. Meanwhile, Qingwan's anger flared, her delicate face radiating fury as she scolded. "You scoundrel! How dare you use the token gifted by the general as a wager? I shall not spare you." She was poised to take action. Qingwan returned. "Sutendi, ning honkia interjected." Though Qingwan was unwilling, she dared not defy the command and could only retreat. "Ninth brother, you mentioned increasing the payment. How much shall it be?" Xiao Junlin inquired with a smile. 100 spiritual pills from the Medicine King's Valley." Xiao Yang proposed. "That is unacceptable. I can offer you a maximum of 50. Xiao Junlin sought to negotiate. "If you cannot agree, then forget it." Xiao Yang feigned turning away. "Wait, I concede. 100 shall be." Although Xiao Junlin felt a pang in his heart, he was confident of victory, believing it to be merely an empty promise, with no chance of defeat. "Agreed, it is settled. With so many witnesses present, no one shall renege." Xiao Yang hastily added. Since this generous brother was willingly offering gold coins, he would not let the opportunity slip by. The wager was thus established. "Not far away, General. Why do you not intervene to stop Xiao Yang?" Qingwan exclaimed, stamping her foot in agitation. "The tiger talisman and golden seal were bestowed upon him by me. How he chooses to handle them is his decision." At this juncture, Ning Hongya paused, a flicker of brilliance gleaming in her beautiful eyes. Furthermore, Xiao Yang must possess a strong confidence in his victory to agree. In recent days, have you observed him suffer any losses? Chapter 38. Dressed in fresh garments, galloping ahead. It seems that there really is none. Qingwan reflected briefly, shaking her head in utter astonishment. Initially, she had dismissed Xiao Yang, believing him to be merely the most inconsequential heir presented by the Northern King's mansion to appease the emperor regarding the marriage decree. However, Xiao Yang had first humiliated the eldest and 4th sons, then gained renown at the Lanting Poetry Gathering, and most recently, he had incapacitated the third son, Xiaoli. Once or twice could be attributed to luck, but consistently overcoming the odds indicated true prowess. General, do you mean to say that Xiao Yang has been concealing his abilities and is indeed capable of winning this contest? Qingwan could not help but inquire. Just how much has he hidden? I cannot say. Here's what we shall do. Qingwan, you shall ride the Xiao Jade Lion and represent me in battle. Ning Kongkie commanded. Yes, I shall not fail in this duty. Qingwan replied, confident in her abilities. Having been raised on horseback and seasoned in the heat of battle, she was certain she could claim victory even against the scions of the royal house. If she secured first place at the very least, Xiaoyang's command token would not be lost. The first round of the contest commenced. Moments later, the voice of the Northern King resonated throughout the arena. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, the various heirs, accompanied by their retainers, spurred their steeds and surged forth. Yet, amongst them, one figure galloped ahead, leaving all others in the dust. It was none other than Zai Junlin. Oh, the eldest son rides what appears to be the Prince Zhao Wang Fadian, murmured the crowd. This magnificent steed had once been bestowed upon the prince by the royal family. It was surprising to see the prince had gifted it to the eldest son. Surely, this meant victory was assured for him in this contest. The onlookers buzzed with speculation, as the others had already entered the western mountains. Only Xiaoyang approached the great black horse at a leisurely pace. Ninth brother, are you aware that you are destined to lose, hence preparing to forfeit? Sneered the second son, Xiaozuan. He adhered to the Confucian path and thus refrained from participating in the competition. Brother, why the haste? Laughing early does not guarantee victory. It is the one who laughs last that truly triumphs. Xiaoyang retorted. Humph, your elder brother has already galloped several miles ahead, and you have yet to set off. I look forward to witnessing your comeback. Xiaozuan scoffed derisively. At this moment, Xiaoyang finally approached the great black horse, lowering his voice. Black brother, I have treated you well, so grant me this favor today. Put in a little effort, and I shall ensure you have several fine mares in the future, making you exceedingly pleased every day. Upon hearing this, the great black horse suddenly perked up, brimming with energy. Giddy up. With that, Xiaoyang seized the opportunity to mount, urging the black horse toward the western mountains. However, the spectators still harbored doubts about his chances. After all, the black horse he rode did not appear to be a remarkable steed. Aside from its propensity for mischief, it bore no extraordinary qualities. Yet, as they rounded a bend and entered the dense forest, roar! The great black horse suddenly neighed, and then a dramatic transformation occurred. A layer of obsidian scales enveloped its body, its form swelling, muscles rippling with a newfound power. The twin orbs transformed into a pale golden hue, exuding an unparalleled nobility. Where the hooves tread, purple lightning entwined, and clouds billowed tumultuously. Thunderous roars resonated as it galloped, sweeping forth a tempest, leaving a fleeting shadow in midair, its speed reaching an unimaginable peak, evading the naked eye's grasp. This was the true essence of the cloud-treading black colt. By heavens, is this a transformer? Goodness, I underestimated you before, my formidable steed. Charge forth and vanquish the ones ahead. Xiao Yang, perched upon the back of the mighty black stallion, felt an overwhelming surge of exhilaration as they traversed the distance in an instant. Meanwhile, the other young lords, who had set off earlier, were engaged in a fierce pursuit. Leading the charge was the eldest son, Xiao Junlin, alongside Qingwan. Both exerted every ounce of their strength, neck and neck in a fierce contest. Damn it, that braggart Xiao Yang. How is it that he hasn't even left a shadow behind? I must secure the first position. Otherwise, the tiger seal and golden stamp of the Zhuge army will fall into Xiao Junlin's hands. Qingwan made a firm resolution, continuously urging the Xiao Jade Lion beneath her. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged from behind, accompanied by a profound sense of pressure that penetrated the soul. In an instant, birds plummeted from the sky, and trees toppled over. This is bad. A fearsome beast has emerged. Everyone, gather closely and do not stray. The competition can wait. Life is paramount. The young lords leading their retainers braced themselves. Yet in the next moment, thud, 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 the steeds beneath them collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, utterly immobilized. Even Xiao Junlin's clawed steed, Fei Dian, and Qing Wan Jiaihua Jade Lion were no exceptions. It seemed as though a sovereign of unparalleled might had descended. These horses were bowing in reverence to their king. What on earth is happening? Astonishment gripped Xiao Junlin. He never anticipated that the autumn hunt in Xishan would stir such chaos. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black beast, akin to a bolt of lightning cleaving through the heavens, raced forth, igniting a conflagration in its wake. Its speed defied all imagination. So swift, Xiao Junlin instinctively looked up, only to see that the ebony creature had already covered a distance of 1,000 meters, and it appeared to carry a rider. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the ninth brother. Impossible. I must be seeing things. Xiao Junlin shook his head, casting aside this wild thought. Before long, Xiao Yang had ridden the great black stallion to the summit of Xishan. With a flourish, a grand banner emblazoned with the character Xiao fluttered in the wind, resonating with a crisp sound. This must be the token banner mentioned by the king of the north. Returning with it would signify my supremacy. Xiao Yang promptly seized the banner and urged the black stallion down the mountain. At the foot of Xishan, they had returned. The crowd spotted a large banner billowing in the distance, strikingly noticeable. It must be my elder brother. He has somehow extended the time for the autumn hunt by a stick of incense. It seems his cultivation has once again ascended. The second young master, Xiao Ziwen, sighed in contemplation. The eldest young master was indeed the true dragon of the Xiao family. Recently, during his breakthrough, he had summoned 9 extraordinary phenomena from the heavens and the earth. In terms of speed, none could rival him. It was laughable that Xiao Yang, in his arrogance, fancied himself capable and foolishly lost a precious tiger talisman gold seal. Others began to murmur in agreement. However, in the next moment, when the horse-riding flag-bearer made his appearance, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. For the victor was not the eldest young master, but rather Xiao Yang himself. He appeared as a jade-like figure, tall and elegant, reminiscent of a youthful general. Dressed in vibrant attire, he led the charge with unparalleled vigor. "Father, I have returned." Xiao Yang gracefully dismounted, planting the grand Xiao flag firmly into the ground with a fluidity akin to flowing water. "Ninth brother, how could it possibly be you?" exclaimed Xiao Ziwen, his expression one of utter disbelief. Chapter 39. My son Zhulong, possessing extraordinary talent. "Second brother, why can't it be me?" Xiao Yang retorted. "You." Xiao Ziwen found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "Zhulong, your performance today has indeed exceeded this king's expectations." The king of Zhenbei remarked. "A tiger father begets no dog son. My ability to triumph is all due to the excellent teachings of my father." Xiao Yang flattered, though he knew that his current achievements had little to do with the king. Nevertheless, flattering words never go amiss. Indeed, upon hearing this, the corners of the king's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. Glop, glop, glop. After a while, the sound of hooves echoed from a distance, and the other young lords began to return one after another. "Father, I was the first to reach the summit of Xishan, yet I did not see the banner you spoke of." Xiao Junlin rushed over. However, the next moment, his expression froze, for he beheld the Xiao banner firmly planted in the ground ahead, with Xiao Yang standing beside it. What is the meaning of this? Xiao Junlin was bewildered. "Eldest brother, do you not understand? The outcome has been decided. I have claimed victory." Xiao Yang declared confidently. "Impossible. You cheated." Xiao Junlin's eyes reddened as he roared. "How could a third-tier warrior like you, riding a nameless steed, possibly outdo me? During the first round of competition, no one even saw you. You must have employed some despicable means to steal the banner, attempting to deceive everyone. Eldest brother, while one may indulge in gluttony, one must not speak recklessly. If you claim I cheated, then you must provide evidence." Xiao Yang replied coldly. "I." Xiao Junlin found himself momentarily speechless, for he indeed had no evidence. Yet, even so, he remained unconvinced. "Father," the ninth brother said out last, yet returned first. "There must be some intrigue at play. He never even reached the summit and returned midway. which is why he could come back so quickly. The ninth brother's victory is unmerited, his methods underhanded. I implore you to see through this, Xiao Junlin complained. The king of Zhenbei's expression turned grave as he spoke solemnly. That Xiao banner was personally planted by me atop Shishan, and I set up restrictions around it. Only those of the Xiao bloodline could possibly retrieve it. Thus, Zhilong's victory is indisputable. What? Upon hearing this, not only Xiao Junlin, but everyone present was astonished. The king of Zhenbei had spoken. Thus, Xiao Yang's victory was indeed legitimate. The once inconspicuous ninth young master had suddenly made a remarkable impression. Junlin, though you possess the supreme bone, do not underestimate the heroes of the world. Zhilong, while not as skilled as you, has the potential to rise significantly. He possesses extraordinary talent that could very well allow him to surpass you in time. The king of Zhenbei continued. Father, Xiao Junlin's face changed dramatically, and turmoil surged within his heart. He never imagined his father would hold his ninth brother in such high regard, even comparing him to himself. He had thought that with the third brother Xiao Li's downfall, the throne would be rightfully his. Yet now, it seemed Xiao Yang had become his greatest rival. Brother, do not forget that we previously made a wager. When will you bestow upon me the celestial palace and the 100 elixirs from the valley of the apothecary? Xiao Yang inquired once more. This statement was akin to pouring salt on Xiao Junlin's wounds. Rest assured, ninth brother, I shall not owe you anything. I will deliver them to you upon my return. Xiao Junlin retorted through gritted teeth, a fierce glimmer flashing in his eyes as he silently mused. Though treasures are splendid, one must possess life to enjoy them. Soon, the voice of the king of the north resonated throughout the arena once more. The first round of the competition has been claimed by Xiao Yang. Now, we shall proceed to the second round, the hunt. You are forbidden from riding horses or bringing blades and bows into the hunting grounds. Return to this place before sunset. As soon as the words were spoken, the various young lords, accompanied by their retinues, surged into the hunting grounds. This second round called for collective effort. The more followers one had, the greater the advantage. In contrast, Xiao Yang, being all alone, found himself at a significant disadvantage. Qing Wan, take the Chuan Yun Bao and assist Xiao Yang. Ning Hongyi commanded. Yes, General. Qing Wan replied, nodding as she grasped the Chuan Yun Bao and followed Xiao Yang into the dense forest. Xiao Yang, how did you claim victory just now? Qing Wan could no longer contain her curiosity and asked. She had been at the forefront throughout, evenly matched with Xiao Junlin, and had not caught sight of Xiao Yang. Gues, Xiao Yang teaset enigmatically. Qing Wan shook her head, yet inexplicably felt an unsettling premonition that the terrifying black beast's appearance seemed somehow linked to Xiao Yang. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Qing Wan then drew her bow, unleashing a flurry of arrows that transformed into a cascade of shadows in the air. As a sharpshooter capable of hitting a target from 100 paces, coupled with the formidable power of the Chuan Yun Bao, she swiftly felled a dozen ferocious beasts. If she continued this way, the creatures of the hunting grounds would be decimated, leaving little for the other young lords to claim. Ninth brother, Commander Qing Wan, I have a secret to share. At that moment, Xiao Junlin leaned in closer. What secret? Qing Wan inquired coldly. 50 miles north of this western mountain hunting ground lies a pool of dark water. My subordinates have discovered that there is a ripening Tian Yuan fruit there. Xiao Junlin proclaimed. Tian Yuan fruit. Qing Wan gasped at this revelation. She knew this fruit was a spiritual-grade treasure, exceedingly rare and a renowned healing artifact. Just when Ning Hongya had sustained severe injuries beyond the realm, the Tian Yuan fruit was precisely the remedy he required. Brother, are you truly so benevolent? Xiao Yang became wary. Offering unsolicited kindness often hints at ulterior motives. Knowing the whereabouts of the Tian Yuan fruit, Xiao Junlin could easily procure it for himself. Why share this information with them? I lost in the first round. Victory in the second round is imperative. However, Commander Qing Wan is exceedingly formidable. If she continues to shoot unabated, I fear I shall remain unable to seize the victory. Therefore, I propose this information. You may seek treasure at the dark water pool, and we can each fulfill our needs. How does that sound? Xiao Junlin suggested. Very well, I agree. Qingwan promptly stowed her bow and arrows. In her eyes, nothing in the world held greater significance than General Ning. Leader Qingwan is settled then, Xiao Junlin exclaimed with excitement, giving her shoulder a gentle pat while discreetly affixing some powder onto her. A look of distaste crossed Qingwan's face as she immediately distanced herself and turned to Xiao Yang, saying, "Ninth young master, you may remain to continue the hunt, but I must make a trip to the Yinshuiden. Of course, I shall accompany you." Xiao Yang replied, although he harbored suspicions about Xiao Junlin's intentions. If the rumors surrounding the Tianyuan fruit were indeed true, presenting it to Ning Hongye could trigger a beneficial return from the system. This prospect far outweighed the significance of merely claiming victory in the hunt. Thus, the two set off together toward the northern hunting grounds. However, as they receded from view, a fierce glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Xiao Junlin's eyes. "Ninth brother, you have forced my hand. With the superior beast-attracting potion combined with that thing in the Yinshuiden, even if you possess 9 lives, it would not suffice." "Huh? Who prompted you to offend me? Even if father were to investigate, he would find no trace leading back to me." Chapter 40. The Unicorn Serpent, Unyielding in Battle. On the other side, Xiao Yang and Qingwan advanced at full speed, quickly departing from the western mountain hunting grounds and heading towards the Yinshui Pond. According to the rules of the autumn hunt, participants were not permitted to leave the hunting grounds, as the surrounding area was rife with demonic beasts, making unforeseen accidents likely. However, the allure of the Tianyuan fruit rendered such regulations inconsequential. Before long, they encountered a wave of beasts. Dozens of different demonic creatures surged from all directions, each possessing combat abilities equivalent to second or third-rank martial artists. Although they had yet to awaken their intelligence, they were nevertheless formidable foes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Qingwan continuously drew her bow and released arrows, transforming the area within 100 meters into a death zone, with demonic beasts falling one after another. "This is bad. The arrows I carry are limited, and I have already expended more than half. At this rate, I may run out before we even reach the Yinshui Pond." Qingwan furrowed her brow. Should she lose the advantage of ranged attacks, they would be forced into close combat, which could lead to unexpected injuries. "You take a breather. I'll handle the rest." Xiao Yang stepped forward, striding towards the approaching beasts. "Wait." Qingwan attempted to intervene, concerned because Xiao Yang was unarmed save for a single battle knife. To her astonishment, the next moment unfolded an unimaginable scene. Xiao Yang did not even draw his knife, instead pointing a finger at an oncoming tiger demon. Great Wilderness capturing heaven finger. Bang! With a mere finger, the tiger demon's head exploded, akin to a watermelon shattered upon impact, perishing instantly. Bang! 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 Subsequently, Xiao Yang moved with an ethereal grace, weaving through the tide of beasts as if chopping vegetables. Wherever he passed, the demonic creatures met their end. Great Wilderness capturing heaven finger. Those struck will be reborn. This was a royal-level ultimate technique. Previously, it had incapacitated the third prince Shaoli with a single strike. Now, wielded against beasts, it was akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Impressive. Qingwan could not help but marvel at this spectacle. It was not that these beasts were weak, but rather that Xiao Yang was extraordinarily strong. If she were to engage in close combat, she doubted she could match his ease. Indeed, this 9th young master is far more formidable than I had anticipated. He must have been concealing his true abilities all along. With his assistance, perhaps General Ning's rebellion could truly be realized. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang treated the demonic beasts as mere training dummies, honing his martial skills and mastering the Great Wilderness capturing heaven finger with increasing proficiency. With him clearing the path ahead, the two swiftly advanced several dozen miles. Something feels off. Suddenly, Qingwan sensed something amiss. Even if demonic beasts roamed freely outside the hunting grounds, there shouldn't be this many. And they seem to be targeting us. Did you just realize that? Xiao Yang laughed as he continued to slay the beasts. It seemed that Xiao Junlin scattered something on your back as we left. What? Qingwan gasped in shock and immediately removed her outer garment. Although she wore inner armor beneath, her smooth skin, flat abdomen, and well-defined abdominal muscles were still visible. Xiao Yang inwardly marveled. If she were in Blue Star, a commanding woman like Qing Wan would undoubtedly wreak havoc in the circles of nobility. Damn it, this is the beast summoning charm. Soon, she discovered that her coat was dusted with a fine, colorless, and odorless powder, exceedingly difficult to detect. This was a special spice concocted by the pharmacist, possessing an immense allure for the demonic beasts. That scoundrel Xiao Junlin intended to use the beast to bring about our demise, Qing Wan explained, discarding her outer garment onto the ground. They proceeded onward, encountering significantly fewer beasts, and the pressure was instantly alleviated. At last they arrived. Xiao Yang halted. Before them lay a frigid pool where malevolent energy coalesced, and not a single blade of grass thrived in the vicinity, no trace of any demonic beasts. As they set foot in this place, an icy chill surged from the soles of their feet. It felt as if a great terror lurked nearby. Look, in the center of the pond, atop a lotus leaf, grew the Tianyuan fruit, nearing maturity. Qing Wan was beside herself with excitement. Xiao Yang gazed over as well. There, the Tianyuan fruit shimmered with a translucent brilliance, radiating a lustrous glow, resembling the most delectable treasure, evoking salivation. With the Tianyuan fruit, the general's injuries could soon be healed. I shall retrieve it at once. Qing Wan's eyes sparkled with determination. Wait, something is amiss here. Before Xiao Yang could finish his warning, Qing Wan dashed forward, impulsive by nature and driven by exhilaration. She paid no heed to caution. Although unaware of the pool's depth, as a fifth-tier martial artist, she could traverse the water for a brief spell. In no time, she approached the Tianyuan fruit merely 10 meters away. Suddenly, with a deafening roar, the previously tranquil waters erupted, forming a terrifying whirlpool. From within, a massive python surged forth. Its exposed body alone measured 10 zhang in length, adorned with dark scales that glimmered with a chilling aura. Its head was as large as a small hill, with vertical pupils fixated on the diminutive intruder, flicking its crimson tongue ominously. More alarmingly, a single golden horn sprouted from its forehead, radiant and resplendent, exuding an aura of sanctity. Is it a dragon? Qing Wan instinctively recoiled, gripped by a primal fear. At that moment, Xiao Yang swiftly employed his heavy eye to scrutinize the dreadful beast. Instantly, its information materialized on his panel. Single-horned dark python, absorbing the essence of sun and moon, gathering the spirit of heaven and earth, having cultivated for over 900 years. Now, possessing intelligence equivalent to a 6-tier mountain moving realm warrior. If it were to consume the Tianyuan fruit, it could shed its skin and transform into a dragon, summoning rain and controlling waters, rivaling a 7th-tier master realm warrior. Weakness, the 7-inch mark. Upon reading the information, Xiao Yang's body tensed, as if facing a formidable foe, a demonic beast that had cultivated for 900 years. It had gained intelligence, equivalent to a 6-tier powerhouse. Undoubtedly, this single-horned dark python was the most terrifying adversary he had encountered in this world. Thankfully, it had yet to shed its skin and transform into a dragon. Otherwise, even if other princes' teams were present, they would likely face total annihilation. Suddenly, crash! The massive python violently swung its tail, striking Qing Wan with tremendous force. She was struck and sent flying, feeling as though her very organs had been shaken, before she violently expelled a mouthful of crimson blood. Whoosh! 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 Yet there was no time for healing. Qing Wan swiftly drew her cloud-piercing bow, unleashing arrows as if they were of no cost. Clang! 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 However, the arrows merely grazed the scales of the unicorn black python, igniting sparks and leaving faint white marks, but inflicting no real harm. Damn it, I must retreat. Qing Wan realized that the disparity in power was insurmountable. This beast was beyond her ability to confront, and she was preparing to flee. Roar! 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 Suddenly, the unicorn black python opened its cavernous maw, spewing forth a dense cloud of dark purple poison mist that enveloped her in an instant. Qing Wan let out a heart-wrenching scream. Feeling dizzy and blood gushing from her orifices, her strength completely drained as she collapsed into the murky waters below. It's over. Is this to be my final resting place? General Ning, alas, I could not accompany you. To the very end, Qingwan's consciousness began to fade. Yet in the fleeting moment before losing awareness, she seemed to glimpse a figure gripping a long blade, advancing step by step to shield her. Ninth Prince you must hurry and escape. What are you doing? Qingwan weakly inquired. To slay the serpent. Xiao Yang unsheathed his battle blade, his heart ablaze, his eyes alight with determination. At that moment, Xiao Yang faced two paths. Should he choose to flee, he might salvage his life, yet Qingwan would surely perish, becoming a meal for the unicorn black python. Thus, he opted for the latter path. I, Xiao Yang, even in the face of 1,000 troops and myriad serpents, shall fight to the death without retreat. Chapter 41. The blade's essence shatters, as if the demon lord descended from the heavens. At this moment, the one-horned black python also discerned the minuscule human before it, daring to challenge such a formidable beast. In its golden vertical pupils, a mocking glint flickered. Roar! It unleashed a toxic mist once more, enveloping the surroundings like an immense net. Breakthrough! Xiao Yang summoned his internal energy, executing the first form of the Thunder Prison Annihilation Blade, Heavenly Thunder Flash. The blade gleamed, and the fierce wind howled, cleaving a vacuum tunnel. Clang! In the next instant, the blade struck directly at the python's vital point. A direct hit. Xiao Yang's heart surged with excitement, but he quickly realized the hardness of its scales far exceeded his expectations. Even though he had struck a vital area, he could not breach its defenses. After all, the disparity in their strengths was monumental. He was merely a third-tier warrior, while the one-horned black python was equivalent to a sixth-tier beast. His audacity only served to infuriate the python. Boom! It unleashed a powerful tail swipe toward Xiao Yang. Fortunately, he was clad in the supreme-grade Xianlin 10,000 dragon armor. Dragon's Fury Resonance. He activated the armor's divine power, absorbing the attack and transforming it into an ethereal dragon projection for a counterattack. A brilliant golden light erupted as a dragon-shaped apparition soared forth, striking the one-horned black python and sending dozens of scales flying. That was close. Xiao Yang distingued himself, gasping for breath. Even though the Xianlin 10,000 dragon armor had mitigated 90% of the impact, the residual force still churned his blood. Had it been a fourth or fifth-tier warrior, they would have likely been reduced to a pulp. In the next moment, Xiao Yang gripped his battle blade, gazing at the more than 10-meter-long one-horned black python, his eyes alight with martial fervor. I refuse to yield. One strike is insufficient. Then 100 strikes, 1,000 strikes. A myriad of strikes. Xiao Yang transformed into a streak of lightning, darting forth once more, striking the one-horned black python from all angles. Clang! 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 He lost count of how many strikes he delivered, his palms trembling, the battle blade slightly bent, yet he showed no signs of halting. His entire being seemed to ignite with fervent resolve. Roar! Soon, deep and shallow wounds appeared across the python's massive form. It, too, was unwilling to remain passive. Opening its gaping maw, sharp fangs lunging toward Xiao Yang time and again. Each time, he danced upon the edge of a blade, teetering on the brink of death. Yet this immense pressure catalyzed the latent potential within him, as if he had entered a mysterious state. Unity of man and blade. Ding! The host has comprehended the blade's essence shatters during battle. Essence shatters, a lethal blade intent that can, for a brief period, ignite one's essence, spirit, and vitality, amplifying the blade's power tenfold. However, it exacts a tremendous toll on the user, potentially causing self-harm. Blade intent. Upon seeing the system's notification, Xiao Yang's heart trembled with astonishment. He understood that the cultivation of weaponry could be divided into three realms: momentum, intent, and soul. Previously, when he clashed with the commander of the Zhuge army, Hua Gang, the latter had grasped the blade momentum of the thunderous blade technique, a feat worthy of pride. In the present moment, as Xiao Yang stands at the threshold of life and death, he transcends the ordinary, directly grasping the essence of the jade shattered blade. Better to shatter like jade than to remain whole like mere tiles. Willing to sacrifice his very being, he dares to unseat the emperor. Across the vast expanse of the Great Xia Dynasty, those capable of comprehending the blade's intent are few and far between. typically the seasoned martial masters who have toiled for decades, or the esteemed generals of the army. Yet, Xiao Yang is but in the bloom of youth. If word were to spread of his enlightenment, it would surely evoke awe, heralding him as a once-in-a-century prodigy of martial prowess. With this blade, I shall cleave the divine and rend the mountains and rivers. Where the blade passes, the heavens shatter and the earth splits. Xiao Yang soared into the air, infused with the spirit of destruction, intent on striking down the solitary horned dark python. Roar! The horned dark python sensed the imminent peril and expelled a ghostly green inner core from its maw, unleashing a storm of toxic miasma, tenfold more terrifying than before. Abominable beast, perish now! With a single strike, Xiao Yang unleashed a torrent of power, landing a blow upon its vital point. Crack! In an instant, the once impenetrable scales crumbled as if made of paper. With a rush, the python's vital organs were grievously wounded, blood gushing forth and staining Xiao Yang crimson. Yet, his blade continued its relentless descent. Thud! The colossal head of the serpent was severed cleanly, plummeting into the dark waters, lifeless at last. Standing amid the spouting blood, Xiao Yang resembled a celestial demon descended from the heavens. Even if the heavens were to collapse, I shall rise to the ninth sky, supporting the firmament with my spine, boiling the seas with my courage, and burning this body, fully prepared to embrace death without hesitation. In the autumn of the 805th year of the Great Xia, the ninth son of the northern king, Xiao Yang, slays the giant python in the dark waters. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Shishan hunting grounds, dusk has fallen. Many young lords have returned, laden with bountiful spoils. At the forefront among them is the eldest son, Xiao Junlin, who has slain a fourth-grade bear demon, along with dozens of second- and third-grade beasts. Elder brother, as expected of you, in this hunting competition, you are undoubtedly the champion. Why hasn't the ninth brother returned yet? Could it be he returned empty-handed and is too embarrassed to show up? Teased the second son, Xiao Junlin, beaming with pride. Wore a sly smile. The ninth? He has probably met his end. In the crowd, Ning Hongye furrowed her brow, troubled not only by Xiao Yang's absence, but also by the disappearance of her guard, Qing Wan. Unable to contain her anxiety, she mounted her Xiaoyue jade lion, preparing to venture into the Shishan in search of them. Miss Ning, if you're intent on searching for Xiao Yang and Captain Qing Wan, spare yourself the effort. Xiao Junlin chuckled. What do you mean? Do you know their whereabouts? Ning Hongye asked coldly. Xiao Junlin's smile turned sinister. I informed them that a celestial origin fruit lies 50 miles to the north in the dark waters, and they ventured forth to seek it for your healing. But I neglected to mention that a giant python, cultivated for nearly a millennium, resides in those waters, its strength rivaling that of a sixth-grade, mount-moving expert. Given their prolonged absence, they're likely facing dire peril. If you were swift enough, perhaps you could retrieve their remains. Xiao Junlin spoke in a tone of utter indifference. Although the scheme was his design, the one who took Xiao Yang's life was the uniquely horned Xian python, and thus he bore no responsibility. Even his father could not lay blame at his feet. Scoundrel! Beneath Ning Hongye's mask, her eyes radiated a formidable, murderous intent. Her hair billowed, as if stirred by an unseen wind, resembling a divine assassin emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Should anything happen to Xiao Yang, it would not only be you. I demand the entire northern town prince's residence as his burial companion. Boom! A suffocating aura of killing intent enveloped the area, transforming the surroundings into a hellish battlefield that sent chills down one's spine. In the next moment, Ning Hongye summoned the Xiaoyue jade lion, her form darting forth like a streak of brilliant light towards the Inshur pool in the north. Hiss! What a terrifying aura of death! Why provoke her? This female harbinger of doom has once laid waste to a city. What is there to fear? With my father present, she shall not be permitted to act with impunity. Chapter 42. A bountiful harvest. 100-fold return. Enlightened tea leaves the true dragon's pearl. Hurry! Faster! Ning Hongye tightened her legs around the horse's back, pushing the speed to its utmost, galloping like the wind, chasing shadows and lightning. She was a general on the battlefield, having endured countless separations and farewells. Colleagues, comrades, friends, even her father, all had fallen before her. She had believed she had forged a heart of iron, impervious to vulnerability due to others. Yet, at this moment, Upon learning that Xiao Yang was in peril for her sake, her heart ached. Scenes of Xiao Yang flooded her mind, bestowing her with spiritual vision, aiding her rebellion, healing her wounds. No man had ever treated her as Xiao Yang did. But now, before their love had truly begun, must it be cut short? No, Xiao Yang, I will not allow you to die. In the span of a tea's brewing time, Ning Hongye traversed the 50-mile distance. She was the first to spot the fallen Xingluan by the edge of the dark water pool. Thankfully, only unconscious, not in mortal danger. In the next moment, however, as she turned her head, she beheld Xiao Yang lying in a pool of blood. He was drenched in crimson, barely clinging to life, as if he were on the brink of death. With a soft thud, a single crystalline tear slipped from beneath her mask. Xiao Yang. Ning Hongye immediately rushed to embrace him, her movements unexpectedly tender. Miss Ning Xiao Yang had not anticipated her arrival. Trembling, he reached out to remove her mask, revealing her stunningly beautiful visage. Tears glistened in Ning Hongye's eyes. Xiao Yang gently wiped her tears away. She shivered but did not resist. Xiao Yang, hold on. I will take you back. No matter the cost, I will save you. Ning Hongye declared, her teeth clenched. I may not last much longer, but before I die, I only wish to hear you call me husband, Xiao Yang requested. Husband. Ning Hongye was about to respond when her expression shifted, suddenly sensing something amiss. Wait, you are not injured? In her haste, she had assumed Xiao Yang was on the verge of death upon seeing him lying in blood. Yet now, she realized he bore no fatal wounds, and the one-horned black python lay slain, its head severed. Did you kill the one-horned black python? Ning Hongye could not help but inquire, her heart filled with astonishment. She knew Xiao Yang was extraordinary, having received high praise even from her master, the female celestial emperor. However, she still found it hard to fathom that Xiao Yang, merely a third-grade martial artist, could slay a creature comparable to a sixth-grade one. Yes, it was I, Xiao Yang admitted without hesitation, nodding. In truth, he was indeed very weak, lacking the strength even to move a finger. It was not due to injury, but rather the forceful activation of the jade-shattering blade intent, which consumed a vast amount of his energy and spirit, resulting in a backlash. The blood surrounding him was not his, but that of the one-horned black python. Just as Ning Hongye arrived, it seemed she misunderstood the situation. He had initially intended to trick her into calling him husband, but ultimately, he failed. By the way, over there lies a Tianyuan fruit in the inner core of the single-horned Xian python, both of which are excellent for healing. Hurry and retrieve them, Xiao Yang hastily reminded. He had originally come for the Tianyuan fruit, but unexpectedly, at the last moment, the single-horned Xian python had dropped gold coins as well. Its inner core was exceedingly precious, containing the essence of energy cultivated for nearly a millennium, classed as a spiritual-level treasure. No, these two treasures are the result of your selfless sacrifice. I cannot accept them. Ning Hongye shook her head. We are family, without distinction. Xiao Yang replied solemnly. Miss, you must accept them. If you refuse, how can I trigger the system's return? Family, you say? Ning Hongye pondered this phrase, a unique brilliance emanating from her beautiful eyes. Very well, I shall accept them. Ning Hongye picked up the inner core and then went to pluck the Tianyuan fruit. Ding! Ning Hongye's favorability 10, total 35, a notification sound echoed in Xiao Yang's ears. Ding! The host has gifted a spiritual level top-tier Tianyuan fruit, triggering a reward. 100-fold return, Emperor level top-tier, Enlightenment Tea, sourced from the ancient Enlightenment tea tree, grown in the forbidden zone of the Undying Mountain, with roots intertwining with the Earth's dragon energy, its leaves inhaling the essence of chaos, budding every 3,000 years, and maturing into leaves after 9,000 years. Each leaf contains a unique Tao rhythm. Enlichtamente. Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled. This was a legendary treasure, rumored to help one sever inner demons, clarify the heart's path, bolster the foundation of cultivation, and defy destiny. Given his current low level of cultivation, such a treasure was precisely what he needed. Ding! The host has gifted a spiritual level mid-tier Xian Python inner core, triggering a reward. 100-fold return, Emperor level mid-tier. Jiaolong Li Pearl. Hidden within the depths of the 9 layers, beneath the jaw of the Li Dragon, it condenses dragon energy, Upon consumption, one can attain imperial dragon might, alter their fate, and possess the stature to conquer the world. Would you like to extract it immediately? How domineering! Xiao Yang trembled with excitement, utterly astounded. For him, the Jiao-only pearl was even more significant than the Enlightenment tea. In his youth, the Celestial Monitoring Bureau had calculated his fate. Caged sparrow. This was the most humble and despicable fate, and had he not obtained the system, he likely would have led a life of mediocrity. However, fate is profound and elusive. To change it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Yet, the Jiao-only pearl possesses the power to alter one's destiny. How could he not be thrilled? No, I shall not extract it for now. Xiao Yang made his choice. At that moment, Qing Wan also awakened, discovering that she and Xiao Yang were unharmed, while the corpse of the single-horned Xian python lay on the ground. What happened? In the next instant, she suddenly spotted Ning Hongye and was overwhelmed with excitement. Thank you for your heroic intervention, General. Your might is unparalleled, unmatched in the world. With a single strike, you vanquished this python demon. It is a pity I was unconscious earlier and could not witness your grandeur. Qing Wan, a devoted admirer of Ning Hongye, naturally lavished her with praise. Ning Hongye felt a twinge of embarrassment, her delicate face flushing as she spoke. Qing Wan, you have misunderstood. It was Xiao Yang who vanquished this python demon. What? Qing Wan's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief etched across her features. Before her unconsciousness, she had indeed witnessed Xiao Yang wielding his blade with determination. However, the notion that a third-tier martial artist could slay a sixth-tier python demon was simply astonishing. A tale so extraordinary that it would be met with skepticism. Yet, she understood that General Ning would never deceive her. Your Highness, I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving intervention. Qing Wan rose and bowed deeply to Xiao Yang. There is no need for such formality. I merely acted as was required of me. However, I am utterly fatigued and lack the strength to walk. Might I request your assistance in returning? Xiao Yang earnestly inquired. Qing Wan, your injuries are not severe. Take the corpse of that python demon with you. Its body is laden with treasures. Let's not squander it. Ning Hongye instructed. Understood. Qing Wan nodded, hoisting the lengthy corpse of the python demon and making her way towards the western hunting grounds. At that moment, Ning Hongye approached Xiao Yang and assisted him to his feet. She had arrived on horseback, which meant they could ride together on the journey back. Xiao Yang felt a surge of joy at the prospect. Suddenly, a notification chimed in his ear. Beep. Detection of the weakness of the bound subject, Ning Hongye. Would you like to view it? View. Xiao Yang's curiosity piqued. He had previously examined Ning Hongye's information, only to find the weaknesses section marked with. Whether it indicated she possessed no weaknesses or simply that his access was insufficient remained unclear. To his astonishment, the information was now accessible. Bound subject, Ning Hongye, 18 years old. Identity, daughter of the general of the southern town, leader of the Vermilion Bird Army. Weakness, Xiao Yang, Chapter 43. Defying Fate, the Golden-Winged Peng. What on earth is this? How have I become Ning Hongye's weakness? Upon seeing the system's notification, Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly realize the implication. Ning Hongye. Could it be that she has developed feelings for me? At the very least, I have secured a place in her heart. A saying from my past life suddenly came to mind. What does it feel like to like someone? It is akin to suddenly donning armor while also possessing a vulnerable spot. I never imagined that even this eternal ice queen, Ning Hongye, would one day thaw. Xiao Yang couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. What if one day she sheds her aloofness and pride and transforms into a cute, endearing creature? Are you grinning like an idiot? Ning Hongye shot him a cold glance. Nothing, just thinking of something pleasant. Let's return swiftly. Xiao Yang hastily diverted the conversation. However, he was now utterly exhausted, leaving him no choice but to let Ning Hongye pull him by the collar and toss him onto the back of the Jiaoyue Jade Lion. Giddy up. Soon, Ning Hongye mounted her steed and headed toward the western mountains. She sat at the front, with Xiao Yang behind her. The limited space on the horse's back, coupled with the bumpy ride, inevitably brought their bodies into contact. How fragrant! Xiao Yang caught the scent of her hair, a delicate hint of jasmine that was utterly intoxicating. Before long, he accidentally leaned against Ning Hongye's exquisite back. Though she were a layer of soft armor, it still stirred his imagination and ignited his desires. Taking a deep breath, he boldly reached out and wrapped his arm around her waist. "What are you doing?" Ning Hongye's body trembled, as if struck by lightning, her entire being tensed up. Although Xiao Yang had shared a wooden tub with her that night, his eyes had been covered then, and his hands had merely rested on her back. Now, however, he had touched her waist. Had it been another man, he would have likely been torn apart by her wrath. "Miss Ning, it was unintentional. I just defeated that serpent demon and now lack any strength. If you feel wronged, perhaps you could allow me to embrace your waist next time?" Xiao Yang proposed. Silence. Ning Hongye retorted sharply. Yet, as she considered Xiao Yang's suggestion, she couldn't help but lower her gaze. Despite wearing a mask, she feared that Xiao Yang might notice her cheeks, which had flushed a deep crimson. Before long, Ning Hongye rode back to the western hunting grounds. Almost simultaneously, Qing Luan returned, carrying the corpse of the unicorn serpent. How is this possible? That brat actually survived. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Junlin's eyes widened in disbelief. He had secretly released the beast lure and, combined with the unicorn serpent, had thought it to be foolproof. To his astonishment, it had all come to naught. Damn it, this ninth brother truly possesses an unyielding fate, akin to an indestructible cockroach. "Brother, are you disappointed to see me return alive?" Xiao Yang dismounted and asked coldly. "How could I be? We are brothers, after all. Your safe return brings me immense joy." Xiao Junlin forced a smile, before turning his gaze toward the massive serpent's corpse. Indeed, General Ning is truly remarkable. Even after sustaining injuries beyond the realm, he effortlessly dispatched a serpent demon that had cultivated for nearly a millennium. "This formidable creature was not slain by my hand," Ning Hongye stated calmly. "Then who did?" Xiao Junlin inquired further. "Xiao Yang," Ning Hongye replied. Upon hearing this declaration, the crowd erupted in disbelief. Almost every face displayed an expression of incredulity. What a jest! Xiao Yang is merely a third-tier martial artist. Surviving in the presence of a unicorn mystic python is already miraculous. The notion of him slaying such a great demon is utterly preposterous. If this were indeed true, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the entire martial arts community of the Great Xia. Suddenly, the second young master, Xiao Ziwen, burst into laughter as he stepped forward from the throng. "General Ning, I understand your desire to support Xiao Yang and embellish his reputation, but this is simply too far-fetched. No one would believe such a tale." At this, the crowd came to a collective realization. The second young master was right. The serpent demon must have been slain by Ning Hongye, with the credit attributed to Xiao Yang merely to secure victory in the upcoming second round of the hunting contest. A bunch of fools. Ning Hongye shook her head, turning to leave. True to her nature, she could not be bothered to provide an explanation. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang was quite content with their misunderstanding. After all, he had profited immensely from this excursion to the Yinshuan, and even if others underestimated him, it would not cost him anything. "Your Highness, are you unscathed? I have failed to protect you properly. Please punish me." At that moment, the guard Zhao Changkong rushed over to support Xiao Yang, his face filled with remorse. After all, he was Xiao Yang's personal attendant, and if anything were to happen to Xiao Yang, it would be his failure to safeguard him. "It's of no consequence. Please take me back to the palace." Xiao Yang instructed. "Certainly." Zhao Changkong promptly mounted his horse and escorted him back to the royal residence. "Ensure that Huangli remains outside, without my command. No one is permitted to enter." Upon returning to the estate, Xiao Yang issued another directive. "Understood." Zhao Changkong nodded immediately. "System, I wish to extract the enlightenment tea leaves and the true dragon lich." Xiao Yang exclaimed eagerly. No sooner had he spoken than two beams of light flashed before him, revealing two treasures. First, a leaf of tea. Its veins corresponded with the celestial trajectories, and the essence flowed through its fibers. Is this the enlightenment tea leaf? Sprouting once every 3,000 years and fully forming after 9,000. It is indeed extraordinary. Xiao Yang picked up the tea leaf, examining it closely as the patterns upon it shifted and transformed, enshrouded in mystique. Regrettably, his current realm was too low for him to comprehend its depths. Next, his gaze fell upon a spirit pearl nearby. Roughly the size of an egg, it gleamed with a golden hue, swirling with dragon energy, emanating a regal presence that compelled one to avert their gaze, instinctively feeling the urge to prostrate in reverence. The true dragon lich, a treasure capable of altering one's destiny. Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled with fervor as he first placed the enlightenment tea leaves into a cup. What a delightful aroma! An indescribable fragrance instantly enveloped the entire room, invigorating the spirit as if a single breath could extend one's lifespan. Meanwhile, the enlightenment tea leaves dissolved instantaneously, melding into the water. Gulp! Xiao Yang immediately raised his cup and downed its contents in one swift motion. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of energy coursed through his limbs, cleansing his sinews and marrow, transforming him entirely, an indescribable sensation of euphoria enveloping him. Crack! Crack! His bones resounded like thunder, his vitality surging to an almost boiling point. Boom! 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 His momentum escalated dramatically, his cultivation realm continuously breaking through. Qi realm, first level. Qi realm, second level. Qi realm, third level. Qi realm, ninth level. Spirit refinement realm, first level. He had broken through. At long last, he had ascended to the rank of a fourth-tier martial artist. Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and his entire essence underwent a profound transformation. He resembled a finely honed sword, tempered over many years, finally unsheathed. Moreover, a sea of consciousness emerged at his brow, nurturing his primordial spirit within. Martial path, ninth rank, divided into the lower 3 ranks, middle 3 ranks, and upper 3 ranks. The lower 3 ranks signify an initial grasp of the path, focusing on the physical body, and cannot be deemed as strong. The middle 3 ranks, however, hone the primordial spirit, significantly enhancing combat prowess. The 4th rank of the martial path is known as the spirit refinement realm. The brow opens the sea of consciousness, nurturing the primordial spirit within. When cultivated to perfection, one may even separate the primordial spirit from the body, traversing the North Sea by day and the Kangwu at dusk, resembling a celestial being. Simultaneously, 4th-tier martial artists no longer practice the mundane martial techniques of ordinary people, but could transform them into divine abilities. Each move and stance possesses boundless power. Crackle! Xiao Yang clenched his fist, thrusting it forward, unleashing a thunderous resonance. How terrifying! After my breakthrough, my physical strength alone has reached 10,000 pounds. If I were to unleash the great desolation prisoning heaven finger against that single-horned Xinyuan python, I could surely pierce it through. Xiao Yang was inwardly astonished. It is worth noting that even Xiao Junlin, born with the supreme bone, now at the 5th-tier diamond realm, possesses physical strength barely reaching 10,000 pounds. Yet I, having just broken through to the 4th tier, already wield such divine power. Truly unprecedented in history. Next, I shall alter my fate. Even if I am a caged bird, I still have the chance to soar to the heavens. Am I a mere worm or a dragon? Today shall reveal the truth. He grasped the true dragonly pearl and swallowed it whole. Boom! An even more domineering and intense energy, like a storm, engulfed him. After all, this contained the power of the true dragon. Without great will and fortune, one might explode upon recklessly consuming it. Xiao Yang felt the heavens themselves pressing down upon him, inch by inch, nearly forcing him to kneel. Roar! 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 His eyes burned red, igniting all his fighting spirit. My fate is determined by me, not by the heavens. If heaven grants me brilliance, I shall surpass it in audacity. He gritted his teeth, his spine stubbornly rising as he lifted his head. Boom! Above the firmament, the clouds churned for 100 miles. A profound and enigmatic aura descended from the heavens, infusing itself into Xiao Yang's being. His entire demeanor began to undergo a metamorphosis. Ding! Detected that the host is defying the heavens to alter fate, transforming from a caged bird to a golden-winged pong. Golden-winged pong. Golden feathers bathe in tribulation fire, thunder, and wind forging celestial bones. Soaring through the clouds, I tear apart the heavens, gazing down upon the myriad of lives below. Chapter 44. The Bureau of Astrology, the Star Tower, the guardian deity of the Great Xia. Success. Xiao Yang's face radiated with excitement and elation. His fate had finally altered. The golden feather, transcending tribulations, transforms into a rock. This mythical creature, the Kuanpeng, is renowned in legend. In the northern abyss, there exists a fish named Kuan, which metamorphoses into a bird known as Peng. The Kuanpeng is also the nemesis of the dragon clan, often preying upon dragons for sustenance. It is said that in ancient times, it consumed a mighty dragon king and 500 lesser dragons daily. He recalled that Xiao Junlin's fate was designated as azure scales transforming into a dragon. Even if Xiao Junlin were to metamorphose into a dragon, he would still be inherently overshadowed by Xiao Yang's golden wings transforming into a rock, which naturally counters him. I am destined to soar like the majestic rock in the clouds, lamenting that the heavens do not permit me to ascend. From this moment forth, I, Xiao Yang, shall surely soar to great heights, ascending to 90,000 miles. Ha ha! His almond-shaped eyes sparkled as he laughed heartily towards the sky. An invisible aura of imperial might, akin to a ruler vying for dominion over the world, enveloped him. In the Grand Prince's residence, Xiao Junlin, engrossed in his cultivation, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest and coughed up blood, causing even the supreme bone behind him to dim. Your Highness, are you unwell? The strategist Lu Xie rushed over, his expression filled with concern. Perhaps there was a mishap in my training. Oddly enough, I feel as if a fragment of my fortune has been seized. Xiao Junlin's brow furrowed in distress. Impossible. Lu Xie shook his head. Your Highness, you possess the destiny of the Supreme Emperor of unparalleled value. Not even the royal princes can compare. Those who would dare to covet your fortune have yet to be born. Haha, you are indeed correct. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Xiao Junlin nodded and resumed his meditative practice. In the Central State's Imperial City, at the Bureau of Astrology within the Star Tower. The tallest structure in the Imperial City is not the palace, but this Star Tower. It stands 9 stories high, reaching a height of 100 meters. Ordinarily, this would contravene regulations, yet the tower's master, the chief astronomer, is a practitioner of the 9th rank in the Taoist arts and is revered as the guardian deity of the Great Xia, reportedly having lived for over 2 centuries. Therefore, the chief astronomer's word is law. Even the current foolish and tyrannical Xia emperor, fixated solely on cultivation and the pursuit of longevity, dares not offend him and holds him in high regard. On the 9th floor of the Star Tower, swish, swish, suddenly, an elderly man clad in a dark Taoist robe opened his eyes wide, his gaze seemingly embodying the essence of mountains and dragon veins. He abruptly directed his gaze towards the north, his aged face revealing an unprecedented gravity. Once again from the north. First, there were 9 celestial phenomena. Then the declarations of the great scholar, and today, a new, devouring dragon destiny has emerged. This heralds the rise of a sage ruler in prosperous times, or a fierce hero amidst chaos, a significant upheaval unseen in a millennium. Even with my astrological compass, I cannot decipher the celestial secrets. Is it possible that the realm of the Great Xia cannot ultimately be preserved? The white-haired elder could not help but shake his head, letting out a long sigh. Top, top, top. Suddenly, a series of light footsteps echoed from outside. A young girl entered. She possessed an inherently youthful visage, her appearance remarkably innocent. Yet her figure betrayed an unexpected maturity that even a loose-fitting dress could not conceal. With a chicken leg in one hand and a sugar-coated hawthorn skewer in the other, her mouth was stuffed, allowing her to only mumble, Master. Master, Lord Chao just came by. He mentioned that for next month's Taishan Fengshan ceremony, the Emperor wishes for you to preside. I shall not go. The master brushed his sleeves and firmly declined, stating, Just tell him that I am in seclusion and will no longer receive visitors from this day forth. You, Yue Wei, must immediately journey to the northern borders. Your destiny awaits there. Yes, master. The young girl nodded, her heart fluttering with anticipation. Her name was Yue Wei, nicknamed Little Fish. She was the youngest disciple of the master and, indeed, the most youthful 7th-grade powerhouse in the entire Great Xia. In the Taoist hierarchy, the 7th grade is known as Zhenren. To ride the winds and traverse the heavens, to seek the dragon's pulse and discern the heavenly mysteries. Such is the essence of a Zhenren. Meanwhile, at the Northern King's mansion, Xiao Yang remained unaware that after consuming the true dragonly pearl, he had defied fate itself, inadvertently capturing the attention of the legendary master. The following morning, he rose and freshened up. Huang Li entered to attend to him, her face displaying surprise. "Young master, you appear to have changed once again." "What do you mean?" Xiao Yang inquired. Huang Li explained, "Previously, your handsome visage was enough to captivate countless maidens. Yet now, you seem to possess an added air of authority akin to that of a prince. Is that so?" Xiao Yang deduced that it was likely a side effect of the alteration in his fate. With a mere thought, he restrained the invisible aura of imperial might, allowing his brilliance to recede. Huang Li sighed in relief as the pressure lifted. "Huang Li, summon Guard Zhao. We shall go to collect the debt," Xiao Yang declared with a smile. Collect the debt? Huang Li was puzzled, yet she dared not disobey the young master's command. Subsequently, Xiao Yang, accompanied by Zhao Changkong and Huang Li, strode confidently to the residence of the Grand Prince. With a powerful kick, he burst open the grand door, his voice resonating with an inner strength akin to a lion's roar, echoing throughout the hall. "Elder brother, I have come to collect a debt." Shortly thereafter, Xiao Junlin emerged, his expression dark as thunder, looking more displeased than if he had swallowed a fly. "Ninth brother, you are becoming increasingly audacious, daring to wreak havoc in my abode," he seethed through gritted teeth. Yet Xiao Yang responded with pride. "Elder brother, we had a wager during the autumn hunt. You owe me a cloud-top palace and 100 spiritual pills from the Medicine King's Valley, yet you have yet to fulfill your promise. Do you intend to become a deadbeat? What is the rush? I will certainly repay what I owe you." Xiao Junlin, with a grim countenance, produced a land deed, his heart aching, but he still extended it to Xiao Yang. "Here is the deed to the cloud-top palace. Take it." He then had a servant bring forth a medicinal box, adding, "This contains 100 spiritual pills, and they are yours as well." "Thank you, elder brother." After accepting the items, Xiao Yang beamed with a radiant smile. "Should we wager again in the future, remember to consult me. It is said that the Medicine King's Valley possesses a miraculous 9-leaf golden lotus. Let us use that as the stake." "In your dreams." Xiao Junlin's countenance twisted with indignation, his body trembling with fury. "What nonsense is this? The 9-leafed golden lotus, a treasured gem of the valley, is not something that even the young master of the Medicine King's Valley is entitled to enjoy, let alone her grandson. How greedy of old Jiao! Furthermore, what does old Jiao mean by this? Does he truly believe victory is assured?" Xiao Junlin felt an overwhelming anger, yet having bled during his training yesterday and still in recovery, he could only leave in silence. Xiao Yang, having obtained both the land deed and the elixir, found no desire to continue the verbal sparring. "Zhao Guardian, this elixir is a reward for you." He produced a medicinal box and retrieved a pill, tossing it to Zhao Changkong. "Your Highness, this elixir from the Medicine King's Valley is worth a fortune. I feel unworthy to accept it." Though Zhao Changkong's heart brimmed with desire, he felt a touch of embarrassment. "Come now, don't be so modest. Just accept it." Xiao Yang insisted, forcefully placing the elixir into his hands. "A pill of this grade is beneath my consideration. You are already at the 3rd-tier realm. Consuming this should swiftly elevate you to the 4th tier, which would do justice to my gesture." "Thank you, Your Highness. I shall devote myself to training day and night, living up to expectations." Zhao Changkong's eyes glistened with tears, profoundly moved. Suddenly, Huang Li hurried over, her expression frantic. "Young master, the imperial envoy for your engagement with Miss Ning has arrived." "Who is it?" Xiao Yang inquired curiously. "This marriage has been bestowed by the emperor. The envoy's identity is likely of significant stature, perhaps even of royal descent. It is Princess Fuyao." Huang Li's voice trembled, as if uttering something terrifying. Upon hearing the name, Xiao Yang's expression shifted dramatically. How could it be her? Chapter 45, Princess Fuyao. Would you be willing to be my subordinate? The esteemed Princess Fuyao. She is not the daughter of the Emperor of Xia, but rather his youngest sister. Born of the same mother and endowed with exceptional wisdom, she has garnered immense trust and affection from the Emperor. In recent years, as the Emperor devoted himself to the pursuit of immortality, he entrusted state affairs to two trusted confidants, one being the esteemed eunuch Chao of the Eastern Bureau, and the other, the Princess Fuyao herself. It is unprecedented in the 800-year history of the Great Xia for a princess to wield such power. At merely 25 years of age and yet unmarried, she governs the vast realm with absolute authority over life and death. It is said that she possesses beauty that could make fish sink and birds alight, being one of the four great beauties of the imperial city. Coupled with her unparalleled intellect, she ought to enjoy an impeccable reputation. However, upon assuming command, she employed ruthless tactics to eliminate dissent, quelling all opposition. Within a month, hundreds of officials were dismissed, some even exiled to desolate frontiers. Furthermore, Princess Fuyao oversees the foremost intelligence agency of Great Xia, the Hulong Pavilion. What is the Hulong Pavilion? Simply put, it manages affairs that the Eastern Bureau dares not touch, and it executes individuals whom the Eastern Bureau fears to confront. With the Emperor's mandate, she acts first and reports later. Those who align with her prosper. Those who oppose her perish. Thus, through her iron-fisted methods and the might of the Hulong Pavilion, Princess Fuyao instills fear across the court and the realm, leaving no one daring to oppose her. She is indeed the unrivaled authority beneath the Emperor. Moreover, whispers surround her reputation. It is said that despite her extraordinary beauty, she indulges in a hedonistic lifestyle, with countless suitors among the scholars and talented youths of the capital bowing before her. Yet, these are mere rumors, lacking substantial evidence. Young master, Princess Fuyao has arrived this morning and is now residing in the manor. She has also sent word that she wishes to meet you in advance. Wamli Ramarka. Understood. Xiao Yang nodded, though he found himself troubled. He had initially presumed that the Emperor would send a royal to serve as the special envoy. He never anticipated that Princess Fuyao would abandon state matters to personally attend the engagement banquet in the Northern Territories. Is it for my father? After all, he commands an army of 800,000 in the north and harbors great ambitions, not to be underestimated. Or is it for Ning Hongya? Could it be that her rebellious intentions have been leaked, and Princess Fuyao has become aware of them? After pondering for a moment, Xiao Yang shook his head. He truly could not discern her intentions. However, it was evident that the visitor bore ill will, and he must prepare to confront her with utmost caution. Moments later, Xiao Yang arrived at the second largest palace within the royal residence, known as Chihuang Hall, which is second only to the dwelling of the king of the north. However, as he approached, he heard a discontented female voice emanating from within. This tea is too bitter. I only drink the Dahong Pao from the mother tree of Wui Mountain, paired with the dew from the peaks of Tian Shan. This fragrance is too faint. I demand the dragon saliva from the North Sea to be burned in a 9-turn bronze incense burner. I dislike the decor of this room. The bed is too hard, the lighting is too dim, and the maidservants are too unattractive. Her voice was remarkably calm, not as if she were intentionally seeking fault, but rather as if she were merely describing what she deemed to be a matter of course. It was not that she was in the wrong. It is indeed the Northern King's residence that has erred, having yet to see her visage, merely hearing her voice. Xiao Yang has formed a preliminary understanding of this legendary princess. Proud, fastidious, unyielding. With such a character, and being a woman of noble status, one must tread carefully. Your Highness, the princess, I am Xiao Yang, the 9th son of the Northern King's residence, seeking an audience. He bowed respectfully. Enter. The voice of a woman echoed once more from within. Bang! Only then did Xiao Yang push the door open. And there he beheld a young woman reclining upon a soft couch in the grand hall. She was adorned in a robe of vermilion and gold threads, the hem embroidered with 9 dark phoenixes using peacock feathers. Upon her head rested a magnificent phoenix crown, signifying her unparalleled nobility. Her figure was notably voluptuous, reminiscent of a ripened peach, boasting curves unattainable by youthful maidens. As he raised his gaze, he noticed she wore a white veil that concealed her features, revealing only a pair of strikingly distinct phoenix eyes, which, however, held an air of authority. "You are Xiao Yang. Raise your head and allow this princess to observe you properly," commanded Princess Fuyao, her tone frosty. Daringly, Xiao Yang lifted his gaze to meet hers. "Indeed, just as I envisioned, you possess a remarkable bearing, charming and dashing, truly worthy of your renown." Princess Fuyao nodded, bestowing upon him words of praise. "Your Highness, you have heard of my reputation?" Xiao Yang inquired, somewhat perplexed. Previously, he had been but a shadow within the royal residence. Not long ago, at the Lanting Poetry Gathering, you composed a myriad of verses whilst engaging in spirited drinking. Those lines have reverberated throughout the imperial city, stirring quite a tumult in the literary realm. Naturally, this princess has perused them. Princess Fuyao elucidated. Understanding dawned upon Xiao Yang. At that moment, he had showcased his talents, crafting countless timeless verses from his past life, leaving an indelible impact on this world. "Xiao Jilong, I have summoned you today to request that you compose a poem for this princess. What say you?" Although framed as a question, her tone brooked no dissent. Certainly, though Xiao Yang possessed a spirit of pride, he was not foolish. While he could not discern the depth of Princess Fuyao's cultivation, her authority over the Dragon Guardian Pavilion indicated she was not to be trifled with, and undoubtedly, formidable guardians were at her side. To provoke her would likely lead to considerable trouble. However, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow. "However what?" Princess Fuyao inquired immediately. "I must inform your Highness that without having seen your countenance, I fear I may not be able to craft an apt poem." Xiao Yang explained. "Do you wish to behold my appearance?" Princess Fuyao raised an eyebrow. "Do you know that since assuming power and governance, I have been derided by those envious scholars as a beauty bringing disaster, a calamity to the nation? Thus I don this white veil, even swearing an oath, henceforth, only my husband may gaze upon my true visage. I was unaware of this matter. I beseech your Highness to forgive my ignorance." Xiao Yang quickly bowed deeply, realizing he had inadvertently trespassed into a sensitive area. Yet, the next moment, Princess Fuyao declared, "Very well, I shall make an exception today." She then waved her hand to the maidservants within the hall. "You are dismissed. Without my command, do not disturb." "Yes, your Highness." Dozens of maidens departed from the grand hall, closing the door behind them. "Xiao Jilong, come here." Princess Fuyao beckoned him. Xiao Yang stepped forward, yet he remained 7 or 8 paces away from the soft couch upon which she reclined. "Come closer. I am not some ferocious beast. If you do not approach, how shall you behold my visage and compose verses for me?" The princess added. Reluctantly, Xiao Yang drew nearer, halting only when a mere step separated them. "Open your eyes wide and take a good look." In the next moment, Princess Fuyao extended her delicate hand to unveil her white veil. With a flourish, an extraordinary beauty emerged before Xiao Yang's gaze. Her exquisite oval face, with skin as pristine as jade, lips that bloomed naturally red, and brows that appeared untouched by artifice, presented a visage of unparalleled perfection. Together, her features resembled fine porcelain, evoking a sense of inadequacy and reverence. In his heart, Xiao Yang could not help but compare her to Ning Hongye and Yin Ruyu. Ning Hongye was akin to the celestial snow lotus, pure and radiant, blooming against the wind. Yin Ruyu resembled the daffodil, poised to blossom, exuding a gentle fragrance. Yet before him, Princess Fuyao stood as the resplendent peony, the undisputed queen of flowers. "Xiao Jilong, why do you remain silent? Is my beauty a source of disappointment for you?" Princess Fuyao's lips curled into a gentle smile, her allure captivating enough to cause even the most vibrant blossoms to pale in comparison. Xiao Yang was momentarily entranced, instinctively exclaiming, "A glance over the shoulder brings forth 100 charms, while the beauties of the 6 palaces pale in insignificance." What a splendid poem! Princess Fuyao's eyes sparkled with delight. Possessing unparalleled intelligence and eloquence, she recognized this as yet another timeless masterpiece. Although it was meant to describe a concubine, it was equally befitting for her as a princess. In the next moment, Princess Fuyao fixed her gaze upon Xiao Yang, casually extending her delicate foot and gently swaying it. Then, she parted her luscious lips and spoke with startling candor. Zhulong, I hold you in high regard. Would you consent to be my subordinate beneath the hem of my skirt? Chapter 46. The Jade Maiden's Pure Heart Sutra. Join the Dragon Guard Pavilion. Goodness, is there no room for emotional contemplation? To propose a meeting upon first sight? The Princess Fuyao is indeed audacious. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yang was utterly astonished. To claim that he was unmoved would be a blatant falsehood. In terms of beauty, Princess Fuyao is undeniably a paragon of exquisite grace, further enhanced by her extraordinary status. Wielding power just beneath the heavens. If he could share a night of passion with her, would he not ascend to the rank of a dragon knight? Yet, Xiao Yang felt an inexplicable oddity. Even though he bore the innate yin-yang holy body, which bestowed upon him an immense allure to beautiful women, it should not incite such fervor. When faced with uncertainty, consult the system. System, I wish to employ the breaking illusion divine ability to discern Princess Fuyao's weaknesses. As his thoughts coalesced, the two pupils in his left eye merged into one, secretly unleashing their might. Target, Princess Fuyao. Fate, phoenix nesting in parasol trees. A symbol of 100 birds saluting the phoenix, with a naturally noble bloodline. Only a true dragon fate can stand beside her. Weakness, since childhood. She has cultivated the Jade Maiden's Pure Heart Sutra, necessitating the preservation of her intact form, which grants her formidable power and eternal youth. However, should she lose her purity, her cultivation will be transferred to her partner, resulting in a significant decline in her strength. What? Upon perceiving her weakness, Xiao Yang was momentarily bewildered. Rumors had circulated that Princess Fuyao led a dissolute private life, indulging in numerous affairs, even with many talented scholars. Yet, it now appeared to be utter nonsense. She had indeed preserved her purity. Her sole vulnerability lay therein. Should she engage in a night of passion with a man, her cultivation would channel into him. Thus, her sudden offer to him was nothing short of a trap. He must not fall for it. As Xiao Yang grappled with his astonishment, he discerned another peculiar aspect. Princess Fuyao possessed the phoenix nesting in parasol trees, fate, while her future husband would require the true dragon fate. Did this not imply that her future consort would have to vanquish her brother? Zhulong, why are you silent? At this moment, Princess Fuyao was growing somewhat impatient. After all, from her perspective, Xiao Yang had been gazing at her intently for quite a while. Your Highness, to receive your esteemed attention is my utmost honor. However, Xiao Yang shifted his tone, continuing, you are a treasure beyond compare, princess, and I would never dare to disrespect you. Moreover, I am already betrothed, wishing only to win the heart of one, to remain together until our hair turns white. Upon hearing these words, surprise flickered in Princess Fuyao's beautiful eyes. To win the heart of one, to remain together until our hair turns white. I did not anticipate you to be so devoted. Very well. Since this is the case, I shall not press further. Thank you, Your Highness. Xiao Yang performed a bow and suddenly produced a deed. Just outside, I overheard that you seem somewhat dissatisfied with this place. By coincidence, I have recently acquired a heavenly palace atop the clouds, located just a few miles from the royal residence, which has just been completed and remains uninhabited. If it pleases you, I would be honored to gift it to you. He directly placed the deed on the table, for it was won from the benevolent elder brother, and parting with it did not cause him any regret. Moreover, judging by Princess Fuyao's demeanor, she did not seem like a miser, a gesture of generosity in return for another. Who knows if she were pleased? She might bestow upon him a treasure of spiritual caliber, which would be an immense gain. Zhulong, you're quite thoughtful. Princess Fuyao nodded in satisfaction and added, this princess shall not take your offerings without recompense. Today, I grant you a grand opportunity. At this moment, Xiao Yang maintained an outward composure, yet curiosity brewed within him. In the next instant, Princess Fuyao elegantly flipped her jade hand, revealing a token that she tossed directly to Xiao Yang. It was remarkably heavy. Upon receiving it, he discovered that the token was forged from mysterious iron, with gilded dragons intricately carved on either side, and the center boldly inscribed with the three characters, Guardian Dragon Pavilion. "Your Highness, what is this?" Xiao Yang could not help but inquire. Princess Fuyao replied, "You should be aware that I oversee the foremost intelligence organization of the Great Xia, the Guardian Dragon Pavilion. By granting you this token today, you become a covert agent of the Guardian Dragon Pavilion. With imperial authority, you shall report solely to me." Xiao Yang, upon hearing this, furrowed his brows tightly and promptly sought an excuse. "Your Highness, this token is far too precious. I am but a humble poet with mediocre skills, unworthy of such a significant responsibility. Were he an ordinary individual, gaining entry into the Guardian Dragon Pavilion would likely elate him, instantly transforming him into a shining star, the pride of his village, with his lineage rewritten from this very page. However, Xiao Yang was the ninth son of the Northern King, a figure of noble status, who had no need for the pavilion to enhance his reputation, and it would merely serve to bind him further. Yu Long, do you know the purpose for which my imperial brother has instructed the establishment of the Guardian Dragon Pavilion?" Princess Fuyao suddenly queried. "I do not." Xiao Yang shook his head. The world claimed that Princess Fuyao founded the pavilion to eliminate dissenters, but he dared not voice such thoughts. "To guard the dragon is to protect my imperial brother, the 8 centuries of the Great Xia Dynasty. I have devoted myself to gathering talented individuals and extraordinary heroes from across the realm. However, the state of the Great Xia is not as tranquil as it appears on the surface. Many feudal lords harbor ambitions, some even harboring treacherous thoughts against my imperial brother." At these words, Xiao Yang's heart skipped a beat. Did she, who presided over the Guardian Dragon Pavilion, already perceive the whispers of rebellion from Ning Hongya, thus leading her to probe him at this juncture? No, that could not be. After pondering, he concluded that Ning Hongya's intention to rebel had not been a long-standing scheme, but rather a recent development upon returning from beyond the borders, unknown to others. If Princess Fuyao had indeed heard of it, she would not have personally attended the engagement banquet. She must have been referring to someone else. After all, the current sovereign was wholly engrossed in the pursuit of immortality, causing widespread suffering among the populace, and discontent was not limited to just a handful. "Xiao Jilong, are you willing to serve this princess, the Guardian Dragon Pavilion, and my imperial brother?" Princess Fuyao fixed her gaze upon him, an imposing aura emanating from her. Boom! Her 3,000 strands of hair danced without wind, akin to a phoenix soaring through the heavens. What an awe-inspiring presence. Xiao Yang was taken aback. With his heavy pupil, he could discern that Princess Fuyao was cultivating the Jade Maiden Purity Heart Sutra, yet the specifics of her realm remained a mystery to him. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that she was indeed a formidable force, leaving him uncertain as to how she compared to Ning Hongya in strength. Xiao Yang, being adaptable, recognized that although Ning Hongya was preparing to rebel, Princess Fuyao currently held power, making her one of the most influential figures in the Great Xia Dynasty. Embracing the opportunity to ally with such a beautiful and powerful princess was a chance not to be missed. For the sake of the nation, one should not shy away from risks in the face of fortune or misfortune. Xiao Yang was willing to serve the crown princess wholeheartedly, ready to face any peril for her cause. He picked up the dark investigation token, performed a respectful bow, and his voice resonated throughout the hall with conviction. What a noble sentiment for the nation's welfare, regardless of personal gain or loss. If all subjects of the Great Xia were as dedicated as you, how could there be any unrest in the realm? Princess Fuyao clearly appreciated his words and replied, "Jiu Lang, I have great expectations for you. Work diligently, and within 10 years, the position of the Lord of the Dragon Guard will be yours." Chapter 47. The thunderous commencement of the engagement ceremony. The Lord of the Dragon Guard Pavilion? Although Xiao Yang was aware that she was merely weaving an elaborate dream, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Yet, he was reminded of the double agent from his past life, Infernal Affairs. His fiancée, he was about to rebel, now that he had joined the Dragon Guard Pavilion, an organization dedicated to investigating traitors. The irony of the situation was not lost on him. 3 years, and yet another 3. Could it truly be that I am destined to become the leader? Your Highness, I am still puzzled by one matter. Xiao Yang spoke again. Feel free to ask. Princess Fuyao nodded. You, a person of great stature, managing the Dragon Guard Pavilion amidst your myriad responsibilities, have traveled all the way to the Northern Realm. Is it merely to attend the engagement ceremony between Miss Ning and myself? Xiao Yang inquired, voicing his curiosity. Not quite. Princess Fuyao shook her head and explained. In addition to attending your engagement, there is a significant matter unfolding in the Northern Realm. The Khan of the Northern Wolf Kingdom has sent a letter, stating that he will soon dispatch a delegation to visit. What? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang was taken aback. The Northern Wolf Kingdom was their sworn enemy. The Xiao family had established their stronghold in the north to resist the invasions of the Wolf Kingdom, having engaged in numerous conflicts resulting in countless casualties. The Wolf Nation, a nomadic people, was known for their fierce disposition, with every citizen being a formidable warrior. It was unexpected for the Wolf Kingdom to suddenly send a delegation. One could only speculate their intentions. Your Highness, I shall take my leave, Xiao Yang said, pocketing his token and stepping back. Longwu, what do you think of him? Does he possess the qualifications to be my consort? Princess Fuyao suddenly inquired. With a swish, as her words fell, the space behind her twisted, and a figure emerged. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, shrouded in a black veil that obscured her features. Yet, her eyes bore no trace of human emotion, resembling a relentless killing machine. Your Highness, while this young man possesses considerable literary talent, poetry is but a minor pursuit. His martial prowess is mediocre. In terms of innate ability, he pales in comparison to the esteemed eldest son, Xiao Junlin. Why do you hold him in such high regard, even bestowing upon him a celestial token? Longwu questioned. The spies of the Dragon Guard Pavilion are categorized into 3 levels: heaven, earth, and man. Among these, the celestial rank is the highest, and since the establishment of the Dragon Guard Pavilion, only a handful of celestial tokens have been issued, awarded to exceptional individuals. In contrast, Xiao Yang's status is rather unremarkable. A gentleman conceals his talents, waiting for the right moment to act. The 9th son of the Northern Protector, though previously inconspicuous, has risen to fame astonishingly in just a month, making a remarkable impact. He has concealed his brilliance and bided his time for years. His ambitions are undoubtedly grand. Now, while his wings are yet to fully develop, consider this an early investment. Longwu, going forward, you are to closely monitor Xiao Yang. Any information regarding him must be reported to me at the earliest opportunity. Understood. Longwu promptly nodded. Few are aware that in addition to the 9 departments, the Dragon Guard Pavilion harbors a special team known as the Dragon Slayers. Longwu is a member of the Dragon Slayers. Meanwhile, Princess Fuyao gazed at Xiao Yang's departing figure, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. She was born with the destiny of a phoenix, and her husband was destined to be a true dragon of his generation. Thus, even though she now wielded immense power in the court, she was unwilling to settle merely as the princess regent. She aspired to be the empress, revered by all. On another front, Xiao Yang returned to his residence, holding a token in his hand. Now, he too was recognized within the ranks. His cultivation had ascended to the 4th tier of the spirit refinement realm, having not only opened the sea of consciousness at his brow, but also acquired the ability to practice divine abilities. Although the armory of the royal mansion contained numerous martial arts techniques, they were, at best, of the upper-grade spirit level, which Xiao Yang found beneath his notice. Previously, through the system's return, he had obtained the Imperial Grade Supreme technique, the Thunder Prison Annihilation Blade. Sitting cross-legged, Xiao Yang activated the divine ability of the invincible heavy eye, enlightenment, and began his practice. The second form of the Thunder Prison Annihilation Blade was named 3000 Thunder Movements. As the name suggests, a single slash could shift form and shadow, even instantaneously conjuring multiple afterimages, leaving opponents unable to discern his true self. Such divine abilities were exceedingly rare throughout the Great Xia Dynasty. After a moment, relying on enlightenment, Xiao Yang completely mastered this divine ability to perfection. He proceeded to the backyard and unsheathed the blade at his waist. 3000 thunder movements. Xiao Yang unleashed the divine ability with astonishing speed, creating a flurry of over a dozen afterimages in midair. The blade flashed like a pool of lightning, seemingly capable of severing all things. What terrifying power! Xiao Yang marveled inwardly. Although he was merely a fourth-tier martial artist, his cultivation was rooted in imperial-grade martial arts, making his combat prowess not easily judged by rank alone. He eagerly anticipated the terrifying might that would erupt if 3,000 thunder movements were combined with the intent of a jade-shattering blade. The might of a single strike, not only could it contend with the likes of Xiao Junlin, but even against a sixth-tier martial artist. It could likely result in their demise. In the following days, Xiao Yang busied himself, both solidifying his realm and preparing for the engagement ceremony. As the male protagonist, he needed to familiarize himself with the proceedings and myriad details. During this time, the female scholar Yin Ryu sent several letters, inviting him to the outskirts to compose poetry and brew tea by the fire. Yet, Xiao Yang declined each invitation. He feared that should he go, this enchanting woman would leave him utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, Xiao Junlin and several of his brothers behaved quite obediently, refraining from any mischief. Perhaps they were intimidated by Xiao Yang, as their previous provocations had all ended in failure. The most unfortunate among them was the third young master, Xiao Li, whose cultivation was utterly shattered and now found himself reflecting in solitude. Finally, the day of the engagement ceremony arrived. The entire North Town King's mansion was festooned with lights and decorations, bustling with lively chatter. Prominent families from the 4 states of the north came to offer their congratulations. The governor of Sword State presented a pair of luminous pearls, wishing the newlyweds a century of harmonious union. The inspector of Qing State gifted a piece of blood coral from the Eastern Sea, wishing for a dragon and phoenix to bring fortune. The wealthiest family from Song State, the Ma family, general from Jing State. The gifts from the esteemed families piled into small mountains, totaling an astronomical sum. A Xiao Yang subordinate, Ma Wenkai, made his entrance. He found himself relegated to a humble position, seated at the children's table amidst the grandeur of the event. Within the grand hall, the Northern Duke commanded attention from atop his regal chair, exuding an aura of authority without uttering a word. Beside him stood the royal envoy, Princess Fuyao. Though her visage was partially concealed by a white veil, her beauty radiated, captivating the gazes of many around her. The arrival of the Grand Princess was indeed a remarkable spectacle. The Northern Duke's stature was undeniably impressive. The Grand Princess, renowned as one of the 4 great beauties of the imperial city, epitomized grace and elegance in every gesture. As the auspicious moment approached, a commanding voice resonated through the hall, calling forth the newlyweds. Swiftly, Xiao Yang entered the grand chamber, adorned in a Qilin robe, cinched with a golden and jade belt, and clad in boots embroidered with cloud patterns. His appearance instantly drew the admiration of numerous young women, who exchanged glances brimming with unspoken affection. In a swift motion, Ning Hongye followed, her attire a striking contrast to her usual battle armor. Today, she donned a resplendent red wedding gown, complemented by a phoenix crown and a flowing veil, exuding an aura of magnificence. Yet, she still wore the Shura mask, shrouding her features and lending her an air of fierce determination. Observing her, the Northern Duke furrowed his brow but refrained from further comment, while other young lords, including Xiao Junlin, wore expressions of eager anticipation for the unfolding drama. Where are the representatives from the Ning family? The Northern Duke inquired, glancing toward an unoccupied chair, unable to suppress his curiosity. After all, this union was between the Xiao and Ning families, and the absence of the bride's family was decidedly irregular. Suddenly, Xiao Junlin stepped forward from the crowd, proclaiming loudly, "I have just received a message from the Ning family via pigeon, stating that they will not attend today's engagement ceremony." "Why is that?" The Northern Duke pressed further. With a smirk of amusement, Xiao Junlin responded, barely containing his laughter, "Because they do not acknowledge Ning Hongye as their young lady and have declared their intention to sever ties." Chapter 48. Remove the mask, dazzle the world. Is the Ning family cutting ties? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. It is essential to note that Ning Hongye was not wed as the general of the Vermilion Bird Army, but rather as the eldest daughter of the Ning family. The Ning family is a prestigious lineage renowned for producing numerous celebrated generals, although they may not rival the noble Xiao family. They are undoubtedly one of the foremost clans in the Great Xia. The 300,000 troops of the Vermilion Bird Army effectively serve as the private military of the Ning family, embodying the power of a formidable warlord. Now, the Ning family dares to risk offending the royal family by severing ties with Ning Hongye. However, it soon dawned on everyone that not long ago, Ning Hongye had slain her biological father in a realm beyond, and the elders of the Ning clan must have been incensed. Should she return to her family, she would face the loss of her military command and severe punishment. Consequently, her fiancé, Xiao Yang, would also suffer misfortune. The Prince of the North was acutely aware of the implications, furrowing his brow as he gazed at Princess Fuyao. "Your Highness, my Xiao family is a noble house. We were to wed the eldest daughter of the Ning family, but now, how shall we proceed with this marriage?" The implication was a desire to cancel the wedding. Initially, the families were well matched, but given the current stance of the Ning family, it appeared that Ning Hongye's future would be fraught with adversity, potentially leading to her expulsion from the family and reduction to commoner status. Thus, she would no longer be worthy of Xiao Yang, the heir. Since the prince has spoken thus, then, Princess Fuyao was about to express her thoughts when suddenly, Xiao Yang's resolute voice resonated throughout the hall. "Father, I am willing to marry her." "Xiao Yang, what did you just say?" The Prince of the North's expression darkened, clearly displeased. "Father, this marriage was granted by the emperor himself. As the saying goes, a sovereign's word is law. It is the elders of the Ning family who have defied the royal decree, committing an offense against the throne." Xiao Yang's proclamation rang out with conviction, commanding the attention of all present. The prince's demeanor softened slightly. Indeed, this is a marriage bestowed by the emperor. Even if Princess Fuyao currently holds power, she cannot represent the emperor in altering this decision. Moreover, I wish to marry Ning Hongye because the Ning family does not belong to those stubborn elders. It belongs to her. She alone is sufficient to represent the Ning family. Xiao Yang declared. "Well said." A voice of admiration arose from the crowd, and among them, Qing Wan secretly applauded. Meanwhile, a flicker of unexpected emotion danced in Ning Hongye's beautiful eyes. She had long harbored discontent for the obstinate elders of her family, who disapproved of her command over the Vermilion Bird Army, simply because she was a woman. Previously, she had the protection of her father, but now that he was gone, she felt utterly alone. Yet, Xiao Yang's words resonated with her, making her see him as a kindred spirit. Indeed, the Ning family was not merely the domain of those obstinate old men. It was hers. With this realization, she resolved to press on. Princess Fuyao also voiced her support. With the princess's endorsement, Xiao Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. What jest it would be! Ning Hongye was bound to him by destiny. She was his golden key. Should the marriage be annulled, how could he navigate the future? Thus, the ceremony continued, swiftly approaching its final step, the worship of heaven and earth. As Xiao Yang and Ning Hongye stood before the grand hall, their gazes locked in an intimate exchange. Even with her mask obscuring her features, Xiao Yang could vividly envision the unparalleled beauty concealed beneath it. The officiant was about to proceed with the final rites when Xiao Yang, with a spark of creativity, announced in a resounding voice, "Hongye, today marks the sacred ceremony of our betrothal. From this moment forth, in times of fortune or adversity, in wealth or poverty, in health or illness, I shall eternally guard and cherish you." Though this pledge of marriage was a well-known classic on Blue Star, having become commonplace in this world, it resonated with profound innovation and impact. Then, taking the initiative, Xiao Yang grasped Ning Hongye's hand and continued to proclaim, "When mountains crumble and rivers run dry, when winter thunders and summer snows, when heaven and earth unite, only then shall I part from you." Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A thunderous roar echoed, as if the very heavens responded to Xiao Yang's heartfelt declaration. It was profoundly moving and undeniably romantic. The tale spoke of the ninth prince's literary prowess, likening him to the celestial star of literature, and upon witnessing it firsthand, the rumors were indeed validated. Who could imagine such a devoted lover existed in this world? Many young women present displayed yearning expressions, completely captivated by his unwavering conviction. Even Princess Fuyao appeared somewhat affected. Meanwhile, Ning Hongye stood still, seemingly silent, yet her heaving chest revealed the tempest of emotions within her. Ding! A notification chimed in Xiao Yang's ears. Ning Hongye's favorability increased by 5, totaling 40. Another surge of affection. Xiao Yang, the vows you have spoken resonate with me as well. Ning Hongye's voice was soft yet resolute, as if she had made a lifelong promise. Though she was not eloquent, her tenacity was unwavering. Once she set her heart on something, no multitude could deter her. However, in Xiao Yang's mind, her earlier call of Xiao Lang echoed vividly. She called me darling. After all this effort, I finally heard it. Just one word, pure bliss. At that moment, the officiant prepared to announce the final segment, which involved bowing to the heavens before allowing the newlyweds to retreat. Wait! Suddenly, Princess Fuyao interjected, Ning Hongye, today is your joyous occasion, yet you wear a mask. What manner of decorum is this? Hearing this, Ning Hongye furrowed her brow, unsure of how to respond. Your Highness, Xiao Yang interjected promptly to alleviate the tension. My wife suffered an injury in her youth, affecting her appearance. Hence, she finds it inconvenient to reveal herself. I hope for your understanding. He was well aware of Ning Hongye's breathtaking beauty, yet, driven by possessiveness, he did not wish for other men to behold her. He desired to claim her beauty for himself. However, Princess Fuyao frowned, sharply retorting, I come today as a special envoy, representing the sovereign. To present oneself before the sovereign while masked is an act of treason. Remove your mask at once. Her words carried an undeniable authority. Princess, I shall acquiesce. Ning Hongye responded with a resigned nod. Although she harbored intentions of rebellion, the current circumstances were overwhelmingly unfavorable. Firstly, she had sustained injuries, limiting her prowess to merely 30% of her capacity. Secondly, her ambitions had yet to materialize. Should she confront the royal family now, it would only jeopardize her future opportunities. Xiao Lang, as my husband, you shall unveil the mask, Ning Hongye declared. Very well. Xiao Yang nodded in agreement. In the distance, the various young lords, including Xiao Junlin, wore expressions of schadenfreude and whispered among themselves. What use is it for ninth brother to be handsome? What does his poetic talent amount to if ultimately he weds an ugly creature? Indeed, it is said that Ning Hongye has long disfigured her face, marred with scars, akin to a centipede. She could likely frighten a person to death. Marrying such an unattractive woman, he must surely wake in terror from his dreams. However, Xiao Yang paid no heed to their scornful jests. He stepped forward and gently removed Ning Hongye's mask. With a swift motion, a visage of unparalleled beauty, concealed for years, was revealed to the crowd. She radiated an extraordinary grace, capable of eclipsing the heavens and competing with the brilliance of the sun and moon. In the next moment, the hall fell into a stunned silence, followed by an eruption of thunderous gasps. Wow! Chapter 49. The Wedding Assassination, a Blood-Stained Elegance. Heavens! Someone pinch me. Could this be an illusion? Was it not said that Ning Hongye was disfigured since childhood, her face marred by scars, and that without her mask, she could frighten children? She is breathtakingly beautiful, an absolute vision of grace. Such a woman could only exist in the heavens. How rare it is to encounter her on earth. Gasps of admiration echoed throughout the hall. How could there be such a radiant and enchanting lady in this world, surpassing even the renowned fairy Yan in beauty? The second young master, Xiao Ziwen, was left speechless. He had long played the devoted admirer to Yan Ruyu, yet had not even held her hand. To his astonishment, ninth brother had stumbled upon such extraordinary fortune, acquiring such a stunning wife without effort. At this moment, the most frustrated and furious was the eldest young master, Xiao Junlin. This marriage was initially bestowed upon him. However, he deemed Ning Hongye too unattractive and insisted on calling off the engagement, allowing Xiao Yang to take his place. How infuriating! Such a beauty should have been mine. Xiao Junlin's eyes turned crimson, his face twisted in rage, jealousy boiling over. Noticing the envious gazes of the crowd, Xiao Yang felt a swell of pride, unable to suppress his puffed chest. If Princess Fuyao was a captivating smile that ignited 1,000 charms, then Ning Hongye was a divine goddess descended from the heavens, and she was about to become his wife. Just this fact alone was enough to provoke envy among all. Indeed, in the grand hall, an unusual glimmer flickered in Princess Fuyao's beautiful eyes. She was aware of a subtle secret. When Ning Hongye was young, her fame spread far and wide. It was said that even the sage of painting abandoned his brush upon seeing her, claiming that no ink could capture her exquisite beauty. The emperor of Xia had intended to summon her to the palace as a consort, but soon rumors surfaced that she had taken to the battlefield, even suffering disfigurement, leading her to don the Shura mask. Yet, there was another tale that suggested she deliberately sought excuses to avoid marrying into the royal family. It appears that this speculation holds true. As the crowd marveled at Ning Hongye's stunning visage, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted among the guests. Die, you female demon! A figure moved with lightning speed, striking forth with a palm ignited in fierce flames, resembling a blazing serpent in flight. The surrounding space warped as if burdened by the weight of a mountain. A 6th-rank martial artist, mountain-moving realm. This was an undeniable powerhouse, capable of shaking mountains. A leader of great renown in the military. Get lost! At this critical moment, Ning Hongye made her move. Her delicate hand struck out, meeting the intruder's palm. Boom! The sheer force of the backlash sent several lower-ranked guests tumbling and reduced countless tables and decorations to dust. Thud! The assailant, resembling a broken kite, was sent flying several dozen meters before crashing to the ground. He was small in stature, with dark skin, unmistakably bearing the traits of a southern barbarian. Flame Palm? Are you a remnant of the Nanzhao kingdom? Ning Hongye furrowed her brow. Indeed, the assassin, with a vicious glare, gritted his teeth and spat. You demoness. You slaughtered 1,000,000 soldiers of Nanzhao. We shall send you to hell on your day of joy. Is that all you've got? You cannot even withstand a single blow, yet you dare to fantasize about vengeance? Ning Hongye's gaze was icy, reminiscent of a fierce warrior on the battlefield. Had you been at your peak, that strike would have been sufficient to end my life. Yet here I stand, a testament to your grievous injuries, rendering your formidable prowess ineffective. The assassin sneered. Upon hearing this, Ning Hongye's expression shifted. The fact of her injuries was a closely guarded secret, shockingly revealed in public. Impudence. This is the residence of the king of the north, the territory of the Great Xia. We shall not allow you southern barbarians to run rampant. Do you take me for a fool? Finally, the king of the north rose, his python robe billowing without wind, exuding an aura as deep as a chasm. He was an 8th-rank martial general, a peak powerhouse whose rage could shatter mountains and rivers. My lord, we are not fools. We have anticipated your presence. The assassin suddenly produced 2 dark red chains from his cloak and hurled them into the air. Whoosh, whoosh. One flew towards the king of the north, the other towards Ning Hongye, as if imbued with intelligence, swiftly entwining around their bodies, binding them tightly. Even the king of the north found himself momentarily immobilized. Dragon-binding chains? Princess Fuyao's complexion changed, and she gritted her teeth. You southern Zhao are truly ruthless to have crafted such malevolent weapons. Princess, your insight is commendable. The assassin's face twisted with cruelty as he explained. These chains are forged from the blood of 800 young boys and girls, steeped in the sinews of a dragon, and imbued with the sacrifice of their lives. They are not mere ropes, but death warrants forged from the souls of the vengeful. Binding you for even 3 breaths will suffice. Warriors, advance together and slay this female demon to avenge the 1,000,000 soldiers of the Zhao nation. With that, a chorus of kill, 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 erupted as a dozen assassins, all 5th-rank martial artists, surged from the crowd, brandishing their blades and charging towards Ning Hongye from all directions. General, in the distance, Qingluan rushed forward, but she was but one against many, and the distance was too great to intervene in time. Meanwhile, Ning Hongye was ensnared by the dragon-binding chains, rendered immobile, akin to a fish on a chopping block, helpless to evade her fate. This was nearly a certain death. In a contest of experts, life and death could hinge on a fleeting moment. The adversary had clearly come prepared. If they could restrain the King of the North for just a few breaths, it would be sufficient to eliminate Ning Hongye. Even if the King of the North regained his mobility afterward and avenged her, it would be too late to save her. Many guests present could not help but lament at the sight. Heaven is blind. Fate is cruel. Ning Hongye had just unveiled her mask, revealing her unparalleled beauty, only to face imminent demise so soon. Am I to perish here? Is this to be my ultimate resting place? My master remains in slumber, and I cannot summon my powers. Alas, I have yet to fulfill my ambitions of rebellion. A look of despair flickered in Ning Hongye's eyes, fully aware that this was a situation from which escape was impossible. Suddenly, the closest to her, Xiao Yang, took a bold step forward, his right hand gripping the battle blade at his waist. Alone, he stood resolutely against the dozen or so death warriors from the Nanzhao kingdom charging towards him. Though he remained silent, his actions spoke volumes, as if proclaiming, "Should you wish to harm Ning Hongye, you must first tread over my lifeless body." What was the ninth young master thinking? Had he lost his mind? He was merely a third-tier martial artist, attempting to confront a host of fifth-tier powerhouses, a notion as absurd as it was perilous. Undoubtedly, this reckless act would lead to both his and Ning Hongye's demise. In the distance, numerous guests shook their heads, perceiving Xiao Yang as a mere mantis attempting to stop a chariot, an ant daring to shake a tree. "Young master," Huang Li exclaimed, nearly in tears. "Xiao Yang?" Ning Hongye was equally astonished, taken aback by Xiao Yang's unexpected bravery. "Let us slay this groom together." In the distance, the leader of the assassins, his visage twisted with malice, shouted, "Send this ill-fated couple straight to hell." Hearing this, several death warriors lunged at Xiao Yang, targeting his throat and abdomen with lethal strikes. In that critical moment, Xiao Yang's gaze sharpened like lightning, and he unsheathed his sword with fierce determination. Imperial-level divine ability. 3,000 thunderclaps. Chapter 50. The Unrepentant Scoundrel. Shout Jumlin's attempt to seize the marriage. The blade intent of Jade, shattering ignites my spirit. Xiao Yang, dissatisfied with the current state, summoned the 3,000 thunderstorm while simultaneously unleashing the blade intent of Jade shattering. At the cost of consuming his essence, the power of his blade technique surged tenfold. With the destruction of Jade and Stone, he was reborn through death. Boom! His entire being ignited, resembling a furnace ablaze with fierce flames, capable of melting all that exists. Whoosh! 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 Xiao Yang's figure moved with unparalleled swiftness, conjuring a multitude of phantoms. Coupled with the dazzling brilliance of his blade light, it transformed into a tempestuous realm akin to a thunderous abyss in the heavens. Smoke and dust enveloped the arena, obscuring the vision of the onlookers who strained their necks in anticipation, eager to discern the outcome. What had transpired? Which bold soul would dare to speak? Surely, the Thunderblade technique employed by the ninth young master was formidable, yet even he could not transcend boundaries to face 10 adversaries alone. Alas, the ninth young master, with his exceptional talent, would perish today, foolishly accompanying Ning Hongye to the grave. Many shook their heads with sorrow, lamenting Xiao Yang's fate. However, the prominent heirs of the Wang family displayed glimmers of delight in their eyes. Xiao Yang's recent display of extraordinary talent posed a significant threat to them, potentially rivaling their claim to the throne. With his demise, their burdens were lifted. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air. "Look, the ninth young master still lives." As the smoke dissipated, Xiao Yang stood resolutely, bloodied blade in hand, while Ning Hongye remained unscathed behind him. Before him, however, lay a gruesome scene. The decapitated bodies of the assassins sprawled across the ground, their lifeless eyes wide in disbelief. In the autumn of the year 805 of the Great Xia calendar, the ninth young master Xiao Yang vanquished 12 elite assassins from the southern Zhao kingdom in a mere instant. The world was left in shock. The guests were awestruck. Ha ha ha! With lofty aspirations, I feast upon the flesh of the southern barbarians and quench my thirst with the blood of the Xiongnu. What ecstasy! At that moment, Xiao Yang let out a hearty laugh, raising his sword to the heavens, his brocade robe stained with the blood of his enemies. A spectacle drenched in crimson. This scene became indelibly etched in the minds of the countless guests present, a memory that would linger long after. Crack! Crack! At this juncture, accompanied by the sound of breaking chains, both the Northern Protector and Ning Hongya simultaneously freed themselves from the bindings of the dragon binding rope. The remaining assassins from the southern Zhao kingdom were reduced to just the original leader. Why? He glared intently at Xiao Yang, despair consuming him, rage boiling within. Is it not said that you have only just broken through to the third tier of cultivation? What on earth is happening? They had wagered everything on this assassination attempt, meticulously calculating every detail, yet they had failed to anticipate the emergence of this seemingly inconsequential groom. Surprised, are you? Xiao Yang's cold gaze met that of the assassin leader. Ordinarily, even with the daily consumption of elixirs, a breakthrough from the third to the fourth grade requires several arduous years of effort. However, the information about the opponent fails to keep pace with his rapid ascension in cultivation. After all, it was only in recent days that he ingested the Enlightenment Tea and the True Dragon Pearl, allowing him to advance to the fourth grade spirit refinement realm and comprehend the 3,000 thunder movements. Such a rate of progress is beyond the imagination of outsiders. Damn it, you arrogant brat, do not rejoice too soon. Even if this attempt fails, the kingdom of Nanzhao will not perish, and the assassinations will not cease. Wait for it. The million vengeful souls will not find peace. You shall live your lives in the shadows, paying a bloody price for the sins of the city slaughter. The leader of the assassins gritted his teeth, appearing almost deranged. Slap! Yet, Xiaoyang effortlessly sent him flying with a single strike, shattering several of his teeth. What are you barking for? Acting all virtuous like a white lotus. Do you truly believe yourself to be a paragon of justice? Over the years, the kingdom of Nanzhao has burned, killed, and plundered across the lands of the Great Xia, claiming the lives of countless innocent citizens, certainly far more than a mere million. Wolves devour sheep, eagles swallow snakes. Survival of the fittest is the very principle that governs this world. You are permitted to kill, yet we are not allowed to resist. Since you have humiliated the people of the Great Xia, you ought to prepare for retribution, even the annihilation of your cities. Each word was a piercing indictment. Puffed. The assassin leader suddenly spat blood, his face ashen, trembling all over. He had thought his reputation would protect him, but Xiaoyang's few words shattered his resolve. Xiao, why waste breath on such a barbarian? I shall execute him now, hanging his corpse at the city gates for 3 days as a warning. The northern king raised his hand, poised to strike the man down. Father, wait! Xiaoyang interjected urgently. These assassins and killers managed to infiltrate the ranks of our guests. It is likely we have traitors within, colluding with the remnants of the Nanzhao kingdom. We must investigate thoroughly. You are right. The northern king nodded in agreement. However, the assassin leader suddenly resolved to die, biting off his own tongue. Thud! In the next moment, he slumped, lifeless on the spot. Xiaoyang furrowed his brow at the sight. The adversary would rather perish than divulge any information. The mastermind behind this plot must possess a formidable identity. Yet, with the assassins now deceased, the trail has gone cold. Suddenly, Xiaoyang clutched his chest, his complexion paling, his form wavering. Xiaoyang, are you all right? Ning Hongya hastily reached out to support him. Her exquisite countenance bore an unprecedented concern, and her delicate frame pressed closely against Xiaoyang's, unreserved. After all, had Xiaoyang not stood up for her, she might have fallen victim to those assassins from the Nanzhao kingdom. In her heart, Xiaoyang had claimed an irreplaceable position. I'm fine, just a bit exhausted. Xiaoyang shook his head. He had forcibly unleashed the Jade Shatterblade intent, dispatching over a dozen killers in an instant. Though it appeared magnificent, it had completely drained him, and now he was merely sustaining himself through sheer willpower. Ninth Prince, regarding the recent assassination attempt. This princess shall promptly initiate an investigation through the Dragon Guard Pavilion to provide you with an explanation. Princess Fuyao declared. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang nodded in satisfaction. With the crown princess intervening, it was certain that the investigation would uncover some clues. Now that the assassin is deceased, the wedding shall proceed. Princess Fuyao added. Only one final step remains before the ceremony is complete. Xiao Yang and Ning Hongye prepare to perform their marital vow before the grand hall. Hold on. I have something to say. Suddenly, the first prince, Xiao Junlin, interjected loudly. What is it? Princess Fuyao furrowed her brow, somewhat displeased by Xiao Junlin's interruption. I report to the crown princess. The emperor bestowed the marriage upon me, allowing me to wed Miss Ning, but due to certain misunderstandings, my ninth brother stood in for me. However, I have now changed my mind. Suddenly, Xiao Junlin bowed deeply, his face filled with avarice as he proclaimed, I implore the crown princess to decree that Miss Ning be betrothed to me. I am willing to marry her. Chapter 51. The Choice of Ning Hongye, the 7-Day Pact. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Previously, Xiao Junlin had deemed the bride unattractive, employing every excuse to evade the marriage, even resorting to threats of self-harm, which ultimately led to Xiao Yang taking his place at the altar. Now, seeing that Ning Hongye possessed remarkable beauty, he sought to renege on the agreement in public, driven by a desire for her allure. Such behavior was utterly shameless. It was particularly egregious, considering that Xiao Yang had stepped in to rescue Ning Hongye when she was in peril, while Xiao Junlin had done nothing. How could he now dare to make such demands? Humph. From the crowd, Qing Wan scoffed derisively. Your Highness, please grant us your favor. Xiao Junlin pleaded. This matter not only concerns the imperial decree, but also warrants the bride's opinion. Princess Fuyao deflected with a deft maneuver. Hearing this, Xiao Junlin hastily approached Ning Hongye, his gaze fixed greedily upon her exquisite face. She was breathtaking. To share a night with such a beauty was a worthy endeavor, even if it meant bearing the brunt of public scorn. Miss Ning, what say you? He forced a smile he believed to be perfect, convinced that a mere gesture would win her heart. Get lost, Ning Hongye coldly uttered, disinterested in further discourse with him. Yet Xiao Junlin persisted, akin to a tenacious pest. Miss Ning, I bear the supreme bone. Recently, I manifested 9 extraordinary phenomena upon breaking through truly the dragon of the Xiao clan. My grandfather is the master of the Medicine King Valley, able to provide countless miraculous elixirs. Now that you have been cast out by the Ning family, you require a formidable ally to reclaim your power. I can assist you. Moreover, in terms of cultivation, talent, and appearance, I far surpass Xiao Yang. Marrying me is undoubtedly your wisest choice. Xiao Junlin's words flowed extravagantly, an attempt to bolster his own image. The assembled guests were taken aback by his audacity. Such boasts were utterly absurd. While he may have claimed superiority over Xiao Yang in looks, did he not glance in a mirror? Currently, Xiao Yang had consumed the true dragonly pearl, undergoing a remarkable transformation, exuding an extraordinary aura, even when he deliberately restrained his presence. The influence of the golden-winged rock, destiny rendered him exceptional. In contrast, Xiao Junlin paled in comparison. Are you unable to comprehend human speech? I said, get lost. Ning Hongye's voice brimmed with fury, clearly at her limit, and she seemed poised to take action. Hiss! Xiao Junlin involuntarily inhaled sharply, retreating a few steps, fearing the wrath of this female avenger. Yet he remained unsatisfied and approached Xiao Yang, ready to speak. Ninth brother. Get lost. Xiao Yang dismissed him without a second thought. What did you say? Xiao Junlin exploded with rage. Ning Hongye's indifference was tolerable, but why should he, the ninth brother, be spared? Ninth brother, you merely stumbled upon good fortune and seized my opportunity. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Only the strong are worthy of beauty. You are unworthy of Miss Ning. If you know what is good for you, relinquish her to me. Xiao Junlin's demeanor was overwhelmingly domineering. Huh, are you truly strong? He is merely a vanquished opponent in my eyes. Xiao Yang, however, regards him with utter disdain. Absurd. During that previous bout, I deliberately suppressed my realm and refrained from causing you harm, which allowed you to secure a victory through a sneak attack. Do you dare to face me in a fair contest? Whoever emerges victorious shall win the hand of Miss Ning. Such a shameless proposition was put forth by Xiao Junlin. Absolutely not. At this moment, Ning Hongye interjected. Xiao Yang has already exhausted himself in slaying the assassin from the Nanzhao kingdom to save me. To engage him again now would be to impose an impossible burden. How about this? I shall grant my ninth brother a period of 7 days for recuperation. Xiao Junlin turned his gaze towards Xiao Yang, deliberately provoking him. Ninth brother, are you not confident? Why the silence? Are you perhaps afraid? From a distance, Qingluan, Huangli, Zhao Changkong, and Ma Wenkai were all in a state of distress. They were aware that this was Xiao Junlin's tactic to provoke a response, and they could not afford to acquiesce. To their astonishment, however, Xiao Yang nodded. Very well, I am willing to compete with my elder brother. The Great Xia is founded on martial prowess, and we must uphold that principle. But I have a condition. What condition? Xiao Junlin pressed for clarification. If I prevail, I hope that my elder brother will present the supreme bone from behind, as a gift to Miss Ning. Xiao Yang's words were astonishing. At this announcement, the crowd erupted in astonishment. After all, the supreme bone was not only a manifestation of Xiao Junlin's innate talent, but also a point of pride for the entire Northern Guardian's estate. Once he matures, he is destined to become a formidable 8th grade warrior, with the potential to aspire to the legendary 9th grade realm. The 9th grade in martial arts is referred to as the martial saint. Throughout the century-long history of the Great Xia, the number of individuals attaining such a realm is exceedingly rare, each a legend in their own right. Should Xiao Junlin lose the supreme bone, it would represent a tremendous loss for the Xiao family. Unacceptable. The Northern Guardian's face contorted with fury as he slammed his palm on the table. Ninth son, do not act recklessly. Father, I'm not being reckless. Xiao Yang stood tall and unyielding. After consuming the true dragonly pearl, he could stand his ground even under the pressure exerted by the Northern Guardian. When I was able to bestow precious spirit eyes, why can't my elder brother do the same? Xiao Yang retorted. How can you equate the two? The Northern Guardian reprimanded. Father, I agree. The first son, Xiao Junlin, suddenly interjected. He had long harbored disdain for Xiao Yang, a motherless wretch. What right did he have to oppose him? Why did he always carry himself with such arrogance? Regarding him with indifference? In 7 days, I shall defeat my 9th brother before everyone, and then win the hand of Ning Hongye. I am determined to achieve this. There is no other outcome. Xiao Junlin exuded confidence, as if victory were already assured. He believed that although Xiao Yang was indeed formidable, having just dispatched over a dozen 5th grade warriors from the Nanzhao kingdom with a single strike, there must be some underlying trickery involved. Surely, Xiao Yang had employed some forbidden technique akin to the demonic disintegration art. Though his strength had surged dramatically in a short span, the repercussions would be dire. 7 days would be far too brief for any recovery. Hence, this battle was undoubtedly his to win. Junlin, the Northern Guardian, attempted to persuade further. Very well. Unexpectedly, Princess Fuyao spoke up. I shall bear witness to this. 7 days hence, the two great heirs will settle their rivalry, and the victor shall wed Ning Hongye. With her declaration, even the king of the north ceased his counsel. Thus, the ceremony of the day came to a temporary halt. The attendants dragged away the bodies of the assassins, ensuring the area was tidied. Numerous guests rose from their seats, departing for their homes. Xiao Yang, supported by Huang Li and Zhao Changkong, returned to his residence. He had employed the essence of the jade shattered blade, depleting an excessive amount of his vitality and required recuperation. Huang Li, no one is to enter and disturb me without my express command. Xiao Yang instructed. Yes, young master. Wang Li nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, night descended, enveloping the world in silence. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open with a thud. A graceful figure, accompanied by a fragrant breeze, seated herself beside the bed. Huang Li, is that you? Xiao Yang opened his eyes. In the next moment, illuminated by the moonlight, he beheld a breathtakingly beautiful visage, captivating and enchanting, a sight that could ensnare one's very soul. It was none other than Ning Hongye, who had arrived. Chapter 52. The wedding night. I shall marry no one but you. Hongye, what brings you here? Xiao Yang exclaimed, taken aback yet internally exhilarated. Until now, He had always been the one to seek out Ning Hongyi. This was the first time she had come to his chamber unbidden. Had it not been for Xiao Junlin's unwelcome intervention, tonight would have marked their wedding night. You were injured for my sake. How can I not come see you? Ning Hongyi approached and sat beside the bed. Though she had shed her vibrant red wedding gown, she had not donned her customary armor, opting instead for casual attire, which still failed to conceal her exquisite form. With a slender waist and long legs, complemented by a statuesque figure and flawless beauty, she was enough to captivate anyone. Here, drink this. Suddenly, she lifted a porcelain bowl to Xiao Yang's lips. Gulp! He swallowed it in one go, feeling a warm surge coursing through his body, infused with an essence so pure and potent that it revitalized him instantly. His face flushed crimson, akin to having consumed a potent tonic. Any remnants of weakness vanished, leaving him rejuvenated and ready to engage in battle anew. Not only that, having just broken through to the first level of the refining spirit realm, he now sensed a subtle indication of further advancement. Hongyi, what wondrous elixir have you given me? It is truly miraculous. Xiao Yang could not help but inquire. It is merely an ordinary nutritional solution, though it contains a drop of my essence blood. Ning Hongyi replied nonchalantly. Yet, upon hearing this, Xiao Yang was taken aback. Essence blood? That was something only a 7th-tier martial arts master could condense, embodying the very core energy of a martial artist of utmost importance. Even Ning Hongyi possessed only a few drops. To lose even a single drop would be far more grievous than losing a limb. And now, she had selflessly offered it. Hongyi, you're still recovering from your severe injuries, and now you give me your essence blood? Is that not adding insult to injury? Xiao Yang's concern grew. No wonder he had noticed the pallor on her face. It was a manifestation of her depleted vitality. Xiao Yang, you sacrificed your spiritual sight for me and saved me from peril today. A single drop of essence blood, in return, is but a small token. Ning Hongyi paused, then continued, you must rest well. In 7 days, regardless of the outcome of the match, I, Ning Hongyi, shall marry no one but you. Her voice resonated with unwavering conviction, as though she had made a solemn vow. In that moment, Xiao Yang felt a swell of emotion within him. Hongyi, why do you doubt me so? I am prepared for battle and possess confidence. The one who should be anxious is my elder brother. He has wagered the supreme bone. Xiao Yang replied with a smile. Ning Hongyi, however, furrowed her brow, her expression grave. Do not underestimate the situation. A corner dog will leap over the wall. What more can be said of Xiao Junlin? He will likely resort to any means necessary, and there remains a disparity in your cultivations. It is imperative that you enhance your combat prowess swiftly. What do you suggest I do? Xiao Yang inquired. Although he possessed a system, he had only recently arrived in this world, and in terms of practical combat experience, he was no match for the seasoned general, Ning Hongyi. In just 7 short days, there are only 2 paths to enhancement. The first is to consume elixirs, hastening growth. Although the foundation may be unstable, it is undoubtedly the most effective and direct method. Ning Hongyi remarqued. Indeed, Xiao Yang nodded in agreement. Relying on elixirs to elevate one's cultivation is indeed the most straightforward approach. Although Xiao Junlin has the backing of the Medicine King Valley, he is merely a fade, and with the system in hand, one need not fear. What is the second path? Xiao Yang inquired further. Cultivating certain unique martial skills and divine abilities. Ning Hongyi explained. Even if the realms are the same, warriors practicing different divine abilities possess vastly different combat capabilities. Xiao Yang, if I am not mistaken. The technique you employed when you vanquished the assassins from Nanzhao was the thunderclap blade technique, yet seems to differ from my Ning family's version, appearing even more profound. Xiao Yang nodded once more. What he practiced was the System S return of the Thunder Prison Annihilation Blade, which could be considered the ultimate version of the thunderclap blade technique. Since you already possess a divine ability, there's no need to learn another. Focus on gathering elixirs in the coming days. Ning Hongyi advised. By the way, would you like to learn my blade technique? Xiao Yang suddenly asked. Would you be willing to teach me? Ning Hongyi's eyes sparkled. However, this is likely a secret transmission from the North King's manor. Are you not afraid of the princess' wrath if it were to be leaked? In truth, she had already noticed that Xiao Yang's thunderclap blade technique possessed even greater power, nearing perfection. It would be a lie to say she was not tempted. Currently, many of the generals in the Vermilion Bird Army practiced this technique, and if it could be improved, their overall combat strength would ascend to new heights. She was confident that she could forge an invincible army. Yet, she hesitated to voice her thoughts, aware that this might be a closely guarded secret of the manor. Hongya, you misunderstand. This divine ability has no connection to the Xiao family. Moreover, as you are soon to become my wife, what is there that cannot be shared? Xiao Yang said with a smile. Xiao Lang Ning Hongya was touched, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears. In her life plan, marriage had never been an option. Yet, Xiao Yang had unreasonably intruded into her heart, occupying the most significant place. There's no time like the present. Let us head to the backyard, and I shall teach you personally. Xiao Yang Dichlade. To receive direct guidance from a martial arts master is a rare opportunity indeed. Soon, the two arrived at the backyard. Xiao Yang closely approached Ning Hongya from behind, taking her delicate hand in his. Must he be so close? Ning Hongya felt his masculine aura enveloping her. Her pretty face slightly flushed. Indeed, only in this manner can you grasp the blade technique more swiftly. Xiao Yang replied earnestly. Well, very well. Ning Hongya ultimately acquiesced. Then, Xiao Yang began to instruct her in the blade technique, teaching the moves of the Thunder Prison Annihilation Blade. Celestial Thunder Flash. 3,000 thunder movements. Before long, Ning Hongya perfectly replicated the moves, even producing 10 illusory afterimages in the air. Such is the talent of a once-in-a-century martial arts genius. Xiao Yang marveled at her innate abilities in his heart. One relies on the system to gain an unfair advantage, directly cultivating to perfection, while Ning Hongya attains her accomplishments through her own enlightenment. It is no wonder she has caught the eye of the female immortal empress, achieving the esteemed realm of a 7th-rank master at such a tender age. Xiao Lang, thank you for your guidance. Now, do take care and rest well. I shall take my leave. With that, Ning Hongya sheathed her sword and made her way toward the courtyard exit. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang felt a pang of regret. If it were not for Xiao Zhenlin's interference, he might have had the chance to share the night with Ning Hongya. The following day, at dawn, Xiao Yang rose and retrieved a brocade box containing the 100 spiritual pills that Xiao Junlin had previously lost to him during the autumn hunt. Having given one to Zhao Chongkong, he was left with 99. Yet, this quantity was far from sufficient. He summoned Zhao Chongkong and Huang Li, instructing them to procure as many spiritual pills as possible, regardless of the cost. After all, he possessed a generous sum of 100,000 taels of silver provided by Ma Wentai. However, it was not long before Zhao Chongkong and Huang Li returned with dismayed expressions. Your Highness, trouble looms. The spiritual pills outside have been monopolized. We scoured every apothecary and auction house, yet no one is willing to sell, regardless of the price we offer. Chapter 53. The Immortal Medicine of the Qilin. What? Xiao Yang furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his inquiry. Could it be that my elder brother is behind this? Indeed, Huang Li nodded. We have learned that it was the Grand Heir's doing. It is said that last night, the Medicine King Valley declared that no pharmacy or merchant may sell elixirs. Those who defy this order shall henceforth be enemies of the Medicine King Valley. Such ruthless tactics. Xiao Yang's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Xiao Junlin would resort to such shameless, underhanded means for victory. The Medicine King Valley is the foremost medicinal sect in the Great Xia, with a legacy spanning centuries, boasting profound heritage and producing the finest elixirs, which are ardently sought after by countless martial artists. If the Medicine King Valley were to impose a ban, it would be an insufferable blow to any pharmacy or merchant. If there are none at Shuilong Pass, let us procure supplies from elsewhere, Xiao Yang commanded. Yet, Zhao Chongkong wore a pained expression and said, Your Highness, it is not just Shuilong Pass. The entire northern territory across 4 states is equally affected. How can this be? Xiao Yang exclaimed in astonishment. The northern territory trades in countless elixirs daily. Even the might of the Medicine King Valley cannot be so tyrannical. Reporting to Your Highness. They have merely requested a 7-day ban. After 7 days, trading can resume. Xiao Yang Kunga Fomed. Indeed, after all, once the 7 days are over, the competition will conclude, and Xiao Junlin will no longer require elixirs. Your Highness, that grand heir is exceedingly shameless, employing such despicable tactics. We might as well seek out the crown princess and appeal for justice. Huangli proposed. No need. Xiao Yang shook his head, his voice resolute. I am not a 3-year-old child who would run home to complain to my parents when wronged. If I rashly approach the crown princess, it would only invite scorn. Moreover, I have not yet lost. They refuse to sell elixirs. Then I shall concoct them myself. What? Upon hearing this, both Huang Li and Zhao Chongkong displayed looks of bewilderment. Having served Xiao Yang for many years, they were unaware of his ability to refine elixirs. Cultivating an alchemist typically requires over a decade of dedication, consuming vast amounts of gold and resources. Yet, they dare not question Xiao Yang's words. However, before that, I must pay a visit to my 5th brother. After contemplating, Xiao Yang stepped out once more. Meanwhile, at the Cloud Summit's celestial palace, Princess Fuyao reclined languidly on a soft couch, adorned in a silk palace gown, her slender waist and voluptuous curves creating a stunning silhouette. Reporting to the crown princess. Suddenly, Long Wu entered, delivering news. I have investigated, and the Grand Heir Xiao Junlin has wielded the power of the Medicine King Valley to monopolize the elixirs of the Northern Territory, forbidding even a single one to be sold to the 9th heir Xiao Yang. Oh, Princess Fuyao raised an eyebrow, ruthless and merciless. It seems Xiao Junlin is indeed one with the ambition to achieve great things. Your Highness, did you not hold Xiao Yang in higher regard? Should we not secretly intervene to assist him? Long Wu inquired. No. Princess Fuyao shook her head. If he is a true dragon, he must endure countless trials and tribulations, yet still soar through the skies. Regardless of the talents and heroes that emerge, they shall merely serve as stepping stones for him. If Xiao Yang were to be defeated, it would signify that he is not the true dragon of a generation I seek. My subordinate understands. Long Wu nodded and subsequently withdrew. Meanwhile, Princess Fu Yao gazed into the distance, murmuring to herself, Xiao Yang, could you be the one we have been waiting for? In another location, Xiao Yang arrived at the residence of the 5th prince. There he observed a young man clad in luxurious attire, practicing martial arts within the estate. He appeared to be in his mid-20s, not particularly handsome, yet exuding an air of nobility. The 5th prince, named Xiao Hanchuan, hailed from the Tang clan of Shishu, renowned for their proficiency in hidden weapons and poison. 9th brother, what brings you to my abode? Did you not establish a 7-day pact with elder brother? Xiao Hanchuan inquired with a smile. Among the 9 princes, Xiao Hanchuan was neither exceptional nor mediocre. Rather, he occupied a balanced position, somewhat laid back, making him a target for alliances. His talents were also eclipsed by those of his elder brothers, posing no threat to the position of heir. 5th brother, do not forget, you previously promised to present me with a spirit-level treasure as a betrothal gift, Xiao Yang stated. Oh right, I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Someone, bring me my cherished Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus. Xiao Hanchuan gestured to his attendant. The Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus. This is the most formidable hidden weapon of the Tang clan of Shishu, resembling a lotus flower. Once activated, it unleashes tremendous destructive power capable of slaying a 6th grade expert, even forcing a 7th grade master to retreat. However, the cost of crafting it is exorbitant, and being a consumable, there are few even within the entire Tang clan of Shishu. 5th brother, I do not wish for the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus. Could we perhaps exchange it for another treasure? Xiao Yang proposed. What treasure do you desire? Xiao Hanchuan raised an eyebrow, as if an idea struck him, and quickly added, if you seek a spirit-level elixir, that cannot be done. Today, elder brother specifically instructed that no elixirs are to be given to you, lest it be seen as antagonistic. I do not want the elixir. I seek the formula. Xiao Yang insisted. The Tang clan of Shishu excels not only in poisoning, but also in detoxification. 5th brother, could you provide me with the formula for the detoxification pill? What? Xiao Hanchuan exclaimed in astonishment. Providing a formula would not contravene Xiao Junlin's warning. However, what use would the ninth brother have for a detoxification pill formula? Even if one could create the detoxification pill, it would not enhance his cultivation. Very well, I shall grant your request. Though perplexed, Xiao Hanchuan nodded in agreement. He then retreated to a secret chamber within the residence and retrieved a yellowed formula. This detoxification pill formula is a closely guarded secret of the Tang clan of Shishu, classified as a high-grade spirit level. Thank you, fifth brother. Xiao Yang's face illuminated with joy as he accepted the formula and promptly turned to leave. How strange. Has the ninth brother encountered some kind of stimulus that has led to such elation over obtaining a detoxification pill formula? Xiao Hanchuan shook his head, dismissing the thought. Soon after, Xiao Yang, clutching the formula, hurriedly sought out Ning Hongye. Hongye, during our recent expedition beyond the domain, the Zhuge army encountered thick miasma, and many soldiers have been poisoned, still unhealed. Fortunately, I possess a detoxification pill formula. You must take it quickly. Thank you. Ning Hongye did not refuse. She directly accepted the elixir recipe. After all, Xiao Yang had mentioned that they were family, bound by an unbreakable bond. Xiao Yang, isinjreli apologize. I sent someone to the city today to procure the spiritual elixir, yet returned empty-handed. Her voice carried a note of guilt and remorse. If it were in the past, as the eldest daughter of the Ning family, she could have promptly dispatched someone to bring the elixir from the southern territories, riding for days and nights, if necessary, to ensure its arrival. However, now, the clan elders of the Ning family did not recognize her. Not only did they refuse to attend her engagement banquet, but they also sought to expel her from the family. It's nothing. I already have a solution regarding the elixirs. Xiao Yang replied with a smile. As anticipated, the next moment, he heard the system's prompt. Ding! Host has been granted the recipe for the supreme grade detoxification pill, triggering a reward. 100-fold return. Recipe for the royal grade immortal Kirin elixir. Would you like to extract it immediately? Chapter 54. Betting everything. Mr. Xiao returns to the Jianghu. Upon glimpsing the system panel's notification, Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Qilin immortal elixir. This is a legendary existence, endowed with sentience, capable of traversing the heavens and the earth. Only those with immense fortune and opportunity can discover it. Consuming it could even grant an emperor the chance to live a second life. However, the true Qilin immortal elixir is not of royal grade, but rather of celestial quality and cannot be mass-produced. What the system has provided to Xiao Yang is a simplified version, simulating a portion of the elixir's power. More accurately, it should be referred to as the Qilin Divine Pill. Even so, a formula for a royal-grade elixir is exceedingly precious, likely absent even from the Apothecary Valley. Red Knight, I have urgent matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Xiao Yang hastily bid farewell, unable to contain his eagerness midway. System, I wish to extract. In a flash of brilliance, a jade slip materialized in his hand, exuding a warm, lustrous quality that clearly distinguished it from mere trinkets. Xiao Yang glanced over it, subsequently clicking his tongue in astonishment. Ingredients such as Qilin blood, earth heart fire lotus, scarlet flame fruit, millennial ganoderma, xuanjia turtle powder, and white tiger bone powder. Goodness, the requirements to concoct this Qilin divine pill are far too extensive. Even if I were to invest the 100,000 taels of silver given to me by Ma Wenkai, it would barely scratch the surface. This won't do. I must devise a proper plan. Half an hour later, Xiao Yang found himself before a pharmacy within Snow Dragon Pass, named by Chao Tang. He had disguised himself, donning ordinary attire and a mask to conceal his features. Shopkeeper, I am here to procure medicinal materials. Xiao Yang called out. Quickly, a young woman emerged from within, appearing to be in her early 20s, tall and slender. Though not breathtakingly beautiful, she possessed a striking appearance. However, she bore a strong scent of herbs, a clear testament to her long-standing dealings with medicinal ingredients. Today, the Apothecary Valley has issued orders prohibiting us from selling elixirs. Please return in 7 days, the girl stated. I do not seek to purchase elixirs, but rather the materials needed for alchemy. Xiao Yang replied, You are an alchemist? The girl inquired, somewhat surprised as she scrutinized Xiao Yang, unable to assess his true capabilities due to his mask. Indeed, Xiao Yang nodded. I wish to acquire a substantial quantity of materials. I wish to discuss a significant transaction with the person in charge here. My name is Sun, the young mistress of the Sun family at Baichao Tang. You may speak with me, Sunny declared proudly, puffing out her chest. Though the Sun family of Baichao Tang could not rival the Apothecary Valley, they boasted dozens of chain stores in the northern region and were a century-old establishment. As the young mistress, she considered herself a notable figure. Unfortunately, in recent years, the family's elder had passed away and the next generation was lacking in prowess, unable to concoct high-end elixirs. Consequently, business had plummeted, relegating them to selling only low-grade elixirs and medicinal materials, yielding meager profits. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before they were crushed or even absorbed by the Apothecary Valley. Sir, what medicinal materials do you wish to purchase? Sun, he inquired. Kirin blood, earth core, fire lotus, scarlet flame jute fruit, millennium ganoderma, xuanjia turtle powder, white tiger bone powder. Xiao Yang enumerated a series of medicinal materials. Is this for real? Sun Yi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Each of these ingredients holds immense value. If this deal were to materialize, it would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement. I require 1,000 portions of each of these herbs. Xiao Yang's voice, though low, resonated like thunder, echoing within the room. What did you say? Sun Yi's eyes widened, her mouth forming an O shape, hardly able to believe her ears. What could this man possibly want? Was he aiming to supply an army? Noticing her prolonged silence, Xiao Yang feigned indifference, stating, if Baichao Hall cannot finalize this deal, I shall seek alternatives elsewhere. With that, he turned to leave. Wait. Sun Yi hurriedly dashed forward to obstruct him, her demeanor now significantly more respectful. Esteemed sir, this transaction can indeed be managed by Baichao Hall. However, the celestial materials you require are quite extensive. We will need to prepare thoroughly. Moreover, might you consider providing an advance on the payment? I shall not part with any funds. Xiao Yang replied coldly. What? Upon hearing this, Sun Yi was momentarily taken aback, then clenched her fists, anger flickering in her eyes. Esteemed sir, what is the meaning of this? Do you intend to mock Baichao Hall, believing us to be without recourse, simply for your amusement? She was genuinely infuriated. This man had deliberately listed a plethora of precious herbs, demanding 1,000 of each, yet expected to receive them without payment? Had he lost his mind? Do not be hasty in your anger. I have come today to present Baichao Hall with a rare opportunity. Donning a mask and a black robe, exuding an air of superiority, Xiao Yang continued. I wish to use those herbs to concoct a royal-grade spirit pill. Once completed, it may bear the name of the Sun family from Baichao Hall. Such audacious claims. Sun Yi trembled at his words, her heart stirred by tumultuous waves. Royal-grade spirit pill? You are not jesting. You truly possess the ability to concoct one? She fixed her gaze upon Xiao Yang, her beautiful eyes aflame with fervor. As the eldest daughter of the Sun family, she was acutely aware of the significance of a royal-grade spirit pill. The last emergence occurred 80 years ago at the Pill Alliance, stirring a tempest of bloodshed. It was said that the Daxiao royal family possessed a few, all passed down from ancient times. In the present world, she had yet to hear of any alchemist capable of crafting a royal-grade spirit pill. Should he genuinely succeed, Baichao Hall would undoubtedly gain immense fame, shaking the world, eclipsing even the Apothecary Valley. For such an honor, she would gladly provide the herbs for free, even at a loss to her family. Esteemed sir, this transaction is of monumental proportions. I cannot simply take your word for it. Sun Yi remained somewhat hesitant. I can show you the formula, and you shall discern its authenticity. Xiao Yang flicked his wrist and produced a jade slip containing the record of the Kirin spirit pill. Such an exquisite formula. Sun Yi examined it for a moment, and a strong intuition surged within her. This recipe must surely be genuine. Esteemed sir, the celestial materials you seek are far too numerous. If my Sun family were to provide them all, should we fail, it would lead to our bankruptcy. Though Sun Yi was tempted, she remained cautious. After all, the stakes are exceedingly high. A moment's carelessness could lead to utter ruin. Though she is the daughter of a prominent family, the decision she faces weighs heavily upon her, accompanied by immense pressure. Miss Sun, as I understand it, ever since your grandfather's passing, the Sun family has plummeted into decline, unable to produce high-quality spiritual elixirs, under the relentless suppression from the Valley of Medicinal Kings. Your options have dwindled to naught. How much longer can you persist in this precarious state? 10 years, 5 years, or merely 3? Xiao Yang's words struck like an invisible hammer upon Sun Yi's heart. Indeed, his choice of the apothecary hall was not made lightly. He had conducted thorough investigations and was acutely aware of the Sun family's current predicament, akin to a cornered beast. Today, I present Ms. Sun with a chance for a miraculous turnaround. It is merely a matter of whether you are willing to take the gamble. Xiao Yang smiled at Sun Yi, awaiting her response. Taking a deep breath, Sun Yi seemed to summon immense courage as she nodded resolutely. Very well, I am willing to wager everything. However, I am yet unaware of your esteemed name and the sect from whence you hail, she inquired. Xiao Yang pondered for a moment before responding. You may call me Mr. Xiao of the Nine Suns. Chapter 55. Those who complain again shall be silenced. Upon hearing this title, Sun Yi furrowed her brow, as she had never encountered the term Nine Celestial Sect before. However, she dismissed her doubts, attributing them to her own lack of knowledge. Mr. Xiao Yao, when do you intend to concoct this imperial great elixir? Sun Yi inquired respectfully. The sooner, the better. Xiao Yang replied. With less than 7 days remaining before his confrontation with Xiao Junlin, any delay could lead to missed opportunities. We require over 1,000 rare materials, and I must mobilize the entire resources of Baichao Hall to procure them from the 4 northern states. The earliest I can manage is by tomorrow morning. Sun Yi calculated. Very well. I shall come and find you tomorrow morning. With a sudden burst of speed, Xiao Yang activated his 3,000 thunder movement technique, instantly vanishing from sight. What astonishing agility! Sun Yi exclaimed, her astonishment evident, although the art of alchemy was not directly correlated with martial prowess. Such extraordinary abilities could not belong to an ordinary individual. This only reinforced her belief that the formula in Xiao Yang's possession was genuine. The following day, Xiao Yang arrived early at Baichao Hall, draped in a black cloak and wearing a mask, maintaining the same guise as the previous day. However, he remained vigilant. Treasures such as the Imperial Great Elixir could invoke celestial phenomena upon their emergence, inevitably attracting the attention of formidable adversaries. To ensure absolute security, he brought along the sun-shooting bow, a superior divine weapon of imperial quality. Previously, a single arrow shot from it had traversed 100 miles, demonstrating power comparable to a grandmaster, obliterating the warehouses of the eldest and 4th princes and vanquishing over 100 warriors. Mr. Xiao, you have arrived. Everything is prepared. Sun Yi promptly approached, her eyes bloodshot and weary, clearly having sacrificed a night of rest to gather the necessary rare materials, utilizing countless connections. Good, let us commence. Xiao Yang nodded. Under Sun Yi's guidance, he entered the alchemy chamber in the backyard of Baichao Hall. The floor was strewn with an array of precious herbs, piled high and truly magnificent. Such a collection would be more than sufficient to equip a small army. In the center stood a colossal alchemical furnace. Mr. Xiao, this is the mid-grade spiritual treasure left by my grandfather, the Xianhuang furnace. It automatically ignites the Xianhuang flame during the alchemical process, enhancing the success rate. Sun Yi offered. If you require anything else, please do not hesitate to command me. I can assist you as well. Sun Yi had staked everything to aid Xiao Yang in his alchemical endeavor, presenting the Sun family's most treasured possessions. No need for assistance. I can manage alone. Xiao Yang asserted. Additionally, I request that no one disturbs me while I concoct the elixir. Do you understand? He instructed. Understood, Sun Yi nodded, quickly exiting the alchemy chamber and closing the door. Despite Xiao Yang's commanding tone, which might have seemed to reduce her to a mere servant, she harbored no resentment. After all, the greater the alchemical skill, the more formidable the temperament. However, should Xiao Yang successfully refine the Imperial Great Elixir, even if Baichao Hall were merely a name, it would still garner immense fame throughout the realm. This would restore the glory of his grandfather from years past, perhaps even elevate it to unprecedented heights. Subsequently, Xiao Yang retrieved the jade slip detailing the immortal medicine of the Qilin and began to follow the steps, casting those rare herbs into the alchemical furnace. It was his inaugural attempt at alchemy, and, lacking confidence, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Yet at that moment, the one most apprehensive was Sunny, who paced back and forth outside, clenching her delicate fists, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead, silently praying, "Mr. Xiao, you must succeed." For this alchemical endeavor, she had invested all her savings and even borrowed a substantial amount of rare herbs from other pharmacies under the Sun family name. If it failed, she feared that selling herself would not suffice to repay the debts. Suddenly, an elderly man and a young man stormed in. The elder, Sun Lianqing, was Sun Yi's uncle and the current authority of Baichao Hall. The youth, Sun Xiaodian, was his son. "Uncle, cousin, what brings you here?" Sun Yi inquired, somewhat startled. "Rebellious girl, if I hadn't come, you might have single-handedly driven Baichao Hall to ruin." Sun Lianqing scolded fiercely. "What do you mean by that, uncle?" Sun Yi retorted. "Word has reached me that you lavishly spent a fortune yesterday purchasing numerous rare herbs, each in the thousands, and even borrowed on behalf of the family. Is this true?" Sun Xiaodian asked coldly. "Indeed." Sun Yi nodded and began to explain, "But I did it all for the family. I have befriended a master of alchemy, a man of formidable skill capable of refining the imperial great elixir, and he has agreed to lend his name to Baichao Hall. However, in return, the hall must provide the necessary materials for the alchemy." "What?" Upon hearing this, the father and son of the Sun family were momentarily taken aback, but their disbelief quickly turned to outrage as they began to berate Sun Yi. "You foolish girl, do you take me for a fool? Not to mention in the Great Xia, but throughout the entire world, how many can refine an imperial great elixir? Such transcendent beings would not deign to assist you. In my opinion, you have been deceived, risking the century-old foundation of the Sun family." Sun Lianqing fumed, his spittle flying. "Uncle, I have not been deceived. That master is in the alchemy room right now. Why don't you stay and bear witness to the emergence of the divine elixir?" Sun Yi hurriedly explained. "Ha!" Sun Xiaodian sneered. "Cousin, I believe you are bewitched. Not only have you been duped out of the herbs, but perhaps your virtue as well? Otherwise, how could you be so infatuated? Shameless." Sun Yi fumed, stomping her foot in indignation, astonished at her cousin's viciousness in sullying her name. "I've always said, what does a woman know about managing a family business? Yet, how blind was grandfather to divide the family fortune with you? If he were to witness today's events, I fear he would be unable to rest in his grave." Sun Xiaodian declared viciously. Tears welled in Sun Yi's eyes, her expression a portrait of distress, and her fingers were clenched so tightly that they turned pale. The venerable Sun had two sons. The elder, Sun Lianqing, possessed mediocre talents and, coupled with his lack of dedication to cultivation, had only attained a rather ordinary level in alchemy. In contrast, her father was heralded as a genius in the art of alchemy, yet he vanished during an expedition to a secret realm in her childhood, never to return, leaving no trace behind. A few years ago, before his passing, the venerable Sun bequeathed half of the Baikei assets to her, inciting envy and avarice in Sun Lianqing and his son, who were eager to seize her inheritance. Today, they had finally seized an opportunity to strike. Furthermore, the Medicine King Valley had decreed that no one was permitted to sell spiritual elixirs within a span of 7 days. Collecting medicinal herbs and concocting elixirs for those of dubious origin constitutes a breach of this command. Sunny, you must immediately return those precious materials and then kneel before the Medicine King Valley to apologize, seeking forgiveness until they relent. Sun Xiaodian invoked the authority of the Medicine King Valley as a means of intimidation. "I will not go," Sun Yi retorted through gritted teeth. For years, the Medicine King Valley had tyrannized the market, monopolizing trade and oppressing smaller pharmacies. The death of her grandfather was also linked to the suppression from the Medicine King Valley. To compel her to kneel before her adversaries and beg for forgiveness? She would rather perish than comply. "Rebellious girl, if you refuse, we shall force you," Sun Lianqing threatened, advancing towards her with intent to seize her by the shoulder. Taken aback by her uncle's shamelessness, Sun Yi, despite her fervent dedication to alchemy, lacked the martial skills to evade him. Just when the situation seemed dire, a sudden force erupted as the door to the alchemy room swung open, sending a shockwave that propelled Sun Lianqing back several steps. With purposeful strides, Xiao Yang emerged, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. What is all this commotion? Did I not expressly state that no one is to disturb me while I am refining elixirs? Anyone who dares to impede my work shall face dire consequences. Chapter 56. The young master of Yaowang Valley, Yi Chun. A single slap sends them flying, arrogant beyond measure. This statement exudes an unparalleled will, as if viewing the Sun family as mere ants, easily extinguishable with a mere wave of the hand. The Sun father and son fixated their gaze upon Xiao Yang, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Cloaked entirely in a black robe and wearing a mask, his visage remained obscured, emanating an enigmatic aura akin to an unfathomable abyss. "Who are you, and which sect do you hail from?" Sun Lianqing inquired warily. "This is Mr. Xiao from the 9 Stars," Sun Yi introduced. 9 Stars? The Sun father and son exchanged bewildered glances, clearly unfamiliar with the name. "No matter who you are, this is the territory of the Sun family. It is not your place to act recklessly," Sun Lianqing barked. "Indeed, the Sun family does not welcome you. Return the medicinal materials at once and leave," Sun Xiaotian echoed, his voice rising in hostility. "Oomph." Xiao Yang scoffed, his eyes behind the mask glinting with disdain. "Do you represent Bai Chao Hall? I have made an agreement solely with Miss Sun Yi. As for the rest of you, I do not acknowledge your existence." "You." Upon hearing this, Sun Lianqing felt a surge of frustration. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaotian seized the opportunity, turning his gaze towards Sun Yi. "Cousin, since you unilaterally made this agreement with this so-called Mr. Xiao, should the alchemy fail, any debts incurred outside will fall solely upon you, and have nothing to do with our Sun family." Xiaotian is right. Sun Lianqing nodded in agreement, his tone chilling. "Niece, do you not still hold half the shares of Bai Chao Hall? If you fail, you can use them to settle the debts. If that is insufficient, your uncle can help you find a wealthy widower to marry, ensuring you fetch a good price." What a vicious scheme. Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes, his expression growing colder. The Sun father and son, in their duet of malice, were bullying Sun Yi, a vulnerable woman, solely because she stood alone and unprotected. They coveted her shares, and if that were not enough, they even contemplated selling her to repay debts. Even without today's incident, they would have sought ways to undermine Sun. They sought to drain her completely, to strip her of everything. "Very well, I accept." Sun Yi bit her lip, her body trembling, yet her gaze remained resolute. "My grandfather taught me that a gentleman's word is worth 1,000 gold. Though I am but a woman, I understand this principle. Since I have made an agreement with Mr. Xiao, I shall fulfill it, no matter the circumstances. Should Mr. Xiao fail, the losses and compensations shall be mine alone to bear. Remember your words," Sun Xiaotian said, a gleam of triumph in his eyes. "Cousin, I shall inquire if there are any wealthy widowers seeking to remarry, ensuring you wed into a good family." The Sun father and son wore smug expressions, as if they could already envision her impoverishment and sale. "What are you barking about?" Xiao Yang cast a cold glance at the Sun father and son before turning to Sunny. "Miss Sun, rest assured, the word failure does not exist in my lexicon." Moments ago, within the alchemy chamber, he overheard Sun mentioning her willingness to incur debts in order to gather the necessary medicinal ingredients. Yet, Sun Yi refrained from voicing her concerns and chose instead to place her trust in him. "As he regarded me with the esteem befitting a national hero, I vowed to repay such honor in kind." "Mr. Xiao." Sun Yi's expression radiated gratitude, and for reasons unknown, she harbored a profound intuition that Xiao Yang before her would undoubtedly succeed in concocting the royal gray elixir. Just as Xiao Yang prepared to turn back to the alchemy chamber, a sudden, resounding shout echoed from outside. "The young master of the Medicine King Valley, Yi Chun, has arrived." Upon hearing this announcement, all present were taken aback. The young master of the Medicine King Valley? That essentially made him a cousin of the esteemed eldest son, Xiao Junlin. Xiao Yang Bondiret. Recognizing that the Medicine King Valley was situated 1,000 miles from Snow Dragon Pass, and their arrival here could not be without reason. With rapid strides, a young man entered, clad in resplendent robes, his hair meticulously styled, exuding an innate arrogance that seemed to elevate his chin toward the heavens. Following him were several attendants, all disciples of the Medicine King Valley. Young Master Yi, I was unaware of your distinguished presence and offer my sincerest apologies for the lack of a proper welcome. Sun Lianqing hastily approached, bowing deeply, his demeanor bordering on obsequious. Although he held a prominent position as the spokesperson for the 100 Herb Hall within the esteemed alchemical families of the northern region, he felt dwarfed by the formidable presence of the Medicine King Valley. Youthful Master Yi, what brings you to Snow Dragon Pass so unexpectedly? Inquired Sun Xiaotian. Yi Chun, standing tall and proud, responded with haughty assurance. My elder cousin, Xiao Junlin, is about to challenge that ineffectual ninth son, Xiao Yang, and subsequently marry the esteemed Miss Ning Hongye of the Ning family. I have come as a representative of the Yi family to witness this event. However, he abruptly shifted his tone, his gaze turning piercing as he directed it toward the Sun family. I have heard that your 100 Herb Hall has been vigorously gathering medicinal materials yesterday for the purpose of alchemy? Oof. To disregard the orders of the Medicine King Valley is tantamount to declaring enmity against us. Forgive me. Sun Lianqing quickly shook his head, attempting to clarify. Young Master Yi, you misunderstand. It was not my intention to defy the orders, but rather my niece was deceived by an unknown alchemist. Deceived? Ye Chen Sukolfu Didisividi. Refusing to entertain explanations, do not attempt to justify yourselves. Regardless of circumstances, you have violated the rules, and if no penalties are imposed, how can the Medicine King Valley maintain its standing in the martial world? Youthful Master Yi, what form of punishment do you propose? Sun Lianqing asked with a grim expression, gritting his teeth. How about this? I shall compensate you with 100 heavenly grade elixirs on behalf of the 100 Herb Hall. Would that suffice? The standard ranking of medicinal elixirs includes yellow, xian, earth, and heaven, with the next tier being spirit grade. Offering 100 heavenly grade elixirs represents a significant concession, equivalent to a year's labor for the Sun family. However, Yi Chun was distinctly dissatisfied, erupting with indignation. Do you take me for a beggar? Do you think I can be placated with such pitiful offerings? Sun Lianqing, taken aback by his insatiable appetite for compensation, could only muster the courage to ask, then, Young Master Yi, what do you propose? In this manner, Yi Chun let out a cold laugh. I offer the Sun family an opportunity to abandon the shadows and embrace the light, to join the Medicine King Valley as vassals, yielding 70% of their profits annually. In return, the Medicine King Valley will provide high-grade spiritual pills for sale at the 100 Herbs Hall. What say you? Upon utterance of these words, an uproar ensued. The Sun family, particularly the father and son duo, were taken aback by Yi Chun's blatant disregard for reason, as he laid claim to their family. Yet what could they do? Though the terms were harsh, they at least left the Sun family a glimmer of hope. Serving the Medicine King Valley as lesser beings was preferable to the dire fate of bankruptcy. Refusing would invite complete obliteration, leaving them with no chance of survival. Young Master Yi, I speak on behalf of the Sun family. We accept, Sun Lianqing declared, provided that his agreement was sufficient. Wait. Suddenly, Sun Yi stepped forward, her face flushed with anger, her teeth clenched. Uncle, how can you agree to such terms? Are you not selling away the 100 Herbs Hall that grandfather painstakingly built? A century of legacy, ruined in an instant. Silence. What do you understand? Sun Lianqing shot her a fierce glare. Had it not been for your defiance of the Medicine King Valley's orders, would we be in this predicament? You, a harbinger of misfortune, have jeopardized the entire Sun family. Sun Yi stood frozen, momentarily a loss for words. Her intention had been to restore the glory of the Sun family. Yet with Yi Chun's arrival, it seemed even Master Xiao would be unable to forge that royal-grade spiritual pill, rendering all efforts futile. The Sun family was destined to become mere vassals. Oh, and since it was your niece who disrupted the order, she must naturally bear the consequences. However, seeing as she possesses some semblance of beauty, let her serve me as a concubine. Yi Chun's gaze roamed over Sun Yi's figure, his eyes gleaming with avarice. It would be a blessing for this girl to marry into the Yi family. Sun Lianqing hastily interjected. Who said I would marry her? Yi Chun raised an eyebrow, dismissing the notion. What status does she have to be worthy of me? I merely wish for her to be a little plaything. When I tire of her, I shall cast her aside. Young Master Yi, you are indeed a dragon among men. Even being your minor consort would be an honor for my cousin. Sun Xiao flattered. Ha, you lad quite clever. Yi Chun remarked. Once the Sun family submits to the Medicine King Valley, I shall entrust you with its management. Thank you, young Master Yi. Sun Xiao exclaimed, elated, then turned to urge Sun Yi, cousin, why are you dawdling? Hurry and attend to young Master Yi, and make a good impression. Upon hearing this, Sun Yi's face drained of color as she stood rooted, biting her lip in defiance. I will not go. Sun Xiao, you go. Sun Xiao thought to himself. I would, but young Master Yi has no interest in me. Ah, quite spirited. Yi Chun looked at Sun Yi and chuckled. Perfect. I revel in fiery spirits. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. With that, he reached out his hand towards Sun Yi's chest, his intentions all too clear, revealing a seasoned familiarity with such encounters. Sun Yi was instantly gripped by fear, her complexion paling as she found herself at a loss. At that moment, Xiao Yang, who had remained silent until now, finally stepped forward, pulling Sun Yi to his side. Yi Chun's grasp missed its target, and he glared fiercely at Xiao Yang, exclaiming, You wretched fool! Daring to ruin my plans? Do you wish for death? Xiao Yang cast a sidelong glance at him, and continued. You are merely the young master of the Medicine King Valley, yet you dare to act tyrannically at Snow Dragon Pass. First you sought to annex the Herbal Hall, and now you wish to claim Miss Sun for yourself? What audacity empowers you? Huh? Yi Chun replied with an arrogant smile, full of bravado. In this world, power reigns supreme. Whether individuals or families, there exists a hierarchy. The strong may indulge their whims, even trampling upon the dignity of the weak. Suddenly, Xiao Yang posed a question, and what if I am stronger than you? Yi Chun erupted into laughter. What are you, to utter such bold claims? However, should you truly exceed me, feel free to strike my face, left, right, up, or down. He paused, lewdly gesturing towards his own cheek. Boy, if you have the guts, come and hit me. You were so boastful just now. If you hesitate, you will be nothing more than a blustering fool. Yi Chun taunted, as if convinced that Xiao Yang would not dare to act. Very well. Since you implore me to strike you, I shall oblige. In the next instant, Xiao Yang raised his hand, unleashing an internal force that erupted like a volcano, delivering a resounding slap infused with a titanic strength of 10,000 pounds. Chapter 57. Should one aspire to soar like the clouds, who dares to mock Huang Chao as unmanly? The resounding slap echoed with a deafening crack. Faced with such a minor adversary, Xiao Yang couldn't be bothered to utilize his heavy eye to discern any weaknesses. He simply struck with overwhelming force. Strength begets miracles. Yi Chun let out a wretched scream as he was sent flying several meters, crashing into the wall of the courtyard, leaving behind a human-shaped dent and causing the surrounding walls to crack inch by inch. Mr. Xiao, Sun Yi's beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise. She had not anticipated Xiao Yang's terrifying prowess. Had he not intervened today, she would have likely fallen victim to Yi Chun's whims. What formidable strength! He must be at least a mid-tier martial artist. How audacious of him! The Sun family was stunned, yet soon a wave of secret delight washed over them. To their perception, this enigmatic Mr. Xiao shared a profound bond with Sun Yi. And now, having provoked disaster by injuring Yi Chun, Mr. Xiao would surely face dire consequences. Young master, the disciple from the Medicine King Valley rushed forward. With great effort, akin to uprooting a stubborn carrot, they finally extricated Yi Chun from the wall. Damn it! How outrageous! To dare to launch a sneak attack. Yi Chun, grievously injured, glared at Xiao Yang with bloodshot eyes. He hailed for nobility. Having consumed spiritual pills like candy since childhood, and at merely over 20 years of age, he had attained the 4th tier of cultivation. Though not as gifted as Xiao Junlin, he far surpassed his peers, possessing ample pride. To think that today he had been struck down by a mere slap. If word of this spread, he would be forced to sit at the children's table in brothels. A sneak attack? Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Yi Chun, wasn't it you who just begged me to slap you? I didn't even charge you. Consider yourself fortunate. You insolent fool. Do you know who I am? Yi Chun gritted his teeth, proudly announcing his lineage. My grandfather is the head of the Medicine King Valley, the most formidable master of alchemy in the Great Xia. My maternal grandfather is a court-appointed admiral, commanding the forces across the rivers and lakes with an army of 500,000. My cousin is the eldest son of the Northern King S estate, born with extraordinary talent, recently triggering 9 celestial phenomena, destined to expand territories and gain titles. Yi Chen's tone was laced with arrogance. For each name he mentioned resonated with prominence in Great Xia. Others would bow in submission and plead for mercy upon hearing such names. However, he was taken aback to find that Xiao Yang displayed no reaction whatsoever. Why are you silent? Have you been rendered speechless? Yi Chen couldn't help but inquire. Oh, I see. So what? Xiao Yang replied calmly, regarding him with a look of disdain. Your family may boast numerous illustrious figures, yet you, my dear sir, are a simpleton. Should you inquire with your parents whether you were picked up from a trash bin? At this, everyone present was momentarily taken aback. Sun Yi was the first to react, unable to suppress her laughter. She had never encountered such a creatively insulting remark devoid of vulgarity. Mr. Xiao appears so aloof, yet he possesses a surprisingly humorous side. How dare you repeat that? Yi Chun was seething with rage. Throughout his life, the greatest hardship he endured was the torment of inferior spiritual elixirs. He never anticipated that today he would be humiliated by a mysterious individual in such a manner. Very well. Xiao Yang nodded. Which part should I repeat? That you are a complete fool, or that you were picked from a rubbish bin? Seeking death. This young master will not hold back. Consumed by fury, Yi Chun charged toward Xiao Yang, believing that he had merely been knocked back due to carelessness. Slap! Xiao Yang raised his hand and struck as if swatting a fly. Boom! Undoubtedly, Yi Chun was sent flying once more, crashing heavily to the ground. This time, several of his teeth were shattered, bloodied, and devoid of any semblance of a noble air. How dare you? If you have the guts, try touching me again. Yi Chun struggled to rise from the ground, pointing at Xiao Yang with gritted teeth in a futile threat. He was clearly inept, yet so pretentious. No. Xiao Yang shook his head. Yi Chun breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that finally, Xiao Yang was afraid and would not dare to confront the apothecary valley behind him. Just moving a finger seemed too trivial. How about I break all your 10 fingers instead? As Xiao Yang spoke, he suddenly appeared before Yi Chun, seizing his left hand and snapping one of his fingers. Crack! Then came the second, third, fourth. Yi Chun let out a hysterical scream. Racked with unbearable pain, his privileged status had been attained through consuming drugs to break through to the 4th tier, and he had never faced such adversity, let alone this level of agony. Brother, I was wrong. Please, let me go. Yi Chen's demeanor shifted instantly, shedding his previous arrogance for desperate pleas. His subordinates, witnessing their masteress suffering, were too intimidated by Xiao Yang's terrifying prowess to act rashly. I'm a man of my word. To break 10 fingers means not a single one can be spared. Xiao Yang proceeded once more. Crack! In an instant, all 5 fingers of Yi Chen's left hand were severed. Bold! At this moment, Sun Xiaotian could no longer contain himself and stepped forward to admonish. Mr. Xiao, your methods are excessively cruel. Release young Master Yi at once, or my Sun family will not let this go. Cruel? Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow, fixing his gaze on Sun Xiaotian. You and your son conspired against Miss Sun's shares, taking advantage of her vulnerability. Is that not cruelty? Yi Chen bullied others, attempting to annex Baichao Hall and usurp Miss Sun. Is that not cruelty? I merely repay, like with like. If this is a sin, then I would rather be engulfed in wickedness. Xiao Yang's voice resonated with unparalleled resolve. Yet, Sun Xiaotian was unwilling to concede, continuing to argue. Mr. Xiao, you are merely acting on behalf of your cousin, but such actions will only bring her harm. In the future, the Apothecary Valley will seek revenge against her. Can you protect her for a lifetime? Xiao Yang let out a cold laugh. My actions against Yi Chun are not to defend Miss Sun, but simply because I find him utterly displeasing. Moreover, given your obsequiousness towards Yi Chun, perhaps you should consider renaming yourself from Sun Xiaotian to Sun Hababa. Sun Xiaotian's face turned a deep shade of crimson, yet he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Subsequently, Xiao Yang turned his gaze towards the tormented Yi Chun. There are still 5 fingers left. Let's continue. Brute, if you have the audacity, then kill me. Yi Chun's visage twisted with rage as he gritted his teeth. Otherwise, when this young master returns, I shall unleash all my might to hunt down everyone around you and have them torn to pieces. Upon hearing this threat, a chill flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes, revealing a piercing intensity. So you seek death? He inquired. Indeed, but do you dare to kill me? Yi Chun resorted to provocation, expressing his disbelief. He was confident that even members of the Xia Dynasty would think twice before attempting to slay him. The young master of the Medicine King Valley, let alone a mysterious alchemist like Xiao Yang. However, he had gravely misjudged Xiao Yang's boldness. What is there to fear? Not only you, but even if your grandfather, the Medicine King, were to come, I would not hesitate to strike him down. With resolute ambition, Xiao Yang stepped forward, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, and pointed a finger at Yi Chun's brow. Great Wilderness Prisoner Finger. Bang! The finger pierced through, and blood erupted forth. The young master of the Medicine King Valley, Yi Chun, was utterly annihilated. Chapter 58. It matters not. I shall take action. In an instant, the hall fell into an eerie silence, a deathly stillness enveloping the atmosphere. The assembly was rendered incredulous, their hearts torn asunder. Thud! Yi Chun's lifeless form crashed heavily to the ground, his visage still etched with shock. It seemed he could scarcely fathom how Xiao Yang dared to take his life. Did he not fear the wrath of the Apothecary Valley that loomed behind him? Yet, Yi Chun's demise validated the adage that villains perish due to their own verbosity. Young master, they cried. You audacious fool, you dared to slay the young master. Just wait here. We shall summon the Grand Elder to avenge him. From afar, the disciples of the Apothecary Valley were aflame with righteous indignation, rushing towards the exit in search of reinforcements. A pack of imbeciles. Xiao Yang shook his head. Did the Apothecary Valley recruit disciples exclusively from the dim-witted? Even if they sought to send word, it should be done discreetly, not with such fanfare. Was this not akin to courting death? Whoosh! In the next moment, Xiao Yang's figure flickered as he surged towards the crowd, striking at their vital points. Great Wilderness Prison Sky Finger. Bang! 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 In mere breaths, all the disciples of the Apothecary Valley lay sprawled upon the ground, a family united in their departure alongside Yi Chun. To eradicate the grass without uprooting its roots is to invite rebirth with the spring breeze. Xiao Yang, of course, would show no mercy. Furthermore, these disciples, who had followed Yi Chun in his misdeeds and tyranny, were hardly worthy of lamentation. Hiss! In the distance, Sun Lianqing and his son Xiaotian gasped in horror, their hearts in turmoil. They had not anticipated that this Mr. Xiao could be so tyrannical, resorting to murder at the slightest provocation. It is over. The sky has fallen. Sun Lianqing's face turned ashen, his voice trembling. The young master Yi Chun has perished at Baijiao Hall. The Apothecary Valley will not let this go unpunished. Our Sun family is doomed. Cousin, this is all your fault for bringing this demon among us, condemning us all. Sun Xiaotian glared furiously at Sun Yi. That Yi Chun deserved his fate, mister. Zhao's actions were just. Sun Yi clenched her teeth, her gaze unwavering. You. Sun Xiaotian tightened his fists, about to strike. Smack! Xiao Yang raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap that sent Sun Xiaotian flying over 10 meters, leaving him crumpled on the ground like a defeated dog. So, Sun Lianqing rushed to his side, only to find his son bloodied and with a crushed nose, yet he dared not express any dissatisfaction. Thud! His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, bowing deeply. Your Excellency, my son is blind to his own folly. I beseech your mercy, let us go unscathed. We are willing to relinquish our shares and offer them to Sun Yi. Faced with such submission, Xiao Yang nodded slightly. If you and this son Haba wish to survive, remain here. You are not to leave until I have completed my alchemy. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to send you both to the underworld." Xiao Yang issued a stern warning before turning to return to the alchemy chamber. He had already lost considerable time and could not afford further delays. "Mr. Xiao, wait." Suddenly, Sun Yi rushed forward, her delicate face etched with concern. Although Yi Chun and numerous disciples had perished, they had been absent for such an extended period. What if a formidable being from the Medicine King Valley came seeking them? She recalled Yi Chun mentioning that he was part of a delegation from the Medicine King Valley, dispatched to assist the Grand Prince, Xiao Junlin. Surely, he was not the sole representative. Other experts must have been sent as well. It mattered not. Should that be the case, I shall take action when the time comes. Xiao Yang uttered these words before returning to his alchemical pursuits. Time passed. An hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Unbeknownst to him, the setting sun had dipped below the horizon, ushering in twilight. Countless disparate elements were cast into the Xian Huang furnace, unleashing an incredibly pure surge of primordial energy. Form the Qilin divine pill. Xiao Yang below it. Boom! In an instant, a beam of golden light surged skyward, rending the clouds and illuminating the firmament for miles around, provoking a tumultuous wave of primordial energy. Radiant 5-colored light cascaded from the heavens. This was an imperial-grade spirit pill, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, gathering the creations of heaven and earth. Once it emerged, it would undoubtedly incite a cosmic phenomenon. Roar, roar, roar. In the next moment, a dense aura of pill energy coalesced in the sky, taking the shape of the Qilin divine beast, resonating with the principles of the universe. Simultaneously, 9 golden lotuses bloomed at the base of the Xian Huang furnace. Phew! At last, success. Xiao Yang exhaled deeply, peering into the furnace to behold a spirit pill the size of a dragon's eye. It shimmered brilliantly, adorned with 9 intricate pill patterns. Consuming this Qilin divine pill, how much could it elevate one's cultivation? Xiao Yang reached out toward the imperial-grade spirit pill. Whoosh! To his astonishment, the Qilin divine pill soared into the air, propelled by a gust of wind, darting toward the entrance. Darn it! It can do that? Xiao Yang was taken aback, not anticipating that the Qilin divine pill possessed such cunning. Outside, Sun Lianqing, Sun Xiaodian, and Sun Yi felt the celestial phenomenon up close and witnessed the spirit pill flying forth, unable to suppress their exclamations. The spirit pill had taken form, manifesting sentience. Those 9 pill patterns were the hallmark of an imperial-grade spirit pill. Mr. Xiao, he truly succeeded? Sun Yi wept tears of joy. She had wagered everything, invested her all, and Xiao Yang had not disappointed her. The news of the emergence of the imperial-grade spirit pill would likely spread swiftly across the northern realm, and indeed, throughout the entire Great Xia. Bai Chao Tang would bask in its glory, garnering fame even surpassing that of her grandfather in his prime. Come back to me. Xiao Yang sprang into action, extending his hand to forcibly seize the Qilin divine pill. With all his might, he managed to suppress it, firmly grasping it within his palm. You nearly escaped. It seemed prudent to consume it swiftly for safety. However, the previous celestial phenomenon had likely attracted the attention of many experts. He needed to leave this place and find a secure location without delay. Resolving in his heart, Xiao Yang prepared to bid farewell to Sun Yi and depart. Boom! At that moment, an incomparably terrifying aura erupted from outside. Though the figure was unseen, the voice was unmistakable. I am the Grand Elder of the Medicine King Valley, who has been refining elixirs here, producing royal-grade spirit pills. Surrender them at once, for I shall safeguard them. The tone of the Grand Elder was immensely domineering. His demeanor mirrored that of Yi Chun, resorting to coercion and plunder akin to that of a bandit. Thud, thud, thud. Soon, an elder clad in a blue robe strode in, his hawkish nose and triangular eyes occasionally flashing with a sharp, chilling glint. Behind him trailed dozens of disciples. What was happening here? However, the moment the elder entered the courtyard, he was met with a grim sight of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, with Yi Chen's corpse being the most conspicuous. Who dares to kill my young master? He bellowed, his voice filled with fury. If you have guts, come forth. I will flay you alive strip your flesh, and drink your blood. He resembled an enraged lion, his clothes billowing without wind, exuding an aura of sheer terror. Old fool, what are you making such a racket about? At that moment, Xiao Yang stepped forward, coldly gazing at the blue-robed elder as he continued. Yi Chun has committed numerous wrongdoings. My act of slaying him is a righteous deed. Such a scoundrel in fine clothing deserves his demise. Scoundrel, how dare you insult my young master? The Grand Elder's fury reached a boiling point, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. No, Xiao Yang shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the Grand Elder and the throng of disciples from the Medicine King Valley. I'm not targeting Yi Chun alone. I declare that all individuals from the Medicine King Valley are worthless. Chapter 59, A Fatal Strike. One arrow to illuminate 19 realms. Xiao Yang's voice resounded throughout the arena, akin to a resounding slap that struck the faces of the Grand Elder and the disciples of the Medicine King Valley with profound force. Impudent, seeking death. You wretched boy, dare to stand against the Medicine King Valley? Have you grown weary of life? The disciples, filled with righteous indignation, drew their swords, aiming them menacingly at Xiao Yang. The Grand Elder, consumed by fury, glared with a tempest of rage in his eyes. Having come out of seclusion to protect the young master, Yi Chun, he was astonished to learn that the young master had perished within mere hours of their separation. How was he to return and explain this to the Valley Master? How could the Medicine King Valley maintain its standing in the martial world? Very well, very well. The Grand Elder, now laughing in bitter anger, fixed his gaze on Xiao Yang. It had been many years since anyone had dared to provoke the Medicine King Valley in such a manner. I shall grant you an opportunity. Surrender the Imperial Great Spirit Pill in your possession immediately, and I shall ensure you remain intact. What are you, to flaunt your authority here? Xiao Yang replied coldly, his tone dismissive, showing no regard for his opponent. Presumptuous. The Grand Elder, feeling deeply insulted, gritted his teeth. I am the Grand Elder of the Medicine King Valley, second only to the Valley Master. Not only am I a master alchemist, but I also stand at the pinnacle of the 6th rank in martial arts, a mere step away from the 7th rank master. Countless warriors who have benefited from my grace are as numerous as the stars in the sky. Half of the generals in the army have consumed the spirit pills I have crafted. With each word he uttered, his imposing aura intensified, layering upon itself until it reached its zenith. Now, do you comprehend the extent of my might? Oh, Xiao Yang nodded, a smile gracing his lips. So you are just another old dog, much like Yi Chun, who can only boast of empty grandeur. Old dog. The audience fell into stunned silence at this epithet. How dare he? Setting aside the Grand Elder's status, he was a bona fide 6th rank mover of mountains, standing at the peak of his realm. He could shift mountains and stir oceans. Moreover, he was merely a step away from the realm of 7th rank martial artists. Such a formidable figure would be honored in any court, including that of the Northern King. Yet in Xiao Yang's words, he seemed like an old dog, easily crushed at will. What audacity did this boy possess? Scoundrel, today, regardless of the allies you may have, no one can save you. Suddenly, the Grand Elder raised his right hand and pressed it downwards into the void. Boom! A colossal hand appeared in the heavens, carrying the weight of a mountain, descending towards Xiao Yang with overwhelming force. This was the Medicine King Valley's most formidable divine skill, derived from the Green Emperor with sovereign technique. An ancient power of boundless might. Even if that boy had 9 lives, it would not suffice to escape death. Not far away, the Sun family father and son exchanged sinister glances, reveling in the anticipated demise of Xiao Yang. Mr. Xiao, be careful. Son, he shouted anxiously, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Although Xiao Yang previously expressed indifference towards the prospect of engaging, can he truly prevail against the Grand Elder of the Medicine King Valley? The great wilderness captive heaven finger, a single finger that confines the universe. As the enormous palm descended with a thunderous crash, Xiao Yang neither flinched nor retreated, extending a solitary finger. In the past, his cultivation was insufficient, allowing him to learn only half of this technique. Now, as a 4th grade refined spirit realm warrior, he has comprehended the complete first form. His physical strength, Initially a formidable 10,000 pounds, surged 20-fold under the enhancement of his divine powers. 200,000 pounds of sheer might. Explode for me. Boom! That singular finger, unstoppable and indestructible, collided with the azure giant palm in midair, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that radiated outward in all directions. The members of the Sun family and the disciples of the Medicine King Valley were swept away, crashing heavily to the ground. Yet at the center of the explosion, Xiao Yang remained steadfast, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, not retreating an inch. Oh! The Grand Elder staggered back several steps before regaining his footing. His expression one of astonishment. Young man, to withstand an attack from me, you possess some measure of skill. However, that technique you just executed is likely your last gasp. I could still fight for 3 days and nights. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow. His divine powers were still intact, and he had yet to unleash the Thunder Prison Annihilation Blade. But this old man was no ordinary foe. A single strike with the blade would not suffice to vanquish him. The most pressing concern was that the recent emergence of the Qilan Divine Pill had invoked celestial phenomena, and the longer this battle persisted, the more formidable opponents would be attracted. Thus, a swift resolution was imperative. There was no alternative. Xiao Yang turned and strode into the alchemy room, emerging moments later with a grand bow in hand. The sun-shooting bow. This was his premeditated weapon of mass destruction, which he had hesitated to employ for fear of drawing the attention of the Northern King. Yet now, he could afford no further reservations. A bow, an arrow? The Grand Elder was initially taken aback, then erupted into laughter. Ha! You insolent brat, I thought you had some hidden trump card. Turns out it's merely a toy. It was no wonder he held such disdain. Though the bow's speed was impressive, a 6th-grade warrior could easily evade it. Even the mightiest of the Great Xia. The Heavenly Dragon Bow, a high-grade spiritual weapon, could only slay warriors below the 6th grade. Therefore, the Grand Elder regarded it with indifference and even amusement. Xiao Yang, however, paid no heed to his mockery. Instead, he drew the bowstring, silently channeling his essence to condense the falling star arrow, then aimed it at the Grand Elder. "Do you have any final words to utter?" Xiao Yang inquired coldly, his tone suggesting he regarded the Grand Elder as nothing more than a corpse. "Fool, where do you derive your confidence? Have you lost your mind?" The Grand Elder cursed vehemently. 3. Xiao Yang began to count down. 2. 1. The countdown concluded. Whoosh! A faint golden arrow, radiating blinding light, shot forth from his fingertips, seemingly slicing through the very fabric of the heavens. This is bad. In that instant, the Grand Elder's spirit was shaken, keenly sensing an overwhelming threat of death. He realized that this arrow was too sharp for him to evade. A strike that would surely hit its mark. No matter, I fear not even if struck. This time, I have ventured forth with several spiritual grade artifacts for protection. The sect leader even bestowed upon me the revered heaven-subduing seal of our clan. In a moment of dire urgency, the Grand Elder's thoughts stirred. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Radiance enveloped him, and he unleashed 7 or 8 spiritual treasures, forming a seemingly impenetrable barrier. Yet, he gravely miscalculated. The sun-shooting bow was not a mere spiritual grade weapon, nor even a royal grade one, but a legendary imperial grade artifact. Crack, crack, crack. In the next instant, the golden arrow soared through the air, effortlessly shattering several protective treasures as if they were mere sheets of paper, encountering no resistance whatsoever. It then struck the Grand Elder's chest. Boom! In an instant, the Grand Elder's heart shattered, and he perished on the spot. However, the arrow's momentum did not cease. It carried his lifeless body, soaring through the air for over 10 miles, tracing a graceful parabola. Thunderous echoes resounded. Ultimately, the Grand Elder's corpse was brutally impaled upon the city gate, resembling a figure nailed to a pillar of shame. The arrow's aura spanned 30,000 miles. One arrow cast a chilling shadow over 19 realms. Chapter 60. What does it concern you, 9th Prince, if you capture Mr. Xiao? In the rear courtyard of the Herb King Hall, everyone stood in a state of bewilderment, unable to divert their gaze from the radiant figure. At this moment, Xiao Yang slowly retracted the sun-shooting bow. Clad in a black robe and adorned with a mask, He emanated an unparalleled elegance, a charisma that was simply matchless. Their hearts were filled with astonishment, reverence, yet more so with dread, like insignificant ants encountering a celestial dragon from the heavens. What transpired with that arrow moments ago? Did the Grand Elder truly perish just like that? His corpse appeared to still hang upon the city wall, and those protective spiritual artifacts, including the revered treasure of the sect, the Fantion seal, were shattered. The disciples of the Herb King Valley had never witnessed such a divine arrow. This was no mere weapon. It was evidently the wrath of deities, cataclysmic divine retribution. It instilled a profound sense of hopelessness, leaving them with no courage to resist. Flee, run away swiftly. Someone's voice broke the silence, and the numerous disciples of the Herb King Valley, as though roused from a dream, scattered in all directions. The Grand Elder, a pinnacle of the 6th rank, had been obliterated in an instant. They knew that even if they stayed to resist, it would hold no significance. Want to escape? Too late. Xiao Yang let out a cold laugh, brandishing his battle knife as he charged forward, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. The second form of the Thunder Prison Annihilation Blade. 3,000 thunder movements. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, he conjured several doppelgangers, his blade descending swiftly, slaughtering foes as if mowing grass. In mere moments, all the disciples of the Herb King Valley were slain. The ground was littered with corpses, rivers of blood flowed. These individuals were kin to Xiao Junlin, and their arrival at the Snow Dragon Pass had been aimed at confronting Xiao Yang. Thus, he showed no mercy. After the massacre, Xiao Yang turned his gaze towards the 3 members of the Sun family. Thud, thud. Sun Lianqing immediately grasped his son and, devoid of any dignity, knelt down. What a jest! In comparison to life, what worth does dignity hold? Mr. Xiao, your unparalleled prowess has long revealed you to be a dragon among men. That so-called Herb King Valley's Yi family is unworthy to even carry your shoes. With shameless audacity, Sun Lianqing boasted wildly, casting a meaningful glance at his son. I. However, Sun Xiaotian, still young, lacked the ability to flatter his father, fumbling for words and failing to articulate a single complete sentence. Son Haba, I struck you previously. Do you harbor resentment and wish for revenge? Xiao Yang inquired coldly. No, my son would never. Sun Lianqing interjected hastily. It was my son's unworthy face that sullied your esteemed hands. I am willing to transfer all my shares to my niece, making her the sole mistress of the Herb King Hall. Father, what you say is true. Sun Xiaotian, recalling Xiao Yang's terrifying strength, was instantly cowed, resembling a timid pup. Very well, since you are so perceptive, I shall spare your lives for now. However, while death can be evaded, living punishment cannot. Self-dismantle your cultivation. Xiao Yang declared coldly. He understood that while the landscape may change, the nature remains constant. The Sun father and son were not virtuous. Incapacitating them would ensure no further disturbances. The father and son exchanged a glance, and though reluctant, they proceeded to act, striking towards the dantian in the lower abdomen. Bang! Bang! Both of their dantians shattered completely, their vital energy dissipating, rendering them utterly incapacitated. Having resolved the trouble, Xiao Yang turned to Sun Yi with a smile, saying, Miss Sun, the emergence of this Qilin divine pill owes much to your efforts. Henceforth, I shall have the honor of being an esteemed guest at Baichao Hall. Really? Sun Yi's face lit up with excitement. In truth, she felt as if she were still dreaming, her head spinning. The events of the day had been more tumultuous than the past 20 years combined. First, Xiao Yang had effortlessly slain the young master of Yaowang Valley, Yi Chun, with a mere finger, and then he successfully concocted a royal-grade elixir. Ultimately, with a single arrow, he astonished all by nailing the Grand Elder of Yaowang Valley. She could hardly fathom that the Mr. Xiao she had serendipitously met was so extraordinary, possessing an unparalleled aura. Indeed, Xiao Yang nodded and continued, in a few days. I shall send someone to deliver a batch of spiritual-level detoxification pills for you to refine in quantity. Additionally, if you come across any rare celestial materials, Please gather them for me. Yes, Mr. Xiao, I will not disappoint you. Son, he nodded earnestly. Although Yaoang Valley had issued a decree prohibiting the sale of spiritual elixirs in the 4 northern states for 7 days, with the formidable Mr. Xiao as Baichao Hall's backing. What did Yaoang Valley amount to? Then I shall take my leave. Xiao Yang, bearing the Qilin divine pill and the sun-shooting bow, made his way outside. Watching his retreating figure, Sun, he felt her cheeks flush, momentarily entranced. However, Xiao Yang had not ventured far when he heard the sound of galloping hooves. Glop, glop, glop. The sound was urgent and resounding, with at least several thousand individuals in tow. By the order of the 4th young master, block all nearby streets. Everyone entering or exiting must be thoroughly searched. Xiao Yang concealed himself around a corner, peering out into the street. He saw the 4th young master, Xiao Chusheng, shouting loudly. Behind him marched 3,000 armored soldiers, their chest plates emblazoned with the totem of a soaring eagle. The Eagle Wing Guard? Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow, slightly astonished. This elite force belonged to the Northern Frontier Army, under the command of the great young master, Xiao Junlin, and was renowned alongside the Blood Wolf Guard of the 3rd young master, Xiao Li. Unexpectedly, the 4th young master had mobilized the Eagle Wing Guard to seal off the streets. Although he possessed extraordinary combat prowess, he was still merely a 4th-grade martial artist and could not defy the laws of gravity. Escaping from the watchful eyes of 3,000 elite soldiers seemed utterly fantastical. Yet, Xiao Yang remained unfazed. A thought struck him, and he promptly removed his black cloak and mask. He then dug a hole and concealed the sun-shooting bow within it. Subsequently, he swaggered outward, playfully patting the 4th young master on the shoulder. 4th brother, what brings you here with such fanfare? Xiao Yang inquired with a grin. Old 9th? The 4th young master was taken aback at the sight of Xiao Yang, but with half of his bloodline hailing from Dongji Island and his mind rather simplistic. He did not ponder too deeply. A mysterious, powerful individual previously destroyed the warehouse of my elder brother and me, resulting in the tragic deaths of over 100 warriors. He has reappeared, and with my elder brother in seclusion, I was tasked with bringing people to investigate. Today, even if I must dig 3 feet into the ground, I shall unearth that scoundrel who shot the arrow. So it was aimed at that arrow? Xiao Yang exhaled a sigh of relief. It appears that, at the very least, the news of Yi Chun and the people from the Medicine King Valley has not yet leaked. However, even if they were to trace it back to the 100 Herbs Hall, he remained entirely unperturbed. What does the capture of Mr. Jiuyao, Xiao, have to do with me? The 9th son of the Northern King? Very well, you may search at your leisure. I shall take my leave. Xiao Yang strode toward the exit of the blockade. Wait. Suddenly, the 4th son called out to him. Xiao Yang's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that 4th brother has suddenly gained insight and sensed something amiss? Yet, in the next moment, the 4th son was seething with rage, cursing vehemently. Old Gio, can you manage your big black horse? I just brought a batch of rare and exotic beasts from Dongji Island, intending to present them to His Majesty. Yet in just a few days, that beast has wreaked havoc. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang was somewhat speechless. Previously, at the Lanting Poetry meeting, the big black horse had already caused chaos with Yan Ryu's steed, the white deer, and he could do nothing to stop it. Who would have thought it would continue to spread mayhem? Nevertheless, the big black horse is a royal-level spirit beast, and he could do nothing about it. 4th brother, how about this? Please go discipline the big black horse for me. Xiao Yang Chuklet, is that true? The 4th son's eyes brightened, and he inquired further. What if I accidentally go too hard? No worries, 4th brother. Feel free to act as you wish, employing any means necessary. Xiao Yang replied with a grin. All right, then I shall not hold back. The 4th son was filled with excitement. He could not defeat Xiao Yang, but could he not handle a horse? It was the perfect opportunity to vent his frustrations. Without a moment's delay, he eagerly returned to the royal residence. Watching his retreating figure, Xiao Yang secretly laughed, while also mourning for him. Ah, I hope he does not end up with broken arms and legs at the hooves of the big black horse. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the foremost force in the martial world, the Hong Alliance. Father, you must avenge Lier. Hong Fei knelt before the great hall, gazing at her father-esque figure, weeping and lamenting. Lier is my own flesh and blood, and also your dear grandson. Originally, as the 3rd son, He had hopes of contending for the throne, yet he was rendered incapacitated by that scoundrel Xiao Yang, and now he is facing a wall in reflection. This blood debt must be avenged in blood. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Hong Alliance erupted in fury, slamming the table. Boom! A terrifying aura, akin to a vast ocean, instantly filled the entire hall. My grandson, Hong Baishan's kin, is not to be trifled with. Where are the 4 hall masters? As soon as the words left his mouth, 4 imposing figures appeared out of thin air in the previously empty hall, exuding an aura of lethal intent, as if ferocious beasts had descended. The Eastern Punishment Hall, Qinglong. The Western Battle Hall, Baihu. The Southern Bright Hall, Zhuke. The Northern Town Hall, Xuanwu. The 4 knelt on one knee in unison, declaring, "We pay our respects to the Alliance leader. Go and bring me Xiao Yang's head. Un bastion commanded." At your command. The 4 individuals nodded in unison, their figures transforming into streaks of vibrant light as they soared towards the northern frontier. They represented the pinnacle of strength within the Hongmeng, each possessing the peak mastery of the 6th rank mountain-moving realm. Together, their combined prowess could vanquish a master. Chapter 61. The Kirin Arm. The Diamond's Fierce Gaze. Slaying without mercy. On the other side, Xiao Yang had seen off the 4th young master and the patrolling Eagle Guards, then unearthed the concealed, sun-quenching bough and returned to the royal residence. This expedition to the herb hall yielded tremendous benefits. Firstly, he had concocted the Kirin Divine Pill, which significantly enhances one's cultivation. Even Xiao Junlin could not acquire such an imperial-grade elixir. Secondly, the demise of Yi Chun, the young master of the Medicine King's Valley, and the Grand Elder dealt a severe blow to the valley, akin to severing an arm. Thirdly, he had assisted Sun Yi in becoming the master of the herb hall. Henceforth, she would be wholeheartedly devoted to gathering rare treasures for him. "Young master, you have returned." As he stepped into the manor, Huang Li immediately approached him. "Greetings, Your Highness." Suddenly, a shadowy figure rushed over. "Who are you?" Xiao Yang was startled. "Your Highness, I am Ma Wentai," the stout figure exclaimed. "Huh?" Xiao Yang was taken aback. Previously, at the Lanting Poetry Conference, Ma Wentai, though not particularly graceful, appeared as a plump and prosperous young man. However, the person before him now bore darkened skin, even peeling from sun exposure, presenting a visage of weariness and hardship. It was astonishing how much he had changed in just a few days. "Ma Wentai, where have you been?" Xiao Yang wondered if he had been sold into a labor camp. "Your Highness, I was present on your engagement day. That Xiao Junlin is truly despicable. How dare he covet Miss Ning? I even heard he issued an order forbidding the sale of elixirs in the 4 northern states. Thus, these past days, I departed the north, traveling to various pharmacies in the Central Plains to purchase elixirs at exorbitant prices, and I finally acquired 200 heavenly-grade elixirs. I feared being intercepted, so I personally escorted them, exchanging for several fine steeds, and have only just returned." As he spoke, Ma Wentai produced a medicinal box filled with densely packed heavenly-grade elixirs. "Brother Mayu." Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yang was genuinely moved. The distance from the north to the Central Plains spanned thousands of miles. A daunting journey filled with treacherous mountains and notorious bandit strongholds. Making this round trip was no small feat. While these 200 heavenly-grade elixirs paled in comparison to the Kirin Divine Pill, they were nonetheless a considerable sum. Even if Ma Wentai was the son of the richest man in Songzhou, he must have nearly exhausted his family fortune. "Your Highness, I am but a humble individual. Limited in my abilities, I cannot assist in other matters, but I can do no more than this." Ma Wentai wurde asilismide. In truth, he had risked defending the 2nd young master to accompany Xiao Yang, essentially wagering everything. Their fates were intertwined. If one prospered, so would the other, and if one suffered, both would share the burden. With the duel between Xiao Yang and Xiao Junlin looming, he naturally wished to contribute. "Very well, I shall accept without hesitation." Xiao Yang took the box of elixirs. "Your Highness, focus on your cultivation. I shall take my leave." Ma Wentai turned to depart. "Wait," Xiao Yang called out to him, retrieving a prescription. "This is the formula for the detoxification pill from the Tang sect of Shishu, a superior grade elixir. You're to seek out the esteemed Miss Sun Yi of Baikea Tang, for she holds the elixirs for sale, and in the future, You shall receive a 10% share of the profits. Your Highness, this is far too precious. I cannot accept such a burden. Ma Wantai was taken aback. He understood well the immense value of a high-grade alchemical formula, capable of establishing a prominent family. Even a mere 10% profit would amount to astronomical figures, generating wealth continuously. It is but a single formula. This is merely the beginning. Your enterprise shall flourish and perhaps even span the entire Great Xia. Xiao Yang patted him on the shoulder. Since Ma Wantai had shown unwavering loyalty, he would not be stingy. Thank you, Your Highness. Ma Wantai accepted it with excitement and then recalled the earlier words. Do not worry about the world failing to recognize you. What once seemed a beautiful dream now appeared attainable, perhaps sooner than expected alongside the ninth prince. Subsequently, Ma Wantai took his leave. Xiao Yang then summoned the guard. Xiao Changkong. Greetings, Your Highness. Xiao Changkong Huridoviv. His arm injury had healed, and he appeared formidable, with sharp brows, a commanding presence, and eyes that shone with brilliance. Oh, Guard Zhao, have you broken through your realm? Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow. Your Highness, thanks to the spirit pill you bestowed upon me, I have shattered my bottleneck and am now at the 4th grade refining spirit realm. Zhao Changkong clasped his hands in gratitude. Excellent. Xiao Yang Braiset, internally astonished. Zhao Changkong indeed possessed an extraordinary talent. Breaking through with just one spirit pill was remarkable. Throughout history, great achievers have never triumphed alone. A king is always surrounded by exceptional individuals, akin to the 5 tiger generals by Liu Bei or the 24 meritorious officials under Liu Bang. Now, Xiao Yang also had a few talents by his side. Ma Wantai managed finances. Sun Yi oversaw medicinal herbs and elixirs. Zhao Changkong, with his formidable cultivation, could soon gain experience in the military. The small circle centered around Xiao Yang was beginning to take shape. Additionally, there was the learned Lady Yin Ruyu and the influence from Ning Hongya. Even without the strength of a maternal clan, he was already gaining the upper hand among the 9 great princes. The ascent from below is unstoppable. Guard Zhao, I shall enter seclusion for critical cultivation tonight. You are to stand guard outside. Xiao Yang commanded. Yes, Your Highness. Zhao Changkong nodded and exited the room. Thereafter, Xiao Yang produced the Qilin Divine Pill and swallowed it whole. Boom! The wild potency surged through his limbs and bones. Previously, he had consumed the Yin Yang Transformation Pill, altering his physique and renewing his essence. However, the might of this Qilin Divine Pill far surpassed the former. Ding! Host has consumed Qilin Divine Pill, automatically transforming the left arm into Qilin arm, awakening royal-grade superior divine ability. Fire Qilin sky-splitting claw. A notification from the system echoed in his ears. In the next moment, Xiao Yang noticed his left arm igniting in flames. The bones transformed into Qilin bones, and true Qilin blood coursed through his veins. The surface of his arm was adorned with a layer of pale golden scales, the patterns resembling flames that danced fiercely. In the center of his palm, there lay a golden totem of the Qilin. No way, my friend, this is incredibly impressive, Xiao Yang exclaimed, gazing down at his left arm, which shimmered with a metallic luster, a smile of excitement spreading across his face. After being single for over 20 years, this Qilin arm was undoubtedly his well-deserved reward. It was reminiscent of the armored warriors he had seen on Blue Star. However, would it always remain like this? With a thought, the scales on his left arm vanished in an instant, reverting to their original state. Yet, the power of the Qilin did not dissipate. It surged within him, robust and formidable. Boom! At that moment, the effects of the Qilin Divine Elixir had not fully dissipated, continuing to nourish his physical form. His cultivation level began to soar like a rocket. 2nd stage of refining spirit. 3rd stage of refining spirit. 4th stage of refining spirit. 9th stage of refining spirit. At this moment, Xiao Yang was merely a step away from breaking through to the 5th tier of the Diamond Realm, exerting all his strength to overcome the bottleneck. Boom, boom, boom. However, outside the house, 4 terrifying and menacing auras suddenly erupted. Like unparalleled ferocious beasts, they clawed and bared their fangs, ready to devour. This is bad. The incoming foes do not bear good intentions. A shiver ran through Xiao Yang's heart. But at this critical moment of breaking through, he found himself unable to move. Outside the house, a commanding voice rang out, "Halt! Who dares to trespass the Wang Fu of the Northern King?" Zhao Chongkong was tense, as if facing a formidable enemy. Before him, 4 towering figures materialized out of thin air. They were none other than the 4 hall masters from Hongming. The 9th young master Xiao Yang is within this room. Is he not? The hall master of the punishment hall, the slender and tall Qinglong, donned a pair of steel gauntlets. "We come under the orders of the Hongming leader to claim his head." The hall master of the battle hall, the 2-meter-tall Baihu, exuded a mountain-like presence. Impudent. The Wang Fu is filled with experts, and the prince is an 8th-tier martial general. You shall not wreak havoc here. Zhao Chongkong gritted his teeth and shouted, invoking the name of the Northern King in an attempt to intimidate the intruders. Ha ha ha. Qinglong laughed heartily. "Since we dare to come, we have made ample preparations, setting up an array outside this courtyard. Even if a battle erupts within, not a single breath will escape. You scoundrel, if you wish to harm His Highness, you must first pass through me." Zhao Chongkong drew his sword in fury, striking at the nearest Qinglong. Overestimating oneself, Qinglong's gaze turned cruel, a mocking smile playing upon his lips as he unleashed a punch. Crack! The steel gauntlets he wore were indestructible, shattering Zhao Chongkong's battle blade into pieces. Bang! The momentum of that punch did not cease, crashing into Zhao Chongkong's chest, sending him flying backward, blood spewing forth from his wounds. At such a young age, possessing a 4th-tier cultivation level is commendable, but alas, you have encountered me. Qinglong shook his head. Though he appeared youthful, he had been training for over 50 years. Reaching the pinnacle of the 6th tier and had spent years battling in the martial world, his combat prowess was terrifying. Enter swiftly and eliminate the 9th prince, so we can report back to the leader. Baihu urged. Thud, thud, thud. The 4 of them advanced toward the room. Suddenly, Qinglong halted in his tracks. Looking down, he was taken aback to see Zhao Chongkong crawling towards him, desperately clutching his foot. "No, it cannot be. I must not allow you to harm His Highness." Despite being gravely injured and on the brink of death, Zhao Chongkong would expend the last vestige of his strength to buy time for His Highness Xiao Yang. A mere insect dares to shake the heavens? Begone! Qinglong nonchalantly kicked Zhao Chongkong away, sending him flying 100 meters, where he crashed into a small mountain, shattering it into pieces before coming to a halt. Now, Zhao Chongkong lay utterly motionless. Boom! The 4 masters finally breached the door and entered the room. From a distance, they beheld Xiao Yang seated in meditation, eyes closed, surrounded by a swirling aura of energy. He was on the verge of a breakthrough at a crucial moment. What a perfect opportunity. Let us dispatch him directly to avoid further complications. Qinglong charged forward, his steel gauntlet transforming into a lethal blade aimed at Xiao Yang's throat. Boom! At that instant, a surge of pure, formidable energy erupted from above Xiao Yang's head, soaring into the sky like a beacon of war. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next moment, Xiao Yang suddenly opened his eyes, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Qinglong's lethal strike faltered, instinctively retreating a few steps. You, injure my guard just now? Xiao Yang's gaze swept over Qinglong and the other 3, his eyes ablaze with an overwhelming fury. At this moment, he had transcended to a new realm. The 5th tier of martial arts, the Diamond Realm. What is the diamond? The diamond glares fiercely, slaying without mercy. Chapter 62. Esteemed guests, listen to the dragon's roar. Just moments ago, Xiao Yang remained within the confines of his dwelling, acutely aware of the commotion outside, recognizing that Zhao Chongkong was resolutely defending himself, even sustaining grave injuries in the process. Alas, he found himself at a pivotal moment of transcendence, rendered immobile. Yet now he had taken that crucial step, breaking through to the 5th tier of the Diamond Realm. Enraged, a seething intent to kill poured forth from him. Hiss! The nearby Qinglong gasped in shock, his hair standing on end, instinctively retreating several paces. He felt as though he had become prey, ensnared by an unseen predator. How peculiar! Despite his years of wandering the martial world, he had never experienced such a chilling sensation. Qinglong, even if you have broken through, you are merely at the 5th tier, are you not? If you falter, allow me to take over. Baihu proclaimed boldly. Who said I faltered? Qinglong bristled internally, dismissing the terrifying killing intent as a mere figment of his imagination. Ninson, Purish. With that, he unleashed a punch, his steel gauntlet resembling the scythe of death, harvesting countless lives. Is that all? Xiao Yang scoffed, extending his Kirin arm boom. The totem flickered into existence, the true blood of the Kirin coursing through his arm like a surging river. Fire Kirin rending claw. Xiao Yang invoked the innate divine power of his Kirin arm. This technique was of imperial caliber, capable, at its zenith, of rending the very fabric of space and traversing the heavens. Previously, he had been at the 4th tier of martial arts, wielding a strength of 10,000 pounds. Now, having ascended to the 5th tier, combined with the formidable power of the Kirin arm, his raw physical strength surged to 100,000 pounds. Coupled with the unparalleled prowess of the fire Kirin rending claw, that figure multiplied tenfold. 1,000,000 pounds of colossal force. The strength of a single arm rivaled that of ancient dragons. It could raise cities and topple mountains. In a contest of physical might, even a peak 6th tier, mountain-moving Rel warrior would pale in comparison. Crack! Xiao Yang's left hand transformed into a claw, seizing Qinglong's right fist, crushing both the gauntlet and the wrist into oblivion. Ah! Qinglong screamed in agony, his features contorted in torment. He was propelled backward 10 meters. Yet his entire right arm had been forcibly severed, blood gushing forth and staining the ground. How is this possible? Qinglong thought, his iron fists deemed indomitable, second only to the leader in offensive capability. What kind of sorcery is this brat practicing? The remaining 3 stood aghast, each acutely aware of the impending danger. I do not slay nameless wretches. What are your identities? Xiao Yang's gaze swept over them, his tone frigid as ice. Master of the Battle Hall, Baihu. Master of the Bright Hall, Zhuke. Master of the Guardia Hall, Xuanwu. The trio proclaimed their names, tinged with a hint of arrogance. After all, the Hall Masters of the Hongmeng were formidable figures in the outside world. However, Xiao Yang merely scoffed coldly. Humph, with the likes of you ragtag miscreants. How dare you claim to be the 4 divine beasts? In my opinion, you ought to be renamed the 4 great stray dogs. Scoundrel, a gentleman may be slain, but never humiliated. Altogether now, let us confront him. The 4 individuals had already sensed the terrifying prowess of Xiao Yang and no longer dared to underestimate him. Promptly forming a formation, the 4 spirits devouring evil. They wielded their weapons, launching a simultaneous assault from the 4 cardinal directions towards Xiao Yang's vital points. This was their trump card, a unique combined attack technique capable of amplifying their collective combat strength to unleash unparalleled might. Together, they could slay a master. However, Xiao Yang remained rooted in place, unflinching and unyielding, allowing their assault to come forth. Buzzing. In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted from within Xiao Yang, accompanied by a majestic and sacred roar. Ladies and gentlemen, heed this dragon's chant. Xiao Yang smiled, calm and composed. He donned a mystic scale dragon armor, forged from the power of the dragon clans across the seas and the 3,000 reverse scales. Now, the resonance of dragon rage had been activated, allowing him to rebound the attacks of his adversaries. Boom, 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 boom. In midair, a spectral dragon shape clawed fiercely at the 4 individuals. They were simultaneously propelled backward, clutching their chests, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths, each suffering varying degrees of injury. This is bad. This child is terrifyingly powerful, unmatched. Quick retreat. We must return to report to the leader. The 4 were seasoned veterans of the martial world, and now realizing their defeat, they dared not entertain thoughts of resistance. Fleeing in different directions, they had set up a formation to isolate their vital energies, but as long as they crossed 100 meters and escaped the courtyard, the commotion would attract the attention of others. Creating a disturbance would allow them to flee amidst the chaos. Indeed, this was the case. Although Xiao Yang possessed the sun-shooting bow, Using it within the royal palace would undoubtedly alert his father, risking the exposure of his identity as the ninth son Xiao. Faced with the fleeing adversaries, Xiao Yang did not immediately pursue, but instead closed his eyes. He had now broken through to the fifth tier of martial arts. The previously cultivated Thunder Abyss Annihilation Blade could also be practiced in its third form, named alone in the North Sea with the Spring Thunder. With his eyes shut, he immediately employed the Enlightenment divine ability of his, instantly mastering this third form to perfection. The next moment, he opened his eyes and struck with his battle blade. Clang! In an instant, electric light flickered. Centered around this small courtyard, a radius of 100 meters transformed into a thunder pool. Countless purple bolts twisted, howled, and battled. Xiao Yang moved with his blade, his heart resonating with the thunder abyss, his will commanding the 8 desolations. Whoosh! A blinding flash of lightning tore through the pitch-black night, the thunderous roar echoing endlessly. Boom! Boom! Within the royal palace, countless individuals awakened from their slumber upon hearing the thunder. What is happening? Why is there suddenly thunder? Strange. It's not even the rainy season. Could it be that the prince is cultivating some new divine ability? The next moment, within the small courtyard, the 4 hall masters, who had been fleeing, suddenly froze in place. Countless minute wounds appeared on their bodies, as if they had been sliced by 1,000 blades. Thump! Thump! With a resounding thud, for lifeless bodies collapsed, their faces frozen in expressions of utter disbelief. What a farce! It is all that old dog Hongbaitian's fault for sending them to eliminate this monster. Had they foreseen this outcome, they would have defied the Hong alliance and refused this task. Alas, it is too late. They must now accompany each other to the underworld. At that moment, Xiao Yang exhaled a breath of stale air. The technique he executed, single-handedly summoning the thunder of the North Sea, was indeed unparalleled in its dominance. Yet it had also drained much of his energy. Should he combine it with the intent of the Jade Shatter Blade, the result would be unfathomably terrifying. Xiao Yang then approached the distant rock formation and roused the previously unconscious Zhao Chongkong. Cough, cough. Your Highness, I have failed you in my duty to protect. Zhao Chongkong had suffered a blow from the Qinglong, resulting in several broken bones and serious injuries. But fortunately, he was not in immediate danger of death. Take this. Xiao Yang produced several heavenly-grade elixirs given by Ma Wenkai and administered them to Zhao Chongkong, whose complexion began to improve significantly. Suddenly, Zhao Chongkong's gaze fell upon the 4 leaders of the Hong alliance in the distance, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, his pupils dilating in shock. What is this? He gasped, for all 4 were utterly lifeless, their bodies mutilated as if subjected to 1,000 cuts. Could it be that the prince had intervened? Zhao Chongkong could not help but inquire. I am the one who killed them, Xiao Yang replied nonchalantly, revealing no hesitation. What? Zhao Chongkong was aghast. Your Highness, these are 4 powerful masters of the moving mountains realm. Together, they could slay a grandmaster. How could you? He did not truly doubt Xiao Yang's words, but the revelation was too astonishing. Just moments ago, he had faced the Qinglong and was acutely aware of its terrifying prowess. I have broken through to the 5th realm. Furthermore, I have mastered a divine technique. Its power increased by a mere billionth. Xiao Yang clarified. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chongkong was initially shocked, followed by a wave of ecstatic joy. If the prince had indeed achieved such greatness, their chances of victory in the upcoming confrontation were exceedingly high, rendering them unafraid of Xiao Junlin. Sever their heads and deliver them to Hong Fei, along with a message. Xiao Yang commanded. What message? Zhao Chang inquired. Xiao Yang's gaze burned with intensity, exuding an overwhelming aura. Inform her that these 4 heads are merely interest. Should she dare to cross me again, I will storm the headquarters of the Hong Alliance and take her father, Hongbaitian's head, to use as a ball. Chapter 63. Peering into the heavens. Is Ning Hongye on the verge of death? In the Zhenbei prince's manor, at the cliff of reflection, the 3rd son, Xiao Li, having been stripped of his martial prowess, remained in solitary contemplation, forbidden to depart. Liye, the Empress Hong, adorned in regal attire, hastened towards him. Your maternal grandfather has dispatched the 4 great masters, laying an intricate web. Today, they shall eliminate that Xiao Yang and avenge you. Is this true? Xiao Li exclaimed, his face alight with fervor. Indeed, the empress nodded, continuing. The combined strength of the 4 great masters can fell even a martial arts grandmaster, and their stratagem is so clandestine that no one shall trace it back to us. By now, Xiao Yang is likely already consigned to the depths of hell. Suddenly, a servant rushed in, panic-stricken, clutching 4 ominous black boxes. Your Highness, these are gifts sent by the 9th son. What? The empress was momentarily taken aback. Her curiosity piqued. Mother, that scoundrel must have realized he has wronged us and seeks to appease us with offerings, but it is too late. Xiao Li stepped forward and lifted the lids of the 4 boxes. In an instant, he trembled violently, his expression one of sheer horror. How can this be? Inside lay 4 bloodied heads, the 4 great masters of the Hong Alliance, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhu Ke, and Xuan Wu, all meticulously arranged, not one missing. No, what has transpired? The empress was equally horrified, scarcely able to believe her eyes. Your Highness, the 9th son also conveyed a message, the servant stammered. What message? He stated that if you attempt any further actions, he will unleash a bloodbath upon the Hong Alliance, leaving no one alive. The servant reported, quaking in fear. Xiao Yang's precise words were that he would kick Hong Batian's head like a ball. However, even with the servant's audacity, he dared not relay such words directly to the empress. Nevertheless, the empress's fury was palpable, her features contorted with rage. This is outrageous. That impudent boy dares to defy me. I shall confront the prince at once. Overwhelmed by wrath, the empress was momentarily blinded. Mother, wait. Xiao Li interjecta, his face a mask of frustration. This matter must not reach father, or we shall face punishment ourselves. Moreover, the 9th brother, bolstered by Ning Hongya's support, is likely to have orchestrated the demise of the 4 great masters tonight. In Xiao Li's eyes, it was inconceivable that Xiao Yang could have executed such a deed. It had to be Ning Hongya. Though injured, she was undeniably a true martial arts grandmaster, her strength unfathomable. What shall we do? Must we endure this? The empress remained unsatisfied. Fear not. The 9th brother's arrogance cannot last long. Xiao Li's eyes glinted with malice as he elaborated. In a few days, he will face off against our elder brother. This contest, overseen by the Grand Princess and the royal family, will render even Ning Hongya unable to disrupt the rules. Knowing my elder brother, he will show no mercy, feigning a misstep to ensure the 9th brother's demise. At that time, it would also serve as a form of vengeance for the 4 great hall masters. Meanwhile, at the residence of the 9th prince, Your Highness, while I was dealing with the corpses of those 4 individuals, I also managed to retrieve their possessions. There were 20 celestial-grade elixirs, 5,000 taels of silver notes. For celestial-grade battle blades, 5 doses of poison, and 10 sheep intestines. Zhao Changkong began to tally them up. Well done. Xiao Yang nodded, inwardly marveling at Xiao Changkong's estant, noting that he had even mastered the art of looting. In a previous life, he would have undoubtedly wreaked havoc on the battlefield. Suddenly, a notification chimed in Xiao Yang's ears. Ding! The host has broken through to the 5th rank of martial arts. The invincible heavy eye awakens its 3rd divine ability, foresight. Foresight? What could that possibly entail? Curiosity piqued. He began to investigate further. Foresight, to glimpse the secrets of destiny and predict the future. It must be directed at a fixed target to forecast their future growth trajectory. Wow, this divine ability seems a bit overpowered. Xiao Yang marveled internally. Previously, his invincible heavy eye had already possessed 2 divine abilities, dispelling illusions and enlightenment. This foresight, while seemingly less direct than the former 2, was nonetheless a legendary technique. Even the leaders of celestial sects find it challenging to accurately glimpse the secrets of destiny, often only catching fragments of the future. Yet now, Xiao Yang could precisely estimate someone's future. System, can I estimate my own future? Xiao Yang inquired immediately. Impossible. A physician cannot heal themselves. A diviner cannot predict their own fate. Then let me see Zhao Changkong's future. Xiao Yang asked again. Impossible. Only those with a bond of connection to the host can have their futures glimpsed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow. It seemed that only those with a high degree of intimacy could have their futures revealed. Although Zhao Chongkong had always served as his bodyguard, that wasn't sufficient. Perhaps he should seek out Ning Hongye to test this theory? Zhao guard, please gather these spoils. I must step out for a while. Xiao Yang promptly set off, taking advantage of the night to visit the small courtyard where Ning Hongye resided. Knock, knock, knock. He rapped on the door. Guoming. A cool female voice responded. Xiao Yang pushed the door open and found Ning Hongye donning armor, packing her belongings. Hongye, are you going far? Xiao Yang asked, somewhat surprised, especially with only a few days remaining until his confrontation with Xiao Junlin. Yes, she nodded, explaining, there are some important matters that I must attend to. However, I will return before your duel with Xiao Junlin. Oh, that is good to hear, Xiao Yang replied. You saw me out so late. What is it? Ning Hongye inquired. Nothing much, just that the moonlight is truly beautiful tonight, and the breeze is gentle. I find myself missing you. Xiao Yang smiled as he spoke. Upon hearing these words, an unprecedented blush graced Ning Hongye's flawless face. Having always fought on the battlefield, she had never encountered such romantic sentiments before. In the next moment, she opened the door to the room. A resplendent full moon illuminated the courtyard pond, harmonizing beautifully with its surroundings. Standing under the night sky was Ning Hongye, her hair gently swaying in the breeze, while the moonlight enveloped her in a delicate veil, creating an enchanting sight, akin to a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. The reflection of the moon on the water mirrored the moon above, and the person before him was the one who resided in his heart. Xiao Yang could not help but exclaim in admiration, though Ning Hongye remained silent. Her charming face flushed even deeper, akin to being brushed with rouge. The rosy hue of a maiden's cheeks spoke volumes. Ding! Ning Hongye's favorability increased by 5, total 45. A notification chimed in his ear. Xiao Yang felt a surge of joy and said, System, I wish to use future sight on Ning Hongye, peering into the mysteries of heaven. In an instant, the stars shifted and the world transformed as spiritual energy became turbulent. In the imperial city, at the Astral Observation Tower, the head of the Astronomical Bureau had secluded himself for several days to decline the emperor's grand ceremony. Suddenly, he rose abruptly, his gaze fixed northward. An unprecedented gravity appeared on his aged face. This is a formidable being probing the secrets of heaven. Who could it be? A Western Buddha? A Southern shaman? Or perhaps an earthly immortal from the Taoist sect? Heavenly secrets successfully glimpsed. Soon, another notification echoed in Xiao Yang's ear. Target, Ning Hongye, gender, female, life experience. Marry the 9th prince of the northern town, Xiao Yang, at 18, successfully cultivated together, breaking through to the 8th rank marshal general, causing a sensation. Upon reading this, Xiao Yang felt an inner thrill, brimming with excitement. As a congenital yin-yang same body, it was no surprise that Ning Hongye would experience a breakthrough in her realm while cultivating with him. However, he was the one truly benefiting. After all, Ning Hongye's cultivation was significantly more robust, providing her with the ability to nurture his growth. Nevertheless, this was Ning Hongye's future, and thus, her own cultivation achievements were not mentioned in relation to his progress. Xiao Yang steadied himself and continued reading. At 20, the Southern Shaman sect invaded, slaying 10 Grand Shamans, and was appointed as the Vermilion Bird Grand Marshal, commanding the 4 states of the southern region. What audacity! How dare the Shaman sect bully his wife? Yet, the title of Vermilion Bird Grand Marshal sounded formidable. After all, even Ning Hongye's father was merely the general of the southern town, yet she had attained such a rank. At 25, entered the Great Wilderness Trial, acquired the ancient Phoenix bloodline, assisting her husband Xiao Yang in defeating the northern town king, Xiao Qingquan. Am I destined to become an adversary to my esteemed father-in-law? Xiao Yang contemplated and found it unsurprising. Within the royal residence, the competition among the 9 dragons was fierce. To emerge victorious, he must overcome the northern town king. At 28, broke through to the 9th rank martial saint. hailed as the greatest general of the Great Xia and the foremost powerhouse, vanquishing all formidable foes. These few lines were sufficient to ignite a fervent excitement within Xiao Yang, stirring his very blood. The ninth-rank martial saint. Throughout the illustrious history of the Great Xia, only a handful of warriors have reached such a revered level. They were beings capable of being enshrined in the martial temple, immortalized in gold, vanquishing all formidable foes. This sentence suffices to attest to her invincibility. Xiao Yang continued to read on. In the same year, a coup was instigated at the imperial palace, resulting in the assassination of the king and the slaying of the emperor of Xia. Alongside the character, Wang Xiao Yang jointly established the Xia Dynasty, bestowing her the title of the Vermilion Bird Empress. A year later, the Xiao Dynasty faced a cataclysm of celestial and demonic forces. The empress took to the battlefield and, tragically, fell in combat at the tender age of 29. Chapter 64. The Exquisite Dice and the Red Bean. A deep yearning unbeknownst to you. What on earth is this? Initially, Xiao Yang was filled with delight. The king of assassins had slain the emperor of Xia, the Nine Sons Dynasty, the Phoenix Empress. It appeared that he and Ning Hongye had successfully rebelled, toppling that inept emperor of Xia. Throughout history, the rise and fall of dynasties is an immutable truth. Yet, how many can truly achieve it? Only those endowed with immense willpower, profound wisdom, and fortuitous opportunities can leave their names etched in history, enduring through the ages. Moreover, the fact that Ning Hongye is an empress makes it all the more extraordinary. Xiao Yang was reveling in the moment, imagining himself as a co-regent alongside Ning Hongye, engaging in glorious battles. However, the final statement doused his enthusiasm with cold water. The calamity of immortals and demons, the downfall of the empress. What is happening? Isn't there a female immortal empress within Ning Hongye? Why is she not awakened to save her? Moreover, what was I doing at that moment? Was I not by her side? Xiao Yang felt a wave of agitation. Yet, he quickly found solace. Although foresight is a powerful ability, it merely reveals a possibility. Like the river of time that branches into numerous tributaries, each leading to different trajectories. The future is not predetermined, it is malleable. Just as Xiao Yang realized this moment, he understood that the future had already shifted. He could prepare in advance to face what was to come. What calamity of immortals and demons, be it celestial sovereigns or demon emperors, whoever dares to threaten my beloved shall face my wrath. Even the gods and the heavens shall tremble. Within his heart, Xiao Yang silently vowed. Across from him, Ning Hongye noticed his unwavering gaze upon her, his silence lingering. A flicker of something unusual crossed her beautiful eyes. Taking a deep breath, as if she had made a momentous decision, she opened her arms and stepped forward. Umbrating Xiao Yang. What? Startled by the warmth and softness enveloping him, Xiao Yang was taken aback. What is happening? If memory serves, this should be the first time Ning Hongye has taken the initiative to embrace him. In the next moment, her voice reached his ears. I know your duel with Xiao Junlin is imminent, and as your wife, I should remain. Yet, I have compelling reasons to depart. Ning Hongye's gaze was resolute as she retrieved a sachet from her bosom, imbued with her warmth, and placed it into Xiao Yang's hands. This sachet is a protective talisman I crafted with my own hands. Wear it. All right. Xiao Yang felt a surge of emotion, sensing that this sachet was far more precious than any spiritual treasure. Hongye returned swiftly. I shall await your return. Xiao Yang did not inquire about her intentions and turned to leave the courtyard. Soon after, the figure of Qing Wan appeared. She approached Ning Hongye and advised, General Ning, your cultivation has yet to fully recover. Perhaps it is best not to venture to the North Sea. In the depths of the sea beyond the northern borders lies a peerless beast known as the North Sea Evil Flood Dragon, stirring up trouble and brandishing claws. Countless ships have been lost over the years. The Prince of the North has dispatched elite forces to quell the chaos. Yet that malevolent dragon possesses formidable strength, rivaling a 7th-rank martial arts master, and has even gained sentience. In the vast ocean, even the Prince of the North finds himself powerless against it. This time, Ning Hongye ventures to confront the sea dragon, not for any other reason but for Xiao Yang. For within that dragon lies an inner elixir, which, if consumed by a martial artist, could significantly enhance their power, equivalent to a century of arduous training. Presently, Xiao Junlin has the entire Medicine King Valley as his backing, continuously supplying him with spiritual elixirs for his secluded cultivation. Ning Hongye, upon learning this, immediately instructed her subordinates to procure the elixir, only to be informed that throughout the 4 northern states, such sales are strictly prohibited. Moreover, the Ning family has distanced themselves from her. Thus, she resolved to journey to the North Sea to retrieve the dragon's inner elixir, which would surpass any spiritual potion. However, she had not disclosed any of this to Xiao Yang. General, is it truly worth risking yourself for him? Qing Wan questioned anxiously. Even at her peak, Ning Hongye had no absolute confidence against the home ground advantage of the North Sea dragon, let alone now. Indeed it is, Ning Hongye affirmed, her flawless and captivating visage reflecting a steadfast determination. Were it not for him, I would have perished at the engagement banquet that day. My heart is unyielding. Once I have acknowledged him, I shall not waver for a lifetime. With that declaration, Ning Hongye turned and set forth, disappearing into the night. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang returned to his residence. As night had fallen, he prepared to rest and summoned the maid Huang Li to assist with his ablutions. Where did this fragrant sachet come from? Huang Li exclaimed in surprise. Is something amiss? Xiao Yang inquired, curiosity piqued. Young master, do you not know the customs of the Great Xia? Huang Li replied. When a woman has a beloved, she crafts a sachet by hand, placing a few red beans inside as a declaration of her affection and longing. You must open it and see if there are indeed red beans within. Her dark eyes sparkled with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang reached for the sachet and opened it. With a soft plop, several small red beans tumbled out, releasing a delicate fragrance. Indeed, Huang Li rejoiced at her accurate guess, and, brimming with curiosity, asked, Young master, which young lady has gifted this to you? In Huang Li's eyes, her master, strikingly handsome and unparalleled, was undoubtedly the object of affection for many noble ladies. A mere stroll outside could attract countless admiring glances. Could it be General Ning? She pondered. Surely not. She is a formidable general who has slain thousands. How could she engage in such feminine crafts? Perhaps it is Yenryu? She did visit late last time. One wonders what transpired between her and the young master. She, a female scholar from Jixia Academy, is on the path to becoming a revered sage, barely worthy of the young master. Or could it be Princess Fuyao? She, too, is quite beautiful. Not only the emperor's sister, but also wielding significant power in court, potentially assisting the young master in the future. In an instant, Huang Li's mind raced through several potential candidates. Child, what nonsense are you spouting? Hurry and retire for the night. Xiao Yang feigned en air, issuing a sharp reprimand. Yet, Huang Li showed no sign of fear. Instead, she playfully stuck out her tongue at him. She was well aware of her master's temperament, knowing he would not be angered over trifles. The other maidens serving the young masters of the Wang residence envied her position. Nevertheless, she closed the door and exited the room. At that moment, Xiao Yang took the few red beans and tucked them into the fragrant pouch. In his mind, the unparalleled beauty of Ning Hongye surfaced, prompting him to recall a line from a poem of his past life. Delicate dice adorned with red beans. Do the bones of yearning know? In the deep of night, at the Valley of the Medicine King, the current Valley Master, Yi Tianxian, was known as the most formidable alchemist of the Great Xia. This prowess enabled him to forge a marriage alliance with the Wang family of the north. Master, dire news. The young master has perished at the Shuilong Pass, and all other disciples have been slain, leaving not a single survivor. The elder has been pierced by an arrow and nailed to the city tower. Suddenly, a report of calamity arrived. What? Yi Tianxian, both shocked and furious, could not help but inquire, who is responsible for this? We do not yet know the origins of the assailant. We only know he is called Mr. Zhou Yao Shao. The Wang family has dispatched elite guards to secure the city gates, confirming that he has not yet left Shuilong Pass, the subordinate reported. Yi Tianxuan's expression shifted between gloom and fury. After a prolonged contemplation, he suddenly commanded, open the ice cave and release that girl. Gu Qinghan. Chapter 65. The Enchantress Supports My Aspirations. A moment later, a woman entered, her demeanor indifferent and as frosty as the winter chill. Her long, raven black hair was styled into a high ponytail, adorned with a crystal hairpin. Coldness emanated from her presence. Anyone who laid eyes upon her would be struck by an acute sense of chill. Despite her extraordinary beauty, she exuded an air of detachment, as if she were a solitary entity apart from the world. As she walked, the ground beneath her feet crystallized with frost, causing the temperature within the grand hall to plummet to freezing levels. This girl is indeed a prodigy. Her cultivation has progressed yet again. Yi Tianxian was taken aback, a deep sense of trepidation flickering across his face. Gu Qinghan, at the tender age of 18, was once an abandoned infant. Many years prior, Yi Tianxian had discovered her outside and, recognizing her exceptional talent as the fabled jade-clear body among the 12 celestial bodies, brought her back to the Medicine King Valley. The 12 celestial bodies and the 36 sacred bodies refer to extraordinarily rare physiques within the cultivation realm. For instance, both Xiao Yang and the female master Yanruyu belong to the innate yin-yang sacred body of the 36 sacred bodies, allowing them to cultivate with remarkable efficiency and rapid progress. The might of the celestial bodies far surpasses that of the sacred bodies, yet they are exceedingly rare. It is no exaggeration to say that Gu Qinghan could ascend to the status of a saintess, even within the esteemed sects of the Great Xia Dynasty. Therefore, Yi Tianxian was determined to nurture this treasure, raising her as a childhood betrothed for his heir, Yi Chun. However, Gu Qinghan, though taciturn, possessed an exceptionally stubborn nature. During a sparring match, she inadvertently inflicted a grievous wound upon Yi Chun, narrowly averting a fate that would have rendered him a eunuch. Following that incident, Yi Tianxian confined her within an underground ice chamber, administering a slow-acting poison to exert control over her. She was required to consume an antidote monthly, lest she suffer a gruesome demise. Unexpectedly, within the ice chamber, Gu Qinghan devised her own technique, the ice-hard art, which she has now mastered to the 5th rank of the Vajra realm. Coupled with the formidable prowess of the 12 celestial bodies, her combat capabilities are incalculable, instilling fear even in Yi Tianxian. "Master, what is your summons?" Gu Qinghan inquired coldly. "Yi Chun is dead. The Grand Elder has also perished." Yi Tianxuan's voice was laden with sorrow and indignation. "Oh," Gu Qinghan responded with a detached tone, showing no emotional fluctuation, as if the two deceased were merely inconsequential insects. There was neither mockery nor schadenfreude. Her heart was colder than the sword she wielded. The perpetrator of their deaths is known as Mr. Zhio Shao, who is hiding in the Snow Dragon Pass of the Northern Territory. "Qinghan, you must journey there. If you can eliminate him, this Valley Master shall grant you your freedom," Yi Tianxian declared. "Understood," Gu Qinghan nodded. "Furthermore, Mr. Zhio Shao is likely a 7th rank master, and you may not be his match. This Valley Master has already expended 100,000 merits to secure for you an opportunity to inherit the true martial legacy. You shall first visit the Martial Temple in the Northern Territory," Yi Tianxian added. "Yes." Gu Qinghan turned to leave, as if a tempest of snow had swept through the hall. Observing her departing figure, a sinister expression surfaced on Yi Tianxuan's aged face. "Humph. You are merely the sword of slaughter in my hand. A weapon does not require freedom, since I cannot possess it. Once this task is completed, I shall destroy you." The following day, at the gates of Shuilong Pass, outside the branch of the Jixia Academy, a voice called, "Fairy Yin, I, Xiao Ziwen, seek an audience." The second young master, Xiao Ziwen, had meticulously dressed himself in opulent garments, styling his hair with the sophistication of an adult, convinced of his own unparalleled charm. Suddenly, the great doors swung open, revealing a maid who stepped forth. "Second young master, Master Yin has been unwell lately and is resting at home, unable to receive visitors. I hope for your understanding," the maid announced. Xiao Ziwen's expression instantly soured. He had come for several consecutive days. Not only had he not been granted a glimpse of Yanruyu, but he hadn't exchanged a single word with her. Yet, he remained undeterred. The sage proclaimed, "A scholar must be resolute and tenacious. Xiao Ziwen, You must persevere. This must surely be a test from Fairy Yin. At that moment, the maid added, Second young master. Master Yin mentioned that she greatly appreciated the 10 heavenly grade elixirs you sent a few days ago. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ziwen's heart soared. He felt as though he could perform a somersault of 7,200 degrees, executing a Thomas spiral kick. Oh yes, Fairy Yin praised me. However, on the surface, he feigned indifference. What are 10 heavenly grade elixirs? In a few days, I shall procure some spirit grade elixirs to present to Fairy Yin. With that, Xiao Ziwen turned to leave, his steps light and buoyant, as if he wished for a tail to wag in delight. Fairy Yin truly likes me. Otherwise, why would she accept my gifts while rejecting those of others? As for ninth brother, aside from writing poetry and being somewhat handsome, he possesses nothing of worth to compete with me. With excitement bubbling within him, Xiao Ziwen returned to the Wang Fu of the northern town, only to be taken aback. He spotted a white deer grazing at the entrance, the very steed of Yen Ruyu. What is happening? Has Fairy Yin arrived? He could not help but inquire of the guards. Indeed, it seems she has come to see ninth young master. The guard replied. In that instant, Xiao Ziwen's countenance turned pale. What is this? Wasn't he Fairy Yin unwell and unable to meet anyone? How could she suddenly come to seek ninth brother? No, it cannot be. This must be a falsehood. Enraged, he strode towards the residence of ninth young master, brazenly entering the small courtyard. Second young master, please halt. Just then, Huangli appeared, blocking his path. My master is currently entertaining guests and has expressly instructed that no one is to disturb him. And the guest, is it Fairy Yin? Xiao Ziwen clenched his fists, his voice trembling. Indeed, Huangli nodded. Let me in. Xiao Ziwen's eyes reddened, seemingly losing his rationality. Second young master. Fairy Yin is a female scholar of the Jixia Academy who values propriety. If you barge in so rudely, it is likely to incite her wrath, Huangli countered. A Xiao Ziwen hésitated momentarily. Indeed, perhaps the enchanting Yin is here specifically to see me, but as I'm not at home, she has sought out ninth brother to discuss poetry. If I were to intrude, would it not provoke her disdain and make ninth brother the subject of ridicule? Thus, I shall await here. Xiao Ziwen lingered at the entrance of the small courtyard, feeling that standing idly was rather foolish. Consequently, he retrieved a jade flute from his robe and began to play. The melodious notes resonated. He was acutely aware that Yen Ruyu was a master of both the Guqin and the Xiao. By playing the flute, might he not be considered her kindred spirit? Meanwhile, inside the room, Xiao Yang and Yen Ruyu sat across from each other, sipping tea. Although this was not their first encounter, the opportunity to admire Yen Ruyu's beauty up close remained an exquisite delight. She held the esteemed title of a revered female scholar, imparting wisdom and enlightenment to all. Yet, she was naturally alluring, possessing an array of charms. The scholarly robe she donned could scarcely conceal her voluptuous figure, with a slender waist and long legs accentuating her graceful silhouette. Upon entering, her enchanting peach blossom eyes fixated intently on Xiao Yang, nearly captivating him with their gaze. In another life, she would undoubtedly be deemed the epitome of pure allure. Fairy Yin, please do not look at me like that, or I shall blush. Xiao Yang felt a touch of embarrassment. Ninth brother, does this not imply you are not entirely oblivious? Yen Ruyu chuckled softly, her delight evident. Just then, a melodious flute sound wafted in from outside. How curious. Who is playing the flute outside? Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Ninth brother, if you so wish, I could perform a Xiao piece for you, Yen Ruyu suggested. Previously, at the Lanting Poetry Gathering, Xiao Yang had engaged in a spirited contest of poetry while she played the Xiao in accompaniment. It was a delightful memory. That would be unnecessary. Your skill with the Xiao is indeed unparalleled. On the night of the bright moon over the 24 bridges, where might one find a beauty to teach the Xiao? Xiao Yang Bryset, admiring her artiste three. Upon hearing this, Yen Ruyu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Truly, ninth brother, your eloquence is commendable. Even a casual remark from you is a timeless verse. Then, she unexpectedly produced a brocade box and handed it to Xiao Yang. I have heard that you are soon to duel with the esteemed crown prince Xiao Junlin and urgently require elixirs to enhance your cultivation. Here are 10 heavenly grade elixirs I fortuitously acquired a few days ago. I hope you will not find them lacking. Huh? Xiao Yang was taken aback. Although he had previously obtained a royal grade Qilin divine elixir and received 200 heavenly grade elixirs from Ma Wen Kai, such treasures were always welcome. Thank you, fair Yin. I shall graciously accept them. Xiao Yang replied without pretense. He had previously composed a poem for Yin Ruyu. Within the tome lies Yin Ruyu, and this exquisite couplet alone was enough to immortalize her name, far surpassing the worth of countless elixirs. Ninth brother, I also have another precious gift to bestow upon you, which I hope will aid you in your lofty aspirations. Yin Ruyu's lips parted slightly, her eyes shimmering. Xiao Yang, filled with curiosity, wondered what this esteemed female scholar, with her discerning taste, found worthy of such an accolade. In the next moment, she retrieved a token from her bosom. The surface exudes a deep crimson hue, reminiscent of blood boiling and flowing, emanating an aura of martial ferocity and impending conflict. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yang's countenance shifted dramatically, unable to restrain his exclamation. Is this the blood war order of the martial temple? Chapter 66. The Inheritance of Zhenwu. The jealousy of Xiao Ziwen reaches a frenzy. Indeed, Yin Ruyu nodded and continued, I have expended 100,000 merits to acquire this treasure. With this token in your possession, you may proceed to the martial temple and partake in the Zhenwu inheritance. Astonishingly, Xiao Yang was taken aback, yet refrained from accepting the token. The favor was simply too monumental. The martial temple stands as the sacred ground for all warriors of the Great Xia, the very foundation of the nation. While the Confucian temple venerates the 4 saints, 10 philosophers, and 72 worthies, the martial temple is distinct, honoring a singular deity, the great Emperor Zhenwu. Beyond that, it enshrines the 9 martial saints born over the 8 centuries since the establishment of the Great Xia, each a remarkable figure renowned for their prowess and dominion, safeguarding the borders and expanding the territory of the realm. Upon their passing, these martial saints are immortalized within the martial temple through the crafting of golden statues 3 zhang in height, receiving the incense offerings of countless families. Mortal flesh, standing shoulder to shoulder with the divine. The Zhenwu inheritance offers a rare opportunity to enter the martial temple and receive a baptism from the great Emperor Zhenwu. This chance is immensely valuable. Many warriors who undergo the inheritance can break through several realms, and some chosen ones may even obtain divine abilities from the great Emperor Zhenwu, achieving fame and forging their path to strength. However, to accept the Zhenwu inheritance, one must contribute to the martial temple. Accumulating 100,000 merit points is requisite for this singular opportunity. Within the Northern King's residence, only the esteemed heir Xiao Junlin has compelled the Northern King to expend 100,000 merits for the inheritance, while the other heirs have not been granted such a chance. Thus, its rarity is evident. Fairy Yin, this token is far too precious. Xiao Yang felt that even Yin Ryu would find it challenging to part with such a treasure. In truth, he was correct. Yin Ryu had indeed spent all the merits she had accumulated over the years. Xiao Yang, I frequently instruct the disciples of the martial temple to earn merits, and as I cultivate the Confucian Tao, I too require the Zhenwu inheritance. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, why not agree to one request of mine? A slight smile graced Yin Ruyu's lips, her enchanting visage radiating a myriad of charms. What request? Xiao Yang's curiosity was piqued. Could it be that Yin Ryu had taken a liking to him? Did she wish for him to pledge himself to her? I haven't quite decided yet. I shall inform you later. Yin Ryu winked playfully, her smile enchanting. But I assure you, I shall not put you in a difficult position. Very well, I agree. Xiao Yang nodded, accepting the crimson battle token. With an impending duel against Xiao Junlin, he urgently needed to enhance his strength. Thus, the opportunity for the Zhenwu inheritance was truly a timely blessing, one he could not afford to overlook. Yulang, there is one final gift I wish to present to you. Suddenly, Yin Ryu retrieved another item from her sleeve and placed it into Xiao Yang's hand. Another? He looked down, momentarily stunned. It was a fragrant sachet, except for the difference in color. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the one Ning Hongya had given him the previous night. This is a talisman I crafted myself. I hope that in the impending duel, you shall emerge victorious, Yen Ruyu said, her cheeks flushed. Ah, thank you. Xiao Yang grasped the sachet, perceiving a faint, delicate fragrance emanating from within. Previously, Huang Li had informed him that inserting red beans into a sachet and gifting it to a beloved is a customary declaration of affection among the women of the Great Xia. To his surprise, not only did Ning Hongya present him with one, but Yen Ruyu also bestowed a similar token. The kindness of beautiful women is indeed overwhelming, leaving Xiao Yang at a loss for how to respond to such heartfelt sentiment. Love for someone cannot be concealed, yet if one is favored by many, it must be hidden well. Xiao Yang, it is getting late. I shall take my leave. At that moment, Yen Ruyu rose and pushed open the door. However, the next instant, she froze in place. Fairy Yen, what troubles you? Xiao Yang inquired, perplexed, as he approached, only to discover the second young master, Xiao Ziwen, standing at the door, playing the flute. A moment of awkward silence enveloped the three of them. Last, when did my second brother arrive? Dressed so flamboyantly, has he been standing at the door, playing his flute, all this time? Does he have some peculiar penchant for this? Xiao Yang found himself speechless at the scene. He had heard the flute earlier, but had not anticipated it to be his second brother. Fairy Yen, were you not unwell and unable to receive visitors? At that moment, Xiao Ziwen dashed forward, his eyes reddening, glistening with unshed tears. My illness has subsided. Yen Ryu awkwardly offered a feeble excuse. Ah, I see. Xiao Ziwen exhaled a sigh of relief, adding, Fairy Yen, you must have come to seek me, right? Since I was not at home, you sought out Jiu Di. Come to my residence. We can gather around the hearth, brew tea, and compose poetry together. Ah, I suddenly feel a bit unwell again. I think I shall return home, Yen Ryu replied dismissively, promptly turning away and departing without a backward glance. Fairy Yen, Xiao Ziwen attempted to pursue her, but to his chagrin, Yen Ryu seemed to have sprouted wings, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Frustrated, Xiao Ziwen stormed into the room, his teeth clenched in irritation. Judy, why must you entangle yourself with Fairy Yen? Huh? Xiao Yang was taken aback, feeling somewhat speechless. It was clearly Yen Ryu who had come to him. Second brother, Xiao Yang began to explain. What is this? Suddenly, Xiao Ziwen's gaze fell upon the 10 celestial-grade elixirs and the sachet on the table. Crack! In the next moment, Xiao Yang could almost hear the sound of his heart shattering. Is this the sachet that Fairy Yen gifted you? Xiao Ziwen demanded through gritted teeth. Yes, Xiao Yang nodded. In the blink of an eye. However, Xiao Ziwen's eyes turned red with fervor as he seized Xiao Yang's arm. Jiu Di, could you possibly sell me this sachet? I will offer 1,000 taels, 2,000 taels, no, 1,000 taels. He frantically escalated his offer, appearing almost frantic, as though he was determined to possess it at any cost. Perhaps not. Xiao Yang shook his head. Although the price was exorbitant, who knows what madness he might resort to upon acquiring that sachet. Second brother, I must now embark on my cultivation journey. Please take your leave, Xiao Yang declared, stowing away the fragrant pouch and issuing an edict of dismissal. Though Xiao Ziwen felt a deep reluctance, he recognized the formidable prowess of his ninth brother and could only leave in a despondent haze. Yet, as he reflected on the recent events, he felt as though he had bitten into a sour lemon, his heart heavy with bitterness. Why did his ninth brother, without lifting a finger, garner the favor of the enchanting Fairy Yen, while he, in contrast, appeared as nothing more than a fool? What precisely rendered him inferior to his ninth brother? Consumed by jealousy, Xiao Ziwen's face turned a shade of deep purple, harboring a profound resentment toward Xiao Yang. Yet he could not help but indulge in his daydreams. He even envisioned himself in Xiao Yang's place, conjuring images of intimately holding Fairy Yan's delicate hand, sharing sweet nothings, and reveling in an exquisite bond. How utterly exhilarating. Chapter 67. The future renowned general, Yushan, a true man, perseveres for 30 minutes, having received the Crimson Blood Battle order bestowed by Yen Ryu. Xiao Yang departed from the royal mansion, making his way to the martial temple. In every major city of the Great Xia, a martial temple is established, and Shuilong Pass is no exception. He had anticipated that, as the heir of the royal mansion, he would possess considerable knowledge and experience. However, upon arrival, he was truly astounded. In the distance, a magnificent bronze temple loomed, standing proudly atop the dragon vein of the city, resembling a slumbering giant beast coiled against the heavens. Even from afar, one could feel its solemnity, grandeur, and the awe it inspired. Was this truly the sacred place of belief for all martial artists? Xiao Yang steadied himself and stepped inside. Halt! Who goes there? And what is your purpose? The golden armored guards at the entrance immediately stopped him. I am here to participate in the true martial inheritance. Xiao Yang produced the Crimson Blood Battle Order and presented it to them. After a thorough inspection, the guards permitted him to proceed. Hey, wait for me. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Xiao Yang turned to see a young man striding towards him. He was tall, nearly 2 meters, with thick brows and bright eyes, exuding an imposing presence. Clad in dark armor that did not appear cumbersome, he carried a tiger-headed battle knife at his waist, radiating the fierce spirit of the battlefield. Are you also here for the true martial inheritance? Xiao Yang inquired with curiosity. Indeed, the tall young man nodded and introduced himself. My name is Yushan, from the Yu family of Zhongzhou. It took considerable effort for me to accumulate 100,000 merits. Oh, Xiao Yang could not help but raise an eyebrow. The Yu family of Zhongzhou, much like the Ning family, was a lineage of martial merit, their ancestors being the famed General Yu Wu from 5 centuries ago. Previously, Xiao Yang had acquired the Yu Wu military treatise from his second brother, never expecting to meet a descendant of the Yu family today. Why have you traveled such a distance from Zhongzhou to the northern borders to participate in the true martial inheritance? Xiao Yang asked curiously. It's a long story. Yushan shook his head, explaining, I found the pampered youths in the military intolerable and ended up striking my superior. Little did I know he was a royal relative, leading to my dismissal. Where I am not welcomed, there I shall find my place. I thought I would take this opportunity to clear my mind. I heard the 2 heirs of the Northern King's mansion are about to duel, so I came to join the excitement. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet. Xiao Yang, unreserved, replied directly, 9th heir of the Northern King's mansion. Xiao Yang, so it is you. Yushan expressed surprise, scrutinizing Xiao Yang from head to toe, then added, Good luck, my friend. I have high hopes for you. Strive to defeat that Xiao Junlin, leaving him battered and searching for his teeth on the ground. Do you harbor a grudge against my elder brother? Xiao Yang couldn't help but ask. Not at all. Yushan shook his head, continuing, However, I have heard rumors of Xiao Junlin. He has never set foot on the battlefield, but relies solely on his supreme bloodline, acting as if he is incredibly impressive, much like my foolish superior. If I were to encounter him, I would surely beat him senseless. At this remark, Xiao Yang couldn't help but chuckle, finding Yushan to be rather amusing. He quietly employed his unique ocular ability, broken illusion, to observe Yushan. Soon, information about him appeared on the panel. Target, Yushan, cultivation level, 5th rank Vajra realm, fate, white tiger wielding a blade. A star of generals in prosperous times, a hero in chaotic times, master of weaponry, commanding 1,000,000 troops. Weakness, impulsive temperament, prone to breaking under pressure. After perusing this, Xiao Yang maintained a facade of calm, while his heart surged with waves of astonishment. This Yushan was remarkable indeed. He possessed a special fate, destined to become a legendary general. His potential far surpassed that of Zhao Chongkong. Now that he had been expelled from the military, he was like a tiger fallen into a lowland. As Xiao Yang and Ning Hong, you were preparing to rise in rebellion. They required such talent. Thus, it would be prudent to seize this opportunity to befriend him. As they continued their conversation, they soon arrived at a grand hall within the martial temple, known as the Hall of True Martial. At the entrance stood a massive stone tablet, inscribed in gold paint with 10 names. What could this be? Xiao Yang was intrigued. Beside him, Yushan promptly elaborated. This is the true martial ranking. Only martial artists under the age of 30 may participate in the true martial legacy. The process of inheritance involves the physical body receiving the martial will of the true martial emperor and the 9 martial saints. The longer one endures, the better. The top 10 will be inscribed on the true martial ranking, basking in the admiration of the masses and enveloped in resplendent glory. Yushan spoke with a hint of envy in his tone. To have one's name carved into the stone tablet of every martial temple is an unparalleled honor. For a moment, Xiao Yang too felt a surge of curiosity as he gazed upon the true martial ranking. The first name, Wu Lai Ho, Qi Tsang Hai, 1 hour 05 minutes. The second name, Crown Prince Xia Wu Shuang, 1 hour 03 minutes. The third name, General of the Vermilion Bird Army, Ning Hongyi, 1 hour 01 minutes. Upon seeing the names of the top 3, Xiao Yang was secretly astonished. Wu Lai Ho Qi Tsang Hai, born with a fire spirit body, hailed from a prestigious family, but preferred to wander the world, carefree and unrestrained. He had once single-handedly crushed dozens of top experts on East Extreme Island, gaining fame in a single battle. As for the second name, Crown Prince Xia Wu Shuang, not only was he endowed with extraordinary martial talent, but he also studied under the sage of the literary temple, embodying both civil and martial prowess. Many believed that if Xia Wu Shuang ascended the throne, he would undoubtedly be a wise ruler. Unfortunately, Emperor Xia seemed rather disinclined toward this prince, harboring significant apprehension, preferring to let the grand eunuch Jiao Qian sway and the princess hold power, denying the prince any opportunities. As for the third name, Ning Hongyi, there is no need for further elaboration. At merely 18 years of age, she had already attained the 7th rank martial master. Moreover, Xiao Yang, utilizing his foresight, caught a glimpse of her future. In 10 years, she would surpass the 9th rank martial saint, heralded as the strongest in the Great Xia Dynasty. Next, Xiao Yang's gaze continued downward. The fourth name, Buddhist sect, Master Tian Hai, 59 minutes 30 seconds. The 10th name, Prince of the Northern Town, Xiu Yunlin, 29 minutes 57 seconds. HM, Xiao Yang was rather surprised to discover that his cheap elder brother had made the list as well. Although he ranked at the very bottom and failed to reach the 30-minute mark, he had at least secured a spot. It is worth noting that the true martial rankings included the prodigies from the entire Great Xia Dynasty, as numerous as the stars in the sky. Brother Xiao, today fate has brought us together to partake in the true martial inheritance. If we can both ascend the rankings, it would indeed be a splendid tale. Boomed Yushan, his ambitions soaring high, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Very well, a true man must endure for 30 minutes. Xiao Yang nodded in agreement. Since the esteemed first prince, Xiao Junlin, had achieved a time of 29 minutes and 57 seconds, he felt compelled not to fall behind. The two marched forward side by side, ready to approach the true martial hall. Please, gentlemen, hold your steps. A sentinel suddenly blocked their path. Oh, Xiao Yang was intrigued. After all, to receive the true martial inheritance required a staggering 100,000 merits, and it was common for there to be no opportunities for half a month. He never anticipated that 3 individuals would gather today. Who is inside? Xiao Yang inquired curiously. No sooner had he spoken than bang. The grand doors of the true martial hall burst open. A woman clad in white emerged, her demeanor as frosty as the frost itself, her expression impassive. Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a thought. What a chilling beauty. Boom! In the next moment, the stone tablet recording the true martial rankings erupted with golden light. At the very end, Xiao Junlin's name and score were instantly erased. Beside Ning Hongye's name, a new line of golden script appeared. Yawang Valley, Guqinghan, 1 hour 01 minute. Tied for third place with Ning Hongye. Chapter 68. Do you still wish to change this world? I wish to try. Guqinghan? Xiao Yang furrowed his brows. He had never encountered this name before. Yet her ability to persist alongside Ning Hongye for so long attested to her extraordinary nature. However, this Guqinghan hailed from the Valley of the Medicine King. Could she be a foe rather than an ally? Congratulations, esteemed one, for securing the 3rd position on the true martial rankings. The golden armored guard at the entrance exclaimed with palpable excitement, offering his congratulations to Guqinghan. To witness the emergence of the top 10 was indeed a privilege. Oh, Gu Qinghan merely responded with a nonchalant tone, her expression inscrutable, devoid of any joy or sorrow. It seemed that even such an astonishing achievement could not elicit any emotional response from her. She stepped forward, making her way outside. "Miss, I am," Yushan hurriedly approached, eager to make her acquaintance. However, Gu Qinghan cast a cold glance in his direction, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a piercing chill. Hiss! Yushan involuntarily shuddered, feeling as if his entire being had turned rigid, as though his very soul were on the verge of freezing. "Huh? My technique?" Xiao Yang was taken aback. His dual pupils detected that Gu Qinghan's glance held far more than mere iciness. It was a unique eye technique. It wasn't until Gu Qinghan had walked far away that Yushan regained his composure, trembling slightly. This girl was far too frigid. Had she been raised on popsicles? Never mind. A gentleman should not quarrel with a lady. Today, in a good mood, I shall forgive her this once. Yushan reassured himself, then turned to Xiao Yang, saying, "Bro, let me first go and accept the true martial inheritance, though it may take some time, so you might have to wait." "That's quite all right. Go ahead." Xiao Yang nodded. With that, Yushan strode confidently into the true martial hall. 3 minutes later, bang, the door flew open, and Yushan was hurled out by a tremendous force, landing in a most undignified manner. He scrambled to his feet, drenched in sweat, his legs trembling. It was evident that the true martial inheritance was no simple matter. Only someone as composed as Gu Qinghan could emerge unscathed. Yushan of the Yu family from Central State, 3 minutes and 2 seconds. The golden armored guard announced loudly. Yushan's face turned crimson as he felt the sting of embarrassment, raising his voice in protest. "I didn't perform well just now. It must have been something I ate for breakfast that upset my stomach. I refuse to accept this. Let me challenge again." The golden armored guard replied coldly, "That is permissible, but you must submit an additional 100,000 merit points." Upon hearing this, Yushan fell silent. He had spent years accumulating 100,000 merit points and could not possibly produce them now. "Brother, it's all right. 3 minutes is quite impressive." Xiao Yang approached, patting his shoulder in consolation. This was not meant as mockery. In truth, many scions of noble families relied on their lineage to participate in the true martial inheritance, only to be expelled within mere seconds. In contrast, Yushan's ability to endure for 3 minutes was commendable. As for those who could withstand half an hour or even an hour, they were undoubtedly prodigies. "My apologies for the embarrassment. Now it's your turn. It must exceed 3 minutes." Yushan asserted. "All right, I shall do my utmost," Xiao Yang replied with a smile and a nod. "By the way," Yushan seemed to recall something, "you've never been to the martial temple, have you?" Within the true martial hall, the golden statues of the true martial emperor and the 9 great martial saints are enshrined. According to tradition, one must kneel 3 times and bow 9 times to receive the baptism. Be sure not to forget. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang frowned and asked, "What if I refuse to kneel?" "Huh?" Yushan was taken aback and replied solemnly, "Young Master Xiao, although you are a noble heir of the royal household, since the founding of the Great Xia, no one has dared to stand without kneeling in the true martial hall. This has been the custom for 800 years. Has it always been so? Is that truly justification?" Xiao Yang contret. Yushan was momentarily speechless, experiencing a sudden jolt. Indeed, has it always been so? And is it right? There exist countless unspoken rules that have persisted for centuries, even millennia. It was akin to his experiences in the military. When he could no longer tolerate an incompetent superior, he fought back. Subsequently, his father compelled him to apologize, stating that this was a long-standing rule, simply because the superior was of royal lineage and held a prestigious position. Though the Yu family once flourished as a noble martial lineage, it has been generations since they last produced a general. He was unwilling to bow his head, resigning from his position and drifting to the northern frontier, yet to resist such formidable power and break free from these shackles requires an immense sacrifice. Moreover, what Xiao Yang is about to confront is the martial will of the true martial hall. How could this be possible? "My friend, you should follow the customs." Yushan sighed and shook his head, adding, "Do you intend to change the rules of the martial temple in the world?" "I am resolute. I cannot learn a bow," Xiao Yang replied, his gaze fierce and voice unwavering. Even if this is a rule unbroken for 8 centuries, I am still young and unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Thus, today, I wish to test it. With that, Xiao Yang turned and strode purposefully towards the true martial hall, solitary yet exuding the might of 1,000 troops. Xiao brother. Yushan gazed at his retreating figure, suddenly feeling a surge of fervor, as if something indescribable within him was on the verge of exploding. Soon, Xiao Yang entered the true martial hall. It was modest in size, roughly 10 meters square, and the furnishings were quite simple. At the center stood the golden statue of the true martial emperor. Surrounding it were the golden figures of the 9 great martial saints of the Great Xia Dynasty, each with distinct expressions, lifelike and vivid. Even as mere statues, they emanated an indescribable aura of oppression. A common person might instantly kneel in reverence, bowing their head in submission. The transmission of the true martial legacy is about to commence. The heir must immediately kneel 3 times and bow 9 times with sincere devotion, echoed a resounding voice within the hall. However, Xiao Yang raised his gaze toward the 9 golden figures, straightened his back, and declared with unwavering resolve, I will not kneel. Perhaps in the hearts of the warriors of the Great Xia, these figures were revered beings, beyond reproach and transgression. But to Xiao Yang, they were merely powerful martial artists. They could be replaced. Bold, arrogant, unrestrained. How dare such a young scion wreak havoc within the hallowed halls of the Zhenbei Palace? Suddenly, the golden figures appeared to spring to life. The room resonated with thunderous rebukes, reverberating like a tempest. Xiao Yang understood that it was not the martial saints who had been resurrected, but rather the essence of their martial will that coalesced within the golden forms, an indomitable spirit, eternal and unyielding. Kneel, kneel, quickly kneel down. The voices of the esteemed martial saints thundered like claps of lightning, each proclamation crashing through the air with ferocity. Boom! A wave of terrifying might descended, oppressive as the very heavens themselves. Wealth cannot corrupt, poverty cannot sway, and power cannot subdue. This is the true essence of a man of honor. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Yang bore the immense pressure, each word erupting from between clenched jaws. I, Xiao Yang, may falter, but I shall never be vanquished, even in death. I shall not bow my head. Chapter 69, The Second Fate. The world under martial law. Previously, the blade intent that Xiao Yang had cultivated was named Jade Shattered. Better to be shattered like jade than to remain whole like a tile. His character mirrored this sentiment. He was unyielding and resolute, never bowing his head. Today, if he were to kneel and pay homage thrice, he would obtain the true martial legacy, enhancing his cultivation. Yet, such an act would fracture his heart's resolve, leaving an irreparable rift that could never be mended in the future. Thus, he refused to kneel. Boom, 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 boom. In the next moment, above the dome, the martial will of the 9 great martial saints seemed to coalesce into a tangible force, descending upon Xiao Yang like the mighty Kunlun Mountains. Crack, crack, crack. Every bone in Xiao Yang's body emitted a piercing sound, on the verge of shattering. Fortunately, he had consumed the true dragon Lizu, the Qilin divine elixir, and the yin-yang creation pill. In terms of physique, he had far surpassed the majority of prodigies. Had an ordinary genius faced such overwhelming pressure, they would have likely been crushed into a pulp by now. Yet Xiao Yang grew ever more valiant, his eyes shimmering with indomitable will. And one of the 9 great martial saints. My future achievements, Xiao Yang, shall undoubtedly eclipse all of you. I know not the meaning of youthful arrogance. I only know victors are kings. Open my boom. In the next moment, the 2 pupils within Xiao Yang's left eye suddenly burst forth with resplendent light, akin to the confluence of sun and moon. The brilliance was so intense that it overshadowed the 9 golden forms before him, asserting undeniable dominance. The adversaries Xiao Yang faced were not physical entities, but the martial will of the 9 great saints. Therefore, techniques such as the Great Wilderness Prison Sky Finger or the Thunder Prison Annihilation Blade were rendered useless. However, there was different. This was a talent embodying the majesty of an emperor, possessing the unique attribute of being the only one of its kind in this age. Even the martial saints would bow in submission before the rumble. In the next moment, a phantom of a golden rock seemed to materialize above his head. This was the manifestation of the golden-winged transformation fate. As the golden rock encountered the martial wills, it resembled a predator meeting its prey, opening its beak wide to consume them. How audacious! Suddenly, a voice imbued with solemnity and sanctity echoed as if emanating from the heavens. Boom! The golden form of the true martial emperor in the center of the hall abruptly opened the third eye on its forehead, clad in a robe of dark, celestial magic, crowned with a purple-gold seven-star diadem, standing upon the back of the Xuanwu tortoise snake, wielding the true martial sword of demon slaying. Behind it, a dark banner fluttered, shimmering amidst the countless stars. Was this the true martial Dharma form? Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Yang's countenance changed dramatically, unable to suppress a gasp. Outside the true martial hall, Yushan anxiously paced back and forth, glancing at the hourglass. At first, he had hoped Xiao Yang would endure a bit longer, striving for recognition on the golden list. However, as time slipped away, half an hour had unknowingly passed. This indicated that Xiao Yang's name was destined to grace the true martial list. I never expected that my newfound comrade would prove to be so formidable. Mount Yu, oh Mount Yu, you have disappointingly endured only 3 minutes. With a heavy heart, Yushan lamented, torn between concern for his brother's well-being and envy for his brother's luxury. Time pressed on relentlessly. An entire hour had elapsed, surpassing even the record set by the foremost Qi Songhai, yet Xiao Yang remained absent. What could be amiss? Could there have been a flaw in the inheritance? Surely, Xiao brother would not encounter misfortune? A wave of anxiety washed over Yushan. Though no one had perished within the true martial inheritance throughout the years, Xiao Yang had just declared his refusal to perform the customary 3 kneels and 9 prostrations. If he had provoked the will of the 9 great martial saints, he might indeed face peril, even grave danger to his life. No, he must enter and ascertain the situation. Unable to suppress his concern, Yushan made his way toward the true martial hall. Suddenly, a resplendent light erupted from within the hall. The cause remained unknown, but an incredibly sacred will surged forth, sweeping in all directions. The entire martial temple was enveloped in its radiance. Thud, thud, thud. All the martial artists prostrated themselves, trembling at the majesty of that will, their very souls quaking. The few enigmatic beings who had guarded the martial temple for nearly a century were utterly astounded. Had the true martial emperor manifested? What transpired? Could it be that the legendary prophecy was on the verge of realization today? Within the true martial hall, Xiao Yang stood resolute, gritting his teeth, while the golden phoenix silhouette behind him grew indistinct, clearly suppressed. He understood that upon reaching the 7th rank, a martial artist could condense their own Dharma form. Yet, the true martial emperor's Dharma form before him was evidently extraordinary, possessing a divine essence. How dare a mere mortal challenge the celestial might? I shall inquire once more, will you kneel, or will you not kneel? The true martial Dharma form gazed intently at Xiao Yang. The will emanating from his voice seemed capable of shattering mountains and splitting the heavens, even if you were to ask 100, 1,000, or a myriad of times. My answer shall remain unchanged. No, kneel. Xiao Yang's entire being tensed as he resisted the terrifying will of the true martial emperor. He stood firm, like a pillar stabilizing the seas amidst a tempest, impervious to the relentless onslaught from the outside world. Very well, very well. Yet in the next moment, the true martial emperor's Dharma form surprisingly withdrew its formidable pressure, even revealing a hint of a smile. The world kneels to heaven, to earth, to spirits. Yet your resolve is unwavering, unbending. You are precisely the one I have long awaited. Today, I shall bestow upon you a grand opportunity. As the words resonated, a thunderous roar erupted. Suddenly, throughout the Great Xia Empire, in all 36 provinces, the martial temples trembled in unison, radiating brilliance. In the ethereal realm, an invisible martial destiny seemed to coalesce into a dragon, soaring toward the Snow Dragon Pass. Ultimately, it flowed inexorably into Xiao Yang's being, cleansing and invigorating his spirit. What is this? Xiao Yang was left in astonishment. He could sense that this was not merely vitality, but rather a more profound martial fortune. Should a mortal acquire even a wisp of it, they could rise as a formidable hero and expand their territory. What he was now receiving was astonishingly the accumulated martial fortune of the entire Great Xia Dynasty over 8 centuries. The martial fortune of the dynasty converged within a single individual. It could be said there had been no predecessors and there would be no successors. The martial fortune of Great Xia totals 1 stone. Today, I shall bestow upon you a doe. Remember, by slaying to halt calamity and by martial prowess to quell the heavens. This is the essence of true martial. The voice of the true martial manifestation echoed in his ears, and then it vanished from sight. The grand hall returned to tranquility once more. Yet, Xiao Yang stood steadfast, his spine erect, though his emotions remained tumultuous. In his ears, the system's notification chimed again. Ding! Host detected receiving the true martial legacy. Seizing the Great Xia martial fortune, acquire the second fate. The world shall be martialized. Chapter 70. A decade of the young lord unnoticed. Suddenly renowned across the realm. The second fate? Upon reading this, Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Previously, he had consumed the true dragon Lizu, transforming the caged sparrow fate into golden-winged rock, allowing him to soar to great heights, invincible in his pursuits. To his astonishment, upon receiving the true martial inheritance and seizing the martial fortune of the Great Xia, he had acquired a second fate. This was far more precious than mere enhancement of cultivation. Universal martial dominion. Under heaven, martial prowess prevails, bearing the fortune, establishing order. Those endowed with this fate shall crown themselves as the martial sovereign of their era, possessing the potential to unify the realm, endowed with 3 remarkable talents. Talent 1. War breeds war. Upon defeating an enemy of superior realm, one may forcibly extract 1/10 of their cultivation, directly converting it into one's own vitality or physique, disregarding conventional cultivation bottlenecks. Talent 2. Gathering heroes. Possessing a unique allure for the heroes of the martial world, they shall willingly pledge their allegiance due to fortuitous circumstances. For each outstanding individual gathered under one's banner, one's fortune shall increase correspondingly. Talent 3. Beacon of War. By sacrificing one's own blood essence to ignite a beacon, one may elevate the morale of subordinates within 100 miles, enhancing their courage while diminishing their pain sensitivity. Incredible! After perusing the introduction of Universal Martial Dominion and its 3 grand talents, Xiao Yang was utterly astounded. The first talent, War breeds war, enhances individual combat capabilities. By defeating the strong with the weak, one can absorb their power. For Xiao Yang, this was akin to taking a shortcut, propelling his cultivation speed to meteoric heights. The second talent serves a supportive function for the future unification of the realm. Relying solely on individual prowess is insufficient. Thus, the necessity for talented individuals is paramount. The third talent focuses on battlefield command, akin to a grand buff enhancing the entire force. Xiao Yang could hardly fathom the monumental gains from this visit to the martial temple. Simply put, exhilarating. However, this was not the end. There were more surprises in store. In the Central Plains, the imperial tombs. Here lie the remains of the emperors of the Great Xia, guarded with utmost vigilance by the imperial guard. Yet on the granite floor ahead, a battle blade was thrust into the ground. The imperial blade, the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow. This was a supreme-grade divine weapon, once wielded by the founding ancestor of the Great Xia. For 8 centuries, countless nobles and strong warriors had attempted to draw this blade, but none had succeeded. Clang! Today, the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow suddenly erupted with a resounding blade song, and then it soared into the air. Like a crimson meteor, it streaked across the heavens, heading northward. This is dire. The Great Xia Dragon Sparrow has taken flight. Quickly, report to the Emperor and the 9,000 years. The guards stationed at the imperial tombs turned pale, their hearts racing with fear. In the blink of an eye, spanning thousands of miles, it arrived. Whoosh! In no time, the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow flew into the martial temple at Snow Dragon Pass, hovering before Xiao Yang. It inclined its blade slightly towards him, as if acknowledging him as its master. A magnificent blade. Although Xiao Yang was unclear about the situation, he instinctively extended his hand and grasped the hilt of the blade. In an instant, he felt an inexplicable connection, as if the sword were an extension of his own body. With a swift motion, he swung the blade, unleashing a fierce flash of light that left profound gashes in the wall. What terrifying power! Xiao Yang marveled inwardly. After all, the true martial hall was forged for bronze, as solid as a fortress. Were it an ordinary structure, it would have surely been cleaved in two with a single strike. Previously, he had wielded common battle knives, which felt cumbersome, but this sword was nothing short of perfection. After 8 centuries, this imperial blade, which dominated an era, had finally found its new master. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yang, the commotion he had just caused had set the outside world ablaze. At Snow Dragon Pass, in the celestial palace of the Cloud Summit, Princess Fu Yao reclined gracefully upon a soft couch. She extended her delicate hand to peel a lychee freshly delivered from Lingnan, and placed it between her crimson lips. "Longwu, how fares the matter I instructed you to investigate?" she inquired. No sooner had her words left her lips than the space behind her distorted, revealing a woman clad in fitted attire. "Your Highness, the eldest son Xiao Junlin remains in seclusion, diligently honing his skills. It is said that the Apothecary Valley has spared no effort and produced 10 spirit-grade pills, making it highly likely for him to break through to the 6th rank of martial arts before the duel," Long Wu reported. "Oh, Princess Fu," Yao nodded, not perceiving any unfairness in the situation. Resources, wealth, and connections are all integral facets of strength. "And what of Xiao Yang?" she queried further. "A few days ago, Ning Hongye departed from Snow Dragon Pass and has since vanished. However, today, the female instructor from the academy, Yen Ruyu, bestowed upon Xiao Yang a crimson blood battle command, summoning him to partake in the true martial legacy of the martial temple." Long Wu replied. "Oh." Princess Fu Yao raised an eyebrow, slightly straightening her posture, her ample bosom accentuating an exquisite silhouette. "You shall visit the martial temple. Once Xiao Yang's results are revealed, report back to me immediately. If he ranks among the top 10 of the true martial list, no, at least within the top 3, he shall have the qualifications to vie for the Central Plains and become this princess's consort." A glimmer of intrigue flickered in her beautiful eyes. "Understood." Long Wu nodded, promptly making her way towards the martial temple. Outside the true martial hall, due to the dissipating true martial aura, Yushan and numerous other martial artists finally straightened their backs and rose from the ground. Yet before they could exhale in relief, they beheld the crimson imperial blade slicing through the air. "Heavens! Someone pinch me. I must be hallucinating. Is this not the legendary Great Xia Dragon Sparrow blade, which was said to be hidden within the imperial mausoleum? How could it possibly appear here?" In an instant, the gazes of countless individuals turned towards the true martial hall, bewildered by the unfolding events. Suddenly, the stone inscribed with the true martial list radiated brilliant light once more. The rankings of the 10 names remained unchanged. However, at the very top, several lines of golden characters emerged. Heavenly List. The 9th prince of the northern town, Xiao Yang, stands resolute, challenging the will of the 9 great martial saints with unwavering pride, embracing the true martial legacy and seizing the martial destiny of the Great Xia. Ascending to the heavenly list. Upon reading these lines, the gathered Yushan and numerous martial artists were rendered utterly speechless. The heavenly list? This was their first encounter with such a concept. Yet it signified that Xiao Yang had surpassed all the prodigies on the true martial list, trampling them beneath his feet, existing in an entirely different realm. While others bowed in reverence to the golden statues of the 9 great martial saints, performing the ritual of 3 kneels and 9 prostrations. Xiao Yang not only refused to kneel, but boldly confronted the will of the martial saints. What sheer dominance this displayed! Consequently, the martial temple even reopened a new heavenly list, and upon this list there was but a single name, Xiao Yang. With his emergence, who could rival him? The other prodigies were relegated to mere embellishments. In an instant, the Great Xia was in turmoil, and the world was aware. Chapter 71. He is the chosen one, and the only. Although the Great Xia Dynasty does not possess the rapid dissemination of information characteristic of Blue Star, every city has established a martial temple. The updates to the true martial rankings are synchronized as well. At this moment, the emergence of the heavenly rankings has captured the attention of major cities. It will not be long before Xiao Yang's name reverberates throughout the entire dynasty, heralding the dawn of a new era. Xiao Yang. At this very moment, countless martial artists within the martial temples are silently reciting this name. Some yearn for it, others revere it, while a few, filled with discontent, aspire to usurp it. At the Shuilong Pass, within the true martial hall, bang! The door swung open, and Xiao Yang emerged, wielding the great Xia Yang blade. His features remained unchanged. Yet after undergoing the true martial inheritance, his entire demeanor underwent a profound transformation. His gaze sparkled like stars. His spine stood tall like a mighty dragon. The vigor of his blood flowed as a great river. Swish! Swish! Yushan gazed at him with an intensity akin to that of a fervent admirer beholding a rare treasure. Why are you looking at me like that, brother Yu? I have no extraordinary qualities. Xiao Yang felt a twinge of unease under his scrutiny. Yet in the next moment, Yushan dashed forward, kneeling on one knee with a resounding thud. Boss, please allow me to pay my respects. From this day forth, I shall follow you. Xiao Yang was taken aback by this display. Though he had awakened the destiny of universal martial arts, possessing the innate ability to attract heroes and talents, he had not anticipated such fervent devotion. Brother Yu, what is going on? Xiao Yang could not help but inquire. Yushan pointed toward a nearby stone tablet. Boss, do you not know? You have shattered an 800-year-old record. The martial temple has specifically established a heavenly ranking for you. You stand alone at the pinnacle, surpassing countless prodigies. Yushan's face flushed with excitement, seemingly more exhilarated than Xiao Yang himself. What? Xiao Yang, unaware of the heavenly ranking's significance, approached the stone tablet and beheld the changes inscribed in golden characters that ignited a fire within his soul. Sigh, I wish to remain low-key, but my strength does not permit it. Boss, please accept me as your brother. Yushan's expression was earnest, as if he would not rise until Xiao Yang agreed. Brother Yu, please get up. I agree, Xiao Yang said, pulling him to his feet. However, with a duel approaching, I must enter seclusion to cultivate, leaving me little time to entertain you. You might as well go to the Baichao Hall in the city and seek out a girl named Sunny. She is my friend. All right, Yushan nodded. To him, as long as he could follow Xiao Yang, he was willing to go anywhere. At the Cloud Summit Palace. Your Highness, I bring news. Long Wu rushed back in a flurry. What of Xiao Yang? Has he ascended the true martial rankings? Princess Fu Yao, holding a luminous cup, took a delicate sip and inquired. Long Wu shook her head. Upon seeing this, disappointment flickered across Princess Fu Yao's face. Such a pity. He possesses unparalleled talent, eloquently expressing himself with remarkable literary brilliance. Yet, if he fails to ascend the Zhenwu list, he will inevitably remain in the shadows, unable to realize his imperial ambitions. Ahem. Long Wu cleared his throat, his expression peculiar, and began to elucidate. Your Highness, you are mistaken. Although Xiao Yang has not reached the Zhenwu list, he has ascended to the heavenly list above it, a feat unmatched by anyone past or present. Moreover, he has gained the recognition of the imperial blade, the Great Xia Yang. What? Upon hearing this, the nightlight cup in Princess Fu Yao's hand toppled, rich wine spilling over her bosom, yet she remained oblivious to it. What on earth has transpired? She inquired. Subsequently, Long Wu succinctly recounted the events that unfolded at the martial temple, detailing how Xiao Yang accepted the Zhenwu legacy, overshadowed numerous prodigies, and secured a place on the heavenly list. After listening, even the powerful Princess Fu Yao was left astounded. Although she had not witnessed it firsthand, merely contemplating the scene sent waves of exhilaration coursing through her. The martial temple created the heavenly list solely for him, featuring but a single name. Was he not then the foremost individual in Great Xia in 8 centuries? He is the chosen one, the singular. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. Her cheeks flushed. Her chest rose and fell. Her breath quickened. Your Highness, what ails you? In Long Wu's memory, Princess Fuyao was always a strategist, her wisdom bordering on the supernatural. Otherwise, she could not govern the nation in a woman's guise. Yet at this moment, she was utterly discomposed for the sake of a man. However, Princess Fuyao wore a visage of excitement. I am destined like a phoenix. Having practiced the Jade Maiden Sutra for years, I have been in search of the true dragon of this era. And Xiao Yang is precisely the one I have long sought. Should it be he, I would willingly relinquish my cultivation to craft garments for him. What? Long Wu was taken aback. But your Highness, the Emperor has already bestowed a marriage contract, commanding Xiao Yang to wed Ning Hongye. If you desire to have Xiao Yang as a consort, it may not be prudent. What imprudence? She retorted boldly. I shall compete fairly with Ning Hongye. Let our abilities speak for themselves. Princess Fuyao stood tall, revealing a smile of unparalleled grace. She possessed her own pride. In terms of status, she was the Grand Princess of Great Xia, overseeing the premier intelligence organization, the Hulong Pavilion. In terms of beauty, she was one of the 4 great beauties of the imperial city, captivating enough to make fish sink and birds fall, eclipsing the moon and blooming flowers. Even in the pursuit of a man, she believed herself not to be at a disadvantage. Within a lavish mansion in the city, a thunderous voice erupted. Rebellious child, what have you done? Ma Wenkai lifted his head to find his father, Ma Feng, the wealthiest man in Sangzhou, storming in with fury. Father, what brings you here? Ma Wenkai exclaimed in astonishment. Rebellious child, if I had not come, you would have surely brought ruin to the century-old legacy of the Ma family. Have you colluded with the 9th young master Xiao Yang, granting him 100,000 taels of silver and 200 heavenly-grade pills? Ma Feng cuestionó greedy. Yes. Ma Wenkai nodded in admission. Slap. Ma Feng struck his son across the face, his fury erupting like a tempest. Do you not comprehend? The eldest son, Xiao Junlin, is the true dragon of the Xiao family, invoking 9 extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth, supported by the Apothecary Valley. What would he possibly lose? Unfilial son, you have acted without my consent. From this day forth, you shall no longer be part of the Ma family. Just as Ma Feng was about to sever ties with his son, a servant burst in, exclaiming, Master, young master, grave news has arrived. The 9th prince, Xiao Yang, has just received the true martial inheritance at the martial temple, consolidating the martial fortune of the Great Xia. He has outperformed numerous prodigies, ascending to the illustrious heavenly rankings. Even the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow Blade, wielded by our founding ancestor, has flown to him, recognizing him as its master. Boom! The revelation struck like thunder. Ma Feng stood frozen, taking a considerable time to regain his senses. He turned to look at Ma Wenkai, his expression transforming dramatically, forcing a smile akin to a blooming chrysanthemum. Excellent, excellent. My son Wenkai, you possess exceptional insight and unparalleled potential. From this day forth, you shall be the sole heir of the Ma family in Sangzhou. Upon hearing this, Ma Wenkai was overwhelmed with tears of joy, reflecting on the might of the 9th prince. Indeed, he had not chosen the wrong ally. At the northern king's residence, within the estate of the eldest son, Xiao Junlin had recently acquired 10 spirit-level elixirs from the Apothecary Valley, depleting his savings. He had been diligently cultivating in seclusion, with all others forbidden to disturb him, save for one, his most trusted strategist, Lu Xiao. Bang! Lu Xiao pushed the door open, entering with a complex expression, approaching the meditating Xiao Junlin. Your Highness, how goes your cultivation? He inquired. Ha ha ha. Xiao Junlin opened his eyes, laughter echoing. I have refined the properties of those elixirs, breaking through to the 9th level of the Diamond Realm, poised to surpass the bottleneck and step into the 6th rank of the mountain-moving realm. It was no wonder he felt such elation. At under 30 years of age, breaking through to the 6th rank of martial arts was indeed a rarity within the Great Xia. Lu Xiao, your sudden visit must pertain to something significant? Xiao Junlin asked. Well, Lu Xiao's expression turned awkward, as if carefully choosing his words. Your Highness, today someone has received the true martial inheritance, and your ranking has slipped out of the top 10. Who is it? Although Xiao Junlin found himself at the bottom of the rankings, he had at least made it onto the true martial list renowned across the land. Naturally, he was displeased to learn of his fall from grace. The individual is named Gu Qinghan, hailing from the Apothecary Valley, and her performance surpassed 1 hour, tying for third place with Ning Hongya, Lu Xiao reported. So it is her. Xiao Junlin nodded. I had heard tales of a prodigious talent nurtured by my maternal grandfather's command. I did not expect her to be so exceptional. Yet, since she has ascended the rankings, she is now an ally of our faction, providing us with additional strength. Most importantly, that little brat, my 9th brother, has failed to make the list, has he not? I am the true dragon of the Xiao family, destined to trample my 9th brother beneath my feet. Ha ha! Chapter 72. The Princess's Summons. Upon witnessing Xiao Junlin's foolish grin, Lu Xiao found himself at a loss for words, even experiencing a twinge of regret. Was it truly wise to align oneself with such a master? Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiao interrupted the prince's laughter. Your Highness, the 9th young master has also received the true martial inheritance today. Oh, how long did he last? 3 minutes, 5 minutes, or perhaps 10? Xiao Junlin replied dismissively, displaying an air of contempt. To him, the 9th young master was merely fortunate, having latched onto Ning Hongye's coattails. However, the true martial inheritance was no trivial matter. It relied solely on one's will and strength. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Xiao spoke. Your Highness, the 9th young master does not have a specific record. Surely not. That boy couldn't last even a second. Xiao Junlin erupted in laughter, his glee palpable, as if he were ready to pop open a bottle of champagne. Yet he has ascended the heavenly rankings. Lu Xiao interjected once more. Heavenly rankings? What is that? A mer shouhanking? I have never heard of it. Xiao Junlin scoffed, disdain evident on his face. With a heavy heart, Lu Xiao pressed on. Your Highness, this heavenly ranking is a new list released by the Martial Temple, surpassing the true martial rankings. The reason the 9th young master lacks a specific record is that he has attained the complete true martial inheritance and even seized the martial fortune of the Great Xia. His sudden rise has garnered the attention of the world. What? Hearing this, Xiao Junlin's expression morphed into one of disbelief. How could this be? That useless 9th brother. How could he overshadow everyone and steal his thunder? He was the true dragon of the Xiao family, endowed with the supreme bone, even evoking 9 celestial phenomena. This was outrageous. If this were true, was there a possibility he might lose the impending duel? Xiao Junlin clenched his teeth, both astonished and furious. After all, what was at stake was not merely his dignity and honor, but also his very supreme bone. Should he lose, he would be left with nothing, plummeting from the heights of glory into an abyss. Your Highness, the 9th young master now bears the martial fortune of the dynasty. His combat prowess is unfathomable. You must not underestimate him. Lu Xiao cautioned with a grave expression. There can be no possibility of failure. Let us employ the allure of beauty to deal with him. Fetch the foremost courtesan of the imperial city, Li Shi. I doubt he could resist her charm. Xiao Junlin commanded. Yet Lu Xiao shook his head. While Li Shi is indeed beautiful, she is ultimately a woman of the world. The 9th young master, having a fiancé as enchanting as General Ning, is unlikely to take notice of anyone else. Then we shall resort to poison, hire an assassin. By whatever means necessary, we must weaken 9th brother's strength. Xiao Junlin's expression twisted with malice. This is not permissible. Lu Xiao firmly shook his head, his demeanor serious. This duel has been set by the princess. She oversees the Dragon Guardian Pavilion, and any underhanded tactics will not escape her notice. Your Highness, you must defeat the 9th young master with honor on the battlefield. Useless. Can't you accomplish even this simple task? Get out, leave my sight. Xiao Junlin roared, venting his pent-up fury. Alas, Lu Xiao sighed, revealing a countenance steeped in disappointment, ultimately turning away and departing. Crash! Bang! Boom! Xiao Junlin, still seething with rage, shattered the furnishings within the room into a disarray of splinters. Damn it! Why must I, Xiao Junlin, coexist with that wretched Xiao Yang, a bastard without a mother? What right does he have to contend with me? Having finally vented his fury, he suddenly produced a bronze mirror, addressing his reflection in soliloquy. Oh, bronze mirror, who do you deem the most formidable prodigy in this realm? Surely it is I, Xiao Junlin, is it not? No one can usurp my brilliance. Meanwhile, on another front, Xiao Yang departed from the martial temple, instructing Yushan to head to the 100 Herb Hall while he returned to the royal residence with the Daxia Dragon Sparrow. Upon reaching the entrance, he discovered the fourth young master had also returned, bearing bruises, limping, and clad in tattered garments, as though ravaged by a horde of Western shoes. Fourth brother, what happened to you? Xiao Yang inquired, stepping closer. The fourth young master, upon recognizing him, hurriedly lowered his head and quickened his pace. However, Xiao Yang intercepted him, grinning. Fourth brother, how did you learn of my ascension to the martial temple's celestial rankings, breaking an 8-century-old record and attaining the Daxiao martial legacy? What, is that true? The fourth young master widened his eyes, astonished. He had been preoccupied, thus the news had eluded him. And, how did you know that the Daxia Dragon Sparrow blade has also flown to acknowledge me as its master? Xiao Yang deliberately teased. At this moment, the fourth young master noticed the imperial blade in Xiao Yang's hand, jealousy igniting his eyes, turning a shade of crimson. Ninth brother, you are indeed impressive. Though he felt humiliated, the fourth young master managed to utter the highest praise in the realm of men. Fourth brother, your face is marred with injuries. Have you been ambushed by an assassin? Xiao Yang questioned. No. The fourth young master shielded his swollen, bruised face, his expression a mix of fury and indignation. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Xiao Yang, prompting him to ask, Fourth brother, could it be that your injuries were inflicted by the great black horse? No, absolutely not. Do not speak such nonsense. The fourth young master, however, appeared to be struck at his vulnerable point, his distress palpable, a facade of bravado failing to conceal his agitation. Observing his demeanor, Xiao Yang pieced together the truth. He had previously suggested that the fourth young master should seek revenge against the great black horse, regardless of the outcome. It seemed he had indeed acted on that advice, but found himself outmatched, treated as a mere plaything by the creature. After all, the great black horse was a royal-grade spiritual beast, comparable to a 7th-rank master. That the fourth young master had not been outright killed was a testament to the beast's restraint. Fear not, fourth brother, my lips are sealed. I shall never reveal to anyone that you were bested by a horse. Xiao Yang chuklet. You. The fourth young master trembled with rage, utterly at a loss against Xiao Yang, nearly choking on his own frustration. Xiao Yang, disinterested in further banter, turned and returned to his own residence. As dusk fell, young master, the Oriole gracefully pushed open the door and respectfully announced, Princess Fuyao has sent someone to summon you to the Cloud Summit Palace, and she requests that you bring the Daxia Dragon Sparrow blade with you. Very well, I shall go at once, Xiao Yang replied, nodding as he rose to don the sword. He had long been mentally prepared for this moment. After all, this blade belonged to the Daxia royal family. Even if he had claimed it as his own, the royal family could not simply turn a blind eye. A moment later, Xiao Yang arrived at the Cloud Summit Palace and stood before chamber. I am Xiao Yang, here to pay my respects to the Grand Princess. He called out, Enter. I await you in the rear courtyard. A noble voice floated from within. Xiao Yang pushed the door open and made his way through, ultimately arriving at the rear courtyard. However, in the next instant, he was greeted by an astonishing and blush-inducing scene. At the center of the courtyard lay an open-air hot spring pool, surrounded by scattered royal garments. Princess Fuyao was soaking in the spring, her exquisite form adorned with glistening droplets of water, completely exposed and clad in nothing at all. Chapter 73, Princess Fuyao, I desire a child. Gulp. Xiao Yang felt a lump in his throat, instinctively swallowing hard. At that moment, he was as if ensnared by a spell, unable to divert his gaze. Having traversed to the Great Xia Dynasty, he had encountered numerous breathtaking beauties. The renowned scholar Yin Ryu had once visited him in the dead of night, bestowing a kiss upon his cheek. He had also shared a wooden tub with Ning Hongye for healing. Yet, during those instances, his eyes were closed, and though intimate, he had seen nothing. Now, however, Princess Fuyao reclined in a hot spring, utterly unclothed, despite the steam enveloping her, rendering the scene not in crystal-clear detail, but rather hazy. The ethereal beauty was profoundly alluring, stirring his imagination. Isn't this rather generous of the princess? She certainly does not regard me as a stranger. Not a single dowry spent, and yet I have beheld so much. Xiao Yang mused inwardly, pondering if she harbored a particular penchant for the outdoors. Is it truly captivating? Princess Fuyao, noticing his intense stare, displayed no sign of shyness. Instead, her crimson lips curled into a confident smile. Ahem. Xiao Yang quickly coughed to regain his composure, turning his back to her. Your Highness, I had no knowledge of your bathing, and I beg your pardon. I saw nothing. Nothing? Princess Fuyao raised her voice, uttering a most unexpected command. Then turn around, open your eyes wide, and take a good look. What? Xiao Yang was instantly taken aback by her words. Surely, she does not intend to seduce me? Xiao Jilong, why have you not turned yet? This is the princess's order. Refusal is not an option, or you shall face consequences. Princess Fuyao's voice resonated through the air, imbued with an irresistible authority. Reluctantly, Xiao Yang complied, turning to face her. Though the princess was yet unmarried, she was already 25 years of age. She was no naive girl, but rather at the most enchanting age, her voluptuous figure akin to a ripe peach. Truly, she was one of the four great beauties of the imperial city. In terms of appearance, figure, and grace, she was impeccable. Xiao Yang had previously praised her captivating smile, and it was no mere flattery. She indeed possessed unparalleled beauty. More importantly, she was not only a princess, but also held dominion over the Dragon Guardian Pavilion, making her one of the most powerful figures in the Great Xia Dynasty. Yet, such a significant personage revealed this side of herself in private. The contrast was astounding. Your Highness, may I inquire why you summoned me? Xiao Yang asked respectfully. What are you so anxious about? Princess Fuyao cast him a flirtatious glance, half teasing, half smiling, and beckoned him closer with her delicate finger. Zhilong, you have traveled tirelessly. Drenched in sweat, why not join me for a wash? She extended an invitation with grace. Goodness. Sweat beads trickled down Xiao Yang's forehead, nearly overwhelming him. His perspiration was not merely from the journey, but rather from the enchanting presence before him. Your Highness, please do not jest. Xiao Yang de Moret. Although Princess Fuyao bore a controversial reputation, rumored to have countless suitors and a free-spirited nature, yet Xiao Yang understood that it was all nonsense. He had already used his dual pupils to ascertain that Princess Fuyao had cultivated the Jade Maiden Pure Heart Sutra and still maintained her pristine virtue. Yulang, in comparison to your fiancé, Yining Hongya, who do you find more enchanting? Princess Fuyao inquired, her beautiful eyes sparkling, her face blooming like a peach blossom, gazing intently at him. Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed a dilemma akin to choosing whom to save first when both she and Ning Hongya fell into the water. When faced with uncertainty, he opted to change the subject. Princess, you summoned me to bring the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow. Does the royal family wish to reclaim this blade? Xiao Yang asked. Upon hearing this, Princess Fuyao furrowed her brows and elegantly waved her delicate hand. With a rustle, garments floated from afar and draped over her figure. She then gracefully approached Xiao Yang, each step deliberate, yet her entire being remained drenched, the fabric barely concealing her form, adding an air of allure surpassing before. This woman, truly a bewitching enchantress. Before long, Princess Fuyao stood before him, reaching out to touch the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow. Suddenly, a powerful backlash erupted from the imperial blade, forcing Princess Fuyao to stagger back several steps. Indeed, it had recognized its master. A glimmer of excitement flashed in her beautiful eyes as she continued. This blade has had but one previous owner, the founding ancestor of our dynasty. Over the past 8 centuries, many emperors have attempted to wield it, yet none succeeded. Now that it has acknowledged you as its master, it rightfully belongs to you, and the royal family shall not reclaim it. Thank you, Princess. Xiao Yang sighed in relief, filled with both exhilaration and a hint of regret. He was elated that this blade was an imperial-grade divine weapon, resonating with his spirit, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. However, he felt a tinge of regret, for now that it had recognized him, he could not bestow it upon Ning Hongye to trigger the system's hundredfold return. Do you know the origins of this blade? Princess Fuyao inquired once more. I do not, Xiao Yang replied, shaking his head. After all, he had traversed from another world and possessed only a rudimentary understanding of the history of the Great Xia Dynasty. Princess Fuyao elaborated. This blade was not forged by the founding ancestor, but was rather an unexpected acquisition. It is an ancient relic, measuring 4 feet in length, forged from the fallen iron of the 9 provinces and imbued with the malevolence of the 8 desolations. However, due to certain circumstances, it has been sealed, limiting its full power. Even so, it remains one of the finest divine weapons in existence. It is said that the ancestor wielded this blade to cleave open the abyss of foreign demons, thus earning the legend of one blade pacifies 9 abysses, since it has recognized you. It signifies that you, like the founding ancestor, are a warrior destined to battle the heavens and earth. This blade shall drink the blood of all deities and Buddhas, unyielding and relentless. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yang felt a surge of fervor within him, unable to restrain himself from breaking into song. With this long blade in hand, I can slay the Azure Dragon. Why should a man not wield the Wu Hook, reclaiming the 50 states of mountains and rivers? A true man in this world shall bear the long blade, expand territories, achieve great deeds, and leave a mark in history. Do not rejoice too soon, Princess Fuyao cautioned, shaking her head. Now that you have ascended the heavenly rankings, the world is well aware of your name, even if your talent surpasses that of your contemporaries. You are still too young and require time to mature. Presently, there lies a risk of premature demise. Many gifted individuals may feel discontent and seek to challenge you in hopes of establishing their own reputations. Furthermore, foreign adversaries are ever watchful. The Northern Wolf Nation, the southern cult of sorcery, the barbaric tribes to the west, and the distant islands of the east. They do not wish to see your growth and will dispatch formidable foes to stifle you in your cradle, even attempting to seize the martial fortune of the Great Xia that resides within you. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yang felt a profound weight in his heart, confronted by immense pressure. Indeed, a tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably be uprooted by the wind. Although he possesses a system and progresses at an astonishing pace, he must not underestimate the heroes of the world before he fully spreads his wings. Thank you for your warning, Princess, Xiao Yang inquired. What should I do next? It is said that Princess Fuyao is exceptionally wise. Perhaps it will be prudent to heed her counsel. I have sought you out today to offer you an opportunity and to request your assistance, Princess Fuyao replied. What assistance do you require? Xiao Yang asked. Princess Fuyao gazed at him, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue, and spoke with startling candor. Xiao Yang. I wish to have child. Chapter 74. No one supports my lofty aspirations. I shall ascend the mountain peak through the snow. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback. Could she possibly be suggesting? The esteemed princess of the imperial dynasty, coercing a loyal subject into such morally reprehensible actions. This is enough to incite envy and resentment among countless men who would eagerly wish to replace Xiao Yang in this situation. Ahem. Yet, Xiao Yang cleared his throat and spoke. Your Highness, although you have no offspring, you are merely a few years my senior. Would it not be inappropriate for me to call you godmother? Perhaps we might consider a sisterly bond instead? Xiao Yang found this proposal quite appealing. Should it come to fruition, he would become the princess's little brother, thus attaining the status of an imperial uncle in the Great Xia Dynasty, outranking even the Prince of Zhenbei. Each would address the other according to their ranks. The prince would call him ninth brother, while he would refer to the prince as old brother. Would that not be delightful? However, at that moment, Princess Fuyao became incensed, her delicate features clouded with fury, her chest heaving with agitation, and her phoenix-like eyes glinting with ire. We are all adults here. Cease this pretense. Surely, you understand what I desire. Should you acquiesce, I shall harness the power of the Dragon Guardian Pavilion to shield you from the assassins of foreign powers. Wealth and nobility are within your grasp. One cannot deny the allure of her words. By simply agreeing, one could not only gain the affection of a beauty, but also secure the backing of the Dragon Guardian Pavilion, providing ample means to navigate the Great Xia with ease. This truly represented a soaring ascent to the heavens. As for that wretched Xiao Junlin, should he dare provoke her further, there would be no need for direct intervention. Princess Fuyao would obliterate him herself. Yet, Xiao Yang shook his head resolutely. Your Highness, I am grateful for your misguided affection, but I must respectfully decline. Why? Is it because of Ning Hongya? Princess Fuyao frowned deeply. Indeed, I have pledged my life to her, wishing for but one heart, never to part until the end of our days, Xiao Yang proclaimed. In his eyes, despite Ning Hongya's aloof exterior and the notoriety of a massacre she bore, her heart was undeniably tender. She would even craft sachets containing red beans, symbolizing her longing. How could he betray such sentiment? Xiao Yang, do you comprehend the gravity of your refusal? Without my support, even if you triumph over Xiao Junlin, how will you confront the challenges posed by other prodigies, or face the assassins from hostile nations? For the first time in her life, Princess Fuyao experienced rejection, and her anger flared. Her garments billowed without wind, and her long tresses danced in the air. An astonishing aura of intimidation emanated from her being. Had this been an ordinary individual, they would likely have knelt in submission. Yet Xiao Yang stood resolute, a true man confronting the formidable Emperor Zhenwu. No one supports my lofty aspirations. I shall ascend the mountain peak through the snow. If fate does not favor this path, I shall conquer Kunlun alone. He held his head high, his spirit soaring like a dragon. At that moment, accompanied by the melody of spring garden snow, the scene was nothing short of perfect. Your Highness, since I, Xiao Yang, can bear the martial destiny of the dynasty and earn the acknowledgement of the Great Xia as Dragon Sparrow, I am certainly no coward. Should prodigies dare to challenge me, I shall bow to them. Should foreign foes attempt to assassinate me, I shall vanquish them. Xiao Yang's voice resonated with a commanding authority, emanating an indomitable aura from within. An invisible force of martial destiny surged forth. With that, he turned and strode towards the exit. Halt! Do you think you can simply leave? I command you, return at once. Princess Fuyao, in a state of urgency, rushed forward to block his path. However, Xiao Yang, now incensed, retorted, What of the princess? If you provoke my ire, I shall not hold back. Your commands hold no sway over me. Suddenly, he seized Fuyao's chin, scrutinizing her with a mocking glint in his eyes. You! Fuyao felt a mix of shame and fury, astonished by Xiao Yang's audacity to treat her with such insolence. How dare you? I am the grand princess of the dynasty, and I could condemn you for this affront. Her teeth clenched, her cheeks flushed crimson with indignation. Yet, in the next instant, Xiao Yang escalated his transgression. He hoisted Fuyao up, slinging her over his shoulder, and began to march toward the hot spring pool. Princess, did you not previously express a desire for children? Why is it that you now refuse even this? He continued, Enjoy your bath. I have no time to indulge you. With that, he unceremoniously tossed her into the pool. Splash! Water erupted in a chaotic spray, leaving Fuyao drenched and utterly disheveled. With a swagger, he then made his exit. Fuyao gazed at his retreating figure, her emotions a tumultuous blend of anger and confusion. Throughout her life, she had always received whatever she desired. This was her first encounter with failure. Yet, the more elusive he became, the stronger her yearning grew. Xiao Yang, just wait. I shall have you. Meanwhile, on another front, Xiao Yang returned to the Wangfu after departing from the Yunding Tiangong, finding the hour deep into the night. Young master, you have finally returned. Huang Li rushed to him, her face etched with concern. What troubles you? Xiao Yang inquired. Just now, Guard Zhao returned from the Baichao Hall, reporting that a madwoman named Gu Qinghan has been causing a ruckus at the door, demanding to see the esteemed Mr. Xiao of the 9 luminaries. If she cannot find him, she threatens to destroy the Baichao Hall. Furthermore, your friend Yushan is embroiled in a fierce conflict with this madwoman. A grave expression shadowed Xiao Yang's countenance upon hearing this. He recalled his previous encounter with Gu Qinghan at the Wu Miao, her chilling demeanor imprinted in his memory. She was an extraordinarily gifted woman, having reached the third position on the true martial ranking, on par with Ning Hongye, possessing a unique ocular technique. Although Yushan was formidable and bore the fate of the white tiger, he would likely not match her prowess. The stakes were perilously high. I must head there at once. Although he voiced this urgency, Xiao Yang did not set off immediately. Instead, he returned to his chamber, setting down the Daxiao Longke blade. Donning his mask and draping himself in a black robe, they sought vengeance for the young master of Yaowang Valley, and they were looking for Mr. Xiao of the 9 luminaries. He could not afford to be unmasked. He needed to disguise himself properly. With resolve, he promptly departed for the Baichao Hall. From a distance, the energy fluctuations caused by the battle were clearly visible. At the entrance of Baikea, Yushan, clad in armor and wielding a long spear, gasped for breath, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, indicating he had sustained significant injuries. Opposite him stood Gu Qinghan, dressed in white, her expression icy and seemingly unscathed. "Step aside, or you shall perish," Gu Qinghan uttered coldly. "What are you so proud of, little girl? I have yet to unleash my full power. To shake the mountains is easy, but to shake me, Yushan, is impossible." Gripping his spear, Yushan launched himself forward in a valiant charge. Bang! To his astonishment, Gu Qinghan merely raised her delicate hand, sending him flying across the ground, crashing heavily. "Is it so difficult?" she remarked, shaking her head at the fallen Yushan, before striding towards the interior of Baikea. Inside, Sun Yi and the other staff members of Baikea were trembling in fear, their hearts racing. "It's over. This female assassin is from Yaowang Valley, here for Mr. Xiao. If she cannot find him, will she turn against us?" One of them lamented. "Having lived for over 20 years, I am still Zaiquanin. I haven't even held the hand of goddess. I do not wish to die." Just as despair enveloped them, a figure in a black robe, Xiao Yang, suddenly appeared, feigning an eerie laughter reminiscent of an old monster. "Little girl, are you searching for me?" Chapter 75. In the world outside, one's identity is self-created. Xiao Yang's voice immediately captured the attention of everyone present. "Mr. Xiao, in Baichao Hall." Sun Yi displayed a look of surprise, followed by a long sigh of relief. In her eyes, the illustrious Mr. Xiao of the 9 Suns was an invincible figure. Not only had he concocted an imperial Great Spirit pill, but he had also effortlessly slain the young master of Yaowang Valley, Yi Chun, with a mere wave of his hand, and had shot dead the Grand Elder of Yaowang Valley with a single arrow. Undoubtedly, he was a master of martial arts. With Mr. Zhao's arrival, hope was restored for Baichao Hall and for her. "Are you the illustrious Mr. Xiao of the 9 Suns?" At this moment, Gu Qinghan turned to gaze at Xiao Yang, her grip tightening around her long sword. The cold moonlight enveloped her, cloaking her in a layer of frost. An aura of chill surrounded her, her eyes resembling an ancient, frozen pond, piercing and frigid. "Indeed, Xiao Yang nodded affirmatively. I wish to discern her weaknesses." He silently contemplated, subtly activating the divine power of his heavy pupils, breaking illusions. Target, Gu Qinghan, cultivation level, 5th rank Diamond Realm. 12 celestial body, Jade clarity body, purple extreme demon eye. Weakness, long-term exposure to chronic toxins, meridians and internal organs decayed. Lifespan diminished. To his astonishment, she possessed the 12 celestial body. Xiao Yang was secretly amazed. He had not anticipated that Gu Qinghan was the legendary celestial body, her rarity surpassing even that of his own saint body, Yin Ruyu. No wonder she stood among the top 3 on the true martial rankings, on par with Ning Hongye. Furthermore, she possessed the purple extreme demon eye. Simangli a unique oculaire technique. Previously, at the entrance of the true martial hall, a mere glance had rendered Yushan immobile. Yet, what intrigued Xiao Yang most was her weakness. Poisoned? With the prowess of Yaowang Valley, it was inconceivable that they had not detected the toxins within her body. There could only be one explanation. This poison must have originated from Yaowang Valley, a means to control her. "Miss Gu, have you come to avenge Yi Chun?" Xiao Yang inquired. Gu Qinghan, however, shook her head. She held no particular fondness for Yi Chun. She had nearly severed him with a single strike previously. "Then why not lower your sword, and let us converse peacefully?" Xiao Yang suggested. You have offended Yaoang Valley, and you must pay the price. Gu Qinghan tightened her grip on the ice spirit sword, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. What is Yaoang Valley? In comparison to the Nine Suns sect, it is but a speck of dust. Xiao Yang exuded confidence. Mr. Xiao, what exactly is this Nine Suns sect? I, Yushan, am not ignorant. Yet I have never heard of it before. Yushan, having risen from the ground after being struck by Gu Qinghan, questioned. Though he had been knocked down, he thankfully remained conscious. His inquiry echoed the curiosity of all present. It seemed that within the entire Great Xia Dynasty, there was no sect known as Nine Suns. However, this enigmatic Mr. Xiao possessed extraordinary strength, and even had the formula for an imperial-grade spirit pill, marking him as no ordinary individual. Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall graciously enlighten you. The leader of the Nine Suns sect is of noble status, equal to the heavens. The three purities are his friends. The four emperors are his old acquaintances. The 8 immortals are his juniors. Yuan Chun is his esteemed guest. Xiao Yang's voice resonated throughout the venue, echoing through the entire Baijiao Hall. When one is outside, one's identity is self-assigned. After all, the people of this world are utterly oblivious to the Jiuyo sect, allowing him to fabricate tales at will. Subsequently, Xiao Yang continued, Our Jiuyo sect is brimming with talent. Any one of them could sweep across the heavens and the earth. The grand elder of Jiuyo sect, the great sage Sun Wukong. The second elder, the true Lord Erlang Yangjian. The third elder, the rebellious third Prince Neza. The protector of Jiuyo sect, the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal Li Tai-Bai. The protector of Jiuyo sect, the explosive Su Ke. A disciple of Jiuyo sect, the young A Bing. Upon hearing these declarations, Yushan, Sun Yi, and numerous attendants of Baijiao Hall displayed expressions of astonishment. Great sage, true lord, sword immortal. They all sounded remarkably impressive. Just how many individuals does the Jiuyo sect possess? But who exactly is that young A Bing? Could he be some exceptionally gifted young emperor? However, Gu Qinghan remained unfazed, her gaze still indifferent. Have you said enough? I know nothing of this Jiuyo sect. All I know is if I do not kill you, I cannot survive. Her voice was chillingly cold, and in an instant, she dashed forward to Xiao Yang, delivering a powerful palm strike. Boom! That seemingly delicate jade hand concealed a terrifying force capable of splitting mountains and shattering the earth. Qilin arm. Fire Qilin rending sky claw. Xiao Yang swung his left arm, unleashing the innate powers of the Qilin arm. A colossal force of 1,000,000 pounds. The might of his punch was comparable to that of an ancient dragon elephant. He had once used this technique to defeat the Azure Dragon among the 4 hall masters of the Hongmeng. Bang! The clash of fist and palm unleashed a horrifying wave of energy, akin to an 8th-level hurricane sweeping through. Some of the less powerful attendants of Baijiao Hall were left prostrate on the ground, trembling in fear. Thud! 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 Gu Qinghan staggered back over 10 steps before barely regaining her footing, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Her previously unperturbed and charming face now bore an unprecedented expression of shock. You are unexpectedly strong. Though she had been confined in the ice cavern of the Medicine King Valley due to poisoning, she would not falter even against the Valley Master Yi Tianxian in a life-and-death duel. She never anticipated that this Mr. Xiao would injure her with a single punch. On the other side, Xiao Yang was secretly astonished. Gu Qinghan's palm strike seemed to carry an icy power that instantaneously froze his fist. Fortunately, the true blood of the Qilin flowed through his left arm, swiftly dispelling the chill. Yet, Gu Qinghan had withstood his full-powered punch and only sustained a minor injury. Her combat prowess had evidently surpassed that of the Azure Dragon Hall Master of the Hongmeng, exceeding the typical peak of the 6th rank. Truly worthy of being the 12 immortal bodies, she is nothing short of a prodigy. The Ice Heart Sword technique, clear frost across 1,000 miles. Gu Qinghan suddenly drew the Ice Soul sword from her waist, launching it towards Xiao Yang with lethal speed. In an instant, the temperature of the entire Baijiao Hall plummeted to freezing point. This sword strike was chillingly frigid. It seemed as though even the very souls of men could be frozen. Caution! Suddenly, Yushan shouted from a distance. In her hand was the Ice Soul Sword, the treasured artifact of Yaoang Valley, a weapon of royal caliber, forged from a millennium of ice essence. It had even given birth to a spirit of its own. Mr. Xiao, you cannot hope to withstand it with an ordinary weapon. It will be shattered by a single strike. Use my blade, Yushan declared, preparing to toss her battle knife to Xiao Yang. No need. Xiao Yang graciously declined her offer, his fighting spirit soaring. In the days that had passed, Gu Qinghan had proven to be his most formidable opponent, surpassing even the Grand Elder of Yaoang Valley in terms of combat prowess. Now, as he was about to face Xiao Junlin, he deemed it fitting to use Gu Qinghan as a touchstone to refine his own skills. The sharpness of a sword is honed through trials. Swish! In the next moment, Xiao Yang drew the long knife at his waist. It was not the renowned Da Xiaolong Ke, but merely an ordinary battle knife. Thunder Prison Annihilation Blade, third form. Alone in the North Sea, wielding the spring thunder. Clang, clang, clang. Xiao Yang harmonized with the essence of humanity, transforming into a purple lightning dragon, darting and flickering within the herb hall. Boom! The resounding thunder echoed throughout the expanse. Within mere seconds, his battle knife clashed with Gu Qinghan's Ice Soul Sword, engaging in thousands of collisions. Crack! Suddenly, a piercing sound of shattering resonated. Before the gazes of many, the treasured artifact of Yaoang Valley, the royal grade Ice Soul Sword, had indeed broken. Chapter 76. Behold me as a mayfly observes the azure sky. What has it ended? In the distance, Yushan's eyes widened like brass bells, utterly incredulous. That was indeed a royal-grade divine weapon. His family, the Yu clan, had been passed down for 5 centuries, and only an ancestor had been fortunate enough to receive a royal-grade battle knife bestowed by the imperial family, treating it as a treasured heirloom. He had just cautioned Mr. Xiao to be on guard, never expecting such a swift reversal of fortune. Meanwhile, Sun Yi and the members of Baichao Hall were filled with uncontainable joy. Truly, Mr. Xiao is remarkable. He had effortlessly vanquished even the Grand Elder of the Medicine King Valley, let alone this young girl. That impudent girl. Why does she not kneel and beg for mercy, offering herself as a warm bedmaid to Mr. Xiao? At that moment, Gu Qinghan stood frozen in place. Not only had her sword shattered, but her white garment was also torn, riddled with countless slits, resembling a peculiar lace design. Her smooth skin was exposed to the air, tantalizingly visible. Gu Qinghan realized that on several occasions, Xiao Yang could have taken her life, but chose to retract his blade at the last moment, merely tearing her attire. This demonstrated his perfect mastery of the swordsmanship, treating the matter with utmost ease. Yet, it also imparted a tremendous sense of oppression, causing her heart to waver. Miss Gu, you have been defeated, Xiao Yang remarked, gazing at her with an air of nonchalance, as if stating an undeniable truth. Her sword was indeed a royal-grade divine weapon, formidable in its own right. However, Xiao Yang's swordsmanship surpassed it. The Thunder Prison Annihilation Blade was a supreme royal-grade technique, and this maneuver, which called forth the spring thunder from the North Sea, was a lethal strike. Even when wielded with an ordinary battle knife, it could unleash astonishing might. No, I have not lost yet. Gu Qinghan stubbornly shook her head, her eyes suddenly radiating a mesmerizing violet light, fixated intently on Xiao Yang. I did not wish to resort to this technique. Mr. Xiao, you are the first to compel me to this extent. Violet Extreme Demon I, activate. As her voice faded, a surge of violet brilliance emanated from her eyes, enveloping Xiao Yang's form. It resembled a violet prison, sealing all, rendering escape nearly impossible. Violet Extreme Demon Eye. In the distance, Yushan's expression turned frantic, exclaiming, "This is the legendary ancient divine skill, a mid-tier royal-grade technique, capable of manifesting violet divine light that assails the enemy's spiritual sea. The mildest consequence is mental disarray, while the worst could lead to becoming a living corpse. What shall we do?" Sun Yi's heart raced, her teeth clenched in anxiety. This woman disregards martial ethics, launching a spiritual sneak attack. Is Mr. Xiao in danger? In martial arts, The contest lies in cultivation, physical prowess, vitality, and weaponry. However, the Violet Extreme Demon Eye is not a martial arts technique. It resembles the mystical skills of the Taoist and shamanic schools, specifically targeting the spiritual sea. If one is not specifically trained against it, even a 7th-tier martial arts master might find themselves vanquished. In an instant, the onlookers held their breath for Xiao Yang. Ding! Host detected under the influence of a technique attack. The invincible heavy eye will autonomously protect the host and suppress the opponent. Suddenly, a notification from the system echoed in his ears. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang's heart swelled with joy. Eye techniques, too, have their ranks. The purple extreme demon eye, though formidable, pales in comparison to his invincible heavy eye, which is of the divine king level and possesses a unique attribute in this world. Presently, Gu Qinghan's attempt to confront him with the purple extreme demon eye is akin to a mere lizard daring to provoke a true dragon soaring through the heavens. Can that heavy eye endure such insolence? Suppress. I command you to suppress it fiercely. Boom! Suddenly, within Xiao Yang's left eye, 2 pupils overlapped, shimmering like the sun and moon vying for brilliance. A beam of light swept forth, disregarding distance, and struck directly at the center of Gu Qinghan's mind. Puffed. In an instant, Gu Qinghan felt as though struck by lightning, her delicate frame quaking violently, and she coughed up blood. What? What is happening? Is he truly human, or something beyond? Gu Qinghan gazed fixedly at Xiao Yang, her previously frigid demeanor evaporating, replaced by an overwhelming, uncontrollable fear that washed over her fair visage. How dare this mere purple extreme demon eye exhibit such arrogance? To defy authority, kneel. Xiao Yang's voice resonated like thunder, imbued with divine will, exploding within her consciousness. Thud! Gu Qinghan could hardly maintain her composure as her knees buckled, collapsing to the ground. She lay prostrate, as if offering a profound bow. Yet within her heart, an insurmountable chasm loomed, unbridgeable. Confronted by Xiao Yang, she felt as insignificant as an ant standing before a towering mountain. Why? Why is this happening? Moments ago, Gu Qinghan attempted to wield the purple extreme demon eye to assault Xiao Yang's mind, but was met with an overwhelming, supreme aura. It was as if the sun hung in the sky, and even a single ray was sufficient to sear her soul and shatter her consciousness. Step, step, step. At that moment, Xiao Yang approached her, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an ethereal presence. If you have not employed your eye technique, perceive me as a frog at the bottom of a well, gazing at the moon. Should you resort to your eye technique, see me as a mere mayfly observing the vast sky. Xiao Yang's voice, though soft, reverberated with thunderous clarity. Everyone present was captivated by his commanding demeanor. My goodness, how utterly magnificent. No, how exhilarating. Especially Yushan, who immersed himself in Xiao Yang's persona, his excitement soaring to new heights. In this moment, Gu Qinghan remained prostrated, utterly immobilized. She sensed her fate had been completely surrendered to Xiao Yang, akin to a pawn at the mercy of its master. You have been defeated. Do you yield? Xiao Yang looked down upon her, his tone frosty. Gu Qinghan lowered her head, refraining from a response. Yet, in Xiao Yang's ear, the system's notification chimed. Beep. You have triumphed over an opponent of higher realm, triggering the fight to nourish fightability. You may extract 1/10 of the opponent's cultivation. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang made his choice. Boom! In the next moment, an unseen force of the Great Tao extracted 1/10 of Gu Qinghan's cultivation. She gasped, her body trembling. It felt as though the most precious essence within her was forcefully claimed by Xiao Yang at that moment. What divine sorcery is this? Now, before Xiao Yang, all that remained for her was a profound awe and dread that penetrated to her very marrow. How exhilarating! Xiao Yang felt invigorated, as if he had consumed a potent tonic. His vitality surged, and his spirit soared. His cultivation began to ascend rapidly. The second level of the Diamond Realm, the third level of the Diamond Realm, the fourth level of the Diamond Realm. Merely by defeating Gu Qinghan, he had elevated himself by 3 minor realms. Such an innate talent for gaining strength through battle was astonishing. If he were to specifically seek out formidable opponents, would he not become invincible? Xiao Yang was filled with exhilaration. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghan raised her head and said to him, "I have been defeated, and I have no words left. Do as you wish." With that, she closed her eyes, presenting her neck for the strike. "I shall not kill you," Xiao Yang replied calmly. "Why show mercy?" Gu Qinghan asked, her face a portrait of confusion. Xiao Yang smiled and responded, "Did you not also show mercy just now, sparing Yushan? Otherwise, with your strength, you could have slain him 100 times before I arrived." In the distance, Yushan exclaimed. "So, it turns out the fool is none other than myself." Chapter 77. The Kiss of Ning Hongye. This is not mere fanciful talk from Xiao Yang. Given Gu Qinghan's prowess, defeating or even killing Yushan would be a trivial feat. The prolonged struggle was likely a tactic to draw him out. "I am grateful for your mercy." Gu Qinghan rose, yet her countenance bore no trace of joy. Although she had narrowly escaped death, her mission had ended in failure. If she were to return to the Medicine King Valley without the antidote, her days would be numbered. She turned to leave. "By the way, I can cure the poison within you." Xiao Yang interjected. "What? How do you know?" Gu Qinghan abruptly halted, gazing at Xiao Yang in disbelief. Yet soon, she recalled his celestial-like awareness, which seemed omniscient. "Even now, I may not be able to cure the poison immediately. However, I estimate that in due time, I shall be able to," Xiao Yang stated. In his eyes, finding a way to extract a spiritual elixir to neutralize the poison was not a daunting challenge. Even if he failed to do so, he could quickly enhance his strength and then confront the Medicine King Valley. At that point, he could compel the valley's master to yield the antidote through sheer force. Suddenly, Gu Qinghan knelt on one knee. "Huh?" Xiao Yang was taken aback, pondering how he had not even used his heavy gaze, yet she had knelt before him. "Your Excellency, if you can cure my poison, I shall willingly become your sword servant and serve you for life after completing a certain task," Gu Qinghan declared solemnly. "No." Xiao Yang shook his head. "Your Excellency." "Do you refuse?" Gu Qinghan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a hint of grievance in her voice. "You misunderstand. My intent in curing your poison is not to claim you as a servant. What I seek is not an obedient slave, but a comrade to fight alongside." Xiao Yang pulled her up from the ground. Since he aspired to wield power across the realm and hunt for opportunities, he could not rely solely on his strength. He needed many allies, such as Zhao Changkong and Yushan. Gu Qinghan's talent was comparable to Ning Hongye's, possessing both the 12 celestial bodies and the purple extreme demon eye. Should she rid herself of the toxins within her, her future accomplishments would be boundless. At the very least, she would become an 8th-rank martial general, and perhaps even ascend to the 9th-rank martial saint. Thus, investing in her now would undoubtedly yield great returns for Xiao Yang. Qinghan is a harbinger of misfortune, burdened by the shackles of her bloodline. "Are you truly willing to be my comrade?" Gu Qinghan could not help but inquire. Xiao Yang smiled. "The path of righteousness is distinct from that of darkness. Yet you are your own person. Even deities cannot dictate your fate. Only you possess that power." "Your Excellency." In that moment, the icy shell encasing Gu Qinghan's heart seemed to shatter completely. Her life had been fraught with hardships, abandoned by her parents. She had endured the torment of poison in the dark, icy caverns of the Medicine King Valley. She had once believed her life to be a bitter existence, that no sweetness in the world could ever fill the void within her. Yet today, she realized that even the smallest touch of sweetness could fill her heart's anguish. Years later, as the pillar of the Nine Yao Empire and a 10th-rank martial goddess, Gu Qinghan would reflect on the night she first met Xiao Yang, and her heart would still overflow with sweetness. Having resolved the troubles of Baikatang, Xiao Yang offered a few words of concern to Sun Yi before departing without greeting Yushan. After all, he was now the esteemed Mr. Xiao of Jiuyo and could not afford to reveal his true identity. Soon, he returned to the Wangfu, shedding his black cloak. This venture had proven quite fruitful. On one hand, he had successfully recruited the martial prodigy Gu Qinghan. On the other hand, through the principle of gaining strength through battle, he had ascended to the 4th stage of the Diamond Realm, an achievement equivalent to years of arduous cultivation. Just as he was about to rest, the door was abruptly pushed open. In rushed Qing Wan, the guard of Ning Hongye, appearing weary from travel. "General Ning has returned. Come with me at once." Qing Wan called out. "Very well." Xiao Yang immediately rose. He had missed Ning Hongye during her absence. Before leaving, she had mentioned attending to a matter of great importance, though he remained unsure of what it entailed. Before long, Xiao Yang followed Qing Wan to a secluded courtyard within the Wangfu. From a distance, he beheld the colossal form of a gigantic flood dragon sprawled upon the ground. Its length exceeded 100 meters, resembling a mountain, and its dark green scales were shattered in numerous places. A gash, several feet long, pierced its vital area, still stained with dark crimson blood. The singular horn upon the dragon's head had been severed halfway. Its pair of scarlet vertical pupils remained wide open, seemingly frozen in the terror of its final moments. "Is this the infamous North Sea flood dragon?" Xiao Yang gasped in astonishment upon witnessing the enormous carcass. "Indeed, it was I who vanquished it," came a cool voice from afar. Ning Hongye descended step by step from the dragon's head, her weapon, the scarlet blade Chilian, still dripping with the creature's blood. As the wind swept by, her crimson attire billowed, resembling a canvas stained with blood. Xiao Yang could vividly imagine her gallant form as she had fought the dragon in the North Sea. "Here, consume this." Suddenly, Ning Hongye extended her hand, placing a verdant inner core into Xiao Yang's palm. The core of the flood dragon. Xiao Yang's eyes brightened, his heart racing with astonishment. During the autumn hunt, he had been ambushed by the grand heir Xiao Junlin, lured into the Inshui pool, where he awakened the intent of the jade shattered blade, slaying the horned Xian python and acquiring its inner core. Upon consuming it, his cultivation had soared. The North Sea flood dragon, being far more formidable than the Xian python and comparable to a 7th-rank martial master, possessed an inner core of immeasurable value. "Hongye, did you venture to the North Sea to slay the dragon for this?" Xiao Yang inquired. "Indeed," Ning Hongye affirmed with a nod. "But you were injured. That was exceedingly perilous. What if something had gone awry?" Xiao Yang expressed his concern. "It is of no consequence. Did I not return alive?" She replied nonchalantly. Qing Wan also urged, "Ninth young master, a true man must not dally. Eat it quickly. Do not squander the goodwill of my general." At that moment, holding the flood dragon's inner core, Xiao Yang felt its weighty significance. He had not anticipated that Ning Hongye's sudden departure was entirely for his sake, intended to enhance his cultivation. In her quest to vanquish the dragon, she endured countless perils and made immeasurable sacrifices, yet she uttered not a word. "This bond is indeed precious. Xiao Yang, you have bestowed upon me numerous invaluable treasures. What harm is there in my reciprocating with an inner elixir? After all, we are family, are we not?" Ning Hongye suddenly declared. "Very well, I shall not be modest." Xiao Yang felt a surge of emotion within him. Aware of the formidable nature of the dragon's inner elixir, he stepped into the small chamber and consumed it. Gulp! In the next instant, an explosive energy surged through his limbs and bones, a terrifying force. What is happening? Suddenly, Xiao Yang discerned that the energy within the elixir was not nourishing his body, but rather wreaking havoc upon his meridians and tormenting his flesh. Soon, pain contorted his features, a purple demonic pattern emerging on his visage, his entire being trembling, his breath waning dramatically. "This is bad. It is the malevolent dragon's curse." At this sight, Ning Hongye's expression shifted drastically. She had not anticipated that the vile serpent from the North Sea, in its dying moments, would consolidate its boundless resentment into this very elixir. Whoever ingests it would be doomed. The consequences could range from severed limbs and ruined cultivation to instant demise and obliteration of the soul. This had been a trap set by the dragon in retaliation against her. Unbeknownst to her, by gifting the elixir to Xiao Yang, she had unwittingly endangered him. At this moment, the curse of the malevolent dragon erupted fully, and should it persist, the repercussions would be catastrophic. It appears that I have no choice but to resort to that method. Ning Hongye bit her crimson lip, a resolute glint flashing in her eyes, as if she had made a momentous decision. With that, she suddenly rose, wafting towards Xiao Yang like a fragrant breeze. Her dewy lips moved directly towards him for a kiss. Chapter 78. Sparring with Ning Hongye. Fragrant, sweet, moist. Although Xiao Yang was struck by the malevolent force of the evil dragon, his consciousness was somewhat hazy. Yet, this unexpected kiss instantaneously jolted him into clarity. With a sudden movement, he was caught off guard. He could hardly fathom that the proud Ning Hongye would audaciously initiate such a passionate kiss. Hongye, you. Xiao Yang was about to speak, but was interrupted. Don't talk, focus. Ning Hongye shot him a glare, her crimson lips pressing against his once more. At that moment, they were so close that they could feel each other's breaths and heartbeats. Xiao Yang could see her stunningly beautiful face, her skin radiant and flawless, akin to a masterpiece of art. Wait, she wants me to focus. Could it be that she intends to? Xiao Yang pondered if it was the right moment to reciprocate with his tongue. After all, she was the one who took the initiative. If he failed to understand her intentions, would that not render him less than beastly? However, in the next instant, boom, a surge of pure and intense flames erupted from Ning Hongye, enveloping them completely. In that moment, Xiao Yang could no longer perceive the sweetness of her lips. All that remained was searing heat, as if he were standing on the brink of a volcano. Simultaneously, under the influence of these flames, the evil dragon's malevolence within him was being subdued, gradually dissipating. The Crimson Lotus Inferno. This was Ning Hongye's innate celestial gift, a nemesis to all forms of malevolence. She herself was impervious to all poisons and unafraid of sinister energies. However, to use the Crimson Lotus Inferno on another was exceedingly demanding. A slight misstep could lead to incineration. For safety, there were only two methods. The first was through the exchange of breath via their lips. The second, a far more intimate approach, merging their essences as one. Even though she had already resolved to marry no one but Xiao Yang in this lifetime, she still felt too bashful to employ the latter method at this moment. At this juncture, Xiao Yang felt both elated and vexed. He could see Ning Hongye kissing him, yet due to the effects of the Crimson Lotus Inferno, he could only feel the overwhelming heat. They had kissed, yet it seemed as though they had not urgently. He wondered if there was any effective means to cool down. He almost wished to summon Gu Qin Han to cast an ice heart technique on him to alleviate the temperature. All right, the evil dragon's malevolence within you has been resolved. Now, focus on refining the dragon's inner core. Suddenly, Ning Hongye rose and pushed him away. Her tone was calm, seemingly devoid of emotion. Yet, her face, flushed crimson as if it could bleed, betrayed her inner feelings. Ning Hongye had not anticipated that her first kiss would be relinquished so easily. Yet, she felt no regret, only a hint of shyness. She immediately donned her Shura mask, but did not leave the room. Instead, she stood by, safeguarding Xiao Yang. Good. Xiao Yang closed his eyes, fortifying his original spirit. At that moment, he felt the energy from the dragon's inner core infusing into his limbs, nourishing every inch of his skin and every bone. Exhilarating. It was as if he had consumed a potent elixir. Soon, black flames ignited from his right arm. The surface was adorned with dark scales, as tough as iron, impervious to blades and invincible. In the palm of his hand, an enigmatic dark purple dragon totem emerged. Ding! Host detected swallowing the dragon's inner core. The right arm transforms into the evil dragon arm. Awakened royal grade superior divine ability. Reverse scale fury. Reverse scale fury. When a host is engulfed in rage or on the brink of death, they will enter a berserk state, disregarding pain, with combat power doubled. The support from Brother Tongzi was remarkable. A wave of joy surged within Xiao Yang. Previously, he had acquired the Qilin arm, and coupled with the fire Qilin sky-shattering claw's prowess, his striking power had reached a terrifying magnitude of over 1 million pounds. Now, with his right arm transformed into the evil dragon arm, and having comprehended reverse scale fury, the synergy of these abilities promised to yield a strength greater than the sum of its parts. Furthermore, the efficacy of the dragon's inner core propelled his cultivation to new heights. Boom, 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 from the 5th to the 6th, and then the 7th level of the Diamond Realm. Ultimately, he soared to the 9th level of the Diamond Realm before coming to a halt. "You have broken through?" Ning Hongye inquired, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. "Yes, Hongye, it's all thanks to you. I have now reached the pinnacle of the 5th grade, a mere step away from the 6th grade of martial arts, the mountain-moving realm." Xiao Yang rose to his feet. Hearing this, Ning Hongye maintained an outward composure, yet her heart surged with tumultuous waves. Although the dragon's inner core was exceptionally precious, equivalent to a century of arduous cultivation for an ordinary person, this did not guarantee that a martial artist would directly gain a century's worth of cultivation upon consumption. The extent of refinement depended on one's innate understanding. For those with mediocre talent, consuming the dragon's inner core could either lead to bodily explosion or at most elevate 1 or 2 realms. Yet for someone like Xiao Yang, who had broken through multiple realms, it was truly monstrous. However, she recalled the news she had previously heard from Qing Wan, knowing that Xiao Yang had made a remarkable impression at the martial temple, ascending the heavenly rankings and bearing the fortune of martial prowess. With such great opportunities, his future achievements would likely surpass her own. "Shall we engage in a friendly spar?" Ning Hongye proposed, gazing at Xiao Yang with an inviting expression. "Certainly." Xiao Yang nodded eagerly, eager to test his mettle. Only through sparring with formidable opponents can one hone their skills. And Ning Hongye was the most formidable warrior he had encountered apart from his father. "But Hongye, you are injured and have just returned from the North Sea. Is it wise to proceed?" Xiao Yang inquired with concern. "No witties." Ning Hongye replied with a confident smile. "You don't think that with a few fortunate encounters, you can truly surpass me, do you? Rest assured, I will suppress my cultivation at the 5th grade of the Diamond Realm." With that, she pressed several acupoints on her body and beckoned to Xiao Yang. Since she had spoken thus, Xiao Yang felt no need for formality. "Qilin arm, activate. Evil dragon arm, activate." He unleashed his divine abilities, golden light emanating from his left arm and black flames from his right. His entire being exuded a dragon-like aura, akin to entering a Super Saiyan state. Black Tiger digs heart. Old Ox pushes Han. Xiao Yang refrained from employing the Great Desolation Prison Sky Finger, considering that his opponent was his wife. What if he inadvertently injured her? Instead, he utilized the ultimate techniques from his past life, and the combined strength of his arms had already surpassed 2 million pounds. How could this be possible? Ning Hongye endured several blows from the iron fists, surprisingly retreating repeatedly. She had miscalculated Xiao Yang's strength and suppressed her own cultivation. If this continued, she might truly find herself defeated. It seemed the time had come to get serious. Just as Ning Hongye was preparing to unleash her formidable martial skills, Xiao Yang launched a dual-fisted assault towards her. In her haste, she had discarded her armor, leaving her clad only in a delicate red dress. With no other choice, she raised her arms to shield herself. Bang! In the next instant, Xiao Yang's fist struck with tremendous force. Ning Hongye staggered back several steps before regaining her footing. After all, she was a 7th-tier martial arts master, with formidable cultivation, and was not easily injured. However, the fragile red dress could not withstand the might of his blows, and it shattered into dust in an instant. Her fragrant shoulders, graceful back, and jade arms were all laid bare to the air. Chapter 79. I beheld the stars and the sea, grateful for the generous support of the seemingly virtuous. At this moment, Xiao Yang's eyes widened like bronze bells, utterly unable to divert his gaze. Previously, the two had shared moments of intimacy, even having soaked together in the same wooden tub. Yet at that time, he had kept his eyes closed, only catching a whiff of the lady's enchanting fragrance without seeing anything. Unexpectedly, during their sparring, Xiao Yang inadvertently tore her red dress, granting him a feast for the eyes. A slender figure that was truly remarkable. It was the kind of physique that rendered the feet invisible when looking down. Compared to Princess Fuyao, it seemed to surpass her in allure. Xiao Yang mused that future children would not suffer from hunger. Meanwhile, Ning Hongye bit her crimson lip, her delicate face nearly bleeding from embarrassment. She remained silent and hastily donned a piece of soft armor, which, although it did not completely conceal her form, managed to cover most of it. However, Her flat abdomen revealed tantalizing hints of her defined waistline. "Hongya, I apologize. I didn't mean to," Xiao Yang said, feeling a bit sheepish. "It was my carelessness. You have won." Ning Hongya, however, willingly conceded defeat. She was not the type of woman to be unreasonable. The challenge was initiated by her, and she had willingly suppressed her own cultivation. It was unreasonable to blame Xiao Yang for being too formidable. Nonetheless, due to the earlier incident, the atmosphere in the room had turned subtly delicate. That, both spoke simultaneously, their thoughts in sync. "You go first." Xiao Yang urget. "All right." Ning Hongye took a deep breath to steady her emotions and continued. "Xiao Yang, since you are now at the pinnacle of the 5th rank, on the verge of breaking into the 6th, I must remind you of something. The 6th rank, known as the Mountain Moving Realm, signifies that a martial artist at this level possesses the strength to shift mountains and overturn hills. However, the 6th rank is also referred to as star plucking. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang inquired curiously, what does that mean? Having only arrived in this world a few months prior, he had relied on the system to forcibly break through. But he lacked a concrete understanding of the martial arts hierarchy. Ning Hongye explained, to pluck stars, as the name suggests, involves establishing a connection with the celestial bodies above. Martial artists below the 6th rank are regarded as mere brutes by Confucians, Taoists, and Buddhists alike, yet upon breaking through to the 6th rank, they can invoke and even harness the power of the stars. Hearing this, Xiao Yang was instantly exhilarated, even though he had practiced numerous divine techniques, such as the Great Wilderness Prisoner Finger or the Thunder Abyss Annihilation Blade. Those were all corporeal and martial skills. While formidable, they lacked finesse. However, if he could tap into the power of the stars, it would be an entirely different matter. Yet, breaking through to the 6th rank was no simple feat. It was akin to ascending to the heavens. Ning Hongye's expression grew serious as she added, "First, you must use your own consciousness to communicate with the myriad stars and locate your destined star, igniting its brilliance. This process varies from person to person. Those with exceptional talent might succeed in just an hour. Those of lesser talents, even if they consume countless rare treasures and cultivate myriad techniques, may never illuminate their destined stars throughout their lives." Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yang grew curious. Is it possible to ignite only one star? Not at all. Ning Hongye shook her head and explained, "It is indeed a momentous occasion for an ordinary warrior to illuminate a single star, while some prodigies can ignite 2 or 3. It is said that the crown prince, Xiao Wushuang, once illuminated 10 stars in a single moment, among which was a Ziwei star, leading to his acceptance as a disciple by the sage of the Confucian temple. Furthermore, Qi Canghai, the top of the true martial rankings, ignited a particularly unique Yinghua star, causing a stir in the Celestial Observation Bureau." Hearing this, Xiao Yang looked at her and inquired, "Hongye, how many stars have you ignited?" In truth, the number of illuminated stars is a closely guarded secret for any warrior. Yet, she did not hold back from Xiao Yang, replying, "I spent a day and a night to illuminate the 7 lodges of the southern vermilion bird, Jing, Gui, Lu, Xing, Zhang, Yi, and Zhen." Impressive. Xiao Yang couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, in terms of innate talent, Ning Hongye is truly among the finest in the world. Now that you have reached the peak of the 5th rank, should you succeed in illuminating your destined stars and break through to the 6th rank, victory against Xiao Junlin would be assured. However, this endeavor requires a tremendous expenditure of vital energy. You might first attempt to communicate with the stars and see how many you can connect with. I shall protect you, Ning Hongye suggested. All right, Xiao Yang nodded, then closed his eyes and assumed a meditative posture. He summoned the primordial spirit from the sea of consciousness in his brow, soaring outward as if traversing the heavens, ascending to the 9th layer of the sky. Soon, his consciousness entered a realm of utter darkness, akin to a black hole. The surroundings were pitch black and eerily silent, devoid of any light. Could it truly be that I am so unfortunate? Am I unable to illuminate even a single star? Just as Xiao Yang pondered this, a flicker of dim light suddenly appeared within the darkness, resembling a tiny firefly. Thankfully, although it was but one star, it was certainly better than nothing. Xiao Yang breathed a sigh of relief, ready to reach for that star. Swish, swish, swish. Several more stars began to twinkle around him. Then, like the first domino falling, the entire shroud of darkness erupted into a dazzling array of brilliance. Swish, 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 swish. The spectacle was resplendent and overwhelming, far too numerous to count with the naked eye, a veritable sea of stars. Before long, these fireflies eagerly rushed toward Xiao Yang, seemingly vying for his selection. In that moment, Xiao Yang felt akin to an emperor choosing his consorts, with thousands of beauties awaiting his decree. Among them were many particularly large and radiant stars: the Ziwei star, the Yinghua star, the Wenxiu star, the Wuqin star, the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, the 7 lodges of the Azure Dragon, the 7 lodges of the White Tiger, and the 7 lodges of the Vermilion Bird, alongside the 7 lodges of the Xuanwu. Alas, what on earth is happening? Xiao Yang's consciousness was suddenly engulfed by the myriad of stars that surged forth, overwhelming him with an insurmountable power. Boom! In the next instant, darkness enveloped him, and he regained his senses, finding himself back in the courtyard of the royal mansion, gradually opening his eyes. So, have you ignited your destiny's star? Ning Hongye inquired. Xiao Yang shook his head. The stars he had witnessed were countless, yet he had not managed to ignite them before retreating from his consciousness. No worries, experiencing failure for the first time is quite normal. Take your time. Ning Hongye offered some comforting words, then asked, how many stars did you see? Well, Xiao Yang's expression grew peculiar as he pondered for a moment before gazing at her, and replied, I beheld an expansive ocean. Chapter 80. The Astonishment of Ning Hongye. 10,000-fold return. 9 secrets, all in characters. The sea? Ning Hongye was taken aback. She had never heard of a martial artist communicating with the stars, and instead witnessing the ocean. It was indeed peculiar. Sensing her confusion, Xiao Yang quickly clarified. What I mean is, a vast sea of stars. The sky is filled with stars, like droplets of water converging into an ocean. What? Ning Hongye's beautiful eyes widened as she gazed intently at Xiao Yang, her expression one of disbelief. You cannot be jesting. The stars you observed are not merely 10, 20, or even 100, but countless? Indeed, at least 1,000, I would say. Xiao Yang nodded earnestly. For a moment, Ning Hongye's lips parted slightly, yet no words escaped her mouth, her mind profoundly shaken. Had it been anyone else, she would have assumed they were lying. After all, this was utterly absurd. To communicate with 3 or 4 stars was already commendable, worthy of pride. The most she knew of was the crown prince Xiao Wuxuang, who had communicated with 10 stars, causing quite a stir in the empire. Yet Xiao Yang claimed to have witnessed a vast sea of stars. If this news were to spread, it would surely create an uproar throughout the world. However, she recalled Xiao Yang's previous deeds in the martial temple, where he had already become a household name. Coupled with his bearing of the martial destiny of the Great Xia, it did not seem entirely implausible for him to communicate with such a multitude of stars. Xiao Yang, it appears you will need to wait a long time to break through to the 6th rank of martial arts. Ning Hongye revealed a look of helplessness. Why? Xiao Yang inquired, puzzled. He was eager to advance his cultivation, hoping to reach the 6th rank before the duel, allowing him to overpower Xiao Junlin. Ning Hongye explained. With each star you illuminate, the required essence and resources multiply exponentially. When I illuminated 7 stars, I exhausted an entire year's military funds of the Vermilion Bird Army to acquire such treasures. The Crown Prince Xia Wuxuang managed to illuminate 10 stars solely due to the royal family's resources. Otherwise, even if an ordinary person could communicate with the stars, they would lack the means to illuminate so many. Your ability to communicate with an expanse of stars is a tremendous boon, signifying boundless potential. Yet, it also presents a significant dilemma. Where will you find such abundant treasures? As she concluded, there was a note of resignation in her tone. She even suspected that Xiao Yang's cultivation might be stagnating at the peak of the 5th rank, perhaps unable to break through it all. Such unparalleled talent seemed to have transformed into a shackle. Fear not. Perhaps it won't be long before a solution arises. Xiao Yang remained undeterred, quickly formulating a plan. Firstly, he possessed a system with the potential for returns of 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold. Acquiring sufficient treasures was not a mere fantasy. Secondly, his path to advancing his cultivation did not rely solely on realm. He had a unique method, growing stronger through battle. After defeating Gu Qinghan, Xiao Yang had extracted 1/10 of her cultivation. Subsequently, one could continue to challenge the adept, and even though he had yet to illuminate his fateful star, thereby unable to ascend to the 6th rank, the cultivation he had amassed was undeniably genuine. If things progressed in this manner, the prowess he had accumulated might surpass that of the majority of 6th-rank warriors, and perhaps even rival the 7th-rank masters. This would herald the emergence of a unique existence, the most formidable and extraordinary 5th-rank warrior in history. Thank you for your reminder, Hong Yi, Xiao Yang expressed gratefully. It is getting late today. You should return. Ning Hong Yi replied. She had hurried back from the North Sea, having not rested for several days, and was now preparing for a bath. Xiao Yang gazed at her dewy, crimson lips, feeling a surge of desire. I sense that the malevolent dragon energy within me seems not to have been entirely eradicated. Perhaps we could try once more? Upon hearing this, Ning Hong Yi exhibited a mix of embarrassment and anger. She promptly turned and retreated into her room, slamming the door with a resounding thud. Witnessing this, Xiao Yang remained undeterred, for he had already gained immensely that evening. Before long, he returned to his residence, and the familiar sound of the system notification echoed in his ears. Ding! The host has received the first kiss of the target. The next reward will trigger a 10,000-fold critical hit. 10,000-fold! Xiao Yang was overwhelmed with excitement. It is worth noting that prior to this, due to insufficient affinity, he had only triggered rewards of 100-fold. The only instance of 10,000-fold was the first, invincible reincarnation, a talent of the celestial monarch level, possessing a unique attribute in the world. To his astonishment, receiving Ning Hong Ye's first kiss would yield such a benefit. What if he were to advance their relationship further? Xiao Yang began to envision the type of gift he would bestow upon Ning Hong Yi next. It must not be some divine weapon or spirit beast. It must be something that could directly enhance combat prowess. The following day, Xiao Yang arose early and made his way to the residence of the 6th young master, Xiao Tianling. Within the royal palace, the 6th young master held a rather special status. With rosy lips and gleaming white teeth, he had always taken pleasure in grooming himself, placing great emphasis on hygiene and insisting on bathing before going out. His rapport with his guards was notably intimate, often engaging in playful shoulder pats and casual touches. Previously, when the emperor arranged a marriage for him, the reasons he cited for refusing were quite explosive. It was said that afterward, the northern king was so enraged he upended the table and punished him by making him marry 10 stunning concubines. Brother 9, what brings you here? The 6th young master exclaimed warmly upon seeing Xiao Yang, a hint of powdery fragrance wafting from him. Brother 6, hold on. Xiao Yang immediately stepped back, creating distance while concocting a clumsy excuse. I've recently caught a chill. It would be best not to pass it on to you. Let us converse from 10 meters apart. I come bearing the request for the spiritual grade treasure you promised last time. If my memory served me correctly, you possess a divine art known as blood ignition secret technique. Indeed, the 6th young master nodded, smiling. Brother 9, that blood ignition secret technique is a family heirloom of my maternal lineage. Once activated with essence blood, it can enhance one's capabilities, temporarily increasing strength by 30%. Since I have pledged to gift it to you, I shall not go back on my word. However, I do have a request. What is it? Xiao Yang inquired with a furrowed brow. Should the other party demand exorbitant prices, he would not indulge them. Unexpectedly, the 6th young master revealed a bashful smile. It is said that you share a favorable relationship with the young master of the Yu family from Zhongzhou, Yushan. I am curious. What type of woman does this young master prefer? Ahem. Upon hearing this question, Xiao Yang was caught off guard and began to cough. Could it be that 6th brother has feelings for Yushan? He must fancy the kind with a voluptuous figure, right? Xiao Yang remarqued casually. I see. At these words, the 6th young master instinctively pouted and commenced an unrelenting barrage of inquiries. What is his favorite color? What does he like to eat? When is his birthday? Does he prefer the front or the back? What treacherous words! This is simply too cunning. Xiao Yang, Xiling himself, managed to navigate the sixth young master's interrogation and ultimately secured the coveted burning blood secret art. Sweaty and breathless, he fled from the sixth young master's mansion, feeling more terrorized than if he had faced a unicorn serpent. With no time to spare for worrying about Yushan, he immediately rushed to the Wangfu villa, seeking out Ning Hongya. Hongya, I have procured the spiritual grade superior burning blood secret art from sixth brother. It will significantly enhance the combat prowess of both you and the soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army. Xiao Yang presented the tome to her. Xiao Yang, time is of the essence, with the duel imminent. How can you afford to engage in such matters? Ning Hongya frowned, believing he was squandering precious time on trivialities. It is only proper to reciprocate. Moreover, I am confident I can defeat Xiao Junlin. As you prepare to raise an army in rebellion, I will seize every opportunity to bolster the strength of the Vermilion Bird Army. Xiao Yang declared, his gaze resolute. Hearing this, Ning Hongya felt a twinge of guilt. I apologize. I misjudged you earlier and took your intentions for granted. I will diligently practice this burning blood secret art alongside the Vermilion Bird Army. She accepted the tome without hesitation. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in Xiao Yang's ears. Ding! The host has gifted the spiritual grade superior burning blood secret art, triggering a 10,000-fold critical reward. 10,000-fold return. Celestial secret art 9 secrets. All character techniques. Would you like to extract it immediately? Chapter 81. Visitors from the Celestial Gate. The Holy Maiden and the Emperor's Son. Upon hearing the system's notification, Xiao Yang promptly bid farewell to Ning Hongya and returned to his residence. He immediately activated the extraction. In the next moment, a torrent of information flooded his consciousness, akin to enlightenment. The 9 secrets, an unparalleled mastery created by the ancient 9 heavenly sovereigns. Each secret epitomizing the pinnacle of a particular domain, wielding unmatched power that effortlessly crushes similar divine techniques. When united, the 9 secrets render one invincible throughout the realm. The all-character formula instantly enhances combat power tenfold, encompassing physical strength, speed, and spiritual essence, without any side effects. The duration is determined by one's cultivation level. Such overwhelming prowess. A profound shock coursed through Xiao Yang, filling him with unparalleled joy. Truly, it is the legendary secret art of the heavenly sovereigns. Previously, he had awakened the blade intent of shattered jade, which allowed him to temporarily burn through his essence to amplify his sword technique tenfold. However, the drawbacks were glaring. Firstly, it was confined solely to the might of the sword technique, excluding physical and spiritual aspects. Secondly, after executing a single strike, it inflicted damage upon himself, rendering him utterly fatigued and incapable of counterattack. In contrast, the all-character formula of the 9 secrets bore no adverse effects. The sole limitation lay in the practitioner's cultivation level, determining the duration of the secret technique's application. Given Xiao Yang's current cultivation, he could only employ the all-character formula for a fleeting moment, yet that would suffice. An instantaneous tenfold increase in combat prowess would elevate Xiao Yang to the ranks of the top-tier powerhouses, akin to a leap from bronze to diamond. Although he had yet to break through to the 6th rank of martial arts, with this supreme secret art at his disposal, the upcoming confrontation would likely hold no uncertainties. Xiao Yang closed his eyes and began to comprehend the all-character formula of the 9 secrets. Meanwhile, amidst the night, a golden chariot tore through the dark clouds, resplendent in its brilliance, soaring across the heavens. It was drawn by 8 snow-white, celestial steeds, pure and unblemished. The charioteer was an elderly man with a single arm, bearing a fiery mark upon his brow, resembling a divine being on a celestial tour. Within the chariot, a man and a woman sat together. The man's eyes sparkled like lightning, exuding an imposing aura that surveyed the world with disdain. The woman was strikingly beautiful, her ethereal demeanor accentuated by a flowing purple feathered cloak. The Purple Moon Fairy, I have already inquired about this. That prodigy who stirred 9 celestial phenomena is none other than the eldest son of the Northern King's mansion of the Great Xia Dynasty, endowed with supreme lineage. Named Xiao Junlin, this time I shall grant you a favor and refrain from competing, declared the youth. Thank you, holy son Wang Tongfei, replied the purple moon fairy with a nod, though her expression remained aloof. Not long ago, someone from the lower realms had incited 9 celestial phenomena, causing a stir within the celestial gates. As the holy maiden of the radiant light, sacred land, she had come to seek this individual at her master's behest, hoping to have them join her sect. To her surprise, she encountered the holy son of the ancient emperor's lineage, Wang Tongfei, along the way. Even within the celestial gates, Wang Tongfei stood as one of the most formidable existences, blessed with great fortune and countless fortuitous encounters. His father was the head of the Wang family, having uttered words that reverberated throughout the celestial gates. A son should be like Wang Tongfei. My son Wang Tongfei possesses the potential of an emperor. Thus, although the celestial maiden of the purple moon disdained his arrogant demeanor, she refrained from openly confronting him and continued to accompany him on their journey. Holy son, the celestial sects seeking to claim individuals this time are not limited to our 2 factions. There are also formidable beings within the Xia Dynasty, such as the head of the Celestial Observation Bureau, who is a 9th-tier Taoist and that esteemed sage from the literary temple. She added, our cultivation is suppressed to the 7th tier in the mortal realm. We must not underestimate our adversaries. The celestial maiden continued. The spiritual energy is scarce in a mortal world, and with the restrictions imposed by the heavenly Tao, any powerful beings from the celestial sects can only exert their 7th tier abilities at most. What is there to fear? Wang Tongfei replied nonchalantly, his words brimming with an air of unshakable confidence. Even if our powers are restrained, we have brought with us various celestial treasures. Should anyone dare to provoke me, I would not hesitate to unleash a massacre, leaving behind countless corpses and rivers of blood. After all, the people of the lower realm are merely a swarm of insignificant ants. After a brief moment, the golden chariot soared through the air, arriving at the Snow Dragon Pass, hovering above the residence of the Northern King. Heavens! Look up at the sky. What is happening? Is it a celestial being? Despite the late hour, this spectacle caught the attention of many citizens. Holy son, we have arrived, announced the one-armed elder. Boom! Suddenly, a towering figure burst forth from the royal residence, clad in a python robe and wielding a sword at his waist, exuding an imposing presence. It was none other than the Northern King, Xiao Yang. Idade, esteemed guest, from whence do you hail? The Northern King inquired in a deep voice. I am Wang Tongfei, the holy son of the ancient imperial family of the celestial sect. Wang Tongfei declared, stepping out of the chariot and standing in midair. And this is the holy maiden of the radiant light, the celestial maiden of the purple moon. The celestial maiden followed closely behind. Northern King, I have heard of your eldest son, Xiao Junlin, possessing supreme bone and summoning 9 extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth. I have come to recruit him, Wang Tongfei announced. What? Upon hearing this, the Northern King was overwhelmed with excitement and joy. Since ancient times, there has been a clear distinction between celestial beings and mortals. The lifespan of a martial artist in the mortal realm scarcely exceeds 100 years. Even the Emperor of Xia must send envoys overseas to seek out celestial beings for longevity. Now, the fact that Xiao Junlin has the chance to join the celestial sect is an immense opportunity. Additionally, should the Xiao family forge a connection with the celestial sect, the Northern King's ambition to ascend to the dragon throne might not be a mere dream. Quickly summon Xiao Junlin, so he may return with us to the celestial sect. Wang Tongfei commanded from his elevated position, brimming with arrogance, showing complete disregard for the Northern King. The Northern King hesitated, revealing a troubled expression. Odison, might I request a 2-day grace period? Junlin has a duel with my 9th son, Xiao Yang. What duel? Wang Tongfei inquired. They have agreed that the victor shall wed the commander of the Vermilion Bird Army, Ning Hongye. The Northern King replied. Wang Tongfei scoffed disdainfully. Joining the celestial sect and attaining eternal life is surely more important than marrying a woman. However, this duel is to be witnessed by the royal family, making it inconvenient to cancel. The Lord of the North expressed his disdain, stating, "Moreover, my ninth son, Xiao Yang, possesses extraordinary talents and recently inherited the legacy of the martial temple, gathering the martial fortune of the Great Xia." How laughable! What worthless imperial martial fortune can ever compare to that of the celestial sex? You mere mortals are nothing but frogs at the bottom of a well. Wang Tengfei cast a condescending glance, revealing a sneer, before turning his gaze towards the one-armed elder driving the carriage. "Butcher, go and slay that Xiao Yang. This way, the competition will naturally be rendered void." "As you command," replied the elder known as the Butcher, immediately nodding and grasping a blood-red long knife at his waist, preparing to set off. Chapter 82. The Blade Butcher. "Allow me, Xiao Yang, to confront you." "Wait." Suddenly, the celestial maiden of the purple moon interjected, halting the proceedings. "Holy Son Tengfei, your descent into the mortal realm has been marked by an unprecedented bloodbath. Such actions may not be prudent. Moreover, we have yet to ascertain whether this Xiao Junlin is indeed the peerless prodigy capable of summoning the 9 celestial phenomena. Perhaps we should delay our actions for a couple of days." Tengfei pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well. I am not in a rush and can certainly amuse myself here for a couple of days longer. Celestial Maiden of the Purple Moon, shall we seek out a place of lodging together?" "No need," she replied, shaking her head. With a fleeting motion, she transformed into a radiant arc and vanished into the night. Tengfei, feeling rejected, wore a displeased expression. He held himself in high regard, lacking a companion, and had persistently pursued the celestial maiden of the purple moon, yet received little more than disdain. "Odisson." Suddenly, the one-armed elder spoke again. "Emiya Molted. Have heard tales of the renowned Ning Hongye, said to be a stunning beauty, a rare gem among women. It is no surprise that she has sparked a rivalry between 2 great heirs." "Oh." Tengfei raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Certainly. Mortal beauties pale in comparison to the purity of the celestial maiden of the purple moon. Yet, after indulging in lavish feasts, one may occasionally desire simpler fare. If she possesses some charm that captures my attention, I would not mind bringing her back to the celestial gate." "Lead the way, Butcher," Tengfei commanded. "At once." The one-armed elder replied, promptly guiding the golden carriage towards the outskirts of the Zhuke military encampment. "Who goes there?" "This is the Zhuke military encampment. Outsiders are not permitted beyond this point." The guards at the entrance immediately raised their defenses upon noticing the uninvited guests. "My holy son hails from the ancient imperial lineage of the Celestial Gate. Summon General Ning Hongye to greet us at once." The one-armed elder's voice boomed like a lion's roar. Boom! The sound reverberated, echoing through the entire encampment. Some of the weaker soldiers even suffered ruptured eardrums and fainted from the sheer force. Whoosh! In a swift motion, a crimson figure shot forth, resembling a meteor slicing through the night sky. Ning Hongye had arrived, clad in armor and donning a training mask, her piercing gaze fixed upon the one-armed elder and Tengfei. "What brings you here?" Ning Hongye inquired, her demeanor alert and defensive, as if facing a formidable foe. She had previously seen the golden carriage suspended above the Wang residence and was already aware of the celestial visitor's presence. However, she had not anticipated their direct approach. "Young lady, my holy son has heard of your beauty and wishes to offer you an unparalleled opportunity. If you would unveil your face by removing your mask for him to behold, should he find favor in you, he shall agree to take you back to the celestial gate." The one-armed elder spoke with an air of superiority, as if bestowing a great favor, expecting gratitude in return. After all, their arrival in the mortal realm equated to a descent from a higher dimension. It was inconceivable that a mere female general could stand against them. Even a king of mortals would reverently welcome them as honored guests. "Begone!" Ning Hongye spat out coldly, her eyes alight with fury, her delicate hand gripping her sheathed sword. She is the female deity of slaughter on the battlefield, unyielding and fearless. Even when faced with those from the celestial sect, she is bold enough to wield her blade. What a tenacious little girl. Butcher, do indulge her in some play. Wang Tengfei stood with his hands behind his back, a playful smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the butcher grasped a blood-red long knife, advancing step by step towards Ning Hongye, his murderous intent palpable. This is dire. Ning Hongye furrowed her brow. She had just slain a vile dragon in the North Sea, leaving her energy severely depleted, and had utilized her life's essence, the Red Lotus Inferno, to suppress the malevolent dragon for Xiao Yang. At this moment, she found herself in a state of extreme weakness, unable to unleash her full potential. Zhuge Army, form ranks. Protect General Ning. Should anyone dare to harm the general, they must first step over our corpses. At that moment, Commander Hua Gang of the Zhuge Army led 1,000 elite soldiers forth. Previously, Hua Gang had been resentful of Ning Hongye for slaying the old general, allowing his subordinates to act recklessly. But after being defeated by Xiao Yang in the arena, he had been spared and given a chance to redeem himself. Now, faced with an external threat, Hua Gang rose without hesitation. Commander Hua, you must withdraw. These are members of the Celestial Sect. You are no match for them. Ning Hongye exclaimed. However, Hua Gang did not retreat. Instead, his eyes burned with determination. The ninth sun has spoken. Loyal bones shall be buried in the Green Mountains, and one's corpse shall be wrapped in battle leather. The battlefield is the ultimate fate of a soldier. Even if we perish here today, we shall not cower or retreat. Mighty Brigade, draw your blades. Hua Gang was the first to unsheathe his battle sword, charging towards the butcher. Draw blades, draw blades, draw blades. The 1,000 elite soldiers behind him also drew their swords in unison, united against their common foe. Just a horde of ants. If you can graze the hem of my garment, I shall consider myself defeated. The blazing blade technique. The butcher swung his blood-red long knife with ferocity, igniting a roaring flame that illuminated the night sky in crimson. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His body transformed into a phantom, darting through the crowd, leaving devastation in his wake. The disparity in strength between the two sides was insurmountable. None could withstand his brilliance. What kind of monster is this? Soon, the 1,000 Zhuge soldiers found themselves incapacitated, their tendons severed, writhing in agony on the ground. The butcher stood, his blade stained with blood, having faced 1,000 foes without a scratch. The blazing blade technique? Ning Hongye's eyes widened in astonishment as she gasped. You are the former Grand Master of Baiming, an 8th rank martial marquis, the heavenly blade butcher. Little girl, you possess a keen eye. The butcher nodded, continuing. By chance, I entered the Celestial Sect, but I was unaware of my own limitations and foolishly attempted to challenge the Holy Sun, only to have my left arm severed by his blade. Fortunately, the Holy Sun was magnanimous, sparing my life and taking me as a blade slave. Over the years, my blazing blade technique has reached perfection, invincible. Even now, though my cultivation is suppressed to the 6th rank of martial arts, you are still no match for me. Ha ha! At this moment, not just Ning Hongye, but all the Zhuge soldiers present were left in utter shock. Though the kingdom of Baiming may not rival the grandeur of the Great Xia, the infamous reputation of the Blade Butcher once resonated throughout the land. However, over a decade ago, he vanished without a trace. To everyone's astonishment, he has since joined the ranks of a celestial sect, serving as a mere servant to Wang Tengfei. At this moment, the butcher's gaze swept across the assembly, exuding an air of arrogance and provocation. Rumors spoke of the Zhuge army of Great Xia as a formidable force, invincible in battle. Today, it is revealed that their renown is but a hollow facade. It seems the warriors of the Great Xia Dynasty are nothing but a collection of inept souls. Such humiliation. The thousands of injured elite from the Zhuge army seethed with indignation, feeling a heavy burden in their hearts. Ning Hongye, consumed by fury, gripped her battle blade tightly, her entire being trembling with rage. In her prime, she would have thought nothing of a suppressed blade butcher. Yet in her current state, she could muster only 3 or 4/10 of her true strength. Nevertheless, she resolved to fight, to defend the dignity belonging to the Zhuge army and the martial artists of Great Xia. How audacious! At that moment, a furious roar echoed from a distance. Who dares claim that Great Xia is without champions? Cowardly wretches, let me, Xiao Yang, confront you. Chapter 83. Though distant, they shall be punished. Though powerful, they shall be annihilated. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Xiao Yang arrived. He bore the imperial blade, the Daxiao Lang, riding the formidable black dragon steed, clad in the mystic scales of the 10,000 dragons' armor. Alone, yet exuding an unparalleled grace and an extraordinary demeanor. He stood in stark comparison to the ancient emperor's scion, Wang Tongfei. He was the 9th son. The husband of the general had come. The elite forces of the Zhuge army revealed their astonishment, for in their hearts, Xiao Yang had already become akin to family. Just recently, Xiao Yang had ascended the martial temple heavenly rankings, seizing the martial fortunes of Daxia and becoming renowned across the land. In the hearts of many soldiers, the 9th son was akin to the martial star descending from the heavens, capable of confronting even the denizens of the celestial gates. As the black horse galloped forward, its spirit soaring, the few celestial steeds harnessed to the golden chariot trembled in the distance. Initially, Xiao Yang was within the royal palace, contemplating the 9 secrets of the characters. However, the guard Zhao Chongkong rushed in to report that Wang Tongfei from the ancient imperial family seemed to be seeking trouble with the Zhuge army. Thus, Xiao Yang promptly mounted his steed and rode forth. After acquiring the second life mandate, unifying the world, the previously unruly black horse became docile and compliant. Is this lad Xiao Yang? Intriguing. At that moment, Wang Tongfei's gaze was haughty, and a playful smile danced upon his lips as he commanded, "Butcher, test his prowess." Yes, the butcher displayed a sinister grin, licking the blood from his long blade with an expression of bloodlust. He then pointed his blade menacingly toward Xiao Yang. "Boy, the Holy Sun had initially shown mercy, allowing you to live a few more days. But since you seek death, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." The butcher's tone was brimming with arrogance, as if he had already secured victory, regarding Xiao Yang as naught but a corpse. "Xiao Yang, halt. Do not approach." At this moment, Ning Hongye could no longer contain her voice, her tone laced with urgency and concern. She understood all too well that although the butcher was suppressed by the heavenly laws, ostensibly standing at the 6th rank of martial prowess, he had been an 8th rank martial marquis years prior, and his combat strength was immeasurable after years of serving in the celestial gates. Xiao Yang, of course, could sense her worry, yet he shook his head, his gaze resolute. What are the celestial gates? Those who offend the Zhuge army shall be punished, no matter how distant. Those who threaten Daxia shall be eradicated, regardless of their might. Do not think of him as merely an old servant. Even if he were a holy son or a young emperor, I would not hesitate to strike. Though distant, they shall be punished. Though powerful, they shall be annihilated. Xiao Yang's declaration was fervent and impassioned, igniting the spirits of the Zhuge army soldiers present, instilling them with fervor and resolve. Clang! Subsequently, Xiao Yang unsheathed the Daxiao Lang from his waist, pointing it towards the distant butcher. I wield my blade towards the heavens with a laugh, unafraid of the trials ahead. Old servant, come forth and meet your end. Though the butcher had indeed become a servant of the celestial gates, serving Wang Tongfei as a hound, he was still a hound of the celestial gates. Being publicly mocked by Xiao Yang drove him into a furious rage, completely breaking his composure. How dare this young brat insult me? Seeking death, the butcher wielded his blood-stained blade with an overwhelming force, cleaving toward Xiao Yang. The Inferno Blade technique. Its ultimate essence, crush the city. The mastery of the sword is divided into momentum, intention, and soul. The butcher, having been anointed as the heavenly blade, had already comprehended the realm of sword soul. As this strike descended, it resembled a raging inferno. Even if faced with an impregnable fortress, it would be reduced to rubble. Yet, Xiao Yang stood undaunted, his eyes ablaze with determination. The arm of the wicked flood dragon, the wrath of the reverse scale, unleash. Suddenly, a layer of scales enveloped his right arm, ignited by black flames. The wrath of the reverse scale. This was the innate power of the arm of the wicked flood dragon, when engulfed in profound fury, one would enter a berserk state, impervious to pain, with combat prowess doubled. Witnessing the cruel torment inflicted upon the thousands of Zhuge army soldiers and learning of Wang Tongfei's nefarious intentions towards Ning Hongye, he was genuinely enraged. The Thunder Prison Annihilation Blade, single-handedly wielding the spring thunder of the North Sea, he brandished the Daxiao Dragon Sparrow, merging it into the ultimate technique. Boom! In an instant, golden light erupted, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. After 8 centuries, this imperial blade finally re-emerged, radiating an unparalleled brilliance. Crack! Crack! Crack suddenly. A jarring sound of shattering reverberated. The blood-red blade in the butcher's grasp began to disintegrate, crumbling into dust. This is bad. The butcher's expression shifted drastically, his previous arrogance dissipating as he felt the chilling terror of life and death. "Saint Sun, save me, yaw!" He screamed halfway before succumbing to agonizing cries. The whirlwind of blade shadows descended like a righteous judgment, cleaving into the butcher's form. In mere moments, the once towering and vigorous butcher was reduced to a mere husk by the Daxia Dragon Sparrow blade. Chunks of flesh and muscle were severed, reminiscent of a butcher dissecting meat, or the cruel punishment of Ling Qi. Thud! The butcher, now reduced to nothing more than a head and a skeletal frame, lay limp upon the ground. Xiao Yang gazed down upon him from a vantage point, his eyes sharp, devoid of pity. "Old dog, you have harmed 1,000 Zhuge soldiers. Thus I shall deliver 1,000 blows upon you. Now, I have delivered 999. Only one strike remains." He raised the Daxia Dragon Sparrow, ready to deliver the final blow. In the distance, the soldiers of the Zhuge army were moved to tears, filled with fervent excitement. Moments ago, they had suffered humiliation at the hands of the butcher, but now, Xiao Yang had not only avenged them, but had also trampled the high and mighty Celestial Gate expert, utterly crushing him. One word encapsulated their sentiment: satisfying. Stop. Finally, Wang Tongfei could no longer contain himself. "Kid, this holy sun commands you. Immediately cease." "Huh? Who do you think you are?" Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at him, his tone icy. "Is your command any different from a dog barking on the roadside?" With that, Xiao Yang brought down the blade, ending the butcher's wicked existence. Roll! The butcher's head rolled, coming to a stop at Wang Tongfei's feet. His eyes remained wide open until his last breath, seemingly unable to fathom that he had been slain by a mere mortal. Outrageous! A fierce and wrathful expression emerged on Wang Tongfei's handsome visage as he fixed his gaze upon Xiao Yang. How dare this insolent brat disregard the commands of this holy sun? You have chosen the path to your demise. Boom! 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 With those words, the aura within Wang Tongfei surged, as if on the verge of surpassing the limits of this realm. Above the heavens, a terrifying vortex of thunderclouds began to brew. The divine power this holy sun was about to unleash would undoubtedly be of cataclysmic proportions. Under the immense pressure, Xiao Yang's eyes blazed with fury. His spirit ignited for battle. Clad in the dragon scale armor, he was well equipped for survival. If worst came to worst, he possessed the thousandly talisman, capable of whisking away Ning Hongye from this perilous place. But what of the soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Army? Boom! Holy Sun Tongfei, do you truly believe that the Great Xia Dynasty is devoid of champions? Just then, a youthful yet authoritative female voice echoed from afar. If you dare to harm Xiao Yang in the slightest tonight, then in my capacity as the Princess Regent, I shall invoke the 7 kills decree, mobilizing the full might of the nation to assault the ancient imperial lineage, an imperial edict that spans the 4 seas. Sparing no clan from annihilation, this decree shall not be revoked. Chapter 84. Keep your eyes wide open. This strike will be magnificent. A commanding female voice echoed from afar, imbued with an irresistible will. Swish, swish, swish. All present turned their gaze toward the source of the voice. There, Princess Fuyao was seen riding in a palanquin, adorned with the golden dragon banner of the Great Xia Dynasty, fluttering and crackling in the night sky. Following her were over 1,000 armor guards, the elite of the Dragon Guard. Boom! As Princess Fuyao stepped forward, her face obscured by a white veil, her phoenix-like eyes radiated an imposing authority. Princess of Great Xia, do you truly intend to wage war against my ancient emperor's family for the sake of a mere heir? Wang Tengfei questioned sharply. Do not jest, Princess Fuyao declared, standing tall and exuding an aura of dominance. Even if you hail from the celestial gate, you cannot act wantonly in the mortal realm. Should you dare to unleash chaos, you must bear the consequences of mutual destruction. For a moment, Wang Tengfei's expression darkened. While the practitioners of the celestial gate were formidable to ordinary martial artists, they were akin to an overwhelming force. However, their numbers were scarce. Families like the ancient emperors or the sacred land of Yaoguang had only hundreds of disciples. Should their ranks swell, resources would become insufficient. In the past, a dynasty had clashed with a certain sacred land, invoking the 7 killings of the divine and demonic, leading to a relentless cycle of vengeance. Ultimately, that dynasty suffered catastrophic losses, decimating its population while obliterating the opposing sacred land. Wang Tengfei could hardly fathom that Princess Fuyao would dare to threaten him for the sake of Xiao Yang, a woman possessed of such audacity. Even if she were merely issuing a threat, he could not afford to gamble. Princess Fuyao, today, I shall grant you this courtesy. I will overlook Xiao Yang's transgressions. After much contemplation, Wang Tengfei chose to concede. Princess Fuyao exhaled in relief. In her heart, she had already regarded Xiao Yang as the destined prince she had long sought, even contemplating a rivalry with Ning Hongye. Thus, upon learning of the conflict between Xiao Yang and Wang Tengfei, she hurried to intervene, fortunate to arrive in time to prevent calamity. With firm strides, Wang Tengfei approached the golden ancient chariot, preparing to depart. Stop! Suddenly, Xiao Yang fixed his gaze upon him, his voice icy. Wang Tengfei, who permitted your departure? This remark stirred a tempest. You insolent brat, what are you saying? Wang Tengfei whirled around, glaring at Xiao Yang, his eyes ablaze with fury. Every debt has its rightful owner. Xiao Yang stood resolutely, enunciating each word. The butcher, that old dog, has already been slain by my hand. However, it was you, the true instigator, who commanded him to harm the Zhuge army. If you do not leave something behind today, you shall not escape. As these words fell, the crowd erupted in astonishment. No one could have anticipated that Xiao Yang not only vanquished the legendary butcher, but also dared to challenge the fabled Holy Sun. It is well known that, in the eyes of most martial artists, the powerful beings of the Celestial Gate are regarded as invincible entities. Even if they descend to the mortal realm, their cultivation will be suppressed below the 7th rank. However, possessing numerous profound techniques, their combat prowess remains immeasurable. Xiao Yang, with his unparalleled martial courage, undoubtedly stands as the foremost individual in the 8 centuries since the establishment of the Great Xia. Very well. Wang Tengfei, seething with rage, laughed mockingly. You are indeed the first mortal warrior bold enough to provoke this holy sun. Princess Fuyao, it is he who has chosen a challenge. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. His words dripped with a chilling intent. Xiao Jilong, what are you doing? Princess Fuyao approached him, her tone laced with reproach. Xiao Yang, do not act impulsively. Wang Tengfei, being designated as the Holy Sun by the ancient emperor family, is not to be underestimated. At that moment, Ning Hongye also arrived, her anxiety palpable. Do not worry, I know what I am doing. Xiao Yang reassured them, sensing their concern. I am resolute today. I shall personally demonstrate that even celestial beings are not invincible. Sigh. Witnessing his obstinacy, both women sighed, finding it difficult to dissuade him. After all, Xiao Yang had never knelt even within the martial temple, possessing a tenacious spirit that had earned him the martial fortune of the Great Xia. To expect him to bow to the holy son of the Wang family was utterly unrealistic. Now, all they could do was hope that he would not sustain severe injuries. Ning Hongye even resolved secretly, if Xiao Yang were to face mortal peril, she would invoke forbidden techniques, risking the backlash of the heavenly Tao, to save him. Under the gaze of countless spectators, Xiao Yang, wielding the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow, strode purposefully towards Wang Tengfei. Then let us engage in battle. Oof. Wang Tengfei scoffed dismissively, as if a monarch surveying mere ants. You may have slain my servant, the butcher, and that indeed qualifies you as a prodigy. However, a prodigy merely grazes the threshold of this holy sun. With the slightest effort, I shall reach the limits of the mortal realm. His voice resonated with an innate arrogance. Is that so? I beg to differ. The true measure of strength shall be revealed through battle. Xiao Yang unsheathed the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow Blade, his aura surging. His challenge to Wang Tengfei was not born of recklessness, but rather a result of careful contemplation. Earlier, after slaying the butcher, he had triggered the innate divine power of the world unifies in martial, which allowed him to cultivate through combat. He had directly absorbed a tenth of the butcher's cultivation. A torrent of overwhelming energy surged within him, nourishing his limbs and organs. More than a decade ago, the butcher had been an 8th-rank martial duke, and his cultivation, honed within the Wang family, was unfathomably deep. Logically, with such an influx of cultivation, Xiao Yang should have broken through by now. Yet, his circumstances were quite peculiar. He was stuck at the pinnacle of the 5th rank, requiring the illumination of a fateful star to ascend to the 6th. However, the stars he could commune with were far too numerous. Thus, despite the significant boost in his combat power from the butcher's cultivation, his realm remained unchanged. If one could vanquish Wang Tengfei and extract the prowess of this holy son of the celestial sect, the thought alone is exhilarating. Young man, I shall not bully you. I shall grant you 100 strikes. Should you manage to harm even a single hair on my head, I shall concede defeat. Wang Tengfei's arrogance was boundless, brimming with audacity. System, reveal his weaknesses to me. In the next moment, Xiao Yang activated the breaking illusion divine ability, keenly observing. Target, Wang Tengfei, son of the ancient emperor's family, bearer of the ancient emperor's legacy, endowed with the chaotic world Qilin and the dual destinies of defeated emperor and conqueror. Cultivation, first stage of the celestial platform, temporarily suppressed to 7th rank of martial path. Weakness, excessive arrogance, disdain for all, prone to underestimating opponents, 2 destinies. Xiao Yang was secretly astonished. Wang Tengfei was, to date, the 2nd individual, aside from himself, to possess dual destinies. No wonder he could ascend to the position of the holy son of the celestial sect. However, he had also identified Wang Tengfei's Achilles heel, his contemptuous nature. A plan instantly formed in his mind. Wang Tengfei, 100 strikes are unnecessary. Just 1 strike will suffice to wound you. Xiao Yang's tone brimmed with arrogance, overshadowing Wang Tengfei, infused with unparalleled confidence. How dare you look down upon this holy son? Wang Tengfei was instantly incensed, furious beyond measure. Realizing he had taken the bait, Xiao Yang wasted no time and swiftly drew his blade. Thunder Prison Annihilation Blade. Heavenly Thunder Flash. Xiao Yang gripped the hilt with both hands and unleashed a fierce slash. Qilin Arm. Evil Serpent Arm. The sheer force generated by his dual arms reached a terrifying magnitude, surpassing 200,000 pounds. Coupled with the sharpness of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow, it seemed 1 strike could cleave Mount Buzhou in twain. Truly, this was the 9th young master. The might of this strike was overwhelming. Even that holy son Tengfei from the celestial sect could not withstand it, could he? From a distance, the elite of the Zhuge army gazed wide-eyed, filled with anticipation. However, Ning Hongye's brow furrowed deeply. She sensed the blade's strength. Yet it seemed insufficient to harm the holy son of the celestial sect. Sure enough, clang! Suddenly, Wang Tengfei extended 2 fingers, effortlessly pinching the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow Blade, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. His fingers were unscathed, impervious to harm. Is this your limit, young man? Wang Tengfei wore a mocking smile, seemingly certain of his victory. Yet in the next moment, limit? No, this has only just begun. Xiao Yang chuckled as well. Wang Tengfei, open your eyes wide and behold. What to behold? Wang Tengfei was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he this young man already out of tricks, having used his strongest strike, only to be caught between his 2 fingers? What followed would be magnificent. A boundless battle intent erupted from Xiao Yang's eyes, soaring to the ninth heaven. Jade-shattering blade intent. Explode for me. 9 secrets, all characters. Unleash for me. Chapter 85. Even immortals shed blood. 100-fold return, the 9-tiered lotus platform. Boom! In an instant, the blade of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow erupted with a dazzling brilliance, akin to a blazing sun set ablaze. The surrounding vitality within a 10,000-meter radius seemed to be drained, transforming into a realm of death. No, it is impossible. You are merely immortal. How could you possess such formidable combat prowess? At this moment, Wang Tengfei's previous arrogance dissipated. A hint of terror marred his once haughty visage. He felt his entire body tremble, his fingers gripping the blade, experiencing unprecedented agony. Break for me. Xiao Yang below it, channeling all his will into this strike under the influence of the jade-shattering blade intent. Previously, he had employed the breaking illusion divine ability to discern Wang Tengfei's weakness, his underestimation of others. Thus, he feigned weakness, executing an ordinary strike. Wang Tengfei, in his arrogance, attempted to receive it with mere fingers, and he would pay a bloody price for his hubris. The 9 secrets, all character commands. Open. At this moment, Xiao Yang not only utilized the jade-shattering blade intent, but also invoked the celestial secret technique he had just comprehended. This was his first time employing it in actual combat. In an instant, his speed, strength, primordial spirit, and defense surged tenfold. What was once a blow equivalent to 2 million pounds of force had now been enhanced 100-fold by the combination of the jade-shattering and all-character commands. Suddenly, 2 sprays of blood erupted. The fingers that had clutched the blade were brutally severed. Yet, this strike was not yet complete. It continued forward. The razor-sharp edge sliced through Wang Tengfei's throat. Crimson blood flowed down his neck like a river. This strike punishes your arrogance and inflated ego. Xiao Yang spoke it coldly. Why? Why can a mere mortal harm this holy sun? I am favored by the heavens, possessing the demeanor of a great emperor. I will not accept this. Wang Tengfei's face contorted in fury, his eyes nearly bursting, while a roar emanated from deep within his throat. Xiao Yang observed his friend